Chapter 1. Rising from the Coffin. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the East Sea, in the town of Rogu, this is the town of beginnings and endings, with a pirate king Joel D. Roger was born and met his demise. At this moment, a newly erected gravestone stands in the Navy cemetery outside the town, beside a coffin yet to be interred. Over 500 naval officers stand solemnly before the gravestone, the atmosphere heavy with gravity and sorrow. Each naval officer bears a mournful expression, most of them injured, their tightly wrapped bandages stained with fresh blood. Several grievously wounded officers require support from their comrades, merely to stand upright. At the forefront of the ranks, a burly naval officer with a thick beard weeps uncontrollably. Wah! Major Lyon, your death was so tragic. If it weren't to save us, with your strength, you would never have perished. Hoo-hoo! Damn the Creek pirates! I, Hans, vow today to avenge Major Lyon. As Hans' emotions surged, the surrounding naval officers' eyes brimmed with tears, and they united in a chorus of vengeful cries. Revenge! 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 Amidst this wailing lamentation, Lyon gradually regained consciousness from his stupor. The surrounding space was cramped and dark, the air suffocating, and outside, it seemed a multitude was shouting for vengeance. How noisy it is outside! What is happening? Where am I? Just as these thoughts surged within him, a torrent of memories engulfed Lyon. Soon, he comprehended everything. This is indeed the world of the Pirate King. My name is Lyon, born on the island of Batalila in the South Sea, and I am currently a major stationed at the naval branch in Roga Town in the East Sea. And now I find myself lying in a coffin? Damn, no wonder I feel so stifled. Lyon muttered a curse under his breath, then shouted at the top of his lungs. Let me out! Let me out! Stop mourning, and let me breathe some fresh air. The stifling sensation within the coffin intensified, yet the naval officers surrounding him remained oblivious to his cries amid their cacophony of grief. It seems I have no choice but to break out of this coffin. However, I fear I may not yet master the strength of this body. Left with no alternative, Lyon delivered a powerful punch to the coffin lid. He chose to emerge from the coffin. Bang! With a tremendous force, the coffin lid, which had been nailed shut, shattered explosively, sending large fragments soaring into the air, reaching heights of several meters. Lyon climbed out from the coffin. He twisted his stiff neck and stretched his arms wide, unveiling his streamlined muscles in a display of both elegance and power. Oh, this feels so much better. As the coffin lid exploded into the sky, Major Lyon's corpse astonishingly emerged from within the coffin, even performing eerily grotesque movements. Witnessing this unfathomable and terrifying spectacle, the naval officers who had been wailing moments ago were left slack-jawed, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. The coffin lid of Major Lyon has flown away. Is he rising from the dead? Major Lyon has risen from the dead. We are seeing ghosts. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the bearded Hans wiped away his tears and snot, then bellowed with authority. Calm down. This must be the work of those damned pirates, daring to use devil fruit powers to desecrate Major Lyon's remains. You two, come with me to secure Major Lyon's body. You two, go fetch sea stone handcuffs, and the rest of you, search the vicinity for any suspicious individuals. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Yes, Lieutenant Hans. At Hans' command, the naval officers immediately returned to their senses, reflexively saluting and obeying. Clearly, these officers were well-trained elites. Lyon raised an eyebrow, observing Hans' cautious approach, and couldn't help but feel admiration. How swiftly he quelled the panic and organized the response. This Hans is truly a talent. These naval officers are quite competent as well. As Hans drew near, Lyon called out to halt him. Hans, stop! I'm not dead. Upon hearing that unmistakably familiar voice, Hans trembled with excitement and exclaimed, Silence! I can tell at a glance that you are not Major Lyon. You cannot deceive me. Lyon's mouth twitched slightly. How astute of you! I am indeed not the original Lyon. Recalling memories of Hans, Lyon spoke flatly. Hans, lieutenant of the naval branch, single, smokes, drinks, has an aversion to women, and prefers to remain in the barracks. Hearing Lyon's words, the two nearby naval officers exchanged peculiar glances at Hans' robust physique, one even displaying a bashful expression. Hey, stop it. Major Lyon, I was wrong. I believe you are the real deal. But, Major, weren't you already dead? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly die in the weakest East Sea? Lyon hurled a caustic retort at Hans, recalling their past interactions. However, Hans seemed unfazed, opening his arms wide and laughing heartily. That's wonderful. Major Lyon, it's great that you're alive, truly great. I'm simply overjoyed. Wahaha! Lyon calmly pushed Hans away. Enough. My injuries have just healed, and I require some time to recuperate. During this period, please do not let anyone disturb me. Yes, Major Lyon. Hans immediately straightened and rendered a military salute. The injuries were merely an excuse. After crossing over, Lyon's new body had already healed. He simply wished for some peace and quiet. Not long after, at the Rogatow Naval Base, Lyon sat comfortably in a spacious office, casually resting his feet on the desk, holding a mirror in his hand. The mirror reflected a handsome young face. Beneath a head of thick, neatly cropped hair, his features bore a gentle yet gallant air, with deep, reddish-brown eyes. Clenching his fist and bending his arm, he reveled in the explosive power hidden within his streamlined muscles, a sensation that captivated him. Lyon had grown younger and stronger, and most importantly, he remained just as handsome as in his previous life, a fact of utmost significance. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lyon began to sift through the memories of the original owner. He needed to ascertain the current date and devise a development plan for the upcoming years. Although the previous Lyon had a general understanding of the world of One Piece, he had ceased watching after witnessing Doflamingo's defeat at the hands of Luffy. As for the subsequent events, Lyon had only seen snippets of certain videos, grasping but the faintest details. From the memories he absorbed, the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar 2 years prior witnessed a world-shattering event. Fisher Tiger, the fishman, scaled the red line with his bare hands and wreaked havoc in the holy land of Marioa, liberating thousands of enslaved individuals of various races, an incident that sent shockwaves throughout the world. TSK, I bet no one would have anticipated that among those freed slaves would be the future world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. The current year is 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar. How long until the storyline begins? Lyon had never bothered to pay attention to dates while watching the anime. Who in their right mind would? But fortunately, Lyon had a bit more knowledge regarding Boa Hancock, allowing him to estimate the timeline. As for why he focused on Hancock, does it even need to be asked? Hancock is beautiful, comes from a wealthy background, and has a generous bosom. Lyon, like many of his earnest peers, held a deep admiration for her. When Hancock was 12, she was kept by the Celestial Dragons, and 4 years later, she was rescued by Fisher Tiger. Then at the age of 18, she earned the title of Warlord of the Sea after a single expedition. When the storyline begins, Luffy will be thrown onto Amazon Lily, and Hancock's age will be. By calculating this, Lyon counted on his fingers, his gaze distant as he fell into silence, his mind swirling in a haze. He couldn't figure it out. Sigh. With a heavy sigh, Lyon obediently took out paper and pen, beginning to scribble calculations. Smack! After a considerable time, he tossed the pen aside. I've finally figured it out. It is now the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, and there are 11 years until the anime's storyline begins. This year, the newly turned 18-year-old Boa Hancock will become a warlord of the sea. Lyon rested his chin on his hand, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. Ah, Hancock was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea at the age of 18. I, too, have reached the age of 18, yet I find myself merely a lieutenant commander in a naval branch of the East Blue. It seems that if I wish to pursue the Empress, I have a long and arduous journey ahead of me. Indeed, Lyon did not shy away from expressing his ambitions toward the Empress. Having traversed into the world of pirates, how regrettable would it be to not savor the most exquisite vistas or to shy away from pursuing the woman one desires? However, to recklessly provoke Hancock at this stage of my inadequacy would be tantamount to courting death. It is wiser to focus on how to grow stronger for now. Wait, could it be? As the sudden appearance of system notifications filled his vision, Lyon's heart raced to an astonishing 360 beats per minute. Chapter 2. Starry Sea and Sharingan. A vibrant light screen manifested before Lyon's eyes, and inexplicably, a wealth of information flooded his mind. As a seasoned reader of online novels, Lyon immediately grasped the significance of this revelation, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. Indeed, the indispensable golden finger of a transmigrator may arrive fashionably late, but it shall never be absent. He had randomly acquired the system attribute from the essential traits of a transmigrator: talent, knowledge, fortuitous encounters, system, and identity. This was a potential point system. Potential points can be utilized to unlock the Starry Sea and Sharingan, enhancing one's attributes. There are 3 methods to acquire potential points. 1. Sacrificing a devil fruit. 2. Developing personal influence. 3. Slaying enemies. Starry Sea requires 10,000 potential points to unlock. An ethereal space independent of the world. One can expend mental energy to draw others into the Starry Sea. Within the Starry Sea, no harm can befall one. Sharingan requires 1,000 potential points to unlock. A powerful eye that has been optimized to have no side effects, capable of gradual evolution and enhancement. Upon reaching its maximum level, the Sharingan can ultimately fuse with the legendary Rinnegan. 3 simple bullet points, yet they concealed a wealth of information. The illustrious Sharingan requires no further elaboration. Once evolved to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, its formidable ocular techniques would undoubtedly rival the abilities of most devil fruit powers. Not to mention the fact that the maxed-out Sharingan can merge with the fabled Rinnegan. Just recalling the awe he felt upon first witnessing pain fills Lyon with anticipation. And then there's the enigmatic Starry Sea. Its description evokes memories of a certain fool's source fortress, though this Starry Sea appears to be a diluted version. Lyon pondered silently. Perhaps I could establish a mysterious organization through the Starry Sea, develop my own influence, and thereby gather devil fruits to augment my strength. Yet, before delving into such thoughts, Lyon must first devise a way to accumulate sufficient potential points to unlock the Sharingan and the Starry Sea. The means to acquire potential points are threefold. 1. Sacrificing a devil fruit. Pass for now. The devil fruit is a coveted treasure of the sea, and for Lyon, a struggling lieutenant commander of the East Blue, the acquisition challenge is overwhelming. 2. Developing personal influence. Pass for now. Currently, Lyon is merely a lieutenant commander within the naval structure. Although he commands the Navy under his jurisdiction, it does not constitute his personal influence. Moreover, his strength is too feeble. Venturing out alone would be akin to courting death. Thus, only the final option remains. 3. Slaying enemies. However, engaging in combat outside bears its risks. The demise of the previous host serves as a reminder that even the weakest of the East Blue poses a considerable threat to Lyon. In my past life, the most formidable foe I vanquished was merely a chicken. My combat experience is still at the level of brawling with bare fists. Although I have absorbed the memories and experiences of the original host, they're not truly my own. I will likely require time to master them. With this thought, a glint of determination flickered in Lyon's eyes. The only option now is to target those who are defenseless. In the dead of night, at the prison in Rogue Town, upon seeing Lyon arrive alone, the few naval guards stationed there were taken aback, but promptly saluted and greeted him. Lieutenant Commander Lyon. Ah, you have worked hard. Something will transpire tonight. I have arranged for others to take over your shifts, so you may return to rest. Understood. Though the guards harbored doubts, they dared not question further. The naval hierarchy demands unwavering obedience to orders. Soon, only Lyon and the 74 temporarily imprisoned pirates remained in the facility. These pirates were recent captures, their names yet unreported to Judiciary Island. With a stoic expression, Lyon held the keys and unlocked one of the cells. The cell was cramped, filthy, and suffused with the stench of excrement. 7 pirates, who looked grotesque and inhuman, were crammed into the less than 10 square meter space. Recognizing Lyon as the formidable naval lieutenant commander, the pirates shrank back in fear, cowering in the corner like the civilians they had once slaughtered. Lyon pointed at the most fearsome-looking pirate. You, step forward. Spare me, great one. I am but a lowly crew member on a pirate ship, scarcely responsible for any deaths. Silence, or else death. Lyon shot a frigid glare at the pirate. Under Lyon's icy gaze, the pirate dared not utter another word. He could only curse his misfortune inwardly and resignedly comply. 1 minute later, the pirate was securely bound to a post, his mouth gagged with a piece of rag that Lyon had used to silence him. Seemingly anticipating what was about to unfold, the pirate began to struggle desperately. 5 minutes later, Lyon's body trembled as he held a sharp knife, poised over the pirate after deliberating for what felt like an eternity. Yet, he could not bring himself to strike. After all, in his past life, he was merely an ordinary person, not a sharpshooter or a cold-blooded serial killer. Lyon exhaled softly, releasing the knife. He began to reflect on the memories of pirates from his recollections. Chaos, disorder, plunder, oppression of the innocent, violation of women, indiscriminate slaughter. Lyon acknowledged that among pirates, a rare few may possess redeeming qualities. However, at their core, pirates are fundamentally composed of a collective of ruthless criminals who gamble their lives, wreaking havoc upon the seas without any constraints of law or morality. The ability to exercise self-restraint and refrain from indiscriminate slaughter is an exceedingly rare quality among pirates. This exceptional benevolence is often derided by other pirates as weakness or cowardice. One must never underestimate the unchecked malevolence, nor overestimate the moral compass of those who live by plundering others without toil. For instance, If one were to randomly eliminate 100 pirates, perhaps a few would be innocent. Yet, the number of civilians that could be saved by eradicating all these pirates would far exceed 100. This is the harsh reality. This is a genuine world, not a mindless game of pretend. If Lyon wishes to thrive in the realm of pirates, he must learn to confront the brutal nature of slaughter. I never anticipated that I, too, would be a mere keyboard warrior, far from the decisive figure I fancied myself to be. Lyon shook his head with a sigh. Yet his tremors gradually subsided, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. To take life in the name of protecting life, to sever ties not to slay a person. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed towards the path you have chosen as a pirate. Lyon softly uttered a few words to the pirate before plunging his blade fiercely into the pirate's chest. With a sickening squelch, the pirate, engulfed in despair and resentment, glared at Lyon with venomous eyes. Moments later, he convulsed in agony, his gaze swiftly dimming into lifelessness. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Lyon bent down. One hand pressed against his forehead, laughing maniacally. The hand that held the knife trembled violently. He was too consumed by his emotions to pay attention to the newly appeared system information, reveling in the outpouring of feelings within him. Was it tension? Fear? Excitement? Elation? Lyon himself could not ascertain. Perhaps it was one, or perhaps all of them combined. After all, this was his first act of taking a human life. Even if the victim was a pirate deserving of death, killing is a metamorphosis. Some descend into madness, while others attain enlightenment. Some weep inconsolably, and others laugh maniacally. Some cower in fear, while others sing as they march toward their demise. Yet, there exists a rare few who grasp the profound truth of existence through the act of slaughter. When one is killed, they shall die. Chapter 3. The Sharingan Awakens. By defeating an ordinary pirate, he gained 55 potential points. The Personal Attributes panel has been activated. Minutes later, Lyon regained his composure and gazed at the newly unveiled Attributes panel. Lyon potential points: 55 combat power, lieutenant level. Navy headquarters strength: 398 agility, 461 stamina, 211 spirit, 10 armament hockey, unawakened observation hockey, unawakened conquerors hockey. Unawakened special ability: none. Potential points can be consumed to enhance various attributes. When an attribute is below 100, each point costs 10 potential points. When an attribute ranges from 100 to 1000, each point costs 30 potential points. The following is a rough classification of attribute values, derived from the combat power data in One Piece. Ordinary Navy soldier: 10 elite soldier to colonel, 11 to 500 colonel to rear admiral, 501 to 4000 vice admiral, 4001 to 7000 admiral candidate, 7001 to 9999 admiral and Yonko, 10,000 and above. With no upper limit, Lyon meticulously examined his attribute panel. My agility is high, but my physique is low. I am quite fragile. While my overall attributes may appear decent, they are only sufficient to intimidate those petty pirates with bounties in the millions. In direct combat, I would be no match for Pirate Admiral Creek. He continued, moreover, my mental attribute is so low that I am merely at the level of an ordinary individual. It seems that after my transmigration, I have only inherited the original owner's body and memories. Thus, what follows next? Lyon gazed at the other pirates within the confines of the prison, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. This night was destined to witness the demise of many pirates. The following day, through a series of clandestine maneuvers orchestrated by Lyon, rumors began to circulate within the ranks of the Rogtown Navy. A grand jailbreak had been initiated by a coalition of 74 pirates within the prison. The astute and valiant Major Lyon was the first to detect the anomaly. After a fierce battle, he quelled the uprising single-handedly, despite sustaining grave injuries, and vanquished all the rebellious pirates. Furthermore, in an effort to uphold the honor of the Rogtown Navy, Major Lyon refrained from reporting the incident after restoring order. Upon hearing this news, nearly all the soldiers of the Rogtown Navy were profoundly moved. To mitigate the casualties among these ordinary sailors, Major Lyon, despite his severe wounds, continued to fight on the front lines. Moreover, in a display of selflessness, he chose not to take credit for his valor in quelling the disturbance. Major Lyon was hailed as the finest naval commander, and many expressed their unwavering loyalty to him. At that moment, Lyon sat leisurely in his office. After the intense skirmish of the previous night, he had shed any fear of bloodshed. Having absorbed the memories of his predecessor, he realized that overcoming his psychological barriers would enable him to swiftly adapt to the brutal realities of the pirate world. It is worth noting that he owed a debt of gratitude to the 74 generous pirates from last night, who had collectively bestowed upon him an impressive 590 potential points. Now, Lyon was poised to transform these potential points into power. Activate the Sharingan. With a mere thought, a veil of ethereal crimson mist enveloped his eyes. A tingling sensation coursed through them, prompting Lyon to close his eyes momentarily. After approximately 10 seconds, once the strange sensation subsided, he opened his eyes anew. His once chestnut irises had morphed into a striking crimson, adorned with a small black tomo. A single tomo Sharingan had awakened. The world became markedly clearer through Lyon's gaze. Details that were previously imperceptible now stood out vividly. He could even discern the intricate patterns on the wings of a mosquito that fluttered past the window. Yet, apart from this enhanced clarity, the single tomo Sharingan possessed no additional extraordinary abilities, as its level remained rather rudimentary. Upon examining the attributes interface, he noted the inclusion of the single tomo Sharingan among his special abilities, which bore a symbol indicating its upgrade potential. Lyon contemplated the option and saw that upgrading to the double tomo Sharingan would require 3,000 potential points. Would he proceed with the upgrade? Lyon raised an eyebrow. Immersed in contemplation, unlocking the Starry Sea requires 10,000 potential points, yet the Starry Sea cannot enhance my strength in the short term. Aside from mental attributes, reinforcing any single attribute currently demands 30 potential points. Moreover, the three-color hockey cannot be activated with potential points. It must be comprehended through personal effort. Furthermore, the pirates in the prison have all been vanquished by me. Thus, the only way to acquire potential points now lies in battling pirates. Hence, the most pressing matter is to elevate my combat power. With this thought, Lyon made a resolution. Confirm upgrade. In an instant, a much denser crimson mist enveloped Lyon's eyes once more. Soon, a black tomo appeared in his blood-red pupils, transforming his eyes into the double tomo Sharingan. This time, in addition to a further enhancement in vision, Lyon gained the ability to replicate techniques. This replication ability allowed him to swiftly mimic and learn the moves of others, which was precisely what he needed at this moment. Excellent. With this replication ability, I can rapidly absorb and learn the combat memories in my mind, transforming them into my true strength. After the recent expenditure, Lyon was left with 1,590 potential points. However, the requirement for upgrading to the triple tomo Sharingan had surged to a staggering 9,000 points. It seemed that in the near future, Lyon would not be able to upgrade his Sharingan again. Next, Lyon consumed 900 potential points to enhance his mental attribute to 100. An incredible sense of comfort washed over him, as he felt his mind awaken like never before. His mental power, thought speed, soul strength, and perception had all seen tremendous improvement. Truly, the mental attribute was remarkable. After the enhancement, Lyon felt far more spirited than before. With the remaining 690 potential points, Lyon allocated them entirely to agility, yet this only resulted in an increase of 23 points. Alas, after rising in attributes, the potential points consumed had tripled. Moreover, with the enhancement of attributes, the consumption of potential points would likely escalate further. If reinforcing a single attribute required 100 potential points, to elevate all attributes to the minimum standard of 10,000 for a general, Lyon would need to expend 360,000 potential points. 360,000. Damn. How many ordinary pirates must I slay to accumulate such a sum? But if I truly possessed that capability, why would I need to enhance anything? I would have already become a general. Such a colossal amount of potential points cannot solely be obtained through slaughter. After expressing his grievances, Lyon no longer aspired to lofty ideals. Instead, he chose to confront reality. The immediate priority is to swiftly assimilate the original owner's combat experience, and then venture forth to hunt down some lower bounty pirates for practice. Once he conceived this plan, he set it into motion without delay. Lyon deftly leaped through the window, landing gracefully on the training ground outside. This expanse lay deserted, for Hans had ensured that the vicinity was cleared, permitting Lyon to recuperate undisturbed. With strict prohibitions set against any intrusions, Lyon drew his saber and began to practice swordsmanship from the most fundamental movements. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, swordsmanship is referred to as kenjutsu, and formidable swordsmen are known as kenjutsu masters. Drawing upon the motions etched in his memory and the ingrained sensations from years of training, coupled with the replicative prowess of the Sharingan, Lyon's swordsmanship began to rapidly resurge. Although his current sword movements appeared somewhat awkward and rigid, it would not be long before he regained the original mastery of the blade. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, Hans stood vigil, his brow furrowed in concern. Why did Major Lyon's swordplay seem so stiff? Damn it. The severity of the Major's injuries must be adversely affecting his prowess. I must grow stronger. I cannot allow myself to hinder the Major again. With a resolute expression, Hans clenched his fist tightly, his nails piercing his palm, blood trickling forth. Chapter 4. A year later, 1 year later, in the year 1510 of the sea calendar. East Blue, in the waters of Logue Town. The winds howled fiercely. Rain lashed against the face, and tumultuous waves surged relentlessly. 2 three-masted warships bobbed and pitched among the towering crest of waves. As if they were mere playthings in the hands of a giant, tossed and caught repeatedly. Lieutenant Lyon, we have spotted a medium-sized pirate ship ahead. Upon receiving the intelligence from the lookout stationed at the mainmast, Hans immediately rushed to the captain's quarters, raising his voice to report to the individual before him. Lyon gradually opened his blood-red eyes, adorned with 2 black magatama that lent an aura of mystery and profundity to his gaze, towering at over 2 meters. He donned a pristine naval commander's uniform, draped with a white cloak of justice and embellished with golden tassels. His jet-black hair fell neatly across his brow, and his countenance exuded both warmth and a striking charisma. Upon receiving news of an impending enemy, a crimson glimmer flickered in Lyon's eyes. Can you discern which pirate crew it is? Judging by the flag, it is the Black Dog pirate crew, led by the notorious Black Dog with a bounty of 4 million berries. A bounty of 4 million. It seems to pose little threat. Thus, we shall adhere to our customary approach. Prepare for a direct cannon barrage, and after 3 volleys, ready for close-quarters combat. Aye. Hans saluted crisply before striding away. Engaging in battle under such inclement weather is a requisite for the Navy. Moreover, compared to a genuine tempest, this mere rainstorm is hardly perilous. What? Unable to fire in the rain? Regrettably, Newton is not present in this realm. Here, he holds no sway. A year has swiftly passed. Mere months ago, Boa Hancock ascended to the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, much like in the original narrative. In this turbulent era of piracy, new marauders emerge relentlessly, akin to wild grass that cannot be wholly eradicated, particularly in Rogue Town, where Lyon is stationed. It serves as an essential passage from the East Blue to the Grand Line, compelling countless East Blue pirates aspiring to traverse the Grand Line to navigate through this town. Throughout the past year, Lyon has persistently hunted the pirate crews traversing the waters of Rogue Town, amassing considerable military merit through his relentless pursuit and slaughter. Presently, Lyon has ascended to the rank of naval commander, and Hans has been promoted to captain. Due to Lyon's blood-red gaze and his fervor for hunting pirates, he invariably leads the charge in battle, displaying a merciless approach that leaves no survivors. Therefore, Lyon is scorned by the surrounding pirates as the blood-eyed butcher. Simultaneously, he is revered by his Navy subordinates and the sheltered civilians as the iron-blooded colonel. The thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberates from outside the captain's quarters. It is only after the 3rd round of cannon fire that Lyon strides confidently onto the deck. Whoosh! A cannonball, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtles toward the warship. Upon reaching the deck, Lyon calmly unsheathes his saber and, with a graceful leap before the cannonball strikes the ship, cleaves it in 2 with a single stroke, sending fragments cascading into the sea. It is Colonel Lyon. Colonel Lyon is formidable. With his intervention, the fate of these pirates is sealed. The Navy personnel on the deck, witnessing Lyon's arrival, are invigorated with renewed morale. A year of consecutive victories has imbued these sailors with unwavering confidence in Lyon. Calmly, Lyon nodded to the surrounding naval officers and then issued a solemn command. Prepare for boarding. Aye. Under Lyon's orders, the naval crew skillfully manipulated the sails and riggings, propelling the warship to swiftly approach the pirate vessel, which was rendered immobile by a severed mast, shielded by Lyon. The feeble retaliatory cannon fire from the pirate ship posed no threat to the warship. Soon after, bang! The warship experienced a slight tremor as the 2 vessels made contact. In 1 minute, you shall board, with Captain Hans commanding the boarding operation. Lyon uttered a phrase he had repeated numerous times, then leaped towards the pirate ship under the admiring gazes of the Navy. With his current prowess, there was no longer a need for the meticulous caution he once exercised in the East Sea, to avert unnecessary casualties among the Navy and to harvest additional potential points. Lyon had grown accustomed to taking the lead, drawing fire, and probing the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. After all, this was merely the East Sea. The adversaries here were generally feeble, making it an excellent locale to acquire combat experience. Moreover, even if he were to encounter formidable foes, escaping solo posed no significant challenge for him. He had prioritized enhancing his agility, and speed had always been his forte. In the absence of strength, timidity is prudent. Yet, having gained the means for self-preservation, excessive caution was unwarranted. Such restraint would only endanger the lives of many subordinates and squander numerous opportunities to amass potential points. Bang! Lyon steadily descended onto the already battered pirate ship. On the deck stood a ragtag group, most of whom appeared grotesque and misshapen, resembling anything but humans. Upon catching sight of Lyon's signature crimson eyes and his conspicuous naval commander uniform, a particularly astute pirate could not help but exclaim, "Could it be? No. It's the Blood-Eyed Butcher." The mere mention of this title, a veritable nightmare among pirates in the East Sea, sent the others retreating in sheer terror. What? How could it be this cold-blooded fiend? I've heard tales of him personally slaying nearly 1,000 pirates within a year, his hands stained with blood. Are we doomed? There is no way we can win. No. I don't want to die yet. Let us flee. Behind this panicking group stood a towering figure, over 3 meters tall. Wielding a fearsome spiked club and bearing a mouthful of sharp teeth, the dark-faced giant coldly declared, "You fools. Why are you panicking? While the other navy has yet to board, if we join forces to eliminate this arrogant wretch, we can enter the Grand Line. But, Boss Black Dog. He's the legendary Blood-Eyed Butcher. We should escape quickly." Boom. Crack. Upon hearing the word escape, Black Dog's countenance twisted with rage. He brought down his spiked club with ferocity, reducing the pirate who had suggested retreat to a bloody pulp. Swinging the bloodied weapon with fervor, Black Dog bellowed, "You wretched, cowardly bastards! We are the Black Dog Pirates. Only by uniting to slay this Navy officer can we survive. Anyone who dares to disobey and flee will be the first to die." Under Black Dog's menacing authority, the pirates exchanged glances and then collectively charged at Lyon. Kill. To survive, we fight. Who cares about the Blood-Eyed Butcher? I will live. Let us clash with him. Lyon gazed coldly at the scene unfolding before him. He had initially intended to wait until the band of pirates scattered in disarray before launching his assault, thus allowing him to take them down one by one and conserve considerable energy. Alas, it was a pity. The pirate captain known as Black Dog proved to be quite astute. Whoosh! Before the pirates could charge forward, a flurry of bullets had already begun to rain down upon him. Lyon forcefully stomped on the deck beneath his feet. With a decisive leap, his figure surged forward like a tempest, swiftly evading the bullets that were aimed directly at him. He made a sudden pivot, launching himself towards the formidable figure of the Black Dog, who stood behind a throng of pirates. Capture the leader to quell the rabble. If the pirate captain were to be eliminated, the remaining crew would undoubtedly surrender without a struggle. Witnessing Lyon's terrifying velocity, the nearby pirates were struck with dread. Refraining from obstructing his path, they feigned a deliberate slowness, allowing him to pass unchallenged. A desperate confrontation was out of the question. They were selfish pirates, merely vocal in their bravado, unwilling to foolishly rush forward to meet their demise. The notorious Blood-Eyed Butcher of the Navy should be faced by their powerful captain, while they, the ordinary pirates, would simply follow, waving their flags and providing a buffer against the other Navy forces. This was the survival strategy of the average pirate. Though somewhat intimidated by Lyon's speed, a sinister smile crept across the Black Dog's face as he noticed Lyon charging towards him, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on him. Seeking death, are we? Allow me to demonstrate my true power. In an instant, a dense coat of black fur enveloped the Black Dog, his limbs transforming into lethal claws, and his head morphing into that of a dog. Surprised, were you? I am a wielder of devil fruit powers, Blood-Eyed Butcher. Your demise is certain. With his form drastically altered and his strength significantly enhanced, the Black Dog grinned malevolently, raising his menacing wolf mace high before bringing it crashing down upon the advancing Lyon. At that moment, Lyon had closed the distance to the Black Dog, leaving no time for evasion. But do you truly believe that a dog-ass head can safeguard your life? Swift. As the words left his lips, Lyon's speed surged, doubling in an instant, with the sound of rushing wind accompanying his rapid movement. He left behind a series of afterimages in the air. Before the Black Dog could even react, Lyon thrust his blade through the pirate's chest, with a sickening squelch. The Black Dog's bewildered eyes widened, reflecting an expression of utter disbelief. Hug you, he coughed up a spray of blood, unable to utter a complete sentence before collapsing helplessly, closing his eyes in a tragic finality. Clang! The massive wolf mace fell to the deck with a resounding thud. Chapter 5. The Justice of Life. Lyon narrowed his eyes as he drew his longsword, then turned to face the bewildered group of pirates behind him. Next. It is your turn, you insignificant minions. Just at that moment, behind Lyon, the supposedly lifeless Black Dog suddenly opened its eyes, revealing that it had merely been feigning death. The Zoan-type devil fruit significantly enhanced its physical capabilities. Even after sustaining a fatal wound to the chest, the Black Dog retained a degree of combat proficiency. Stealthily, it drew a handgun from its cloak, its face twisted in a fierce snarl, and aimed at Lyon's unsuspecting back. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lyon let out a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground, blood soaking the deck beneath him. Bang! 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 The black dog rose to its feet and, still feeling uneasy, fired several more shots at Lyon until the body was reduced to a bloody mess. Casually discarding the now empty gun, the black dog stepped forward, placing one foot triumphantly on Lyon's head, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha! To dare strike at me, the great black dog, is to court death. What Navy colonel? What blood-eyed butcher? Bah! I, black dog, am destined to become the pirate king. How could I possibly perish in the weakest of seas, the East Blue? The crew of the Black Dog pirates erupted in unison, chanting praises. Boss Black Dog is amazing. The blood-eyed butcher fell before him. Surely, he can punch an admiral and kick a Yonko. Boss Black Dog will be the pirate king. However, the once triumphant Black Dog furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, what does amazing mean? And what are an admiral and a Yonko? As he voiced his bewilderment, the scene before him transformed abruptly. The jubilant pirates froze as if time had been paused. At that moment, a voice, startlingly close, whispered in his ear, "Dream, has it ended?" Upon hearing this, the black dog stiffened, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Instantly, the world around him shattered like a fleeting dream. When his consciousness returned to clarity, he felt as though the ground was spinning beneath him, and he beheld a familiar headless corpse gushing blood not far away. Was that my body? What on earth has transpired? Had I not just slain the blood-eyed butcher? Confusion clouded his mind, but his vision quickly faded to black. Just before his consciousness dissipated, he faintly heard Lyon's disdainful voice. TSK, not having heard of amazing is one thing, but you don't even know what an admiral or a Yonko is. Truly a literary illiterate of the East Blue, a lowly pirate. Such a waste of a devil fruit. Suddenly, a notification appeared, defeated the Zoan-type devil fruit user Black Dog, earning 2,865 potential points. Lyon could not help but smile at the familiar kill notification. He had not anticipated that this black dog would be worth 2,865 potential points. This was the most he had accumulated in a year. The recent battle, though seemingly intricate, had transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the black dog's transformation had taken Lyon by surprise. He had not expected a pirate with a mere bounty of 4 million berries to be a devil fruit user. Fortunately, Lyon had concealed a portion of his strength. Over the past year, his two-tomo Sharingan had developed an illusionary ability. By locking eyes with an enemy, Lyon could draw their consciousness into a simple illusion. However, this ability was still rudimentary and had been detected by the black dog almost instantly. Had the black dog's mental fortitude been stronger, the illusion might not have held him. Nevertheless, that fleeting moment was more than sufficient for Lyon. While the Zoan-type devil fruit user was undoubtedly formidable, enhancing physical strength and recovery, the black dog had evidently not fully harnessed its potential, and his physical strength was far from impervious to blades and bullets. Thus, Lyon opted for the most secure method, a beheading. With the head severed, Lyon turned to face the terrified pirates behind him, a warm smile gracing his features. How many innocent lives have you taken? However, this gentle smile seemed to morph into a devilish grin in the eyes of the pirates. One cowardly pirate stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. Don't come any closer. As the smoke cleared and the storm subsided, the black dog's ship lay strewn with corpses, leaving only a handful of surrendered pirates, kneeling in pools of blood with their hands on their heads, tightly guarded by Lyon's naval soldiers. Lyon approached one of the pirates. How many innocent lives have you taken? He inquired. I have killed no one, not a single civilian, the pirate shouted emphatically. Yet the flickering, elusive glimmer in his eyes betrayed him profoundly. The two-hooked jade eye of Lyon possesses the remarkable ability to discern subtle shifts in expression, effortlessly penetrating the fabric of most individuals' deceit. These ordinary pirates find it nearly impossible to deceive his gaze when entangled in falsehoods. Lyon cast a sweeping glance at the other pirates and coldly declared, in the depths of my gaze, all your lies appear feeble and juvenile. As for the deceivers, they shall meet their demise. The other pirates, transfixed by the malevolent intensity of Lyon's blood-red Sharingan, felt a tremor in their hearts. One by one, they bowed their heads, no longer daring to harbor any illusions of deception. Lyon plunged his blade into the heart of the deceitful pirate, ending his life. By vanquishing an ordinary pirate, he earned 64 potential points. Approaching the next pirate, Lyon coldly inquired, and what of you? I have only slain one innocent civilian. I beseech you, spare me. I have realized my wrongs and implore you for a chance to become a better man. Bang, bang, bang. The pirate wept bitterly, repeatedly bowing his head in desperate supplication. His emotions were genuine, there was no deceit in his plea, which pleased Lyon, just as a flicker of hope ignited within the pirate's heart. Lyon's subsequent words plunged him into despair. Your desire to reform is commendable, but can the innocent civilian you killed ever return to life? Please spare me. I truly repent. All I wish is to become a good person. With a cold expression, Lyon thrust his sword through the pirate's heart amidst his anguished cries for mercy. By defeating this ordinary pirate, he garnered 44 potential points. Is it truly that simple to lay down arms and attain enlightenment? In this world, such leniency does not exist. If it were so, would not the innocent souls who suffered unjustly have perished in vain? If the cost of wrongdoing is so negligible, then wicked individuals could act without restraint, knowing they could simply renounce their sins and emerge as paragons of virtue. Is it not so? While Lyon may not have the power to intervene elsewhere, within his domain, such transgression shall never be tolerated. Lyon approached the next pirate before him. And you? Go to hell. I'll fight you to the death. The pirate, aware of his impending doom, lunged forward with a vicious snarl. Incorrect answer. The elite pirate was slain, yielding 105 potential points. After a series of inquiries, among the dozen or so pirates who surrendered, only a young boy remained alive. Untouched by the blood of innocence. Imprison him. We mustn't let this rare survivor perish. If I fail to deliver some living captives to Judicial Island, I shall be accused of being a bloodthirsty brute by those fools, Lyon remarked, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Yes, sir. The surrounding Navy personnel saluted with a mix of reverence and awe. This was Lieutenant Colonel Lyon, the lieutenant who upheld the tenet of the justice of life. What constitutes the justice of life? Regardless of status, all lives ought to be regarded as equal. To willfully take the life of an innocent warrants the forfeiture of one's own. This embodies the greatest justice in the world. This principle is more significant than the heavens themselves. Chapter 6, The Celestial Sea, commence. The justice of life. This was merely a facade Lyon crafted to justify his harvest of potential points while evading perceptions of cruelty from his subordinates. Although he acknowledged the equality of life, he would not shackle himself with any constraints. When the time came for decisive choices, the so-called justice would not overshadow Lyon as subjective judgments. In the captain's cabin, Lyon sat in solitude. Following the annihilation of the Black Dog pirates, he had finally amassed 10,000 potential points, enabling him to unlock the Celestial Sea. Celestial Sea requires 10,000 potential points to unlock a realm independent of the world, where one can expend mental energy to draw others into the Celestial Sea. Within this space, no harm can befall anyone. Over the past year, Lyon had faced countless perilous battles against pirates. To enhance his power and prioritize survival, he had consistently reinforced his fundamental attributes with the potential points he acquired. Only after he felt little pressure dealing with East Sea pirates did he begin to accumulate potential points. After all, survival is paramount. In the event of death, no amount of potential points would be of any use. Through rigorous self-discipline and the enhancement of his attributes, Lyon's strength had remarkably transformed over the past year. He had now reached a level comparable to a lieutenant colonel within the naval headquarters. Even amidst the multitude of skilled individuals at the naval headquarters, Lyon could be regarded as a competent cannon fodder. Lyon potential points, 10. 365 combat power. Navy Headquarters Lieutenant Commander Strength, 458-60, Agility, 700-239, Stamina, 500-289, Spirit, 353-253. Armament Hockey, Unawakened Observation Hockey, Unawakened Conqueror's Hockey, Unawakened Special Abilities, Swordsmanship, Second-Rate Swordsman 2 Tomo Sharingan, Replication. Illusion. When attributes range from 100 to 1000, enhancing each attribute consumes 30 potential points. Without any guidance, Lyon has made negligible progress in the development and understanding of the three types of hockey. The power of hockey is not easily comprehended, setting aside the New World. Among the multitude of pirates and navy in the East Blue, how many can truly grasp hockey? In terms of basic attributes, apart from a slight increase through his own diligent training, Lyon has expended a considerable amount of potential points to enhance his agility, stamina, and spirit, as these three attributes are directly related to survival capability. As a seasoned reader of survival-themed novels, Lyon is acutely aware of the importance of survival skills. Thus, what lies ahead? Lyon contained his exhilaration, his gaze piercingly fixed upon the starry sea that had remained dim for an entire year. Open the starry sea. As the thought materialized, an infinite cascade of starlight blossomed within Lyon's mental realm, a mere trace of the residual brilliance that emerged upon the awakening of the starry sea. Lyon could distinctly sense an extraordinarily profound connection to a mysterious realm beyond this world. Simultaneously, an enigmatic incantation inexplicably surfaced in his mind. However, Lyon did not hastily recite the spell. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a few moments to attune himself to his optimal state. He then placed his pocket watch on the desk and noted the time. With a deep breath, he proceeded to the center of the captain's chamber, a grave expression adorning his face as he began to step forward. As he took his first step, he whispered, "Master of the stars not belonging to this era." Before him appeared a nebulous constellation of starlight, forming an incomprehensible passageway that extended into the heavens. With his second step, Lyon held his breath and silently intoned, "Mysterious sovereign beyond the world." To Lyon's surprise, there was no reaction this time, unlike the first. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously whispered, "The void emperor who governs destiny." Upon completing the incantation, Lyon opened his eyes wide, observing his surroundings with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as he awaited the outcome. What might transpire? Would there be any unforeseen occurrences? In what manner would I traverse the sea of stars? Suddenly, the air grew eerily still, thickening into an uncanny viscosity. In an instant, an overwhelming cascade of starlight descended from the heavens, enveloping Lyon completely. Within this aqueous brilliance, his form became ethereal, whisked away by the luminescence. Before him lay a dazzling corridor of starlight, while everything around him rapidly faded into obscurity, prompting Lyon to close his eyes. It felt as though a mere moment had passed, yet it could also have been an eternity. When Lyon finally reopened his eyes, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of starlit sky, seated upon a majestic throne crafted from countless gleaming stars. The starry ground beneath him flowed gently, resembling water, through which he could distinctly perceive a cerulean planet rotating below. Amidst the veil of drifting clouds, he observed a slender, crimson continent intersecting with a deep blue sea, dividing the planet into 4 distinct maritime regions. This was the Red Earth continent and the great waterways that separated the 4 seas. And this cerulean sphere was none other than the world of One Piece, where Lyon resided. Above him, the cosmos sprawled endlessly, with innumerable stars densely clustered to form a grand celestial river. In the northern expanse of the starry sky, the most conspicuous feature was a large spoon formed by 7 bright stars, alongside an extraordinarily radiant star directly to the north. Witnessing this familiar scene, Lyon's heart surged with excitement, for this was a celestial vista unseen in the world of One Piece. It was the starry sky of his homeland, Earth. What he had just glimpsed was the Milky Way, the Big Dipper, and Polaris. Alongside the constellation he recognized Capricorn, Gemini, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Scorpio, Leo, and Virgo. After a considerable interval, Lyon gradually regained his composure and fixed his gaze ahead. The swirling stardust reflected in his eyes, hazy, indistinct, and boundless. Within the flowing ethereal mist, stars of varying colors and luminosities were interspersed. Some were as large as a fist, while others were as minuscule as specks of dust. Some lay hidden within the depths of starlight, others floated atop the surface, some shone brilliantly, while others were dim and lackluster. Captivated by this fantastical and magnificent spectacle, Lyon instinctively reached out to touch the nearest prominent orange star. As his fingertip grazed its surface, a ripple of stardust emanated from the vibrant celestial body. Before Lyon's eyes, a vivid image emerged, a radiant little girl with orange hair, standing beneath an orange tree, her smile as bright as the sun. In that moment, he also realized, this is Nami from my childhood. If I expend a certain amount of mental energy, I can draw her into the cosmic realm of stars. Lyon was not in a hurry to draw Nami into the realm, but rather, he was intrigued to touch other stars. With each successive touch, vivid images unfolded before Lyon's eyes: Luffy, soundly asleep; Zoro, drenched in sweat, lifting a massive stone to strengthen his physique; Ace, nonchalantly urinating atop a tree; Robin, huddled in a corner of a room, her face etched with anxiety; Bartholomew Kuma, robust yet engrossed in a book; Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, clad in a green cloak; Sabo, lying alone in the ship's cabin, his body wrapped in bandages, lost to unconsciousness; Doflamingo, flamboyantly dressed, exuding an air of arrogance; Akiji, donning an eye patch, idly passing time at work; Kizaru, with a lecherous demeanor; Akainu, pruning plants in a checkered shirt; the naval hero Garp, secretly snacking on senbei; Fleet Admiral Sengoku, diligently reviewing documents; and the gluttonous Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, stuffing her face with desserts; Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, simultaneously receiving 4 fluids while drinking copiously from a large bowl. As he beheld these familiar scenes, Lyon was filled with nostalgia, yet one particular moment seized his attention. Sabo, gravely injured? Lyon recalled the news from a few days prior. The celestial dragons were set to visit the kingdom of Goa during this period. This suggested that Sabo, as in the original storyline, had ventured out to sea and was subsequently attacked by the celestial dragons. However, at that moment, Lyon found himself unable to delve deeper into such thoughts, for he was captivated by a scene of greater significance. There, in the opulent palace bath, was the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, bathing alone. What a sight! Such beauty! Oh, cough cough, one must not gaze inappropriately. Yet, it was indeed a pity that these moments were merely still images, devoid of the vibrancy of real-time observation. This left many of Lyon's audacious thoughts unfulfilled. Chapter 7. I have slumbered for 10 millennia. Following a recent experiment, Lyon discovered that the stars he could reach were all associated with individuals whose names he recognized. Most stars, however, remained concealed deep within the starry mists, beyond his current grasp. For the stars he could access, Lyon delineated 5 principles. 1. Individuals of great strength, potential, and fortune possess larger stars. 2. The better one's physical condition, the brighter the star. Conversely, a poorer state results in a dimmer star. 3. The stars that are closer to Lyon's throne indicate individuals who are nearer to him in reality, enabling him to discern their approximate location based on the star's orientation and distance. 4. The stronger the individual, the more mental energy is required to draw them into the sea of stars. 5. Lyon can draw no more than 12 individuals into the sea of stars, corresponding to the 12 constellations. Lyon propped his chin on his hands, deep in contemplation. My current mental attributes are still too feeble, not to mention top-tier powerhouses like Carp and Whitebeard. Even Hancock is far beyond my reach to draw into the sea of stars. As the slots for the sea of stars are limited, careful selection of personnel is imperative. Factors such as intellect, potential, strength, and the backing of influential forces must be considered holistically. Consequently, individuals whose intelligence often falters must be prioritized for exclusion. After pondering for a moment, Lyon first conjured a doppelganger by manipulating the star mist with his consciousness. Lyon, the master of the sea of stars, possesses the ability to manipulate this realm at will, and the creation of a doppelganger poses no challenge for him. After all, in a certain world, the art of duplication is merely one of the simplest forms of Trinity techniques, devoid of any technical complexity. From this moment forth, you shall be my avatar, Gemini. The doppelganger nodded in acknowledgement and bowed deeply. Gemini had encountered the original before. Subsequently, Lyon's fingers delicately touched 3 celestial bodies, infusing them with his mental energy. In an instant, those 3 stars radiated with brilliance. As his mental energy was significantly depleted, Lyon felt his mind grow vacant, his spirit scattered, and a throbbing discomfort surged within his head. In the impoverished district of Alabasta Kingdom's capital, Alubarna, a humble and secluded room held an 18-year-old Nico Robin. Curled up in a corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her face etched with panic. How could there be so many Navy and CP agents outside? Are they here to capture me? Fear filled Robin's eyes. Years of fleeing had transformed her into a frightened creature. After finally finding a semblance of stability for a few days, must she once again contemplate escape? Yet, if she were to leave this place, where could she possibly go? Overwhelmed and helpless, Nico Robin buried her head in her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why? I only wish to survive. Yet, why must it be so difficult to live well? No, I cannot succumb to despair. In moments of sorrow, I must continue to smile. Hee. With tears in her eyes, Nico Robin forced a smile. At that moment, a veil of ethereal starlight suddenly enveloped her. In the east blue, within the dense forest of Mount Gorlpo in the Goa Kingdom, a towering tree cradled Ace, who had just relieved himself. Behind him, Luffy lay sprawled on the trunk. Sound asleep, Ace gazed longingly at the distant sea, filled with nostalgia and sorrow. Sabo, though Luffy may be weak and prone to tears, he is our brother. Although you are no longer here, I will protect him, carrying a part of you with me. Just then, a burst of starlight erupted before poor Gasti, Ace, enveloping him in an instant. Somewhere in the east blue, a solitary Sabo, wrapped in bandages and lying in a ship's cabin, drifted into a dream. In this dream, he set sail, becoming the freest of pirates. I wonder if Ace and Luffy have received my letter? I have ventured out to sea before them this time. If we meet again on the ocean, I must share my tales of the sea with them. At that moment, a cascade of starlight descended, engulfing the unconscious Sabo. In the grand and magnificent sea of stars, Nico Robin regained her vision. Above her was an unfamiliar and resplendent starry sky, beneath her a colossal azure sphere. And before her lay a nebulous mist, obscured, hazy, and boundless. She surveyed her surroundings with trepidation and confusion, noticing 3 indistinct figures nearby mimicking her movements. Almost simultaneously, The four of them discovered a mysterious man seated upon a fantastical throne of starlight, enveloped in layers of celestial mist. Pray tell, where is this? What do you wish to do with me? Who are you? Who might you be, my lord? Robin, Ace, Sabo, and Lyon's doppelganger were momentarily taken aback before they spoke in unison. Their voices were indistinct, making it impossible to discern identities. Yet they could vaguely differentiate between male and female. Lyon had long anticipated their reactions and had prepared contingency plans accordingly. It is imperative not to respond hastily to their inquiries, as such impulsiveness would appear unrefined and inadvertently diminish one's stature. Lyon now seeks to embody an enigmatic, formidable, and inscrutable persona. He must adeptly manipulate the various psychologies of those around him, embedding within them a profound impression of his strength and reliability. Subtly, he will guide the development of events to his advantage. The sea of stars fell into a brief silence for several seconds. Lyon chuckled softly, his voice bearing the weight of age, and nonchalantly declared, "I have slumbered for 10,000 years. You may call me Starry Sky." His words resonated clearly throughout the sea of stars, stirring the pervasive stardust into rippling waves. The casualness of his tone was akin to one remarking on a recent meal. Yet, inexplicably, Robin and her companions felt an undeniable conviction that this self-proclaimed Starry Sky was the sovereign of this fantastical realm. Although his words were astonishing, they possessed a compelling aura of mystery. 10,000 years. 10,000 years? The annals of history trace back only a few thousand years. Even the revered all-knowing tree boasts merely over 5,000 years of existence. 10,000 years, a being older than antiquity itself. Nico Robin gazed in astonishment at the mysterious man, who sat resolutely upon a throne of fantastical starlight, shrouded in dense stardust. She felt an increasing sense of awe regarding this man, who called himself Starry Sky, perceiving him as increasingly arcane, powerful, and enigmatic. Only moments before, she had been in her room, and now she found herself in this mystical domain, beneath a magnificent and unfamiliar starry sky, with her feet planted on. Gazing at the immense azure sphere below, Robin recalled numerous depictions of world topography from her readings. Suddenly, an audacious and astonishing thought emerged in her mind. Could that colossal blue sphere beneath her be the very world in which she resides? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. If this conjecture held any truth, then this Mr. Starry Sky, who had slept for 10,000 years and transcended the world, must possess unfathomable power and terror. Contemplating this, Nico Robin felt her mind go blank. Ace and Sabo were equally startled by the enigmatic man's declarations. Initially, they were reluctant to accept the nonsensical utterances of this mysterious figure, yet the extraordinary and grand surroundings, coupled with the bizarre circumstances that had brought them here, compelled them to ponder the veracity of his words. Noticing a momentary lull in the conversation, Lyon seized the opportunity to make his presence felt. "Esteemed Mr. Starry Sky, may I inquire about the purpose of your summoning us here?" At this, Robin, Ace, and Sabo perked up, eager for the answer. Lyon gently tapped the throne of stars, his enigmatic voice resonating. "Fate is in motion, and the world shall undergo a transformation. With you as the kindling that ignites this revolution, I shall sit atop the world, witnessing firsthand the epic you shall compose." After a brief pause, Lyon chuckled lightly and added, "Yet, merely being an observer would be rather dull. Thus, I shall occasionally offer you a modicum of assistance, as I do now." Upon hearing the words of the celestial figure, Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement. The harbinger of world change? Indeed. I am destined to surpass that man and become the next pirate king. However, Sabo appeared somewhat perplexed. The harbinger of world change? But my sole desire at present is to be the freest pirate. How does this relate to the world's transformation? Chapter 8, Aquarius, Leo Transformation, Upon the World, Assistance. Upon hearing the celestial figure's words, Robin's eyes widened with curiosity, trepidation, and reverence as she inquired, "Esteemed Mr. Celestial, is this vast azure sphere beneath us truly the world we inhabit?" Lyon nodded with a calm demeanor. "Indeed. Thank you for your response." Nicole Robin expressed her gratitude with a tremor in her voice. The confirmation of her bold conjecture caused her enchanting eyes to sparkle. She began to ponder the potential impact that the enigmatic and powerful Mr. Stargazer might have on her life. Could it be that my hypothesis is indeed accurate? It appears that everything Mr. Stargazer said previously is likely true. Will he be able to assist me in altering my current circumstances? What must I sacrifice in return? Simultaneously, Ace and Sabo inhaled sharply, their attention drawn to the immense sphere slowly rotating beneath their feet. Could it be that the world is a colossal sphere? Is this truly the case? It is utterly astonishing. The young man named Lyon also stepped forward, exclaiming in astonishment, "How marvelous! Now I understand why this looks so familiar." That is the red Earth continent, and there lies the Grand Line. The waters that intersect and separate them are known as the Four Seas. Impressive. You possess such extensive knowledge. May I inquire, where is the East Sea? The area in the lower left is the East Sea. Well, to be candid. Lyon felt a twinge of regret. What a miscalculation. Ace and Sabo are merely 10 years old, still rather exuberant. I must never allow such young rascals to join again. The serious atmosphere I had painstakingly cultivated has been utterly disrupted by them. After a moment of contemplation, Lyon resolved to demonstrate some authority. It was imperative that these individuals held him in reverence. This way, his words would carry weight in the future. Under Lyon's mental command, the starlit sea began to swirl and churn with an intensity that startled Ace and the others. In an instant, before their very eyes, towering pillars of starlight emerged from the surrounding waters, culminating in a grand, transparent dome of starlight above. The liquid luminescence of the stars flowed and transformed upon the dome, as if harboring some profoundly arcane ultimate secret. The entire structure was magnificent, awe-inspiring, fantastical, and enigmatic, reminiscent of the palaces of deities from ancient legends. Beneath the starlit dome, amidst the swirling star mist, a long table of starlight appeared, flanked by 6 high-backed chairs of fantastical luminescence on each side. The backs of these 12 chairs sparkled with starlight, each dazzling star outlining mysterious constellations that corresponded with the celestial canopy above. This extraordinary and mysterious creation method surely transcends the capabilities of the devil fruit. Indeed, Mr. Starlight is a formidable being. Robin squinted her eyes, her conviction in Mr. Starlight's power deepening. How incredible! Ace and Sabo couldn't help but exclaim softly. The events that had just unfolded had left a profound impact on their young hearts. They instinctively became more restrained, their gasps growing noticeably quieter. Esteemed Mr. Starlight, your power is truly awe-inspiring. The little trumpet and Lyon feigned being startled, bowing and offering compliments. Lyon casually remarked, although you possess the potential to change the world, there are many like you. I must first ascertain whether you are worthy of shining beneath the starry sky. As his words echoed, Robin, Ace, and Sabo found themselves shrouded in a dense mist of stars, unable to see or hear one another. Lyon faced Robin alone and spoke with remarkable calmness. The child of the devil, the wielder of the flower fruit, the sole survivor under the O'Hara demon slaughter order. Nico Robin. With each utterance from Lyon, Robin's body quivered. The deepest secrets of his heart were laid bare, and beyond the terror of being seen through. Robin felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. A sorrowful smile crept across his face, tinged with a hint of resignation to his own woeful fate. Indeed. You know everything. Lyon sighed inwardly, reflecting on the tumultuous fate of Robin, which evoked a sense of compassion within him. However, this was not the moment for lamentation. He needed to continue his performance. Yet, such matters held little significance for me. What truly matters is this. Do you comprehend the essence of life? Do you yearn to truly live? Upon hearing Mr. Starry Sky's inquiry, a spark ignited in Robin's eyes, and with quivering anticipation, she fervently uttered, I long to survive. I desire to truly live. Please, guide me on my path. Lyon nodded and waved his hand. In an instant, Robin found himself seated upon a starlit chair. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Aquarius. Proceed to Donghai Rog Town, where a naval commander named Lyon awaits. He is the one who will alter the course of your destiny. Lyon does not intend to remain in the Navy for long. Therefore, Robin, who has been pursued by the world government since childhood and has struggled in the shadows, is undoubtedly a talent worth recruiting. However, the question of how to accommodate her requires careful consideration. Robin sat in a chair representing Aquarius. Lost in thought as information about the 12 zodiac signs inexplicably flooded her mind. I shall become the Aquarius beneath the starry sky. East Blue, Logtown, Navy Lieutenant, Lyon. The one who will alter my destiny. Meanwhile, Lyon unveiled a shocking revelation before Ace, the son of the Pirate King. He had always considered himself a descendant of demons, unworthy of existence. Poor D. Ace, is your sole ambition merely to surpass your father, Roger, and descend as the next Pirate King? Ace stood there, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Lyon immediately began to manipulate emotions. However, if your fate continues on this path, your closest kin will soon fall victim to your actions, one by one. What do you say? This is impossible. Ace questioned loudly, struggling to accept the reality. Lyon remained unfazed, speaking to himself. It is evident that you are still engulfed in confusion. At this juncture, you are not yet worthy of occupying this seat. However, do you wish to unravel this perplexity, to truly understand Roger, and alter the tragic fate of your kin? Ace bowed his head, clenching his fists, his heart a tumult of emotions. Regardless of the veracity of what the stars had proclaimed, he could not dismiss it. This matter not only pertained to himself, but also held the potential to affect Luffy's life, especially since Sabo had just recently passed away. Soon, Ace arrived at a resolution. Stating with solemnity, "I wish to." Lyon nodded. "The one who can alter your destiny resides in the East Sea, and it won't be long before you cross paths. Remember, he possesses a pair of extraordinary eyes." Ace nodded vigorously, etching these words deeply into his heart. "Sabo is no longer with us. My only remaining brother is Luffy, and I shall not allow him to perish because of me. The one who will change my fate, the one with the special eyes. Who could that be?" At the same time, Lyon gazed at Saber with an inscrutable expression and remarked, "Your fate appears dim. Death is not far off." Saber, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? I have only just set sail. How could this be?" "Ah, it seems I have been ambushed." Lyon continued, "Moreover, in the future, your closest brothers will meet a tragic demise. Ace, Luffy. No. How could they possibly die?" Sabo was in an utter state of panic, even more agitated than before. Lyon was quite pleased with Sob's reaction. He continued, "Yet fate is not immutable. Sob, do you wish to alter this tragic destiny and discover true freedom? Esteemed Mr. Starlight, please enlighten me on what I must do." Although uncertain of the veracity of the words spoken by the enigmatic and powerful Mr. Starlight, Sob could not afford to be negligent. As it concerned the life and death of his brother, he was even prepared to embrace the possibility of self-sacrifice. Lyon discerned Sabo's determination and with a serene smile remarked, "There's no need for anxiety. I shall slightly alter your destiny, allowing you to become a part of the Revolutionary Army. What you must focus on now is to strive for strength. The weak cannot affect any change." "The Revolutionary Army? Thank you. I comprehend." Noting that Mr. Stargazer made no excessive demands, Sabo quietly exhaled in relief. "I was merely overthinking, indeed, before such a powerful and enigmatic presence. A mere individual like myself is likely to be disregarded." Lyon waved his hand. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Leo." In an instant, Sabo found himself seated upon the starlit throne that represented Leo. Curiously, he touched the cool surface of the celestial chair, contemplating the newfound knowledge of the 12 zodiac signs swirling in his mind. The 12 zodiac signs, Leo beneath the starry sky. This shall be my identity here from now on. The starry mister is truly powerful and enigmatic. Could he possibly be the legendary deity? Chapter 9. The Establishment of the Starry Assembly. Once the conversation concluded, the mist that had separated the group dissipated simultaneously. Robin occupied the seat of Aquarius on the right, while Sabo settled into the position of Leo on the left. Lyon's trumpet was positioned next to Robin, seated in the right-hand seat of Gemini. Consequently, the trio initially drawn into the Sea of Stars by Lyon was reduced to Ace, who stood alone and desolate at the side. Absence of comparison breeds no harm. Although Ace was not particularly concerned about his seating arrangement, the palpable disparity in treatment left him feeling quite uneasy. Yet, Lyon found himself in a position of helplessness. Robin had always faced tremendous challenges, and thus, providing her with hope, coupled with a modicum of guidance, would render the transformation into his ally a feasible endeavor. As for Sabo, he was a concealed piece strategically placed within the Revolutionary Army by Lyon. Even if he ultimately failed to make a significant impact, he could facilitate a connection through Sabo and the Revolutionary Army. On the other hand, if Ace remained steadfast in his desire to become a pirate, it was destined that he and Lyon would not share the same path. While Lyon had admired Ace's character during his anime-watching days, this was a realm of reality, and he had no inclination to fawn over others mindlessly. Hence, before Ace conducted his own investigation, Lyon was reluctant to hastily incorporate him into the organization. The intention behind inviting Ace today was to sow a seed in his heart, laying the groundwork for future encounters. These thoughts briefly flitted through Lyon's mind. Subsequently, he maneuvered his trumpet, Gemini, to rise from its seat and bowed respectfully to Mr. Starry Sky. "Esteemed Mr. Starry Sky, your assistance has been invaluable to me. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a humble token of appreciation. I simply wish to know what form of recompense you desire." Lyon chuckled lightly, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Mr. Stargazer. As for the reward, it is unnecessary." However, Gemini insisted with a fervent demeanor, "I cannot accept the immense assistance from Mr. Stargazer without offering my gratitude. Please allow me the opportunity to express my thanks. Whether it be a Bailey or a renowned blade, I shall procure it for you, should you desire." Lyon shook his head and casually remarked, "These trivialities hold no significance for me. The Gemini, somewhat reluctant, inquired further, "What about the devil fruit? It is a treasure of the sea. I wonder if it might be of any use to you?" After a brief pause, Lyon chuckled softly. The devil fruit could indeed serve as a diversion. The Gemini seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That's splendid. Once I return, I shall prepare the devil fruit. However, how shall I present it to you?" Nearby, Robin and the others were momentarily taken aback. This Mr. Gemini is truly an honorable individual. He feels compelled to reciprocate after receiving assistance. Moreover, judging by his grandiose manner, he appears to be quite affluent. To think that the legendary devil fruit is merely a toy for Mr. Starlight's amusement. He is truly enigmatic and exceedingly powerful. Lyon fell silent for 2 seconds, then calmly addressed everyone present. "Upon your return, you need only prepare a secluded place and silently recite the incantation to offer the devil fruit as a sacrifice to me. The incantation is as follows: Lord of the Stars, who does not belong to this era, the mysterious sovereign beyond the world, the void emperor who governs fate." As Mr. Starry Sky intoned the spell, the starlit mist in the void rippled incessantly, and the entire sea of stars seemed to resonate with jubilant fervor. Is Mr. Starry Sky, who commands the fate of the cosmos, truly a deity? The onlookers, including Robin, were profoundly shaken. The mysterious incantation uttered by Mr. Starry Sky was nearly ineffable. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be sacred. Gemini, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance. I now understand." At that moment, Robin suddenly rose to her feet. "Mr. Starry Sky, in gratitude for your assistance, I too shall offer a devil fruit as a sacrifice. However, this will require some time." Not to be outdone, Sabo, who had been momentarily delayed, added, "I will do the same. Yet, I cannot ascertain when I shall procure a devil fruit." Lyon waved his hand nonchalantly. "No matter. It is, after all, not a matter of great significance." At this moment, Lyon was exceedingly pleased. This is precisely the exemplary leadership exhibited by the Gemini trumpet. As for the rewards, it is certainly inappropriate for the enigmatic and formidable Mr. Starry Sky to broach such a matter, as it would significantly diminish his esteemed presence. With the Gemini trumpet at hand, many matters I find difficult to articulate can be deftly addressed by the trumpet itself. This is the brilliance of a proxy. Observing Mr. Starry Sky's nonchalant demeanor, Robin and Sabo felt compelled to act with utmost diligence. They resolved to expedite their search for the devil fruit, hoping to present it as a tribute to Mr. Starry Sky. At that moment, Robin suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Mr. Starry Sky, will we be able to return here in the future?" On the surface, Lyon remained composed, yet internally he yearned to lift Robin and bestow upon her a fervent kiss. How wonderful! I was pondering whether to allow Gemini to broach this matter, considering how vivacious he has been today. If he were to initiate the inquiry, it might raise suspicions. "Robin, you are truly adorable." Gemini promptly concurred. "Mr. Starry Sky, I too believe that such gatherings are immensely beneficial. Each of us possesses unique experiences, insights, resources, and connections. Perhaps, at some point in the future, we could assist you with trivial tasks that you find inconvenient to undertake alone." Though Sabo remained silent, his expression mirrored that of agreement. From our current perspective, Mr. Starry Sky appears exceedingly benevolent, presenting little danger. Moreover, even if he harbored ill intentions, we would be unable to resist, and his formidable mystique might prove advantageous for my future. Only A stood dejectedly aside, resembling an outsider, enveloped in silence. After a brief contemplation, Lyon, under the anxious and expectant gazes of Robin and the others, smiled and proclaimed, "This was indeed my intention in bringing you into the sea of stars. I wish to witness the transformative changes you will instigate in the world and to behold the magnificent epic you will compose. However, at present, you are too weak to bear the weight of your destinies. Therefore, 3 years from now, I shall bring you back to the sea of stars, hoping that by then, you will have matured sufficiently." Robin and Sabo felt a tinge of melancholy, yet they were not overly disheartened. Although their return would be delayed for 3 years, it was far preferable to a flat refusal. Upon hearing the name Sea of Stars, Robin's eyes sparkled with delight. How beautiful a name it is, perfectly suited for this place. Since we are destined to gather in the Sea of Stars, and each of us possesses our own zodiac code, it seems we have inadvertently formed a clandestine organization. Perhaps we should name it the Starry Assembly? With this thought, Robin cautiously glanced at Lyon. "Mr. Starry Sky, would that be acceptable?" Lyon found it somewhat amusing. Robin, at merely 18, had not yet completely shed her youthful innocence, which contrasted starkly with the mature and knowledgeable persona she would eventually embody. Such trivial matters could easily be discussed amongst yourselves. Thank you. Robin felt a surge of excitement, as if she had finally discovered a sense of belonging and support. Her long-forgotten youthful spirit inadvertently resurfaced. She turned to Lyon, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "Mr. Gemini, what do you think of the name Starry Assembly?" Lyon, manipulating the Gemini trumpet, nodded and replied with a smile, "Quite splendid. It harmonizes beautifully with the enigmatic ambience here." Then, turning to Sabo, Robin inquired, "And what about you, Mr. Leo?" Sabo responded, "I have no objections. The name is quite melodious." Thus, in this relaxed atmosphere, the profoundly mysterious and immensely powerful celestial entity was established. Chapter 10, Celestial Tattoos. Lyon smiled as he observed the proceedings, and once the name of the Starry Assembly was established, he declared, "Very well, let us conclude this gathering." "As you wish." Lyon bowed gracefully, embodying the essence of Gemini. In response, Robin mirrored the gesture of Gemini, uttering, "As you wish." Saber followed suit, displaying a similar reaction. Ace hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. As Lyon skillfully controlled the sea of stars, guiding a few individuals back, he smiled and remarked, "Let us anticipate the gathering 3 years hence." The starlight surged like a tidal wave. Scarcely had Robin and his companions heard Mr. Stargazer's words when their figures were engulfed by the luminescence, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, only Lyon remained within the sea of stars. The Gemini trumpet, too, had just disappeared under Lyon's deft manipulation. Phew, acting is truly exhausting. Aspiring to be an exceptional performer is indeed a formidable challenge. Lyon was filled with profound emotions. Although the recent gathering was brief, he found himself meticulously contemplating each utterance. Even every expression and gesture required careful selection. Not to mention, aside from his own self, he had to simultaneously manage his Gemini persona. Were it not for the significant enhancement of Lyon's mental acuity, he might have doubted that this approach would inevitably lead him to a fractured psyche. Nevertheless, as it stands, the outcomes appear promising. It was not in vain that I expended 10,000 potential points to unlock the Sea of Stars. Casting another glance at the desolate expanse of the Sea of Stars, Lyon, under the guidance of his will, returned to the realm of reality. The familiar captain's quarters. The comforting sound of the waves. The warship continued to sway with the rhythm of the ocean, and everything that had just transpired felt like a fantastical dream. Lyon approached his desk and picked up the pocket watch he had previously placed there, confirming how much time had elapsed. After a brief comparison, he deduced that the passage of time in the Starry Sea and the real world was approximately 1-to-1. Reclining languidly on the soft suede couch, Lyon closed his eyes and rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. He felt utterly fatigued. My current mental attributes are still too low. My mental power is utterly insufficient. Merely pulling 3 moderately skilled individuals into the Starry Sea feels somewhat taxing. It seems I must focus on enhancing my mental attributes moving forward. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the impoverished district of Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna, Nico Robin lifted her head. She wiped away the traces of tears from her face, frowning as she recalled everything that had just transpired. Could it be merely a figment of my imagination? Shaking her head in resignation, the light in Robin's eyes dimmed, and she bitterly mocked herself. Indeed, a person as unfortunate as I cannot expect anyone to come to my rescue. Suddenly, Robin felt an unusual sensation in her chest. Her gaze fell downward, and she beheld mysterious starlight swirling between her breasts. Several luminous stars outlined an exquisitely intricate pattern resembling a water bottle. Before long, the starlight gradually faded. Between her breasts remained a beautiful and enigmatic Aquarius tattoo, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Recalling the information about the 12 zodiac signs that lingered in her mind, Robin's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Aquarius. I was not dreaming after all. Everything was real. The starry sky, the starry sea, the starry association. In the East Blue, Logtown, the Navy Colonel. Lyon, the one who can alter my fate. The sparkle in Robin's beautiful eyes shimmered as long-standing sorrow and confusion dissipated. She approached the window, gazing up at the sky, and bowed her head in gratitude, her eyes brimming with appreciation and exhilaration. "Mr. Starry Sky, thank you for your guidance. I shall soon journey to the East Blue in search of the one who can change my destiny." In a dense forest outside Windmill Village in the Goa Kingdom of the East Blue, Ace glanced at the distant sea before turning back to look at the still slumbering Luffy. He felt uncertain, Everything that just happened, was it a dream? But if it were a dream, why did it feel so real? Regardless, I will protect Luffy. Remembering the recent events, Ace irritably ruffled his hair. The starry sky. The one who can change my fate. Those peculiar eyes. Damn it. What on earth is happening? In a certain region of the East Blue. Aboard the Revolutionary Army's flagship, Sabo slowly opened his eyes, his body almost entirely wrapped in bandages. It seems I just had a dream. At that moment, an unusual sensation on the back of his hand captured Sabo's attention. It seemed as if starlight were shimmering there. Soon after the starlight flickered, a Leo tattoo, outlined by stars, appeared on the back of Sabo's left hand. This is Leo. Huh? What is Leo? Why do I know this name? Sabo's face was filled with confusion. Just then, a man with a fierce appearance and a grotesque tattoo entered the cabin. You have finally awoken. How does your body feel now? Looking at this utterly unfamiliar man, Sabo asked in a hoarse, weak voice, Who are you? Who am I? After resting his eyes for about an hour, Leon's mental state returned to normal. Rising from the couch and stretching his limbs, he exited the captain's cabin. The sea's waves had calmed considerably since before, and 2 warships were on their way back. On the deck outside the captain's cabin, within a 10-meter radius, not a soul was present. Hans was leading a squad of sailors on guard. This was the martial law Lyon had decreed before entering the Starry Sea. Lyon nodded contentedly at the naval officers. Stand down, he commanded. Yes, Colonel. The sailors saluted in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Lieutenant Hans stepped forward. Colonel, what are your orders? The bearded Hans approached. I intend to take a warship for a brief excursion. I entrust the responsibilities of Rog Town to you for the time being. Understood. Hans immediately saluted in compliance, though a look of hesitation lingered on his face. Lyon cast a sidelong glance at Hans and urged, Speak your mind. The colonel responded, The celestial dragons are currently visiting the kingdom of Goa. And now all naval branches in the East China Sea are exercising utmost caution to avoid any incidents. If you choose to go out now, rest assured. I am fully aware of my limits. Lyon interrupted Hans, fully aware of his true concerns. Hans was merely apprehensive about the potential repercussions of his righteous fervor during such a sensitive period. After all, the notorious nature of the celestial dragons is widely recognized. Furthermore, after his near-fatal encounter a year prior, Lyon's temperament had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him fiercely antagonistic towards evil. This change is precisely why Hans harbored such worries. However, Lyon was no fool. With his current status as mere cannon fodder in the Navy, why would he deliberately provoke the celestial dragons? Such a method of courting death was hardly sensible. This journey of Lyon is unrelated to the celestial dragons. He merely seeks to recruit some talented individuals he is aware of. Alas, apart from Hans, who shows promise, the rest of his subordinates are rather mediocre. A single tree cannot form a forest, thus, Lyon must prepare for the future. Additionally, he plans to visit Windmill Village to meet Ace, hoping to persuade him to join his ranks. After all, Ace is a prodigy who awakened his conqueror's haki at a young age. In terms of talent, he far surpasses Luffy. Lyon would undoubtedly feel regretful if he did not attempt to recruit such a remarkable individual. As for Ace's identity, a few adjustments to the documentation should suffice. In the original tale, had Ace not been so renowned, and the surname Portgasti not caught the attention of Admiral Sengoku, his true identity could have remained concealed indefinitely. Chapter 11. Rampaging pirates, 2 warships parted ways. Hans returned to Rogue Town with the majority of the Navy, while Lyon sailed south with a small contingent of elite troops. Just south of Rogue Town lies a picturesque and tranquil village known as Kokoyasi Village. However, this night, the peaceful existence of Kokoyasi Village was shattered by a band of intruders. At the dock outside the village, a multi-masted ship flying a black skull flag bobbed ominously in the dark waves, resembling a terrifying beast ready to devour its prey. A throng of pirates surged forth from the ship, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty, roaring as they charged toward Kokoyasi Village. Charge, you scoundrels! Pillage this village! Anyone who dares to resist shall be slain. These brazen pirates were quickly spotted by the vigilant guards. The urgent sound of alarm bells rang out, rousing the slumbering villagers into a frenzy. Men grasped their knives and clubs, while women hurriedly gathered the elderly and children, making for the village's security station, the safest refuge. The cacophony of battle cries mingled with the screams of women and children echoed throughout the village. The outskirts were teeming with the shadows of pirates, many homes having been ransacked and set ablaze, the flames illuminating the night sky. Although Belmere felt a sense of urgency, she maintained a calm exterior as she held the hands of Nojiko and Nami, urging them to run faster, while offering words of comfort and encouragement to the terrified girls. Nami, Nojiko, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. Just a bit further. As long as we reach the security station, we shall be safe. The pirates will only seek to loot and will not attack there. With Belmir's soothing reassurances, the young Nami and Nojiko felt somewhat reassured. However, their home was situated on the outskirts of the village, and how could Belmir possibly outrun the brawny pirates? Before long, they were confronted by a menacing pirate. Upon seeing the scarred face of the formidable pirate before her, Belmir's expression shifted drastically. She spread her arms protectively around Nami and Nojiko, forcing herself to remain calm. We have no valuables. Please, spare us. The scarred pirate sneered. Ha! You think I'll let you go just because you're penniless? We're blocked here by that damn blood-eyed butcher and cannot reach the Grand Line, so you'll do just fine to vent my frustrations on. Ha ha. Do you wish to know what sound a blade makes as it slices through flesh? Belmir's face drained of color as she desperately pleaded. I beg you, spare these children. Let me stay behind alone. No. Nami and Nojiko clung tightly to Belmir's clothing, crying out in terror. The scarred pirate reveled in the scene before him. Deliberately slowing his approach, inching closer to the trio, his voice laced with malice and delight. What a beautiful sound of weeping. Yes, just like that. Cry, scream. Ha ha. And then, perish. With a wicked grin, he raised his bloodied sword and ruthlessly struck at little Nami, intent on driving her protective mother to madness. For he relished the sight of others in pain and despair. No. Belmir screamed in desperation, lunging at the scarred pirate in a futile attempt to save her children. Only to be effortlessly kicked aside. As the blade hurtled toward her, 8-year-old Nami, tears streaming down her face, closed her eyes in despair. Am I to die? Mother, Nojiko. I do not wish to die. Someone, please save me. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed, yet Nami felt no pain. A severed arm holding a knife fell to the ground, the scarred pirate's eyes widening in disbelief. The agony of losing his arm struck him, but before he could scream, a powerful kick struck his chest. The sound of shattering bones resonated as the scarred pirate was sent flying like a ragged doll. Lyon retracted his foot and coldly remarked, Humph. The weak flaunting their power by wielding a blade against those even weaker. Yet, it is rare to encounter such repugnant scum among pirates like you. Just moments ago. From a considerable distance aboard the warship, Lyon witnessed the sky ablaze and billowing smoke rising ominously. Lyon, acutely aware that saving a life is akin to extinguishing a raging fire, hastened forward, leveraging his speed advantage. He arrived just in time to witness the scene of the scarred pirate, grinning menacingly as he displayed his ferocity. Lyon turned around. The coldness on his face dissipating as he smiled and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. There is no need to be afraid. Everything is all right now. Nami opened her eyes to find a tall and handsome naval officer standing before her, his expression radiating warmth and reassurance. At that moment, Belmir also rose from the ground, fear evident on her face as she embraced Nami tightly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Lyon. Thank you for saving Nami. Thank you, thank you. Lyon was somewhat taken aback by the sheer coincidence. Yet this was not the moment for idle chatter. Other matters could be addressed later. For now, they needed to hide. As the Navy was on the verge of arrival, no sooner had he spoken than Lyon dashed towards a nearby group of pirates. Without hesitation, Belmir seized Nami and Nojiko, urging them to flee towards the security office. She was determined to share the good news of the Navy's impending arrival with everyone. Meanwhile, Nami glanced back while running, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The scar-faced pirate lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The overwhelming sense of despair and the excruciating pain from his ruptured insides rendered him a mere shadow of existence, powerless to move even a finger, enduring a slow, torturous wait for death to liberate him. Soon enough, distant cries from pirates echoed through the air. The sound swelled, drowning out the screams of women and children. The clattering of overturned crates, and the hurried footsteps echoing through the streets, reaching the ears of the scar-faced pirate, along with all the other pirates and villagers. The Navy has arrived. A malicious smile crept across the scar-faced pirate's lips as he faced his demise, if he were to perish. He wished for his entire crew to meet the same fate. What a splendid end. The sudden uproar and shouts sent all the pirates into a frenzy, halting their actions as they exchanged glances, then fled in terror. The common folk were but sheep, the pirates were wolves, and the Navy were the armed hunters. These ordinary pirates, who were so ferocious in the presence of civilians, were utterly cowardly when confronted by the Navy. They had no regard for their pride. Kokasia village was not far from Rogue Town, a place notorious for the blood-eyed butcher. Who could say if the cruel fiend was among the approaching Navy? With Lyon's decisive action and the participation of his elite naval forces, the battle unfolded as a one-sided slaughter. This nameless pirate crew was swiftly annihilated without even stirring a ripple, leaving no survivors under Lyon's ruthless hand. A mere pirate crew. Too intimidated by Lyon's reputation to dare enter the waters of Rogue Town, naturally possessed no hidden power. Subsequently, Lyon ordered his navy to transport all the treasures from the pirate ship to Cocasia village. Under the incredulous gaze of the villagers, Lyon proclaimed loudly, "These are the supplies confiscated from the pirate ship. I intend to use them to assist the villagers affected by this assault. Who among you can take charge here?" At his words, the villagers turned their gazes towards a middle-aged man. He was lean, with a stern countenance, dressed in an old police uniform, adorned with a pinwheel on his hat. Without hesitation, this man stepped forward. "Greetings, esteemed Navy Commander. I am Lyon, the security officer of Cocasia village, and I can represent these villagers." Lyon nodded. "Excellent. I shall entrust these possessions to you at this moment. I will remain here for a day, and before my departure tomorrow, I expect you to distribute everything accordingly. I trust you comprehend my intentions." Lyon, with a grave expression, replied, "Rest assured, I shall handle these possessions with utmost fairness and will not exhibit any bias." After speaking, Lyon gazed into Lyon's distinctive crimson eyes and could not help but inquire, "May I ask, are you the esteemed Colonel Lyon who guards Rogue Town?" Chapter 12. The Whirlpool of Time. Upon hearing these words, the villagers of Cocasia widened their eyes in astonishment, and among the crowd, little Name flushed with excitement. Lyon cast a surprised glance at Lyon, not expecting to be recognized by a village constable. However, there was little about his identity to conceal. "Indeed, it is I." A wave of murmurs swept through the surrounding villagers. "What? He is the iron-blooded colonel from Rogue Town? He appears far too youthful. No wonder the pirates were no match for him." It turns out he was the one. Thanks to Colonel Lyon, our village of Cocasia was spared from disaster. He is simply remarkable. It is said that while Colonel Lyon is ruthless towards pirates, he shows great compassion towards us common folk. Now, it seems those rumors hold true. I too yearn to serve under Colonel Lyon in the Navy. Amidst the crowd, little Nami gazed longingly at Lyon and the Navy behind him, suddenly filled with a fervent desire. "I want to join the Navy to protect everyone." Before long, the next day arrived. Although Lyon's arrival was timely, Cocasia village suffered injuries to over a dozen villagers. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. With the pirate treasures provided by Lyon, the reconstruction and recovery efforts in Cocasia village proceeded smoothly, as Lyon managed everything with remarkable orderliness. Lyon took a stroll around Belmer's humble abode and observed that although the modest dwelling was arranged with warmth and charm, it could not conceal the age of the furniture and the starkness of a frugal life. "I hope I do not offend you." Belmer appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lyon waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. I have heard about your adoption of Noki and Nami. Your kindness is truly commendable. I understand you were once a member of the Navy?" Belmer cast a gentle glance at Noki and Nami. "Indeed. However, I have been retired for quite some time now, solely to raise these two children." After a moment of contemplation, Lyon retrieved 3 bundles of banknotes, each valued at 10,000. In the pirate world, 10,000 berries, when converted according to purchasing power, roughly equates to 1,000 yuan, with a ratio of approximately 10:1. Given that you were once part of the Navy and have taken in orphans from the war, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Here, take this sum of 3 million berries for the time being. "No, we cannot accept your money." Belmer's expression shifted dramatically. Before she could refuse, Lyon pressed the cash into her hands. "Do not decline. This money is not solely for you. It is also for these 2 children. While no amount of money can compensate for the suffering they endured during the war, it may improve your circumstances and allow them to thrive better." Belmer bit her lip, glancing at the frail Nami and Nojiko. Ultimately, she chose not to reject Lyon's assistance. "Thank you." Nami and Nojiko chimed in unison, their youthful voices ringing sweetly as they looked up at Lyon. "Very well, I must take my leave now. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in Rogue Town." Lyon smiled as he affectionately ruffled the hair of Nami and Nojiko, then gracefully turned to depart. However, he had not gone far when a petite figure hurried after him. It was Nami. "Excuse me, may I inquire if you are still recruiting for the Navy?" The brave 8-year-old Nami asked, summoning all her courage. Upon seeing the eager expression on her face, Lyon could not help but chuckle softly. "Of course. But Nami, you are still quite young. Joining the Navy is no trivial matter." Nami pouted defiantly. "I am not afraid of hard work. Besides, I can draw maps, cook, and— Lyon could not contain his laughter at the earnest little girl selling her talents. Haha. Nami, if in a few years you have not changed your mind, then come find me in Logtown. You promise? Then it's settled. Little Nami could hardly contain her excitement. Originally, Lyon had no intention of recruiting Nami. Considering her age of merely 8 years, she was far too young. Nevertheless, should Nami wish to join him, he would not refuse. After all, her maritime skills were remarkable, and she would undoubtedly grow into a dependable young woman. After Lyon departed, Nami joyfully leaped into Belle-Emery's embrace. Mama, when I grow up, I want to join the Navy. Belle-Emery furrowed her brow at this. Having once served in the Navy, she understood all too well that it was not merely a matter of words. Lacking sufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. Nami, being in the Navy is extremely perilous. You will have to confront pirates. Are you certain about this? Mama, I trust Lieutenant Lyon. I just made a promise with him that I will join his ranks when I am older. Then you must work hard. Reflecting on Lyon's recent departure, Belle-Emery felt a sense of relief. If Nami were to serve under a powerful yet kind-hearted figure like Lieutenant Lyon, she would feel much more at ease. Yes. Nami nodded vigorously. As the warship set sail from Kokoshiya village, Lyon cast a glance back at the village, which had suffered extensive damage from pirate attacks. His heart filled with complex emotions. I never anticipated that my arrival would trigger such a butterfly effect. Nami, who could have grown up safely, nearly lost her life to pirates just last night. It seems the so-called foresight diminishes over time. I must hasten to strengthen my abilities and master hockey. In the ensuing days, although the winds were favorable, the journey was not as smooth as anticipated. Lyon systematically eradicated several feeble pirate crews along the way and witnessed many villages laid waste, devoid of civilians, with orphans weeping for their lost families. This was Lyon's first comprehensive view of the East Blue, witnessing the rampant piracy, the decay of the world government, the depravity of the aristocracy, and the plight of the common folk, all unfolding before his eyes. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Compared to other seas, the East Blue harbored significantly fewer pirates. The circumstances in other waters must be even more dire. Following the death of the pirate king, Gold, Roger, the great pirate era had officially commenced, and it had been a full 12 years since. During this time, countless individuals driven to desperation by society, along with ambitious opportunists, had set sail, becoming part of the tumultuous tides of the great pirate era. The sudden surge in the number of pirates compelled the Navy to allocate substantial military resources from the four seas, primarily positioning their forces along the Grand Line, which was inundated with piracy. However, the resulting depletion of military strength in the four seas provided opportunities for many lesser pirates. Daunted by the Grand Line, they wreaked havoc locally, plundering civilians and causing untold bloodshed and tragedy. Amidst this chaos, the rulers of the kingdoms showed no inclination to protect their territories and citizens. Instead, they relentlessly exploited the populace, all while maintaining their extravagant lifestyles. The outcome was that many civilians, left with nothing after being robbed, were compelled to take desperate measures, transforming into the very pirates they had once loathed, thereby perpetuating a vicious cycle akin to a virus, swiftly turning the four seas into a breeding ground for piracy. In truth, many pirates were once kind-hearted civilians, but in this twisted world, survival often necessitated madness, yet once they succumbed to madness, stained with the blood of the innocent, returning to their former selves became nearly impossible. This was a fault of Roger's, a fault of the pirates themselves, but more so, it was a fault of the world government. The flames ignited by the pirate king, Gold, Roger, before his demise, had, at the cost of countless lives, begun to erode the foundations of the world government. When the people can no longer endure, it will signal the collapse of the edifice. Yet, as the decaying regime crumbles, countless casualties are inevitable. Whether they be navy, pirates, commoners, or nobles, all will be drawn into the maelstrom of this world-spanning era, either voluntarily or involuntarily. Lyon has grown weary of the reckless pirates and harbors a deep disdain for the decaying and inept world government. He is particularly averse to being dominated by a pack of foolish celestial dragons. Thus, he resolves to stir the winds of change. In this grand chess match within the world of One Piece, Lyon intends to be the master of the game. He seeks not to integrate himself into the ranks of pirates, the navy, the 7 warlords, the revolutionary army, the 4 emperors, or the world government. Rather, he aspires to become the sovereign of this realm. Chapter 13. Revolutionary Army in the Captain's Quarters. Lyon silently recited, the Master of the Stars, unbound by this era, the enigmatic ruler beyond the world, the Emperor of the Void, who commands fate. Familiar starlights surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, Lyon found himself in the sea of stars. Through the ever-shifting mists of the cosmos, he swiftly located his target, a colossal azure star embraced by several brilliant celestial bodies. After carefully assessing the star's position relative to his own, Lyon promptly returned to the material world. He issued orders to alter their course. Their next destination would be Frost Moon Village. "Aye, sir," replied the lieutenant. In the east blue at Frost Moon Village, a magnificent dragon-headed galleon lay quietly docked at the harbor. The wharf bustled with activity as numerous individuals labored to transport supplies onto the imposing vessel. The galleon displayed no distinctive flags, rendering its allegiance indiscernible. Its massive hull was divided into multiple levels, with an array of cannon ports that suggested a firepower surpassing that of most warships, an unmistakable deterrent to any would-be aggressors. Upon the bow of the ship stood the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, draped in a green hooded cloak, having remained in quiet contemplation for an extended period. Beside him stood an unusually large figure, whose features were grotesquely exaggerated, also clad in a hooded cloak. This was Ivankov, a prominent officer of the Revolutionary Army. "I never expected you to come all the way here for a remote nation in the East Blue. Does this place hold some special significance for you?" Dragon remained silent for a moment, refraining from answering Ivankov's inquiry. "This is a critical moment for the rise of the Revolutionary Army. We must not allow any mistakes. Though the Navy and world government in the East Blue are considerably weak, we cannot afford to be complacent." Suddenly, Dragon's brow furrowed, and he ceased his speech. Turning his gaze toward the distant sea, a warship emerged on the horizon. Ivankov followed his gaze, and upon seeing it, her expression shifted dramatically. "It's the Navy. How did they arrive here? Have they discovered our presence? Dragon, should we strike them down? If the Navy finds us, it would be disastrous." Just as Dragon was about to acquiesce to the notion of engagement, he observed the warship halting its advance. Subsequently, a small sailboat was launched from the warship and began to sail towards their location. Dragon narrowed his eyes. "Let us not rush. We shall first ascertain their intentions." "Very well. I will instruct the others to remain vigilant." Ivankov nodded and turned to depart. Lyon stood alone on the small sailboat. Gliding with the wind towards the distant colossal ship of Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, feeling a twinge of anxiety within him. By observing the positions of the stars in the celestial sea, he deduced the approximate location of the revolutionary leader and altered his course accordingly. In an effort to minimize provocation towards the revolutionaries and prevent any potential assaults on the warship, Lyon commanded a halt from a considerable distance and approached alone. Soon, the small sailboat drew near to the enormous vessel, and with a graceful leap, Lyon ascended to the towering bow. There, he beheld a mysterious man clad in a green hooded cloak, adorned with a peculiar tattoo on his left cheek, exuding an aura of menace. Lyon smiled lightly. "Greetings. I am Commander Lyon of Rogtown's Navy." Long's expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized Lyon, noting his youth and relatively modest strength, although there was something peculiar about his blood-red eyes. "As a naval commander from Rogtown, what brings you here?" "I have come to seek you out." "Seek me out?" "Indeed. I wish to discuss matters of revolution with you." At these words, Long's pupils constricted slightly, and he reevaluated this seemingly average and youthful naval commander. "Follow me." Moments later, in a quiet cabin, Lyon and Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, sat facing each other. "How did you learn of my whereabouts?" Long's gaze turned piercingly sharp, an overwhelming aura bearing down on Lyon. If this naval commander failed to provide a satisfactory answer, Long would not allow him to depart. To possess knowledge of Long's movements was to grasp the very lifeblood of the Revolutionary Army, a matter to be handled with utmost caution. Under the pressure of Long's formidable presence, Lyon felt a shiver run through him, cold sweat breaking out. Yet he gritted his teeth and spoke earnestly. "I cannot divulge too much regarding the specifics, but I bear no ill will towards you. I have arrived here under the guidance of a certain powerful individual. Please believe me. I assure you that my words are true. I was indeed guided here. And in the starry sea, I should be considered a formidable presence, perhaps." Not detecting any flaws in Lyon's demeanor, Long's sharp gaze softened slightly, his imposing aura diminishing. "A certain powerful individual? If this is the entirety of your explanation, then I regret to inform you that I cannot allow you to leave." Lyon helplessly raised his hands. "Well, I understand that my answer may be difficult for you to trust, but it is indeed the truth. Perhaps we should temporarily set aside this issue and discuss the revolution instead?" Dragon regarded Lyon coldly. "You wish to speak of revolution? As a naval commander, how much do you truly know about us?" Lyon responded, "I do not possess extensive knowledge about your cause. Yet I am aware that you fight for the freedom of the people, and your ultimate aim must be to overthrow the celestial dragons as well, correct? This aligns with one of my own objectives. Oh? Dragon's expression finally shifted. He appeared visibly astonished that a naval officer would share the goal of toppling the celestial dragons. Lyon continued, "You are not the only ones who perceive the profound darkness of this world. I am also among those who do. Thus, upon learning of your efforts to rescue the impoverished citizens of the Goya kingdom, I felt compelled to come before you. Then what precisely do you wish to discuss regarding this revolution? I speak of ideas." Ideas? Indeed, ideas. While brute strength and the powers of the devil fruits may enhance a person's physical form, it is ideas that fortify the spirit and intellect. When the torrent of ideas sweeps across everything, the transformation of the world becomes irreversible. Dragon furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then straightened his posture and solemnly inquired, "Please elaborate on the nature of the ideas you are referring to." Lyon sat upright, his countenance adorned with an expression of profound reverence and solemnity. This was a magnificent ideology proposed by a certain great leader, centered around the people. The conversation between the two lasted a full day. Under Long's command, this cabin was under strict surveillance, forbidding anyone from approaching. Ivanov and the other Revolutionary Army officers, though perplexed, complied with the orders with a sense of gravity. Thus, apart from Long and Lyon, no one was privy to the specifics of their discourse. At that moment, within the cabin, Long's gaze towards Lyon had transformed from one of coldness and suspicion to one of eagerness and admiration. "Lyon, are you truly not considering returning to the Revolutionary Army headquarters with me? Given your talents, remaining in the Navy is an utter waste." Lyon shook his head gently, declining with subtlety, "I have my own plans. Moreover, what I have proposed is merely the thoughts of that great individual. Whether they are applicable to the Revolutionary Army or the common people remains for you to practice and explore yourselves." A look of regret crossed Long's face. "Very well. It is a pity that I will not have the fortune to meet the illustrious figure you speak of. His wisdom and ideas have greatly benefited both myself and the entire Revolutionary Army." Lyon recalled a matter he had mentioned the previous night and couldn't help but remind. "By the way, about that task I entrusted to you? Rest assured, I have been monitoring that individual for quite some time. If you manage to locate her, the subsequent steps shall be entrusted to us." As he spoke, Long handed Lyon a peculiar encrypted communication device. The Dragon ship swiftly departed Frost Moon Village after completing its resupply. Currently, the Revolutionary Army remained in a phase of stealthy growth, necessitating utmost discretion in all their movements. On board, Long summoned the Revolutionary Army officials. "Immediately notify the Intelligence Department in the East Sea. I must acquire all pertinent information regarding Navy Lieutenant Lyon of Logtown as swiftly as possible." "Yes," responded the intelligence officer without hesitation. Ivankov, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Dragon, is there an issue with that Navy lieutenant? Why did you let him go just now?" Long shook his head. "He and the individuals behind him do not appear to be our adversaries. However, caution is never unwarranted. I must ensure the safety of the entire Revolutionary Army." He then surveyed the assembled revolutionary officials and solemnly commanded, "Promptly inform all cadres dispersed across the seas, except for those few unable to extricate themselves. Everyone must abandon their current tasks and return to headquarters immediately." Ivankov gasped in astonishment. "What? Dragon, what are you planning? Does this relate to that previous fellow?" Long nodded affirmatively. Chapter 14. The One Heart Dojo. Shortly after the departure of the Revolutionary Army, Lyon set foot on the soil of Frost Moon Village alone. In truth, Lyon held little faith in the Revolutionary Army, even if they mastered the art of dragon slaying and were guided by progressive ideologies. Their influence over the lower strata of society would be gradual. The upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army would not see significant improvements in combat effectiveness in the short term. In the world of One Piece, the decisive factor in determining victory is not the number of participants but the might of their fists. The world government has stood firm for 8 centuries, setting aside hidden trump cards. The openly known Navy far surpasses the Revolutionary Army in strength. However, with a more formidable Revolutionary Army drawing the attention of the world government, Lyon would be able to orchestrate his plans without attracting undue scrutiny. Moreover, he could use the Revolutionary Army as a means to probe the hidden powers of the world government. Frost Moon Village boasts a natural harbor, frequented by numerous vessels for resupply, allowing its inhabitants to enjoy a relatively prosperous life. In the backdrop of the Great Pirate Era, the only safeguard against pirate incursions for Frost Moon Village is a sufficiently robust force, and the renowned One Heart Dojo stands as the village's strongest martial institution. Lyon casually inquired at the dock and soon gathered a wealth of information regarding the Ichin Shin Dojo. The dojo enjoys a formidable reputation in the locality, and its proprietor, Gungshiro, is reputed to possess a commendable temperament. In addition to managing the Ichinshin dojo, Gungshiro is also a prominent landowner, with the sprawling rice paddies surrounding the dojo largely falling under his ownership. Possessing martial prowess, prestige, and wealth, Gungshiro can be regarded as a local magnate. Lyon strolled along the country path for a short while before encountering the Isen dojo, nestled just outside Frost Moon Village. Amidst a vast expanse of lush, undulating rice fields, there stood an ancient courtyard adorned with azure bricks and white tiles. Through the courtyard's enclosing walls, the rhythmic shouts of disciplined training could be distinctly heard emanating from within. Upon directly visiting to express his intentions, Lyon was met with a somewhat astonished yet courteous reception from a robust man clad in a kimono, who then guided him into the courtyard. At the heart of the courtyard lay a spacious hall, where a dozen children of varying ages, donned in uniform training attire, wielded bamboo swords, meticulously repeating fundamental swordsmanship movements under the supervision of a middle-aged man. Among this group, a small boy with green seaweed-like hair stood out conspicuously, alongside a strikingly graceful black-haired girl positioned at the forefront. The arrival of an unfamiliar naval officer momentarily diverted the children's attention, causing several of them to falter in their sword-swinging motions. Upon noticing Lyon's naval commander uniform, the middle-aged man, known as Kai Shur, appeared momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, clapped his hands, and addressed the training children. "All right. Continue with your practice, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult Kuina." He then turned to Lyon, his expression calm, and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed naval officer?" Lyon gazed at the gentle middle-aged man before him, who was clad in a kimono, donned round spectacles, and sported a low ponytail, with his eyes partly closed. The man appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any semblance of a formidable presence. At first glance, he seemed less like a powerful dojo master and more akin to a mild-mannered teacher. Yet, Lyon remained cautious. One could not ascertain whether this individual was deliberately concealing his prowess. A man capable of running a dojo as vibrant as his must surely possess strength. "I have come to discuss a matter with you," Lyon replied. Keisher nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Then please, follow me." After their departure, the children who had been training immediately began to whisper amongst themselves, speculating about Lyon's identity as a naval officer. Only Zaro and Kuina remained steadfastly focused on their training, impervious to the distractions around them. In a tranquil room, Lyon and Keisher sat facing each other. Lyon spoke candidly. "Without any preamble, I am Captain Lyon of the Navy from Rock Town, and I wish to take Guena with me." The hand of Kung Shiro trembled abruptly, and the gentle smile that had graced his face vanished in an instant. "She is my daughter," he retorted. "I am aware of that, however. Her talent and swordsmanship are quite remarkable. I wish to recruit her under my command for further development." King Shiro's eyes, previously narrowed, widened slightly as he frowned, scrutinizing Lyon, seemingly pondering something. Sensing the tension in the air, Lyon offered a reassuring smile and added, "Of course, I do not intend to force Guena to join the Navy. I merely wish to extend an invitation to her. But as her father, it is imperative that I first discuss this matter with you." Hearing the goodwill underlying Lyon's words, King Shiro's eyes narrowed once more, and a gentle smile returned to his face. "I see. But Guena is only 11 years old and a girl at that. What is it about her that has captured the attention of a Navy captain such as yourself?" Lyon did not directly respond to Gungshiro's inquiry. Instead, he referenced another matter. "I have just disembarked from that ship at the port and had an engaging conversation with their leader, Dragon. Therefore, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Guena." Why did the Revolutionary Army specifically choose to replenish supplies in Frost Moon Village? From where did those supplies originate? The only individual in Frost Moon Village with such strength and resources is none other than Gungshiro, who stands before Lyon. He is one of the clandestine benefactors supporting the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Lyon mention the Revolutionary Army, Gungshiro's expression shifted. He gazed intently at Lyon and asked, "Are you one of them?" Lyon shook his head, stating, "I have not joined them, but I share a friendship with Dragon." Although he did not receive the anticipated answer, Gungshiro's originally stern expression noticeably softened. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "If you can persuade Guena, I shall not oppose this matter. However, you must ensure her safety." Upon realizing that Gungshiro did not outright reject his proposal, Lyon finally breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly assured him, "You need not worry. I have always held the lives of my subordinates in high regard." The notion of recruiting Guena had long been on Lyon's mind. In the original narrative, whether Guena was truly dead or merely feigned her demise to join the revolutionary army was inconsequential to Lyon. What truly mattered was that Lyon's followers were utterly lacking in capability. Although Hans handled matters with composure and experience, his strength was inadequate. The other Navy members, despite their diligent training, were severely lacking in talent. There is a somewhat harsh yet often true saying from Lyon's previous life: talent determines a person's ceiling, while effort determines their floor. This adage resonates deeply in a world overrun by formidable pirates. With these thoughts in mind, Lyon made his way toward the dojo's main hall, with Gung Shiro silently trailing behind him. Gung Shiro regarded Lyon, who sought to take his daughter away, with a disapproving demeanor. His willingness not to oppose Lyon was merely a concession made in consideration of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon. Lyon approached the graceful young girl, who was diligently wielding her sword in the hall, and a warm, charming smile graced his face. Guena, do you aspire to become the world's strongest swordsman? Guena furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Lyon, choosing not to respond impulsively. Lyon remained indifferent to this, continuing, I am acquainted with many renowned sword masters, and my own swordsmanship is formidable. Do you wish to advance further in the art of the sword? Do you seek to challenge those long-established warriors? Indeed, I am aware of them, although they do not know me, Lyon silently added in his heart. After a brief pause, he noticed the evident interest in Guena's eyes and further enticed her. If you are willing to join my ranks, all of this shall be within your grasp. I will provide you with the finest training environment, nurturing you into a true swordsman. Oh, by the way, your father has already consented to this arrangement. Now it awaits only your response. Father has agreed? Guena turned to glance at the visibly uncomfortable Gung Shiro behind Lyon. Gung Shiro reluctantly nodded, confirming his approval. Guena felt a stirring in her heart, yet after a moment of contemplation, she replied, If you desire me to accompany you, you must first defeat me. Very well. It is settled. Lyon immediately consented. Is this a jest? If Lyon cannot even best an 11-year-old girl at present, he might as well retire to bed early. Ahem. Of course, we shall not consider the likes of Big Mom, who obliterated the giant village at the tender age of 5 and vanquished the heroic giants in an instant. Chapter 15. Guena's thoughts were rather straightforward. Since her father had given his approval, it implied that this individual was trustworthy. Remaining at the one-mind dojo would likely confine her swordsmanship to the limitations imposed by her gender, preventing her from becoming the most formidable swordsman. Moreover, this naval officer appeared to be a decent person, and the conditions he proposed were quite alluring. However, for her to serve him, he must at the very least be superior to her. Guena was resolute in her ambition to become the strongest swordsman and would not deign to serve beneath someone weaker. Witnessing the swift agreement between Lyon and Guena to determine the outcome through combat left everyone at the dojo both astonished and eager. Among the crowd, Zaro furrowed his brow. If Guena loses to this Navy officer, she will depart with him. But I have yet to best Guena. If she leaves the dojo, will I ever have the chance to challenge her again? I may never defeat her. With this thought, Zaro called out to Guena, Hey, Guena, don't lose to this guy before I have the chance to defeat you. The other children at the dojo snapped back to attention, for Guena was their senior, and they rallied to support her. Go, Guena. You are the strongest swordsman among us. Defeat this Navy officer. You must win. You're so strong. You will surely triumph. Lyon and Guena each retrieved a training bamboo sword from the side for their sparring session. With a swift motion, Lyon waved a lightweight bamboo sword in his hand. Feeling a certain awkwardness, in comparison to his own blade, the training swords wielded by these children were decidedly too light. Estimating her strength, Guena likely won't be too formidable. I must be cautious not to injure her during our bout. Guena raised her bamboo sword with both hands and in a solemn tone asked, Are you ready? Observing Guena's earnest demeanor, Lyon responded sincerely, I am prepared. As I am older than you, you may initiate the attack. Guena nodded, accepting the challenge without hesitation. Gripping her bamboo sword tightly, she lunged forward with a burst of speed. Quite impressive, Lyon mused inwardly. With a swift arc, Guena executed a diagonal slash aimed at Lyon's side. However, with a decisive movement, Lyon intercepted her strike mid-air. Her strength is commendable for her age, certainly surpassing that of the average sailors under my command, Lyon acknowledged silently. The ease with which he blocked her best attack caused a flicker of surprise on Guena's face. Almost immediately, the tempo of her assaults escalated dramatically as she unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes targeting Lyon's neck, side, chest, and arms. Yet, to Lyon's observation, these frantic attacks appeared almost languid, as if time had slowed under the gaze of his Sharingan, and he effortlessly evaded each one, while her speed has significantly increased. Her power remains lacking. It seems Guena's primary shortcoming lies in her physical conditioning, Lyon deduced after exchanging several blows. Now, it is my turn to strike, he declared. As he transformed his previously defensive stance into an offensive thrust, the bamboo sword darting towards Guena's wrist like a striking serpent. The speed of Lyon's thrust was not particularly swift. Under normal circumstances, Guena would have been able to defend against it. However, as she attempted to evade and block, she discovered that the bamboo sword slithered towards her like a serpent, artfully circumventing her defenses while simultaneously obstructing her evasive maneuvers, ultimately landing with remarkable precision upon her wrist. With a sharp crack, Guena's wrist went numb, causing the bamboo sword to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. I concede, Guena admitted her defeat with composure. Yet her curiosity was piqued by the peculiar swordsmanship Lyon had just displayed. May I inquire what sword technique you just employed? Ah, this is a thrusting technique suited for those lacking in strength. With a smile adorning his face, Lyon spoke with a faint seriousness. In truth, the recent thrust was merely a result of his Sharingan's keen perception, allowing him to deftly evade Guena's defenses while simultaneously nullifying her evasive maneuvers. As for the so-called assassination swordsmanship, that was nothing more than Lyon's fanciful fabrication. However, to his astonishment, Guena took his whimsical claims at face value. Assassination swordsmanship? Suitable for those lacking in strength. Might I learn it? Lyon's smile suddenly became somewhat stiff. You wish to learn? I shall teach you. At that moment, refusing would undoubtedly tarnish his image, so Lyon could only grit his teeth and acquiesce. Thank you. Guena appeared exceedingly delighted. Kingshira regarded Lyon with a puzzled expression. With his keen eye for swordsmanship, he could easily discern that the technique Lyon had just executed was far from polished. Resembling more of a spontaneous reaction. Could it be that this was a newly developed sword technique? Kingshira pondered, concluding that this was the only plausible explanation. After all, this Lyon was a friend of dragons and a high-ranking naval lieutenant. Surely he would not speak without basis. Just then, Zaro unexpectedly stepped forward from the crowd. Clenching his fists, he cast a glance at Guena before addressing Lyon with an air of bravado. Hey, are you still accepting students? Guena is the opponent I wish to challenge. One day, I shall defeat her. Humph. That audacious fellow who has already lost to me 2,000 times speaks with such arrogance. Guena retorted sarcastically in response to Zaro's words. Lyon glanced at Zaro, whose height barely reached Guena's chest, and shook his head. You are too small now. Come back to me in Rogue Town once you have grown and earned Mr. Yagu's recognition. Zaro declared loudly, all right. I will be there soon. Guena, wait for me. Next time, I will definitely not lose to you. Then I shall await you. You have already lost to me 2,000 times, Guena retorted lightly, provoking Zaro to grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. I will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. I absolutely cannot lose to her again. At the dock outside Frost Moon Village, the disciples of the Yagu dojo gathered to bid farewell to Guena. In the center of the crowd, Yagu Shiro opened a box and presented a long sword to Guena. Its hilt and sheath adorned in white, simple yet elegant, seemingly ordinary. This is the Wadakamanji, Guena exclaimed in surprise. Though this heirloom blade, one of the 21 great swords, was destined to be hers, she was merely 11 years old, and her father had entrusted it to her so early. Yagu Shiro opened his eyes, which had been slightly squinted, revealing a sincere smile as he carefully advised, Guena, you will soon venture into the world. Remember to be cautious in all matters and to protect yourself. Father Guena's voice choked slightly as she accepted the Wadakamanji, revealing a rare affection for her father. Though she was his only daughter, Shiro had treated her equally with the other children at the dojo, offering no special attention in daily life or training. Additionally, as a traditional and stern parent, he seldom expressed concern for Guena, resulting in a somewhat distant and estranged relationship between them. Yet, regardless of their interactions, the bond between father and daughter remained unchanged, and as they parted, Guena finally felt her father's love. After a moment's hesitation, Shiro reached out to gently tousle her hair. Well then, since you have decided to become the strongest swordsman, pursue that path with determination. But if you grow weary, do return for rest. The Yagu dojo will always be your home. Understood, father. Guena nodded vigorously, wiping her nose. This time, she refrained from adding any formal honorifics after her father's title. The warship slowly departed from the harbor. From the distant dock, Zaro, who had remained silent during the farewell, suddenly shouted, Guena, when we meet again, I will definitely win against you. Humph. When we meet again, I absolutely will not lose to you, you fool. Guena muttered as she looked back from the ship. Chapter 16. king of the near seas. The vast ocean shimmered under a tranquil sky, heralding a beautiful day. At the bow of the warship, Lyon stood with his hands clasped behind him, accompanied by a small figure named Kuina trailing closely behind. Lyon wore a bitter expression. Having casually boasted earlier, he found himself taken seriously by Kuina. Now, the two had unequivocally established a master-disciple relationship. Lyon could only strain his mind to recall the various theories and discussions on swordsmanship from his past life, sorting through them to extract reliable content he could impart. After a considerable time, Lyon finally asked in a solemn tone, "Kazuki, are you aware of the distinction between a knife and a sword?" "The distinction between a knife and a sword. I humbly seek your guidance, master." Kazuki furrowed her brow in contemplation but did not provide an answer. Lyon began to articulate some insights gleaned from his past life. The sword is light and agile, while the blade is heavy and forceful. What you have been practicing thus far is the art of the blade, not that of the sword. The blade relies on powerful slashes, demanding considerable physical strength. In contrast, swordsmanship is more comprehensive. It emphasizes thrusts, with strikes as swift as a tempest, necessitating agility and nimble footwork. A few slashes cannot compare to a precise thrust aimed at a vital point. Before delving into the true art of the sword, it is imperative to understand human anatomy. Discerning which areas to target to subdue an opponent and which to strike to deliver a fatal blow. You must be clear on these distinctions. Under Lyon's guidance, Kuina found herself captivated by this novel knowledge of swordsmanship, her eyes shimmering with the allure of a newly unveiled world. As he concluded, Lyon turned to Kuina, his expression grave, and proclaimed, "This is how I perceive the art of the sword, which I shall name the art of assassination. However, I will impart only the theoretical aspects of this art for your contemplation. Beyond the fundamental training in swordsmanship, you must seek to hone your skills in real combat, discovering the style that truly resonates with you." Kuina bit her lip, a hint of defiance in her voice as she inquired, "But, master, why do you not impart your own swordsmanship to me? Is it because my aptitude is lacking? I have yet to fully grasp my own swordsmanship. How could I possibly teach you at this stage?" Inwardly, Lyon muttered a remark, then spoke earnestly. "Kuina, every individual is unique. You must first comprehend your strengths and weaknesses, and then seek the swordsmanship that best suits you through practical experience. Always remember this. The swordsmanship that is most fitting for you is the strongest swordsmanship." As Kuina murmured these words, she fell into deep contemplation. At the Isen dojo, Kuina had diligently followed Gunshiro's teachings, practicing her swordplay with strict adherence, never considering what type of swordsmanship would truly resonate with her. However, today, her newly appointed teacher informed her that instead of imparting techniques, he would encourage her to discover her own path. Gradually, a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in Kuina's eyes as the previously stifled, myriad novel ideas began to surface. Moments later, with the shadows of doubt dissipated, Kuina declared with fervor, "Teacher, I understand now. I shall undoubtedly find the swordsmanship that best suits me, and strive to become the world's strongest swordsman." Lyon nodded with an expression of calm, feeling a profound sense of relief within. "Phew. Fortunately, I racked my brains to concoct a theory of swordsmanship from my past life, and I managed to deceive this fortunate apprentice. But what has she comprehended?" The following days of navigation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with encounters of relentless pirates being notably scarce. This left Lyon, who had initially hoped to harvest additional potential points, feeling somewhat regretful. Soon, they would reach the port of the Kingdom of Goya, not far from which lay a place of wonder known as Windmill Village. Windmill Village. It was a locale where one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, had once lingered. The son of the pirate king, Roger, also grew up here. The future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, had spent time in this very place. Moreover, it was the hometown of Navy hero Garp, the future pirate king Luffy, and the revolutionary leader Dragon. To encapsulate this in a Chinese proverb, Windmill Village is indeed a convergence of extraordinary talents and auspicious energy. A place where the very essence of the earth must harbor dragon veins. It is a rare gem of geomantic fortune, suitable for eternal rest. As Lyon's thoughts began to wander, the once tranquil sea ahead of the warship suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves. A colossal and shadowy figure surged rapidly from the depths, drawing closer to the vessel. With a tremendous splash, the head of an enormous sea serpent burst forth from the surf. Its head was the size of several locomotives, and its body stretched nearly 100 meters in length. This gigantic serpent reared its head, its blood-red eyes fixed upon the warship, unleashing a thunderous roar. Yet, after the initial shock, the Navy personnel aboard the warship remained unfazed. Rather, they were imbued with a sense of excitement and anticipation. They all believed that with Lieutenant Colonel Lyon present, This sea serpent posed no significant threat. Lyon gazed at the formidable sea serpent before him. A creature of considerable size yet merely classified as a small sea king, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. This is the near sea king that severed the arm of the Yonko Shanks. However, after the initial shock subsided, Lyon couldn't help but contemplate with a hint of mockery. If the near sea king can incapacitate a Yonko's arm, then if I were to vanquish it, would that not imply my prowess is sufficient to overpower a Yonko? Drawing his blade, Lyon leaped towards the near sea king, a playful smirk adorning his face. Guena, feeling a surge of anxiety, clenched her small fists tightly. Her gaze filled with concern as she watched her mentor's retreating figure. She was the sole individual aboard the warship to feel such trepidation. For this was her first encounter with a creature so immense and otherworldly. The near sea king, observing Lyon's advance, exhibited a surprisingly human-like disdain in its gaze. It opened its maw, revealing a formidable array of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged at Lyon with ferocious intent. Although Lyon was suspended in midair, he remained utterly composed. To him, the Sea King's attacking movements were riddled with flaws. With a thunderous crack, he forcefully propelled his right foot against the air, and like an arrow, Lyon soared upwards, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the Sea King. Lyon executed one of the 6 forms, the moonwalk, with a resounding thud. He adjusted his angle and propelled himself through the air, reaching the robust neck of the near Sea King in an instant. With a swift motion, his blade sliced through like lightning, and he sheathed it with precision. The near Sea King blinked in bewilderment, its head gradually tilting and then sliding off its neck. Gushing blood swiftly stained the surface of the sea. Upon slaying the near Sea King, a notification appeared, 3,000 potential points acquired. Lyon's eyes widened in astonishment. 3,000 potential points. How could there be so many? He had dispatched numerous small Sea Kings before, but the highest reward had only been a few hundred points. The near Sea King's strength was not vastly superior to those smaller Sea Kings. The only distinction lay in its more formidable reputation and notoriety. Reputation? Notoriety? Could these factors be influential? If so, might identity and status also impact the acquisition of potential points? As he pondered, a bold thought suddenly blossomed in Lyon's mind. What if I were to slay a king or a celestial dragon? How many potential points would I gain? This seemed a question worthy of contemplation. Chapter 17. Who are you? After a moment's reflection, Lyon regretfully shook his head. Not feasible. He had arrived aboard a warship, and many were aware of his whereabouts. Setting aside the question of success, if a king or a celestial dragon were assassinated shortly after his arrival, Lyon would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. To execute such an act, one would need not only sufficient strength but also an irrefutable alibi. Leaping back onto the warship, Lyon issued commands to the surrounding navy as usual. Procure materials from this sea creature. Let us treat ourselves today. Yes, Commander. The sailors beamed with delight. The reason was simple. Although sea kings posed a danger, their flesh was exquisitely delectable and richly nutritious, a rare delicacy even the nobility of ordinary nations could seldom savor. This time, they could indulge once more. At that moment, Kuina, her cheeks flushed from the earlier spectacle, approached Lyon. Teacher, how did you move through the air like that? It was amazing. Can I learn it? Observing her eager expression, Lyon smiled and replied, What I just used was the moonwalk, one of the 6 forms. This technique transcends human physical limits, but your current physique is insufficient for training. I will teach you in due time. Okay, teacher. Although Kuina felt a twinge of disappointment, she nodded understandingly. Each of the 6 forms possessed unique characteristics, yet their underlying principles were not complex. In the original story, Luffy had only needed to observe once to master them. Due to his prioritization of agility, Lyon swiftly mastered the techniques of paper drawing, shaving, and moonwalking. As for the other techniques, storm kick, finger spear, and iron block, Lyon currently finds himself at a loss. Shortly after vanquishing the Sea King, the warship docked at the port of the Kingdom of Goya. When inquired, they merely stated that they were in pursuit of pirates and had come here for a brief respite. Lyon casually instructed and donned a black outfit before departing alone. He wished to keep his meeting with Ace a secret for the time being. The Kingdom of Goya, immaculate and lauded as the most beautiful nation of the Eastern Sea, has effectively banished all forms of ugliness. Within its borders, the social classes are distinctly segregated. As for those deemed societal refuse by the aristocracy, they are utterly ostracized and expelled beyond the kingdom's confines. Outside the towering walls of Goya, the uncertain remnants of a once blazing fire have long since extinguished, leaving behind vast expanses of ash and freshly discarded refuse. A few recently impoverished citizens rummaged through the debris in search of anything of value. Just over a fortnight ago, It was from this very place that the revolutionary forces rescued a multitude of destitute souls amidst the inferno. Lyon cast a glance at the nearby ashes, then shifted his gaze to the newly emerged refused and impoverished souls, muttering mockingly to himself, "The most beautiful country in the East Sea? TSK, TSK. He traversed the uncertain terminus and made his way towards the nearby forest. Having already inquired about the location of Windmill Village at the dock, he knew he could reach it by simply crossing through the woods of the Galbo Mountains. Lacking the awakened observation hockey, Lyon could only rely on his naked eye to search the vicinity. Finding Ace amidst the vast expanse of forested mountains was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he resolved to gather information about Ace in Windmill Village first. At the Windmill Village Tavern, with a creak, Lyon pushed open the wooden door of the tavern and stepped into the clean and cozy establishment. The tavern owner was a gentle and beautiful young woman named Marquino. Upon seeing a customer enter, Marquino greeted him with a radiant smile reminiscent of sunshine. "Welcome. What can I get for you? Please serve me a glass of sparkling rum." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Lyon surveyed his surroundings and noticed that aside from the proprietress, there were only two rugged patrons in the bar. Marquino slid a large glass of golden, effervescent rum in front of Lyon. "Here it is, the sparkling rum you desired." Lyon smiled at Marquino and said, "Thank you. May I inquire about someone?" Marquino, with a cautious demeanor, replied, "Who would you like to inquire about?" Lyon continued, "I wish to know the whereabouts of Ace." A brief silence enveloped the bar as Marquino regarded Lyon with a serious gaze. "What business do you have with Ace?" Lyon gently swirled the glass of wine in his hand, observing the golden bubbles rise and pop. With an enigmatic expression, he remarked, "It concerns his family." "Ah? Are you perhaps Ace's father?" Marquino couldn't help but exclaim softly, covering her mouth. Yet, upon glancing at Lyon's youthful visage, her certainty wavered. Ahem, Lyon nearly spilled his drink. And with a wry smile, he remarked, "Do I appear to be that old?" "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Marquino repeatedly expressed his regret. Lyon waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Ace, and I can perceive your evident concern for him." Magino smiled gently. "I have always regarded Ace and Luffy as my younger brothers. Since you are connected to Ace's family, please follow me. I am certain that Ace will be overjoyed to see you." What a kind and gentle woman. No wonder that red-haired Shanks would venture to the East Blue, hoping for a smooth reunion with Ace. Lyon raised his glass and consumed the golden liquid in one swift motion, countless fine bubbles fizzing and bursting within his mouth, while the rich aroma of the wine enveloped his palate. Pressing a banknote beneath the glass and pushing it back, Lyon exclaimed, "The wine is exquisite, and you are delightful." "Thank you," Margino replied with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, under Margino's guidance, Lyon arrived at a secluded dwelling nestled deep within the Gorbu Mountains. The location was exceptionally concealed, and the surrounding terrain was exceedingly intricate. Outsiders would find it nearly impossible to locate without prior knowledge of the path. This was the residence of Ace, the lair of the Gorbu Mountain Bandit, the stronghold of the Dayton family. The arrival of Lyon and Marquino was immediately noticed by the bandits in the area. The robust Dayton scrutinized Lyon with a few glances before addressing Marquino loudly. "Marquino, didn't you just come by a few days ago? What brings you here again? And who is this fellow?" Just as Marquino was about to respond, Lyon stepped forward and declared, "I am here to find Ace." "Is he around?" "I knew it. It must be connected to those two little rascals," Dayton muttered before turning to the house behind him and shouting, "Ace, come out. Someone is looking for you." "Soon." A voice from within the house replied with impatience, "Why are you shouting? Who is looking for me?" Out from the house stepped a handsome boy, around 10 years old, with black hair and prominent freckles on his cheeks. Following closely behind him was an even younger boy, sporting a scar beneath his left eye and carrying a straw hat on his back. Lyon gazed at the two young boys emerging, filled with a sense of contemplation, as a pair of black tomo manifested in his crimson eyes. "Ace, at last we meet." Upon witnessing Lyon's extraordinarily unique Sharingan, Ace, who had initially been somewhat impatient, suddenly froze in astonishment. Could it be that the events of that day were indeed real? The Sea of Stars, Mr. Starry Sky, Aquarius, Gemini, Leo, they are the ones who have truly altered my fate. Those special eyes, could the person Mr. Starry Sky spoke of be this individual before me? With this thought, Ace fixed his intense gaze upon Lyon, forcing out through clenched teeth the words, "Who are you?" Chapter 18. Roger? Boss scoundrel. In response to Ace's inquiry, Lyon merely smiled and said, "Shall we speak privately?" However, Ace, gripping the pipe tightly in his hand, pressed on with renewed fervor, "Who exactly are you?" Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Makino quickly stepped in to alleviate it, softly explaining to Ace, "Ace, this gentleman is connected to your family. He has come specifically to find you." Huh? Makino's words left everyone momentarily taken aback, and Ace's pupils dilated in shock. "Come with me." Ace turned and headed towards the forest, his mind swirling with countless questions that were undoubtedly unsuitable for this setting. Lyon then followed suit, lifting the path following Luffy and casually tossing him behind. After all, Luffy is a rubber man. He won't mind a fall. Bang. "Ah, you scoundrel. Let go of me, Dayton. Why are you holding me back? I must confront that fellow." As Luffy attempted to pursue once more, he was firmly restrained by Dayton and others. Before long, Ace had led Lyon to a secluded clearing. "Now speak. Who exactly are you? What connection do you have with my family?" At the mention of family, Ace's expression darkened considerably. Lyon took a gentle breath, gathering his emotions, and then spoke with a tone of nostalgia and sorrow. "My name is Lyon, and your mother, Portcas D. Lugio, is akin to my sister. Though we share no blood ties, she cared for me greatly during my childhood. Without her, I might have perished long ago." This identity was one that Lyon had crafted after much contemplation. In truth, his origins lay in the island of Battleira in the South Sea. And even if Ace were to investigate later, he would find no discrepancies. Ace was taken aback, having initially believed that Lyon was connected to his father, Roger, only to discover otherwise. "I later relocated to the East Sea, where I earned some merit within the Navy, gradually rising to the rank of naval commander in Rogue Town. Recently, I stumbled upon the knowledge of your existence, which led me here." As he concluded, Lyon gazed at Ace with genuine concern, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy and pride. "Ace, how have you fared all these years?" Ace felt a twinge of embarrassment under Lyon's gaze and turned away. "I am well. What kind of person do you perceive my mother to be?" Upon hearing Ace's inquiry, Lyon reminisced about Lugio's tale from the original narrative, the mother who, to protect her child from the Navy's investigation, fought tirelessly to delay her labor for a full 20 months. Yet, after giving birth to Ace, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. A truly remarkable mother. Your mother was a gentle and kind woman. She possessed great beauty, a trait you have inherited. Though her body was frail, her spirit was indomitable. She was a lady deserving of deep respect. With Lyon's heartfelt words, Ace's defenses gradually began to lower. Sitting on a stone with his knees drawn to his chest, Ace envisioned the image of the mother he had never met, and his eyes grew moist with unshed tears. He lamented deeply, "It is all my fault that she perished. If not for me, perhaps she would still be alive." Lyon, with a grave expression, interrupted Ace. "No, Ace, you're mistaken. The moment you were born was the happiest in Lugio's life. You are the continuation of her existence and her greatest pride. Do not belittle yourself or dwell in guilt. Living splendidly is the finest tribute you can offer to Lugio." Ace glanced up at Lyon, his tone laden with complexity as he replied, "If you knew who my father was, you might not speak to me in such a manner." Lyon gently shook his head, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. "Isn't he just that scoundrel Roger?" Ace remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. "Pah." Lyon spat disdainfully and, with palpable indignation, proclaimed, "To speak candidly, I harbor a profound disdain for Roger. A pirate fully aware of his impending demise, yet he irresponsibly and selfishly chooses to be with Rouge, entirely disregarding the calamity his selfish actions would inflict upon her life. Furthermore, prior to his surrender to death, Roger failed to ensure Rouge's safety and protection, making him the principal architect of her tragic fate. Bah, what nonsense is this so-called Pirate King? In my eyes, Roger is nothing more than a heartless and selfish scoundrel." Upon witnessing the narrative of the original work featuring Lugio, Lyon was filled with indignation. Roger, fully aware of his impending demise, chose to pursue an innocent woman. Ultimately, he left her with child and then surrendered himself to death, entrusting the unborn child to his adversary, Carp, while neglecting to utter a single word about Lugio. Prior to his surrender, Roger had ample opportunity to ensure Lugio's safety. Lyon could hardly believe that Roger, a man heralded as the Pirate King, lacked even the ability to discreetly protect the woman he loved. Moreover, it was inconceivable that he could have been careless. If Roger had the foresight to entrust his child to Garp, could he truly have overlooked the perilous circumstances surrounding Luque? No matter how eloquently one might disguise the truth, it cannot alter the grim reality that Luque was ultimately betrayed by Roger's negligence. To put it plainly, at his core, Roger remained a quintessential pirate, hardly valuing Luque's life at all. It is likely that, in Roger's eyes, Luque was merely a vessel for the continuation of his bloodline. Upon hearing Lyon's vehement condemnation, Ace was rendered speechless. Over the years, he had heard countless individuals lash out at Roger, spewing venomous curses against him and his progeny. Yet, This was the first time he had encountered such a scathing rebuke, branding Roger as a scoundrel who had betrayed Luke. Strangely, Ace did not respond with the usual anger and humiliation that accompanied hearing Roger insulted. Instead, he found himself in agreement with Lyon's sentiments. After a brief silence, Lyon continued, "Although I harbor a deep-seated disdain for Roger, the audacity with which he embraced his fate and ushered in the era of great pirates commands a certain respect. In this regard, he is indeed deserving of the title of a hero." Ace regarded Lyon with a puzzled expression, remarking, "I never expected that. As a member of the Navy, you could hold such a high opinion of him despite your evident disdain." Lyon smiled lightly, saying, "Whether one is a Navy or a pirate, such identities do not define one's virtue or vice in my eyes. What truly represents a person is their actions." Ace, "What kind of person do you aspire to become?" "I wish to become the Pirate King." "Do you aim to surpass Roger?" "How did you know?" Ace's face was filled with astonishment at being so easily seen through. Lyon, enigmatic and inscrutable, remarked, "It is not difficult to deduce this once I learned you were Roger's son. Moreover, my eyes possess the ability to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals." Ace, fixated on Lyon's crimson Sharingan, inquired about the long-held mystery that had plagued him. "What truly lies behind the power of your extraordinary eyes? Is it a manifestation of a devil fruit's ability?" Lyon shook his head and, as usual, began to weave his deceptions. "My eyes, known as the Sharingan, possess an unexpected power that allows me to glimpse the faint threads of fate's unfolding." "Fate?" Remembering the words of Mr. Starry Sky, Ace's body trembled suddenly. He asked gravely, "Can you see my fate?" Lyon nodded, speaking in a calm tone. "I can see a glimmer of your future. Perhaps, due to the exposure of your identity, many of those close to you may be drawn into peril, leading to the demise of many." Upon hearing this, Ace's expression darkened as he bowed his head, clenching his fists. "Sabo is already dead. Must I also endanger Luffy and the others? As a descendant of the Pirate King, am I destined to bring calamity to those around me? Damn it, what am I to do?" Lyon paused for a moment before he spoke. "In truth, what I have glimpsed is merely a trajectory and direction of the future. Fate is not immutable." Ace abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lyon. "What should I do?" Chapter 19, My Aspirations. Ace, this world is vast, the four seas, the red earth continent, the Grand Line, and the New World are brimming with endless mysteries and wonders. Yet, this world is also small. The world government casts a long shadow. Their spies are omnipresent. After a moment's contemplation, Lyon cautioned, "Your identity poses a significant risk. Henceforth, refrain from revealing your mother's surname to outsiders. All those who are privy to this information must maintain utmost secrecy, especially that loquacious fellow, Luffy." "You know Luffy?" Ace exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. "Prior to seeking you out, I conducted some investigations," and Lyon deliberately paused here. "And what? Your other brother, the one named Sabo, is not dead." "What? Sabo is alive." "Is this true?" "Splendid." "Ha ha ha ha, truly." Ace leaped to his feet, overwhelmed with joy, his words tumbling over one another. After a while, he managed to regain some composure and eagerly inquired, "Where is Sabo? How is he?" "He was gravely injured before, but he should be fine now. As for his current whereabouts, I am uncertain. I only know that he was rescued by members of the Revolutionary Army." "I understand about the Revolutionary Army. Thank you for sharing this with me." Ace bowed in gratitude. Lyon waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us. As for the path that lies ahead of you, I have two pieces of advice for your consideration. Firstly, you could pursue your original aspiration of becoming a pirate. But I urge you to find a way to join the Whitebeard pirates for protection. However, be wary, for pirates are a mixed lot, largely reckless and unrestrained. I would rather you not tread this path. Secondly, you could come under my command as a naval officer. I will do my utmost to conceal your identity and origins, imposing no restrictions upon you. Yet, for me, the Navy is merely a temporary stepping stone. Once I have amassed sufficient power, I shall sever ties with the Navy and establish my own dominion." Ace furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I did not aspire to become a pirate merely to be subordinate to the Whitebeard pirates. I find myself quite curious, as a naval lieutenant. Do you truly wish to sever your ties with the Navy to forge your own power? Is it possible that you, too, harbor aspirations of becoming a pirate?" Lyon shook his head with a smile, then spoke earnestly. "Become a pirate? That ambition is far too limited." "Ace, do you not perceive the many nations of this world as fundamentally diseased? Let us not delve into distant lands, but consider the recent situation in the kingdom of Goa. The decaying nobility clutches power, believing themselves superior, relentlessly oppressing and exploiting the lower classes, who were discarded and driven away like refuse once drained of their worth. The kingdom of Goa is still fortunate in comparison. The plight of the people in the kingdom of Bridge is even more tragic, as they are condemned to a legacy of perpetual exploitation. Meanwhile, those foolish celestial dragons ride high above everyone else, capturing slaves at will, torturing the common folk, and trampling on lives. Was it not your brother Sabo who nearly perished at the hands of those celestial dragons? The world government, having existed for 8 centuries, has rotted to its very core, and the pirates rampaging across the globe are little better. Ultimately, Lyon rose, arms outstretched, and passionately declared, "Ace, I detest those reckless pirates. I abhor the corrupt and inept world government, and I refuse to be subjugated by a pack of foolish celestial dragons. I aspire to overthrow these tyrannies and establish a truly free new world." At this juncture, Lyon fixed a solemn gaze upon Ace. Yet, to realize this ideal, I cannot rely solely on my own strength. Ace, I need your power. Will you stand as my companion? Ace gazed at Lyon's tall and imposing figure, listening to his fervent articulation of ideals, receiving an invitation that stirred something profound within him. He felt the blood within him boiling with fervor. Pirate? Indeed. To this madman, the notion of being a pirate is all too trivial. Who would have imagined that this individual harbors the ambition to overthrow the very fabric of the world? Mr. Stargazer was certainly correct. Lyon, with his extraordinary vision, is indeed the one who can alter my destiny. With a hearty laugh, Ace exclaimed, "How intriguing. Count me in." The shadows that had long lingered in his heart dissipated entirely. With the formidable and enigmatic Mr. Stargazer as his backing, Lyon seemed trustworthy. If they truly could overthrow the world government, Ace would undoubtedly surpass Roger, and the fears and anxieties that resided deep within him would vanish like smoke. With a smile gracing his lips, Lyon began, "First, I shall embody the celestial expanse, showcasing my prowess amidst the sea of stars," leaving a profound and enigmatic impression upon Ace's heart. By unveiling Ace's secrets and guiding him, the one endowed with extraordinary sight shall alter his destiny. Then, as one possessing these unique eyes, I shall draw closer to Ace, utilizing the bond with Lucio to cultivate further trust. From the perspectives of Lucio and Ace, I shall vehemently criticize Roger, resonating deeply with Ace's sentiments, only to later concede that Roger is, in fact, a remarkable individual, thus leading Ace to perceive me as honorable and magnanimous. I shall offer Ace the freedom to choose, steering clear of provoking his resistance, thereby unveiling our respective ideals. Sharing my audacious dreams with Ace, I shall reveal that confiding secrets is a potent means of earning trust, with the magnitude of the secret enhancing its efficacy. I will then evoke the grim truth of Sabo's suffering at the hands of the celestial dragons, stirring in Ace a deep-seated loathing for the celestial dragons and the world government, fostering empathy with my own aspirations. Ultimately, I shall express to Ace my need for him, inviting him to become my companion, allowing him to chart his own path forward. For individuals are often reluctant to admit their errors. By allowing Ace to choose, I can circumvent any potential resistance and significantly diminish the likelihood of betrayal. Thus, my recruitment is complete, all unfolding precisely as planned. After a considerable time, Lyon and Ace returned together to the mountain bandit Dayton's abode. The keen-eyed Luffy, spotting them from afar, charged toward Lyon, fist raised. "You scoundrel, take this. Gum-gum. Pistol." In the blink of an eye, Lyon effortlessly lifted Luffy with one hand, while with the other, he playfully stretched Luffy's face, only to release him suddenly. The sharp sound of skin rebounding echoed loudly. "Ouch. That hurt," Luffy cried, clutching his face in pain. Lyon turned to Ace with a smile, saying, "Ace, your brother is truly entertaining." Ace, with a sigh, covered his forehead and replied, "Lyon, please don't bully Luffy. After all, this fool is still my brother." "Haha. Very well." Lyon chuckled, releasing Luffy from his grasp. Luffy immediately darted behind Ace and asked loudly, "Ace, is this guy your brother?" "Well, sort of," Ace responded, blinking. That evening, Lyon took refuge in the Dayton household. In the most spacious room, a group of mountain bandits either squatted or sat, encircling Lyon, with Ace and Luffy positioned right at the front. They all perked up their ears, attentively listening to Lyon recount his fantastical version of the havoc in heaven. Lyon has significantly transformed the characters' names and the world backdrop, placing the narrative within the blank century. Thus, the tale unfolds as a humble Sun Wukong, oppressed by the celestial dragons in a fit of rage, ascends to the holy land of Mariehua, where he subdues both the celestial dragons and the world government. In this narrative, Lyon embellishes the account with fervor, depicting the celestial dragons and the world government as tyrants who oppress the virtuous, incite rebellion among the populace, and engage in wanton acts of violence and plunder, leading to a vivid portrayal of collective scorn from bandits and figures like Ace and Luffy, who seethe with indignation. The five elders, in a state of exasperation, exclaim, "Impudent Sun Wukong, how dare you rise against us?" Assaulting the celestial dragons and launching a solitary attack on the world government. Summon the three admirals at once. The admirals, outnumbering their foe and leveraging the life of the Fairy of Purple Mist as a bargaining chip, ultimately managed to suppress Sun Wukong beneath the White Earth continent. However, the Fairy of Purple Mist, witnessing her beloved suffer defeat and humiliation because of her, recklessly charges towards the White Earth continent, heedless of her own life. A thunderous crash resounds, shattering the tranquility. The ancient White Earth continent, which had stood for countless years, is cleaved in two by the impact. While the Fairy of Purple Mist meets her demise, her blood staining the remaining half of the continent, giving rise to what we now know as the Red Earth continent. With his beloved lost, Sun Wukong breaks free from his constraints and ascends into the heavens. His eyes weeping blood as he cries out in sorrow, "No longer shall the celestial dragons tarnish my sight. No longer shall this Red Earth continent entomb my body. May all beings comprehend my will. May the world government be obliterated." This cataclysmic battle reverberates throughout the realms, with Sun Wukong's blood staining the sky. The fractured remnants of the White Earth continent soar into the heavens, forming sky islands. The three admirals are utterly obliterated in the fray. And the aftermath of their clash gives rise to what we now call the Grand Line and the Doldrums. Yet, Sun Wukong, after this monumental clash, finds himself drained of strength. In his final moments, he clutches the relic of the Fairy of Purple Mist, the Moonlight Treasure Box, ultimately vanishing at the terminus of the Grand Line. Lyon clapped his hands. "All right, the story ends here." Sob, it was truly touching. Little Luffy wept uncontrollably. The surrounding bandits nodded in unison, all with tears in their eyes. Ace sniffed, casting a puzzled glance at Lyon. "Brother Lyon, the story you told, surely there must be a grain of truth in it, right?" Lyon shrugged. "Who knows? I only heard it from others. Perhaps fragments of the tale hold some truth." Chapter 20. Iron Fist Garp time can sometimes crawl like a snail, while at other moments it rushes by like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Lyon had lingered at the Dayton residence for 3 days. From the unfamiliar acquaintance on the first day, to a gradual familiarity on the second, culminating in a poignant farewell on the third. The bond of friendship between men can be remarkably simple, particularly for those like Ace and Luffy, who yearn for the freedom of the sea. Having declined Ace and Luffy's offer to see him off, Lyon chose not to return to the warship, but instead took a detour back to the bar in Windmill Village. There, someone was waiting for him. Creaking open the door, he was greeted with enthusiasm. "Welcome." "Ah, Lyon. You've come," exclaimed Makino, her smile radiant. Lyon gazed at the exquisite figure of Makino and jested, "Makino, with such beauty. I wonder if you have someone special in your life?" At Lyon's candid inquiry, Makino was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Oh, Lyon. Are you perhaps interested in pursuing me? However, I must regretfully inform you that I already have someone in my heart." She chuckled lightly. "I was merely curious, after all." "You are the great beauty of Windmill Village," Lyon responded with a smile. "I hope it isn't that red-haired Shanks fellow, for pirates are notoriously unpredictable. And it could be years before one sees them again. Truly, not a fitting match," he mused to himself. Moreover, among pirates, figures like Roger and Jesus Burgess are the epitome of faithless men. I sincerely hope Makino does not encounter such individuals. After a brief internal lament, Lyon made his way to a table by the window and sat down. On the opposite side sat a robust elderly man, tall and broad-shouldered, muscles rippling beneath his attire. His hair was a tousled mass of gray, and he donned a vibrant red floral shirt, raising a large goblet of wine to his lips, indulging heartily. This imposing figure, seated across from Lyon, was none other than Monkey D. Garp, the father of the revolutionary leader dragon and the grandfather of Luffy and Ace, a naval hero who had quelled the pirate age with his iron fists. 3 days prior, Makino had confidently brought Lyon to meet Ace. Not only because he appeared harmless, but primarily due to the fact that Garp resided in Windmill Village. With a resounding thud, Garp slammed his empty wine glass onto the table, then casually seized a large chunk of roasted meat, devouring it as he spoke. "Lyon, hailing from the island of Batarilla in the South Blue, currently a lieutenant in the Roguetown Navy branch of the East Blue. What is your connection to Ace? I haven't heard Lucky mention you." Sensing the palpable pressure emanating from Garp, Lyon felt a surge of caution within, though he maintained an outward composure. "Vice Admiral Garp, Since you have investigated my identity, you must know that I was orphaned at a young age. It was through the kindness of Sister Lookie that I survived during my bleakest days. I seek haste now to repay that debt of gratitude." Upon hearing Lyon's response, Garp remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed intently upon him. Lyon met Cap's gaze with an air of calmness. Prior to this encounter, he had employed the hypnotic abilities of his Sharingan to put himself into a trance, and now there was not a trace of hesitation or guilt in Lyon's demeanor. They maintained their gaze for an extended period, yet Cap could discern no flaws in Lyon's expression, only sincerity and an untroubled conscience. Suddenly, Cap's expression shifted. He stroked his head and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. Haha. I thought you were a spy sent by the world government. Phew. I've passed the test." Thankfully, Cap does not intend to alert Ace and Luffy, but merely discreetly summon me for this meeting. This has afforded me the opportunity to hypnotize myself. Lyon felt a slight sense of relief as he feigned confusion and inquired, "Admiral Carp, what brings you here? Are you worried about my 2 grandsons? The celestial dragons are visiting the kingdom of Goa, and I fear these 2 boys might cause some trouble." 2. Lyon pretended to be puzzled. "Oh, you are unaware. Luffy is my biological grandson." "Ah, no wonder Luffy is so handsome. It turns out he is Admiral Carp's grandson. Haha. You have a good eye, my boy. Come, let us drink together." Carp raised his cup and clinked it with Lyon's before downing the contents in one gulp. "I will not concern myself with how you learned of Ace's whereabouts, but for his safety." "I understand. For Ace's safety. I shall not disclose this information to anyone." "Haha. You are truly clever. Much smarter than that foolish Luffy." "Luffy is merely young." Carp scrutinized Lyon for a moment before suddenly extending an invitation. Not bad. You are quite to my taste. What do you say, would you be interested in joining my ranks?" To be honest, Lyon felt somewhat tempted, yet after a moment's contemplation, he resolutely declined. "Thank you for your regard. However, I wish to enter the Navy's headquarters based on my own merits, so I must respectfully decline. While joining Carp's ranks could provide guidance and training, overall, it would not greatly benefit Lyon. Not to mention, many of his previous plans would be disrupted. And leaving the relatively safe East Blue would render the pursuit of potential points considerably more perilous. "Oh, that is indeed quite a pity." Carp expressed surprise and regret at Lyon's refusal. Upon observing the expression of regret on Carp's face, Lyon was suddenly struck by an idea. "Have I not been troubled by my inability to awaken Haki, lamenting the lack of guidance? Here stands Carp, one of the most formidable masters of Haki. Why not seek his counsel?" With this thought, Lyon's eyes gleamed brightly as he fixed his gaze intently on Carp. "Admiral Carp, I have long desired to cultivate Haki, yet I have been unable to find anyone to guide me. Might I request your guidance?" Carp, stuffing another piece of roasted meat into his mouth, replied somewhat indistinctly. Of course, you can, but I fear you may not endure." Lyon, filled with apprehension at the prospect of being rejected by Carp, hastily patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, I fear not the toil." Gulping down the grilled meat, Carp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Those are your own words." Observing Carp's unabashedly joyous expression, Lyon felt an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart, sensing that something was amiss. "Perhaps I am overthinking it," he pondered. Moments later, in a secluded area of Mount Gorbo, Carp stood before Lyon, his demeanor turning earnest as he explained, "Haki is divided into 3 forms: Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki. I cannot assist you with the first 2, but I can certainly guide you in mastering Armament Haki." At this juncture, Carp suddenly bestowed upon Lyon a remarkably benevolent smile. "The quickest way to comprehend Armament Haki is to experience it through your own body. Come now, Lyon. Let you 2 experience my iron fist of love." No sooner had he uttered these words than Carp unleashed a mighty punch towards Lyon. Caught off guard, Lyon intended to evade. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the air around him felt as thick and viscous as a quagmire, significantly hampering his movements. Duong Lyon was struck to the ground by a powerful punch from Captain Carp, instantly developing a large swelling on his head. "Ouch. That hurts. Captain Carp. Perhaps we should consider an alternative method of learning." Lyon winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. Though he had endured injuries in battles against pirates, those aches paled in comparison to the current agony he felt. The peculiar force enveloping Carp's fist delivered a singular blow that pierced through him with excruciating intensity. Remarkably, Carp still possessed considerable energy. It seemed the old man had not exerted himself enough, so he prepared for another strike. Noticing Lyon's resilience, Carp's interest was piqued, and he launched another powerful punch. "Duonga, stop it. You're about to knock my brains out," Lyon cried out. "Why, your reflexes are impressive. You nearly dodged that punch. Here comes another. Duong, damn, that hurts. Lyon exclaimed. Carp, I advise you not to overdo it, or I might just retaliate against Luffy. You cheeky brat, you dare to threaten me? Take another hit from my iron fist of love. Duong, oh, come on. That's an ambush. You old rascal. That's not how you uphold martial ethics. Haha. You insolent boy dare to speak to me like that. It appears my affection-packed punches are still lacking. Carp, you seem to be enjoying this. Duong, stop. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for face punches. Duong Chapter 21. Armament Hockey. Well, your physical foundation is quite decent. As long as you firmly remember my punches, I believe you will soon grasp the essence of armament hockey. With that, Carp turned away. His spirits lifted. After a considerable time, the surroundings fell into silence until a chilling breeze swept through. Lyon lay on the ground, his eyes vacant and his attire disheveled. Resembling a character, he felt utterly battered by Garp's relentless training. That old rascal truly struck with ferocity. Moreover, he targeted Lyon's head and face, justifying his actions by claiming that such an experience would engrave the lessons deeper, facilitating a greater comprehension of hockey. The outcome was that Lyon emerged bruised and battered, his visage akin to that of a pig's head. As he struggled to rise, every slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, prompting an involuntary grimace. He muttered to himself in vexation, "This grudge against Garp shall not be forgotten. Just you wait, Luffy." After orienting himself, Lyon limped toward the direction of the naval ship at the port. Meanwhile, in the tavern of Windmill Village, Garp had just downed a large goblet of fine wine, letting out a satisfied belch. Ah, what audacity! To dare concoct tales about the celestial dragons and the Marines' lieutenant colonel, even drawing connections with Ace, the righteous butcher of bloodshed. What a fascinating fellow. Initially, I had intended to recruit him for training, yet this brat had the audacity to refuse. The thought brought forth an uncontrollable roar of laughter from Garp. Ha ha ha. My fists pack quite a punch. At the port of the kingdom of Goya, the naval officers aboard the ship suddenly spotted a fleeting shadow. As they prepared to raise the alarm, they heard the unmistakably familiar voice of Lyon. It's me returning. We are commencing our voyage home. Please inform the others that no one is to disturb me for the next few days. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Despite their curiosity regarding Lyon's sudden appearance, the officers complied with decorum. In the captain's quarters, Lyon gently pressed on the swelling of his face. Alas, it may take a couple of days for the swelling to subside. I wouldn't want my subordinates to witness me in this state. Throwing himself onto the soft couch, Lyon closed his eyes, reflecting on the unique power behind Garp's punches. Although he had endured a painful beating, Garp's words held a kernel of truth. Experiencing the might of hockey through one's own body, though excruciating, proved to be remarkably effective as a method of learning. Lyon has sensed that he is on the verge of grasping the essence of armament hockey, merely skimming the surface of its formidable depths. He repeatedly reflects on the sensation of armament hockey striking against his body, seeking to uncover its underlying principles and essence, and endeavors to awaken that latent power within himself. Thus, Lyon remained in the captain's quarters for a full 3 days, as he perceived that incredibly faint yet fundamentally similar power to that of Garp's armament hockey residing in his fists. An overwhelming smile illuminated his face. After a year of solitary exploration and relentless enhancement of his physical attributes, Lyon ultimately comprehended the intricacies of armament hockey under Garp's guidance. Although his mastery of armament hockey remains feeble at present, even the formidable Garp progressed from weakness to strength, and Lyon is filled with hope for his future. Stepping out of the captain's quarters, which had been sealed for 2 days, Lyon cast a glance back at the vast sea behind the warship. Ace is still quite young, and it will be several years before he joins the Navy. My immediate priority is to acquire potential points to bolster my strength. The most formidable pirate crews in the East Blue currently include the Buggy Pirates, the Blackcap Pirates, and the Krieg Pirates. I have been laying the groundwork for nearly a year. It is time to reel in the net. On the deck, Kuina, who was practicing her swordsmanship, quickly spotted Lyon and jogged over, bowing respectfully as she greeted. "Good day, master." "Indeed." Lyon nodded, adopting a demeanor befitting a sage. "Have you encountered any challenges in your recent training?" Kuina replied with a hint of frustration. "Master, I have found that practicing thrust with the wadikamanji feels somewhat incompatible. I am contemplating whether to switch to another sword." Alas, I had overlooked this detail. My teachings on swordsmanship for Guena are fundamentally based on the use of a dual-edged sword. Naturally, it would feel awkward for her to practice thrust with the wadikamanji, which is more suited for slashing. Lyon felt a sudden clarity within, though his exterior betrayed an expression of complete assurance. "I had anticipated this scenario long ago. I have already devised a sword tailored for you. and now it merely requires the expertise of a skilled blacksmith to bring it to fruition. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Guena was immensely delighted, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. A blacksmith? Teacher, my grandfather is actually a master craftsman. Why not seek his assistance in forging the sword? Lyon was somewhat taken aback. How could Guena suddenly have an additional grandfather? Your grandfather? What is his name? My grandfather's name is Gung Sanlang. What a rather casual name. Luckily, Guena isn't a boy. Otherwise, she might have been named Gung Wulong. After silently critiquing this in his mind, Lyon nodded and said, All right, let us first go to Frost Moon Village to forge your sword. Thank you, teacher. Guena exclaimed, her delicate face radiant with joy. Since departing from her hometown to follow her teacher, she had been liberated from various household constraints, witnessing the vastness of the outside world, and under her teacher's guidance, she had discovered a new direction in her swordsmanship. Guena was evidently much more cheerful than before. After all, she was merely an 11-year-old girl, brimming with youthful exuberance. Observing Guena's joyful smile, Lyon's spirits lifted as well. Guena, in addition to honing your swordsmanship, you must also strengthen your physical conditioning. For the body is the foundation of all. I shall first teach you the training methods for shave among the 6 styles, and then. Guena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Ever since witnessing her teacher employ the moonwalk to defeat the Sea King, she had been yearning to learn the 6 styles. Lyon continued, Once you have mastered certain techniques from the 6 forms, I shall impart to you the knowledge of how to harness an even more formidable power. A more potent force? It is a supreme energy known as Haki. Almost all of the world's greatest warriors are adept in its use. Teacher, what exactly is Haki? Now, I will allow you to personally experience the might of Haki. A playful smile danced at the corners of Lyon's lips as he summoned a hint of his formidable aura, lightly flicking Guena's smooth forehead with a finger. Thud. Ouch. That hurts so much. Teacher, you hardly exerted any force. Why does it hurt so? Is this the power of Haki? Indeed. This is the might of Busashoka Haki. However, you must first enhance your physical capabilities to grasp the essence of Haki. So, persevere. Guena, I have faith that you will surely comprehend Haki. Lyon gazed at Guena with a look of encouragement and anticipation. He understood that although his apprentice was fiercely determined, she harbored a certain fragility within, yearning for the recognition of her father, Gung Shiro. Indeed, Guena nodded earnestly. With such a affirming and encouraging mentor, Guena felt immensely fortunate. She silently vowed to strive to become stronger, resolutely refusing to disappoint her teacher's expectations. Chapter 22, My Mentor East Sea, Tortuga Island. A secluded bay. A dense cluster of pirate ships nearly filled the harbor, with over 50 vessels visible at a glance. At a tavern on the shore sat a tall man clad in golden armor and draped in a black cloak. He was the leader of the Crick pirate crew. Known as the Tyrant of the East Sea, the pirate Admiral Crick. Crick crumpled a piece of paper in his hand and tossed it into the fire. His face etched with disdain and arrogance. Humph. Infighting among the Navy. Even without this rat of a lieutenant's warning, I could still flatten Rogue Town. How fortunate that fellow was to survive the ordeal last year. The captain of Crick's second squad, Baru, cautiously reminded him, Captain, it seems that Lyon has grown significantly stronger over the past year, and his reputation in the East Sea is soared. Just a defeated foe of mine. Crick sneered dismissively at Baru, his expression filled with contempt and pride. I, Crick, am the strongest man in the world. No one in the East Sea stands a chance against me. My ambition is to dominate the Grand Line. Tell me, Baru, are you afraid of that lion? Baru shivered at the thought. No, absolutely not. With you as my captain, how could I fear that worthless fool whom you have already vanquished? As long as you aren't afraid, I have no use for the weak. Crick nodded, then continued. This time, the task of plundering Rogue Town will be entrusted to you. Ah? Baru stared in disbelief. What, are you afraid? Crick's demeanor grew icy. Baru's mind raced, and he hurriedly replied, Captain, my strength pales in comparison to yours. I merely worry that I may not be capable enough to successfully carry out the important task of pillaging Rogue Town for you. Humph. Crick snorted coldly. Rest assured. That lion is currently not in Rogue Town. The rat lieutenant just mentioned this in his message. Upon hearing this, Baru's face lit up with joy, and he pounded his chest, declaring loudly, in that case, there will be no problem. Captain, you can trust me. I will ensure that all the treasures of Rogue Town are returned to you. Meanwhile, far away in Frost Moon Village, Lyon remained oblivious to the impending crisis threatening Rogue Town. His grandfather disliked the clamor of the One Heart Dojo, so he had long retreated to the nearby village of Seymour Cheeky. On rare occasions, when the mood struck him, he would forge weapons, as his craftsmanship was truly exceptional. As Guena spoke, she led Lyon into an old, somewhat dilapidated mansion. "Grandfather, are you here?" "It's Guena," she called out. No response came, but the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed from the back courtyard. Clang, clang. "Ah, grandfather must be forging weapons. Let us go see, but let us not disturb him," she suggested. Indeed, Lyon and Guena tiptoed into the backyard. Before them, at the roaring furnace, stood a white-haired old man, his powerful torso exposed, rhythmically wielding a large iron hammer as he struck the unshaped iron ingot upon the anvil. Lyon observed that the hefty iron hammer weighed at least 500 pounds, effortlessly wielded by the white-haired elder. The elder's strength was surely formidable. Moreover, the peculiar rhythm with which he struck the iron ingot resembled the art of wielding a blade against an adversary. While he was indeed forging a sword, he was simultaneously honing his swordsmanship. After a brief interlude, the elder stowed away the hammer and turned his gaze toward Lyon and Guena. His voice resonated powerfully. "Guena, what brings you here? And who is this young man?" Guena stepped forward, grasped the elder's hand, and chuckled softly. "Grandfather, this is my instructor, Lyon." "Ah? What is the meaning of this? Were you not engrossed in your training at the Isen dojo?" The elder, known as Gung Sanlang, appeared utterly astonished. After a moment, having gleaned the particulars from his granddaughter, Gung Sanlang scrutinized Lyon with keen interest. "I did not expect someone so young to have attained the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander. Your proposed swordsmanship theories, though innovative, possess a remarkable logic upon reflection. May I inquire who your swordsmanship instructor is?" "This elder inquires about my mentor upon our first meeting. I wonder if he intends to engage me in a discourse on swordsmanship. I am not sure I can withstand his probing." Lyon was momentarily taken aback before he spoke. "My teacher's name is Gongsun Jianxing. She is a woman." Upon hearing this, Gung Sanlang exclaimed in astonishment. "A Jianxing, the saint among swords. What an imposing presence. It sounds far more magnificent than a swordmaster. How is it that such an extraordinary person is a woman? And yet I have never heard of her before?" "Of course, you haven't heard of her. This is the first time I am speaking of my own fanciful imaginings," came the reply. Lyon secretly scoffed, yet maintained a composed demeanor as he remarked, "I received my teacher's legacy from a relic in the South China Sea. The relic appears to be from a blank century. In addition to the knowledge of swordsmanship, my teacher left behind a phrase." "What phrase?" Gung Sanlang inquired with great curiosity, eagerly pressing for more details. Beside him, Guyana also gazed intently at Lyon, her eyes alight with interest. Lyon contemplated his emotions for a moment, then articulated in a tone steeped in solitude and desolation, "For over 80 years, I have traversed the world, vanquishing foes and defeating the formidable, leaving no rival in my wake. In utter desperation, I have retreated to a desolate island in the South Sea, finding companionship only in the sea creatures. Alas, to spend a lifetime in search of a worthy adversary, only to be met with solitude and loneliness, is indeed a profound sorrow." Gongsun, the sword saint. Upon hearing Lyon's lament, Gung Sanlang and Gu Yaina stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. What does it mean to be invincible? What does it signify to be a master in solitude? In merely a few brief words, they envisioned the image of an extraordinary woman who, armed with a singular sword, traversed the world, ultimately standing alone in her invincibility. In the absence of a worthy opponent, she found herself so forlorn that she sought the company of the ocean's denizens, ultimately succumbing to her melancholic fate. Lyon sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Alas, it is a pity that I cannot behold the grace of my teacher. Her unparalleled elegance truly captivates the heart and mind." Indeed, Gung Sanlang nodded in agreement. But then a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as a thought occurred to him. "Young man, cough. Lyon, have you taken Guena as your disciple in order to inherit the swordsmanship of the esteemed master Gongsun?" Lyon spoke with unwavering calm. "Indeed, I hold great faith in Guena's swordsmanship talent, which is precisely why I chose to take her as my disciple. Fortunately, the denizens of the pirate world tend to be quite straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. Now, my swordsmanship theories should no longer be subjected to Kong Saburo's incessant questioning and skepticism. Even if you were to challenge me on a whim, I could easily defer, as I have merely gleaned some swordsmanship knowledge from the relics of the South Sea." Upon hearing Lyon's affirmative response, Kang Saburo, fearing a change of heart from Lyon, hastily pushed Kuina forward. "All right, this is what you said. Kuina, quickly thank your teacher. He has already agreed to accept you as his inheriting disciple." Kuina blinked her beautiful eyes, swiftly comprehending the significance of this moment. She solemnly bowed to Lyon, her small face brimming with excitement. "Thank you, teacher." Growing up in the One Heart Dojo, Kuina naturally understood that not all disciples are created equal. While there may be many ordinary disciples, there can only be one inheriting disciple. Upon becoming the inheriting disciple, the teacher would impart knowledge unreservedly, viewing her as his sole successor in swordsmanship. Indeed, Lyon nodded. Yet his mind was awash with questions. Why is Kung Saburo so animated? Why is Kuina so solemn and excited? However, they both seemed to grasp the situation instantly. If I were to inquire further, wouldn't that reveal my ignorance? Never mind, I shall let it slide for now. Chapter 23. The Eight-Faced Blade. Tang Dao what? The renowned blades Wado Ikamanji and Ima from the Great Knife 21 were both forged by you? Lyon could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He never anticipated that Kuina's grandfather, Kung Saburo, was a master swordsmith. A reminiscent expression crossed Kung Saburo's face as he snorted lightly. That was over 50 years ago. I was originally known as Shimazuki Kung Saburo, a member of the Shimazuki family in the land of Wano, skilled in the art of sword forging. Later, I left the isolated Wano country to venture into the world, and by a twist of fate, I settled here in the East Sea, establishing the One Heart Dojo. And gradually, Shimazuki village came into being before my eyes. After listening to Kung Saburo's account, Lyon couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined you had such a remarkable past. The One Heart Dojo and Shimazuki village were both founded by you. How about it? You won't question my sword forging skills any longer, will you? Kung Saburo retorted somewhat irritably. The memory of Lyon's doubtful gaze when he had requested the blueprints earlier ignited a spark of anger within him. How could a master swordsmith like Shimazuki King Saburo be questioned by a mere outsider? If it weren't for this lad being Kuina's teacher, he would have long since expelled him. Lyon let out a hollow laugh and swiftly changed the subject. I sincerely apologize. The sword I have prepared for Kuina is somewhat extraordinary. Its craftsmanship is far more intricate than that of ordinary blades. It is called the eight-sided Han sword. With that, Lyon produced a drawing of the eight-sided Han sword from his pocket, a design he had rendered based on memories from his past life. The eight-sided Han sword? What a peculiar name. Allow me to examine it, Kung Saburo said nonchalantly as he took the drawing. However, after merely glancing at it, he found himself entirely captivated by the elegant design and exquisite craftsmanship of the sword depicted. What a unique sword shape and craftsmanship. The blade is long and slender. Ground to 8 facets, its form is straight and symmetrical, with a double-edged design, ideal for thrusting, a truly remarkable sword. When coupled with the swordsmanship principles you have taught Kuina, these two elements are simply a match made in heaven. Kung Saburo, as if entranced, transitioned from murmuring to exclamations of admiration. Lyon was not surprised by this. The eight-sided Han sword can be regarded as a pinnacle of Chinese sword-making craftsmanship, even though the two worlds are fundamentally different. The techniques of forging cold weapons share a commonality, which could easily astonish Gung Sanlang. How long would it take to forge this sword? Lyon inquired earnestly. Having been away from Rog Town for over half a month, he felt the weight of time, although they could communicate through the telephone bugs. Prolonged absence could inevitably lead to unforeseen circumstances. Gung Sanlang pondered for a moment before responding, at least 2 months. This technique is entirely new to me. I need to first create several prototypes to familiarize myself with the process before I can truly begin forging the sword. 2 months? That's quite a lengthy duration. Lyon furrowed his brow. Gung Sanlang retorted, somewhat displeased. What tone is that, young man? My pace is already swift enough. When it comes to forging a sword for my granddaughter, I must ensure it is of the finest quality. I intend to use the precious piece of deep-sea dark iron from my collection, which will naturally require additional time. Deep-sea dark iron? Lyon's curiosity was piqued. Could there be some extraordinary materials in the world of One Piece as well? A look of pride spread across Gung Sanlang's face. Just wait a moment. I will soon broaden your horizons. In no time, Gung Sanlang carefully retrieved a brocade box the size of a basketball from a hidden compartment in the room. Opening it solemnly before Lyon and Kuina. With a crisp sound, the box revealed a peculiar iron ore, roughly the size of a human head, with a deep blue-black hue. As the box was opened, a unique aura, characteristic of the deep sea, wafted forth. Lyon could not help but widen his eyes, feeling somewhat uncertain as he remarked. This substance bears a striking resemblance to sea prism stone, does it not? Zhuangyue Jiangsanlang, brimming with pride, responded, sea prism stone is indeed a specialty of Wano country. However, despite its remarkable hardness, its toughness is woefully inadequate for the forging of swords and blades. On the other hand, while the efficacy of abyssal iron may be inferior to that of sea prism stone, it serves as an exceptional material for crafting weapons. Yet, abyssal iron is exceedingly rare. This particular piece was an unexpected acquisition of mine. It is likely that one would be hard-pressed to find another fragment of such considerable size throughout all of Wano country. Its lesser efficacy compared to sea prism stone implies that weapons forged from abyssal iron possess the ability to counteract the powers of those who have consumed devil fruits. Lyon was instantly captivated. Ahem, Master Gunk Sanlang. I wonder if there is any deep-sea mysterious iron left after you forge the 8-sided Han sword for Guena. I too wish to. You need not inquire further. Gunk Sanlang interrupted Lyon decisively with a thump on the table. Oh, is that so? Then never mind. Lyon felt a deep sense of regret within. However, Gunk Sanlang continued with a serious demeanor. You are Guena's mentor, and you have accepted her as your disciple. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged by our Shuang Yue family. This piece of deep-sea mysterious iron is sufficient to forge 2 swords. I shall craft a weapon for you as a token of Guena's apprenticeship. Ah? The sudden turn of events left Lyon, who had already abandoned hope, momentarily bewildered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and expressed his profound gratitude with a beaming smile. Is that true? Thank you. I am truly grateful. I never anticipated such a fortuitous turn of events. This makes me feel a tad guilty for having deceived them. Well then, I shall take care of Guena moving forward. After all, she is my disciple, and it would be unwise to let the benefits flow to outsiders, Gunk Sanlang replied, visibly relieved. He had always conducted himself with integrity and did not wish to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. He then looked at Lyon. What weapon would you like? Is it also the 8-sided Han sword? Lyon shook his head, a brilliant light sparkling in his eyes. No, I desire a Tang Dao. In his previous life, when Lyon first beheld the Tang Dao in the hands of Bai Kue within the confines of the spirit cage, he was utterly captivated by the beauty and lethal elegance of its form. Subsequently, he delved into extensive research on the Tang Dao, which allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of it. The 8-sided Han sword and the Tang Dao represent the pinnacle of Chinese cold weaponry, embodying the exquisite artistry of swords and blades. Lyon harbors a distinct aversion to the curved blades of katana, preferring instead the naval cutlass that he is accustomed to wielding. Even after acquiring the renowned sword Snow's Passage and 3rd-generation Onakiri from the weapon shop in Roguetown, he remains resolute in his choice. Today, with the presence of the master swordsmith Ji Zabor from Wano country, and the exquisite material known as deep-sea black iron that he provided, Lyon finally finds himself on the cusp of obtaining the weapon he has long desired. Subsequently, Lyon and Guena lingered at Ji Zabor's estate for the better part of the day, meticulously discussing the various specifications of the weapon, including its dimensions, weight, and design. After this, the two made their way directly back to the warship. Guena, are you truly certain you do not wish to return home for a visit? No. I intend to return to the One Heart Dojo only after I have strengthened myself. Going back now would only diminish my fighting spirit. Very well. Then let us set forth directly and hasten our return to Roguetown. Indeed, Lyon and Gunk Sanlang agreed to retrieve the weapons in 6 months. Initially, Gunk Sanlang confidently asserted that he could forge the 2 weapons in just 4 months. However, Lyon was not in a hurry. He repeatedly urged Gunk Sanlang to remain patient, emphasizing that the quality of the weapons was of utmost importance. After all, these were likely to be the weapons that would accompany him throughout his life. And Lyon approached this matter with great caution. Chapter 24. Special training due to Lyon's order for an expedited return, the warship, in the ensuing journey, made only the necessary stops for fresh water and food, seldom pausing at any port. On the expansive deck of the warship, Guena struggled to run in circles. Burdened by a weight of over 100 pounds, her hurried breaths, drenched in sweat, and faltering steps all signified that her body had reached its limits. The surrounding sailors could not help but express a mix of compassion and admiration. The training imposed by the lieutenant colonel on Guena was exceedingly harsh. It was truly surprising that such a young girl could endure it. Indeed, I had once envied Guena for receiving the lieutenant colonel's guidance. But now it seemed that even if given the opportunity, I could never survive such grueling training. Intensify the training. We are the elite of the Navy. We cannot be outdone by a mere girl. Meanwhile, Lyon was sprinting across the surface of the sea beside the warship, moving at full speed, skimming over the waves, and leaping across the cerulean expanse. Suddenly, splash! Lyon inadvertently stepped upon a fleeting wave, and due to insufficient force, he plummeted directly into the sea. Alas, yet another failure. Lyon helplessly shook his head, then clapped his hands forcefully against the surface of the sea, using the momentum to leap back onto the warship. For an entire year, he had endeavored countless times, yet he still found himself unable to maneuver freely upon the water's surface. It is no wonder that scenes of battle upon the sea are scarce in the world of the Pirate King. In this realm, there exists no chakra, and the ocean is far from a placid expanse. The surface of the sea is tumultuous, rife with chaotic currents. To maintain a steady stance upon it requires constant adjustments and response to the shifting tides beneath one's feet. In fact, it might be more prudent to traverse the air with moonwalk techniques, which would be both less demanding and more efficient. Presently, Lyon regarded his tumultuous sprinting and leaping upon the ocean as a unique form of training, honing his speed, strength control, observational skills, and reflexes. He viewed the ever-changing sea as a worthy adversary, a far more engaging challenge than the monotonous drills of conventional training. Lyon ascended the warship with his upper body bared, his bronze skin and streamlined muscles glistening under the sun, reminiscent of a gilded statue after being drenched in seawater. Observing Gehenna, who was pushing her limits on the deck while laden with weight, a flicker of approval appeared in Lyon's eyes. Well done, Gehenna. The physical training has concluded. Now we shall commence with the visual acuity training. Gehenna's foundation in swordsmanship was already commendable. Thus, Lyon offered her a succinct trio of directives regarding her swordplay, speed, accuracy, and ferocity. Strike swiftly. Your attacks must be executed with such alacrity that the enemy cannot react. Aim with precision. Once you determine your target, there must be no margin for error. Deliver your blows with ferocity. If the opponent is indeed an enemy, the contest must determine both victory and life or death. Never allow any sentiment of mercy to impede your resolve. This realm is the genuine world, not a game where one can respawn infinitely. To fall victim to a counterattack due to carelessness or compassion is sheer folly. Such individuals are often doomed by their own ineptitude. Life is singular, thus it must be cherished. Will you choose to value the life of your adversary or your own? Under Lyon's relentless indoctrination of these principles, Gehenna, despite her tender age of 11, exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of her peers. Shortly thereafter, Gehenna grasped a slender wooden stick, standing before a pool the size of an ordinary room. Within the pool swam hundreds of diminutive fish, each no larger than a peanut. Their hues varied and their movements swift. Lyon meticulously elucidated the rules. Next, you shall submerge yourself into the water, wielding the wooden stick in your hand as if it were a sword, aiming to strike the crimson fish amidst the shoal. Each successful strike on a red fish earns you a point, while mistakenly injuring fish of other hues results in a deduction of 1 point. Once you achieve a perfect score of 100, I shall present you with an even smaller and swifter fish. Gehenna, with a serious expression, nodded earnestly before shedding her outer garment and plunging into the pool clad in her snug swimsuit. To my surprise, Gehenna's physical development has progressed rapidly. I had initially assumed she was an A cup, yet she has surprisingly reached a B cup. However, Lyon's design for this training was not merely to observe his apprentice's physique. Lacking Lyon's Sharingan, Gehenna must hone her eyesight. Practicing swordsmanship in the water is indeed a scientifically sound method of training, capable of rapidly enhancing both the speed and strength of her strikes, a fact Lyon has personally validated. The ensuing days were tranquil. During his own training sessions, Lyon occasionally instructed Gehenna, while also overseeing the training of his naval subordinates and perusing the latest newspapers whenever newsbirds passed by. The current year is 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar, November. In August, the East Blues Cook pirate crew, led by the notorious Redfoot Zepp, ventured into the Grand Line. In September, the red-haired pirates made a sudden appearance in the East Blue, lingering mysteriously for a time before departing quietly. Shockingly, it was reported that Shanks, the red-haired captain, lost an arm in the weakest of waters, the East Blue. In November, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, who 2 years prior wreaked havoc in Mariewa, was successfully slain by the righteous navy on the island of Fulshard in the Grand Line. Additionally, in November, the renowned stage actress Victoria Sindali tragically fell to her death from the stage. Lyon casually tossed the newspaper onto the table. This year has indeed seen a plethora of significant events in the East China Sea. Remarkably, the red-haired Shanks arrived at Windmill Village merely a month before me. Alas, I regret not witnessing the iconic scene where he sacrificed his arm. And then there is Fisher Tiger. I had nearly forgotten about this fellow had I not glanced at the newspaper. Now that the captain of the Sun Pirates has met his demise, the disbandment of the Sun Pirates cannot be far behind. If we were to follow the original storyline, after being apprehended by the Navy, Fisher Tiger would have been bailed out by Jean Bay, who had just become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Subsequently, he would have found his way to the East China Sea. However, now that I am here, if Fisher Tiger dares to show his face, I shall deal with him without hesitation. The reputation of the 7 warlords holds no sway over me. Just as Lyon was deep in thought, a Navy lookout on the warship suddenly cried out, "A large pirate ship spotted on the left." A large pirate ship? Lyon's interest was piqued. He is merely 2. 000 potential points away from accumulating 9,000 potential points, at which point he shall be able to upgrade to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Lyon sprang from the sofa and leaped onto the lookout platform atop the mainmast. The vigilant naval officer immediately pointed into the distance. "Colonel, that pirate ship is right over there." Upon hearing this, Lyon turned his gaze to the left, where a distant silhouette of a ship emerged on the horizon. With the formidable power of his Sharingan, he could discern the pirate flag flying proudly from the vessel. The black flag, billowing in the wind, bore the striking image of a white skull with a prominent red nose. This distinctive emblem quickly brought to Lyon's mind the realization that the ship belonged to none other than the Buggy Pirates. The Buggy Pirates were no ordinary crew. Their captain, the Clown Buggy, had an extraordinary history. Once a member of the Pirate King Roger's crew, he was a close friend of the future Emperor Shanks and had clashed with legendary figures such as Whitebeard and the Golden Lion on the high seas. In the future, Buggy would narrowly escape the relentless pursuit of the marine hero Garp, evading the lethal strikes of the world's greatest swordsman, and nearly causing the demise of the future Pirate King, Luffy, leaving an indelible mark on the momentous Marineford War. Clown Buggy and his Chop Chop Fruit. If I were to confront him, the Navy personnel around me would be of little assistance, and my swordsmanship would prove utterly ineffective. Lyon pondered for a moment before issuing a solemn command. "Relay the order. Our course remains unchanged. We shall not concern ourselves with that pirate ship." Meanwhile, aboard the Baika DOP ship of the Buggy Pirates, the lookout pirate took a while to spot a warship in the distance. "Captain, a warship has been sighted ahead." The once leisurely Buggy was startled into action, leaping from his seat. "A warship? Where did it come from? Are we being targeted by the Navy?" "That shouldn't be the case. Captain Buggy, it seems the warship hasn't noticed us. They are heading north and have not altered their course towards us." The lookout pirate replied hastily, fully aware of the captain's notorious temperament. Buggy, despite his comically round red nose, was known for his cruelty. Any unfortunate soul who provoked him could face dire consequences, injury at best, death at worst. "Ah?" Buggy exclaimed in surprise, immediately utilizing the power of the Chop Chop Fruit, his body disassembling into pieces as his head soared into the air to gaze intently at the approaching warship. Indeed, it was a warship. And upon spotting the illustrious pirate ship of Captain Buggy, it appeared to be fleeing in panic. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." With a triumphant laugh, Buggy reveled in the sight. The crew of pirates, witnessing this, clamored to flatter him. The cowardly Navy, upon seeing the great Captain Buggy, has chosen to scatter. Captain Buggy is the strongest. The mere Navy must surely flee. Long live Captain Buggy. They chortled, laughter echoing around them. Suddenly, Buggy's boisterous laughter was abruptly cut short as he stared wide-eyed into the distance, mouth agape in astonishment. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed. From the direction of the warship, a small black dot was rapidly approaching. As it drew closer, the pirates gradually discerned the figure. It was a person, a Navy lieutenant, clad in a naval uniform and a justice cloak, soaring through the air with the aid of moonwalk. Buggy, being well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the movement technique, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Quick! Prepare to fire! Use the special Buggy bombs!" He bellowed in haste, realizing the approaching enemy was not to be underestimated. The pirate crew snapped back to reality, expertly adjusting the cannons and loading the specially crafted Buggy bombs. With a resounding boom, a Buggy bomb was launched towards the approaching Navy officer, a sinister smile creeping across Buggy's face. "Hee. As long as he is caught off guard and fails to evade my special Buggy bomb, he is surely doomed." Beneath his sunglasses, Lyon had already activated his Sharingan, allowing him to see clearly. The object hurtling from the Buggy Pirates was a peculiar red cannonball, emblazoned with the emblem of a rhino's skull. "Is this the special Buggy bomb?" Recalling its nature, Lyon understood he could not take it head-on. He deftly maneuvered in the air, evading the cannonball. The Buggy bomb missed its target, crashing into the sea behind him and erupting in a dazzling golden light. With a tremendous explosion, a shockwave accompanied by blinding light and heat shattered the calm surface of the ocean, blooming into a magnificent white mushroom cloud. The sheer force of the blast made Lyon's eyelids flutter and his heart race. He was grateful for having dodged it. What sort of black technology is this? It's nearly on par with a low-yield nuclear weapon? Buggy the Clown? No, you ought to be renamed Date Buggy. Having witnessed the might of the special Buggy bomb, Lyon became even more cautious. He employed moonwalk to execute an S-shaped maneuver, successfully evading several incoming Buggy bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions resounded, yet none harmed Lyon. Buggy's expression darkened as he noticed the fear-stricken pirates around him. He sensed the urgency of the situation. To bolster morale, he forced a laugh and proclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Let's teach this Navy officer a lesson for daring to seek his doom. Yes, with our invincible Captain Buggy, victory is assured." Kabaji, Buggy's strategist, chimed in eagerly. Known for his cunning, he rode a unicycle and wielded various tricks. At this moment, Machi, the first mate of the Buggy pirates, also mounted his Lyon, Ricky, and stepped forward. Indeed, a mere Navy officer dares to challenge our entire Buggy pirates crew. He's merely courting death. Seeing this, the previously demoralized pirates surged with confidence, shouting fervently, "Let's show him what we're made of. With Captain Buggy here, that Navy officer is as good as dead. Roar. Let's kill this Navy officer. Tear him to shreds." Upon boarding the ship by Kadop, Lyon was greeted by a fervent and exhilarated group of pirates. That clown Buggy may lack in other areas, but his talent for rallying the spirits of the crowd is truly remarkable. After surveying the pirates on deck, Lyon's gaze fell upon the figure at the back of the throng, a jester adorned with a circular red nose. Ah, the one with the large round red nose. That must be you, Buggy the Clown. You scoundrel. Buggy, resembling a powder keg ignited, erupted in fury. Who are you calling a large round red nose? Lyon had intended to provoke Buggy, and he continued to taunt him. It's you. That clown Buggy with the large, red, and round nose. You look like a dog. A profound silence enveloped the room. All the pirates stared in shock and fear at their captain, Buggy. With heavy breaths, Buggy raised his clouded face and bellowed in fury. Bastard! Kill him! Everyone, go and kill him! The pirate lackeys had anticipated this reaction. They roared in unison, brandishing their swords as they charged at Lyon. Kill! Observing Buggy's uncontrollable rage, Lyon felt a sense of satisfaction. Buggy was an astute individual. Lyon had deliberately provoked him to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Knowing that anger could cloud one's judgment, as the swarm of pirates descended upon him, Lyon calmly drew his blade. He intentionally concealed part of his strength and engaged in fierce combat with the throngs of pirates. Buggy, however, stood at the back of the crowd, seething with rage, coldly observing the unfolding battle. Charging to the front lines? Absolutely not. Buggy had no intention of risking his life. That would be far too perilous. Such reckless endeavors were the tasks of the underlings. After all, the lives of these pirates were hardly valuable. He let them expend their energy, probing the enemy's strength until the Navy was utterly fatigued and defenseless, at which point it would be the perfect moment for Captain Buggy to make his grand entrance. A captain's character is often mirrored in his subordinates. Chief Strategist Kabeji and First Mate Machi mirrored Buggy's behavior, standing at the back to observe the fray. This scenario was precisely what Lyon relished. In truth, given his current prowess, dealing with these pirate lackeys was a trivial task. Yet, he maintained the facade of a fierce struggle, as if he were on the verge of being overwhelmed by their attacks. Paradoxically, Lyon's seemingly feeble counterattacks effectively pierced the vital points of the pirates one after another. Lyon inadvertently stumbled upon a corpse, causing him to fall and stain his military uniform with blood. His dagger unexpectedly slashed the throat of an unfortunate pirate. Struggling to rise, he clutched his chest. Agony etched upon his face, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. With a voice filled with sorrow and anger, he exclaimed, "You wretched, cough. Pirates, how dare you shamelessly ambush me?" Unbeknownst to the pirates, a series of notifications flickered before Lyon's eyes. Defeated a common pirate. Gained 55 potential points. Defeated a common pirate. Gained 39 potential points. Defeated a common pirate. Gained 43 potential points. Defeated an elite pirate. Gained 97 potential points. Chapter 26. A dive into battle. As the battle raged on, the number of fallen pirate minions increased. Although Lyon appeared on the verge of collapse, he persevered against the odds. Captain Buggy grew increasingly impatient, his gaze flitting between Chief Strategist Kabaji and First Mate Machi for a brief moment before signaling Kabaji with a glance. "Kabaji, go and eliminate that scoundrel Navy." "Yes, Captain Buggy," Kabaji replied, bowing slightly before silently entering the fray on his unicycle. A burly pirate swung down his blade, and Lyon barely managed to block the attack, staggering as he narrowly evaded strikes from two other pirates, inadvertently thrusting his weapon into yet another pirate's throat. Cough, cough. Lyon stifled a cough, blood oozing between his fingers as his body staggered, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. It seemed he was on the brink of defeat. At that moment, Kabeji stealthily appeared behind him, riding a unicycle, and unleashed a vicious strike aimed directly at Lyon's vulnerable back. That scoundrel of a Navy man was doomed. A triumphant smile graced Buggy's face. How infuriating. This significant achievement was being snatched away by Kabeji. The first mate, Machi, felt deep discontent. This tenacious and fortunate Navy scoundrel was finally about to meet his end. The pirate lackeys displayed expressions of relief. With the strike, there was no doubt that the man would perish. Kabaji's face radiated cold confidence. Just then, Lyon's once trembling body suddenly steadied. He deftly sidestepped Kabaji's ruthless ambush and, with a fluid motion, spun around, slicing with his blade as gracefully as flowing water. Kabaji felt only a fleeting breeze. Instinctively checking his body, he found no wounds and could not help but sneer, "Your luck is indeed remarkable, but against absolute power. No amount of struggle will avail you." "You were quite right." Lyon nodded in agreement. He then disregarded Kabaji and turned to deal with the pirate lackeys behind him. Ignored. Kabaji's expression darkened, his voice icy. "How dare you ignore me? Before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped him. Simultaneously, faint lines of blood appeared on his body. In an instant, Kabaji was shattered to pieces. Thud. Chunks of flesh mixed with blood fell to the ground, splattering across a large section of the deck. The defeat of the pirate Kabaji yielded 650 potential points. Witnessing Kabaji's gruesome demise, all the pirates' faces changed dramatically, with some of the lackeys left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Lyon effortlessly dispatched several pirate lackeys. Behind the crowd, the previously relaxed Buggy and Machi were suddenly taken aback, their expressions contorted as if they had just consumed something vile. Cold sweat streamed down Buggy's face. He was no fool and could easily discern that Lyon had been concealing his true strength. However, given that Lyon had only revealed his swordsmanship and moonwalk technique thus far, Buggy was alarmed but still retained some composure. He cast a furtive glance at Machi and commanded, "Machi, you go." Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of Kabaji, Machi, who had been contemplating flight, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He stammered, "Be Buggy, Captain. I am no match for that Navy officer." Even Kabaji, the lion Ricky, accompanying Machi, exhibited remarkable awareness, shaking its head in fear and inching backward. "Are you questioning the orders of the illustrious Captain Buggy?" Buggy's demeanor darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet, moments later, his expression softened as he reassured, "Fear not. I shall not send you to your demise, merely distract him, and I will seize the opportunity to vanquish him myself." Understanding Buggy's ruthless nature, Machi dared not refuse and reluctantly acquiesced. "Why yes, Captain Buggy." At that moment, as Buggy and Machi conversed, Lyon had already cleared the area of pirate lackeys, garnering a substantial amount of potential points. The remaining pirates, now disregarding Buggy's commands, frantically fled, seeking refuge from the terrifying harbinger of death that was Lyon. Some even sought shelter behind Buggy. Fuming, Buggy's forehead pulsed with veins, but he recognized that now was not the time to settle scores with these pirates. He silently took note of the names of those scoundrels. Machi, riding Ricky, cautiously approached Lyon, harboring no belief in Buggy's assurances. After all, who was Captain Buggy? While others may be oblivious, Machi, as the first mate, knew all too well. Cunning, ruthless, greedy, and deceitful, these were the true colors of Captain Buggy. Faced with the prospect of battling that fearsome Navy officer, he was certain he would meet his end. With this thought, Machi exchanged glances with Ricky and bravely charged at Lyon. Observing Machi's reckless approach, Lyon felt a tinge of surprise. Is there truly a fearless soul among Buggy's crew? However, just as Machi and Ricky closed in, they suddenly executed a dramatic slide, coming to a halt 10 meters away as Machi shouted, "Spare us. We surrender." The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Lyon, poised to strike, was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding pirate lackeys, after recovering from their shock, exchanged furtive glances, intrigued. Meanwhile, Buggy was livid, jumping up and down as he bellowed, "You scoundrel! Machi, you traitorous wretch! I shall blow you to pieces with my special Buggy bomb." Lyon nodded at Machi and Lion Leaky, who had slid to their knees before him. "You were quite astute." The initial trepidation of Machi and Lion Leaky dissipated, replaced by expressions of sheer joy, as if they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. However, a faint sound echoed, hiss, hiss, and their blissful smiles abruptly froze. Moments later, their heads slowly detached from their necks, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground as blood gushed forth like a fountain. The defeat of the pirate beast tamer Machi yielded 350 potential points. The defeat of Lion Leaky also awarded 350 potential points. Alas, your sole value to me lies in transforming into potential points, Lion remarked coldly. With a swift motion, he wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He strode past the two headless corpses and advanced unarmed towards Buggy. Lion was acutely aware that when dealing with Buggy, who possessed the fragmented fruit ability, fists were far superior to swords. Although terrified by Lyon's ruthless demeanor, a glint of malice flickered in Buggy's eyes. The Navy officer was unaware of Buggy's powers. All it took was a swift move, sorrow. Bang. Buggy barely had time to react before Lyon's punch sent him crashing to the ground. How painful. You can wield hockey too? Buggy exclaimed, hurriedly resorting to his signature technique, the emergency escape of fragmentation. In an eerie display, Buggy's body divided into numerous pieces, scattering in all directions. However, Lyon was already prepared. At the very moment Buggy's form splintered apart, he seized Buggy's head with a firm grip. What followed took everyone by surprise. Rather than launching another attack, Lyon simply burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Buggy, let us have some fun at sea. No. Buggy's head screamed in terror. As their words echoed, Lyon turned and leapt into the ocean, still clutching Buggy's head. Splash. A beautiful spray of water erupted from the surface. Chapter 27. The luck of Conqueror's hockey. Buggy's disassembled body quickly reformed, but it was too late. Easily evading Buggy's feeble dagger counterattack, Lyon pressed him down into the sea. Gulp. Gurgle. Wow. Gurgle. Buggy, choking on seawater, rolled his eyes helplessly, waving his arms without a shred of resistance. Those who consume devil fruits may acquire unique powers, yet they simultaneously become vulnerable to seawater and sea stone. In the water, a devil fruit user not only loses their abilities but also succumbs to fatigue, becoming utterly defenseless. As Lyon held Buggy under the water, the pirates aboard the Bikutupa ship quickly raised the sails, desperately maneuvering the vessel away from the scene. Lyon naturally witnessed this scene. However, those pirate lackeys posed little threat to him. He resolved to first eliminate the most formidable adversary, Buggy. As Lyon brandished his sword, poised to eliminate Buggy, a sudden flicker in the corner of his eye revealed a crimson, specially crafted Buggy bomb hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Damn it! Lyon cursed vehemently. In a moment of sheer panic, he abandoned all thoughts of Buggy, forcefully clapping his hands against the surface of the sea, propelling himself upward from the water, and executed a swift moonwalk to escape the impending disaster. A blinding flash erupted behind him, followed by a ferocious explosion that enveloped the still escaping Lyon in its devastating shockwave. A colossal mushroom cloud of white smoke ascended into the sky, while the violent turbulence nearly capsized the nearby ship, the Bikuto. After the tumultuous upheaval, several surviving pirate lackeys on board scrambled to their feet. Did we hit him? One inquired. We did. But isn't this a bit ruthless? That Navy man is as good as dead. Yet Buggy's predicament is on our conscience. Buggy's death was the Navy's doing. We bear no responsibility. Another asserted. Indeed, we are avenging Buggy. Under the fierce glares of his fellow pirates, the one who spoke the truth hastily retracted his statement. I must have been mistaken. It was that Navy man who killed Captain Buggy. Not far from there, the tumultuous sea began to roil, and Lyon emerged from the depths. His attire tattered and his complexion pallid, his sword and the sunglasses concealing his Sharingan nowhere to be found. He coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling a surge of relief. Damn it, I was so careless. I never expected to escape Buggy's grasp only to nearly perish at the hands of a few pirate lackeys. Just then, a violent churn of waves surged to his left, and a massive, shadowy figure ascended rapidly from the ocean's depths, breaking through the surface in an instant. It was a medium-sized sea king, measuring over 300 meters in length, resembling a whale, which let out a resounding roar. This sea creature had been drawn to the explosion that had just occurred on the water. Astonishingly, within its gaping maw, Buggy appeared unscathed, though he seemed to have lost consciousness. Lyon, with his keen eyesight, was left utterly astounded by this spectacle. Is this truly happening? I fought tooth and nail to preserve my life, sustaining significant injuries, while Buggy, without any means of resistance, emerges unscathed, saved by a sea king. Buggy truly embodies the luck of a conqueror. The Sea King, after surfacing and finding no satisfactory prey, twisted its body and submerged back into the depths. Lyon hesitated for a moment, refraining from making a move to intercept. He was currently quite injured, and his dagger was nowhere to be found. He was unlikely to be a match for this medium-sized Sea King. Moreover, what if, in a desperate struggle against this creature, several specially made Baki bombs were to be unleashed from the Baki DOP ship? Contemplating this, Lyon turned his gaze toward the Baki DOP ship in the distance, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. On board the Baki DOP, a group of pirate henchmen were startled by the sudden appearance of the medium-sized Sea King. However, their limited perception prevented them from noticing the Baki in the creature's mouth, nor did they see Lyon beneath the surface. Once the Sea King retreated into the depths, the henchmen collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, That was terrifying. Indeed, who would have thought such a dreadful monster lurked in these waters? With Captain Baki dead, we might as well divide the treasures aboard the ship. Shoo, those treasures are worth millions of berries. Yet, with Captain Baki gone, those riches rightfully belong to us. We are about to strike it rich. Exactly. Once we divide the treasure, we'll have plenty of money. I, for one, have no desire to remain a pirate. I wish to enjoy life for the rest of my days. As these pirate henchmen excitedly discussed how to split the loot, Lyon stealthily approached from beneath the waves. With a splash, he leaped onto the deck of the Baki DOP. Divide the treasure? Enjoy life? You can enjoy your journey to hell. His cold words echoed as he swung his fist, enveloped in the aura of armament hockey, charging towards the group of pirates. Crimson Eyes? You are the blood-eyed butcher, cried a sharp-eyed pirate in terror. What? It's him. We're doomed. Upon recognizing Lyon's identity, the already demoralized pirates completely collapsed. Killing a regular pirate yielded 53 potential points. Killing an elite pirate granted 101 potential points. Killing a regular pirate earned 48 potential points. A minute later, Lyon sat amidst the corpses of the pirate henchmen, rubbing his slightly heavy chest, although he felt a twinge of regret for not having slain the formidable Captain Baki. The near-total annihilation of the Baki pirate crew had nonetheless netted him an impressive 158 potential points. His accumulated potential points had now reached 860. And after a year, Lyon could finally upgrade his Sharingan. Lyon eagerly focused his thoughts, preparing to elevate his 2-tomo Sharingan. The transformation into a 3-tomo Sharingan required the expenditure of 9,000 potential points. Confirm. Upon Lyon's mental affirmation, his eyes were instantly enveloped in a thick, blood-red mist. An excruciating, intensely itchy sensation coursed through his eyes, compelling him to tightly shut them, nearly eliciting a groan. Approximately 10 minutes later, as all unusual sensations faded, Lyon finally opened his eyes. Within his crimson irises, 3 tomo were arranged equidistantly, exuding an unfathomable depth and an aura of mystique that drew one in at a mere glance. Upon ascending to the 3-tomo Sharingan, Lyon's vision experienced a substantial enhancement, and the illusionary abilities he had developed with the 2-tomo Sharingan were significantly augmented. Moreover, he acquired an additional capability of mental resistance. Mental resistance, a passive ability that greatly enhances resistance to mental attacks such as charm, illusions, and psychological intimidation. Seeing this capability, Lyon's eyes sparkled with excitement. This mental resistance proved to be immensely useful. Whether it was Hancock's petrifying charm, Perona's negative spirits, or the domineering hockey, all these abilities fell under the category of mental attacks, particularly those that were insidious and difficult to counter. With the mental resistance ability now at his disposal, he would no longer hesitate when confronting such foes. Next, Lyon attempted to upgrade his 3-tomo Sharingan once more, only to be met with a blood-red notification. Insufficient upgrade conditions. To evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, he would need to expend 30,000 potential points, and both his physical and mental attributes must exceed 3,000 points. After a moment of silence, Lyon resignedly gazed at his attributes interface. Lyon potential points, 1860 combat power, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters strength, 462, agility, 701, 1, stamina, 501, 1, spirit, 355, 2. Armament hockey, beginner observation hockey, unawakened conqueror's hockey, unawakened special abilities, swordsmanship, second-rate swordsman 3-tomo Sharingan, replication. Illusion, mental resistance. Note, when attributes range from 100 to 1000, enhancing each attribute point consumes 30 potential points. The following is a general classification of attribute values. This classification is derived from the combat power data of One Piece. Ordinary Navy soldier, 10 elite soldier to lieutenant colonel, 11 to 500 colonel to rear admiral, 501 for 000 vice admiral, 4001 to 7000 admiral candidate, 7001 to 9999 admiral and Yonko, above 10,000. With no upper limit. Lyon has evidently sensed that as his attributes have enhanced, the attribute points gained through training have become increasingly scarce. To elevate his physical and mental attributes beyond 3,000 points, a substantial expenditure of potential points is requisite. The path to genuine strength remains arduous and long. Chapter 28. Surprise. Nico Robin. After a brief respite, Lyon retrieved his Den Mushi from his pocket. BRRR, 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 BRRR. Click. This is Lyon. Please bring the warship over. Understood, Colonel. Stowing away the din mushi, Lyon proceeded towards the cabin of the Baikadaupu. He was curious to discover how much treasure Buggy had amassed over the years. After rummaging through several cabins, Lyon finally located Buggy's treasure room. Before him lay a dazzling array of gold, a vast accumulation of coins and various golden artifacts, with pearls and gemstones heaped together, forming a small mountain. Atop this trove rested an exquisitely crafted golden chest. One might wonder if such a chest, forged from gold, concealed some extraordinary treasure within. While the prospect of acquiring these riches was exhilarating, Lyon remained composed. These treasures could not directly translate into strength. In contrast, he found himself more intrigued by the contents of the chest. Though the chest was locked, it posed no challenge for Lyon. He effortlessly crushed the golden lock as if it were mere Play-Doh. With a crisp snap, the chest opened, revealing a round, peculiar fruit adorned with spiral patterns from its skin to its flesh, resplendent in a shade of pink. This was an extraordinary devil fruit. Revered as the treasures of the sea, devil fruits command a market value exceeding 100 million berries. They are said to embody the essence of demons, granting various abilities upon consumption, albeit at the cost of instilling a fear of seawater and sea prism stone within the eater. Having spent a full year in the pirate world, this was Lyon's first encounter with a devil fruit. The unexpected delight nearly overwhelmed him. He cradled the fruit, examining it from every angle. Once the initial astonishment faded, Lyon contemplated. I can expend potential points to enhance my attributes, and with the limitless potential of the Sharingan, my need for the devil fruit is minimal. Moreover, this fruit's abilities are unknown, and I need not impose a perilous weakness upon myself. After a moment of reflection, Lyon resolved to sacrifice the devil fruit for potential points. There are 3 methods to acquire potential points. 1. Sacrifice a devil fruit. 2. Develop personal influence. 3. Eliminate adversaries. Previously, Lyon had relied on vanquishing pirates to acquire potential points. This was his first time sacrificing a devil fruit, and he was uncertain of the potential points he might gain. Sacrificing the devil fruit. Upon the command of his thoughts, the devil fruit in Lyon's hand silently disintegrated and vanished in an instant. He sacrificed the Paramecia type Suna no Mi and acquired 900 potential points. Lyon's face was alight with astonishment. To think there are as many as 900 points. Previously, when I defeated the animal ability user, Black Dog, I only received 865 potential points. It appears that the devil fruit is far more valuable than the users of such fruits, and this particular devil fruit possesses the extraordinary power of beauty enhancement, the smooth fruit. In the original narrative, it was the grotesque and vain figure, Arlita, who obtained the smooth fruit. This individual later joined Buggy's pirate crew. Is it possible that Buggy and this plump woman share some peculiar connection? The implications are unsettling upon deeper reflection. Shaking his head to dispel the sinister thoughts, Lyon glanced at his current potential points, totaling 11,760. Presently, enhancing a single attribute required the expenditure of 30 potential points. After some contemplation, Lyon chose to enhance his physique by 100 points, allocating the remainder of his potential points to bolster his mental attributes. Consequently, Lyon's foundational attributes transformed to strength for 60, agility 701, physique 601, 100, mental 647, 292. The vigor of his body and the enrichment of his mind elicited a pleasurable groan from Lyon. The comfort derived from attribute enhancement was truly irresistible. It surpassed the pleasure of indulging in an entire spot treatment. Before long, the warship arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Lyon's tattered clothing and pallid visage, both the Navy personnel and Kuina exhibited palpable concern. Colonel Lyon, are you injured? Teacher, are you all right? Lyon waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. You all take care of this pirate ship. I'll rest for a while. With that, he nodded at Kuina and strode directly to the captain's quarters. Although his condition had improved due to enhanced physical training, the dull ache in his chest incessantly reminded Lyon of his need for recuperation. Meanwhile, not far from the warship, a colossal whale, measuring over 300 meters in length, slowly emerged from the water's depths, releasing a resounding roar before shooting a towering white column of water from its blowhole, soaring thousands of meters into the air. Buggy screamed as he was propelled into the sky by the waterspout. At that moment, a scavenging vulture was drawn to the sound of his cries, mistaking Buggy for prey, and swooped down to seize him, carrying him away. A little over 10 minutes later, on a desolate island, the remarkably fortunate Buggy stood triumphantly atop the vulture's carcass, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. I'm still alive. Well, ha ha ha. After his laughter subsided, he gazed at his solitary self, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Those accursed Navy bastards. My bicadapo, my devil fruit, my treasures. I will have my revenge. Meanwhile, Roguetown buzzed with its usual vibrancy. As a crucial stopover from the east blew to the Grand Line, merchant ships frequented this bustling hub, thriving on economic trade. On the clean and tidy streets, a strikingly beautiful young woman with raven hair captivated the attention of many passers-by. She wore a white sun hat, dark sunglasses, and a blue dress, her delicate features complemented by healthy, sun-kissed skin and a remarkably alluring figure. This enchanting lady was none other than Nico Robin, the notorious demon from O'Hara, with a bounty of 79 million berries on her head. Having embarked from the Alabasta Kingdom over a month ago, she had changed ships several times along the way to evade pursuit and finally arrived in Roguetown today. Cautiously surveying her surroundings, Robin mused, Mr. Starry Sky mentioned that Colonel Lyon of the Roguetown Navy is the one who can alter my fate. I wonder what makes him so special and what kind of person he truly is. After some contemplation, Robin decided to gather more information. She observed her vicinity and entered a well-decorated tavern. After ordering a sweet drink at the bar, she discreetly handed the bartender 2 banknotes. You've given too much, the bartender remarked, stealing a glance at Robin's ample bosom, and kindly warned her. Robin lifted her charming face and smiled. Please accept it. Additionally, I would like to inquire about Colonel Lyon of Roguetown. What kind of person is he? The young bartender, invigorated by Robin's radiant smile, cleared his throat and replied, You've come to the right person. I have a brother in the Navy who often boasts about his exploits alongside Colonel Lyon. He is a remarkable individual. Ever since he resurrected last year, his eyes have turned a striking shade of crimson. He is known as the Blood-Eyed Butcher for his ruthless treatment of pirates. Yet he is very kind to his subordinates and civilians, firmly believing in the equality of life and upholding the justice of existence. It's quite complex for someone so young, just 19 years old. Lyon seems to be a rather intriguing man. After finishing her drink, Robin stood up and smiled sweetly. Thank you for the information. With that, she turned to leave. What a stunning beauty, the bartender exclaimed, admiring Robin's alluring silhouette. Damn it. Why is my drink taking so long? A burly man shouted in frustration. Just a moment. I'll bring it right away, the bartender replied, shrinking his neck in fear. Chapter 29. The pirate attack. After exiting the tavern, Robin visited several other shops, inquiring about the same matter. It was only as dusk approached that she found a secluded inn to rest for the night. With a creak, she flopped onto the comfortable bed, closing her eyes to organize the intelligence she had gathered throughout the day. A year ago, he was resurrected, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Known as the Blood-Eyed Butcher, he is merciless towards pirates yet benevolent towards subordinates and civilians. He believes in the equality of life and upholds the justice of existence. Such a complex individual at merely 19 years old. Lyon. He appears to be quite an interesting man. Robin opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with anticipation and curiosity about the man she had yet to meet. As the dark night enveloped the town of Rogue, it remained peaceful and serene. However, unbeknownst to the inhabitants, a vast array of ominous ship silhouettes had quietly emerged on the sea outside, occupying a significant stretch of water, akin to a pack of lurking beasts. This was a pirate fleet consisting of 10 pirate ships. Barrow, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Krieg Pirates, stood at the helm of the flagship. Towering in stature, he was clad in shields, thoroughly protecting himself. A diminutive man stood before Barrow. He was Elton, the assistant to the president of the Shining Gold Trading Company. Behind the scenes, the Krieg Pirates had long been close collaborators with the Shining Gold Trading Company, engaging in mutual benefits through commercial piracy. These damned pirates. Elton cursed inwardly, though his face betrayed none of his feelings. He had come at the president's behest to provide the pirates with intelligence regarding the naval defenses of Roguetown and point out the locations of their business rivals. Bowing respectfully to Barrow, Elton wore an ingratiating smile. Captain Barrow, our president particularly instructed me to highlight those lucrative targets for you. Additionally, our company has prepared 2 empty warehouses. All you need to do is send your men in for a quick tour. With that, Elton respectfully handed Barrow a map. It was a defense layout of the Roguetown Navy, prominently marking the locations of other trading companies' warehouses and shops. Our president has stated that if you seize their goods and eliminate their personnel, he will provide the Krieg Pirates with a batch of the latest standard naval firearms at no cost. Barrow glanced at the map and then at Elton, gruffly asking, Is that all? There's more. Elton hastily replied. Upon completion, Our company will also pay you an additional 8 million berries as a reward. Now that is more like it. Barrow nodded in satisfaction. He then surveyed the eager pirates around him and bellowed, "Listen up, lads. Soon, we shall storm into Rogue Town and take a hearty bite of this rich territory. Defeat the navy here, and all the gold and treasures will belong to you." A roar erupted from the pirates, their excitement palpable. "Fire the cannons. Let us sink the warships in the harbor." Barrow issued a loud command, and the cannons aboard 10 pirate ships roared in unison, their orange flames illuminating the darkness. Shells rained down upon the vessels docked in the harbor, wreaking havoc. Although the pirates targeted the warships, the artillery of this era was notoriously inaccurate, resulting in numerous merchant and fishing boats falling victim to the onslaught. Explosions ignited fierce fires, engulfing many ships, while thick smoke billowed into the sky, painting the port of Rogue Town in chaos. The navy on the warships responded swiftly, maintaining their composure as they rushed to their battle stations. An officer on deck bellowed orders. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sailors, weigh anchor and set sail. Gunners, return fire. Move. All of you. These damn pirates dare to assault Rogue Town. Let us show them our might." Before long, 5 warships set sail from the harbor, dispersing to engage the pirate fleet in a fierce exchange of cannon fire. The thunderous sounds of artillery echoed through the night, illuminating the harbor with bursts of flame. Hearing the cannon fire, the residents of Rogue Town hurriedly locked their doors and windows, arming themselves and gathering with their families, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, in the naval base of Rogue Town, Hans, stationed in place of Lyon, wore a grave expression as he issued orders. "Immediately relay the command for all elite Navy forces to assemble at the harbor. New recruits and the wounded will secure the streets and maintain order in Rogue Town. Anyone daring to cause trouble at this moment will be shot on sight." "Yes, Captain Hans." The messenger saluted before hastily departing. As the orders cascaded down, the defensive forces of Rogue Town mobilized rapidly, filling the main streets with armed Navy soldiers rushing towards the harbor. Once the messenger left, Hans retrieved a transponder snail and dialed Lion's number. "BRR, BRR, BRR, BRR. Click. "Hans? What is the matter at this late hour?" Lyon rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Colonel, Rogue Town is under attack by a pirate fleet. Currently, 10 pirate ships are assaulting the harbor." "What?" Lyon's drowsiness vanished instantly as he inquired, "Which pirate crew is it, and can you hold your ground?" "It's too dark and too far. I cannot yet identify the crew. If it is merely these 10 ships, I am confident we can hold the harbor. But launching a counterattack carries significant risk," Hans replied cautiously. Lyon spoke in a low voice. "Just hold the port. Avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. We shall discuss other matters upon my return." "Understood, Colonel," Hans replied with a solemn nod. Lyon abruptly ended the call and issued a commanding order to the station navy outside. "Set sail at full speed. Return to Rogue Town post-haste." Indeed, the pirates, typically so secretive, have chosen to assault Rogue Town in my absence. Is this mere coincidence, or something more sinister? Lyon fell into deep contemplation within a secluded inn in Rogue Town. Nicole Robbins stood by the window, silently gazing at the distant port engulfed in flames, listening to the resounding cannon fire echoing from the chaos. Her eyes reflected a blend of confusion and complexity, lost in thoughts unknown. After concluding his conversation with Lyon, Hans swiftly led his naval forces to the port. By then, the cannonade was nearing its end, with the pirate fleet having gained the upper hand through a surprise attack and numerical superiority, managing to stand firm against the naval onslaught. Within the port of Rogue Town, 1 naval vessel had been sunk and 3 others damaged, while the pirate fleet suffered 2 sunken ships and 4 damaged. It is essential to recognize the qualitative difference between naval ships and pirate vessels. Typically, a single naval ship can contend with 2 or 3 pirate ships simultaneously. Witnessing this grim situation, Barrow's face lit up with joy as he bellowed orders. All pirates, head towards the port. If we eradicate these wretched Navy men, Rogue Town will belong to the Creek pirates." The pirates, consumed by fervor, gazed greedily and cruelly at the affluent Rogue Town, as if envisioning a sumptuous feast before them. "Kill, annihilate those Navy men. Tonight, the bountiful Rogue Town shall be ours. The naval fleet stands no chance against us. Wipe them out and seize everything." Chapter 30. The poison of justice. As the cannon fire ceased, the port fell into a heavy silence, seemingly concluding the turmoil. Yet, almost everyone understood that this was merely the fleeting calm before the impending storm. A brutal battle loomed on the horizon. It wasn't long before this rare tranquility was shattered. The ferocious cries of pirates clashed with the commanding shouts of the Navy, intermingled with the cacophony of footsteps, gunfire, clashing swords, maniacal laughter, curses, and anguished screams. These myriad sounds mingled with blood, composing yet another blood-soaked hymn in this frenzied age of piracy. The port was strewn with the corpses of pirates and Navy personnel alike, blood pooling into small streams. The pirates had charged at the Navy's positions a dozen times, only to be resolutely repelled each time by the steadfast Navy troops. Damn it! Why are these Navy men so tenacious? Why was this not mentioned in your reports? Barrow shouted, gripping Ilton by the collar. Captain Barrow of the East Sea's naval branch was not unfamiliar with combat. Under the onslaught of the Creek pirates, the branch navies often faltered quickly, collapsing under pressure. However, what was up with the Navy forces of Rogue Town? Were they unafraid of death? Ilton's face turned pale, yet he dared not provoke Barrow. Fearing the wrath of this merciless pirate, Captain Barrow, I am wronged. We merchants have no insight into the Navy's combat capability. After all, we are merely traders. Humph. Useless. Barrow shoved Ilton aside and strode forward. Pirates, charge with me to break the Navy's defenses. If this plunder is successful, you shall each receive half of the spoils. Barrow was all in this time, even offering his share of the loot to his subordinates. If this plunder failed, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. The leader of the Creek pirates would not let him off easily. Hail Captain Barrow. Kill. Annihilate the Navy. Fueled by the promise of great rewards, Barrow's pirates were breathless, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Why did they embrace the life of piracy? Certainly, it was for wealth, for indulgence. Yet, the spoils they typically obtained were often halved by their leader, with the captain taking a significant portion, leaving them with meager treasures that vanished after a few nights of revelry at the tavern. This time, with Captain Barrow being exceptionally generous and targeting the wealthy Rogue Town, the pirates momentarily forgot their fear of death, driven to madness. The fierce battle reignited. This time, Barrow led the charge, his body encased in a shield as if he were a tank. The Navy's bullets struck him with resounding thuds, yet had no effect. Ha! My defense is invincible. No one has ever drawn blood from me. Navy men, come and meet your demise. Barrow cackled wildly as Barrow charged into the Navy's ranks. Hans sensed the impending doom and rushed forward to intercept him. Clang! Hans's sword struck Barrow's shield with a thunderous noise. Ha! Useless Navy. Even the cannons of your ships cannot harm me. Your attacks cannot touch me. Barrow boasted, swinging his shield to strike Hans fiercely. Hans narrowed his eyes, sidestepping Barrow's assault. Through this exchange, Hans discerned Barrow's weaknesses. His heavy armor rendered him less agile, making frontal attacks ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Hans bellowed, Damn pirate. I refuse to believe I cannot break your shield. With that, Hans swung his sword with brute force toward Barrow. This direct assault played into Barrow's hands. He raised his shield to block while retaliating with his shield, taunting, Useless. You cannot harm me. Yet, Hans's strike was merely a feint. He released his grip on the sword, letting it crash down on Barrow, then swiftly maneuvered to Barrow's rear, drawing his pistol to fire twice at Barrow's unprotected knees. Bang! Bang! Barrow's legs were hit, collapsing under his weight. Ah! He cried out, tumbling to the ground. The surrounding pirates turned pale, retreating in fear. Oh no! Captain Barrow is bleeding. What? Captain Barrow, stay calm. Don't get angry. Run, everyone. When Captain Barrow gets angry, he unleashes indiscriminate attacks. Barrow touched his wounded knee, seeing the blood staining his hand. Blood? This is dangerous. My life is in jeopardy. After being injured, Barrow appeared to lose all reason. Panic overwhelming him as flames erupted from his shield. Hans, sensing the impending danger as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, hastily retreated. Suddenly, Barrow surged to his feet. Engulfed in flames, roaring, flame Barrow special. Boom. Like an explosion of fire, the searing flames engulfed the surroundings, consuming Hans and many pirates in the inferno. Ah! The chilling cries of agony echoed as several pirates caught in the fire writhed in torment. Hans rolled on the ground multiple times, desperately tearing off his burning coat to escape the danger. However, it was inevitable. His hair, eyebrows, and his proud beard were all reduced to ashes. At that moment, Hans's head appeared as smooth and shiny as a peeled egg. You damn bastard. The loss of his beloved mustachioed companion, Hans, was consumed by rage. In the midst of the flames, Barrow's face twisted in madness as he muttered to himself, My life is perilously at stake. How infuriating. It's not enough. Not enough. The flames must burn brighter. With a vigorous sweep of his arms, Barrow launched dozens of blazing fireballs from his shield toward the naval positions. The sailors hastily took refuge behind their barricades. Although only a few were struck, a fierce blaze erupted on the battleground, rendering it impossible to hold their ground. Hans's expression darkened, yet he remained unfazed, coldly observing the rampaging Barrow while silently counting. 12, 13, 14, 15. When Hans reached 18, Barrow suddenly stiffened and collapsed with a thunderous crash, his flames extinguished in an instant. Was this poison? How despicable! Coating bullets with venom. Barrow's eyes widened in disbelief before he fell into an unconscious stupor. Hans cast a frosty glance at the fallen Barrow. Despicable? No. In accordance with Colonel Lyon's teachings, this is the justice of poisoning. Yet, this foolish pirate indeed possessed remarkable resilience. The paralyzing toxin on those 2 bullets could incapacitate an elephant within 10 seconds, yet he endured nearly 20 before succumbing. Surveying the demoralized pirates around Barrow, Hans seized the opportunity to bellow, "The pirate leader has been vanquished. All naval forces, launch a counterattack and drive these wretched pirates into the sea." Inspired by Hans's proclamation, the naval troops surged forth with unwavering valor. Meanwhile, the pirates, witnessing Barrow's defeat, turned tail in fear, desperate not to be left behind. If even the formidable Captain Barrow could be bested, what hope remained for their survival? To live, one must outrun their fellow pirates. Chapter 31. Selfless sacrifice. The port was teeming with pirates, many of whom were jostled into the sea like dumplings. "Get out of my way. Let me board first." "To hell with you. Why should I let you?" Boom. "Get lost and stop blocking my path. Anyone who dares impede me will meet the same fate as this scoundrel." Boom. "Who do you think you are to threaten me? Dare to harm my brothers? I will fight to the end." Boom. In their frantic scramble to board the ship, these pirates descended into infighting, even resorting to gunfire against their own comrades. Not far off, Hans calmly directed the navy to encircle the pirates, refraining from excessive intimidation to prevent them from acting recklessly. Alas, Colonel Lyon's ruthless reputation has spread, and these pirates are rarely inclined to surrender. To capture them alive, I must exert considerable effort. After all, the colonel prefers to execute pirates personally. Advance in layers, driving them toward the sea. Hans commanded loudly. By noon the following day, the naval vessel carrying Lyon finally returned to Rogue Town. The smoke from the port had yet to dissipate, with many ships ablaze from cannon fire. Reduced to ruins near the harbor, fortunately comprised mostly of warehouses and docks, with few actual residences. The ground, though devoid of corpses, was stained with vivid crimson blood. A sight that was utterly harrowing. Lyon furrowed his brows and made his way directly to the naval base in Rogue Town, with Guanaa hastily following closely behind. Within the confines of the Rogue Town naval base, Hans, who had been tirelessly occupied throughout the night, bore bloodshot eyes, his brows, hair, and beard conspicuously absent, leaving his head completely bald. Lyon was momentarily taken aback by Hans's appearance. "Hans, what has happened to you?" "Colonel, you have finally returned. I sustained these injuries during last night's battle when a pirate set fire to me by accident. Please recount the events of last night." "Certainly. At 9 o'clock last night, Captain Barrow of the Creek Pirate Group's 2nd Fleet led 10 pirate ships in an assault on Rogue Town. Following a fierce confrontation, we lost 1 naval vessel and sustained damage to 3 others. On the pirate side, 2 ships were sunk, 5 were captured, and only 3 managed to escape. In this conflict, the Navy eliminated 269 pirates and captured 512, while fewer than 300 pirates escaped, yet the Navy also suffered 135 casualties. Furthermore, due to the darkness of the night and the unclear situation, I refrained from issuing a reckless pursuit order." As Hans reflected on the naval losses, a somber expression crossed his face. After listening to Hans's report, Lyon nodded and patted Hans on the shoulder, saying, "You have performed admirably." At that moment, Hans recalled something and added, "By the way, I have also captured Captain Barrow of the Creek Pirate Group's 2nd team. He is currently detained in the prison, and I have specifically assigned additional guards to ensure his security." Lyon's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Excellent. I shall first inspect the situation in the prison. The compensation for the naval casualties will be dispersed as per the usual protocol, at double the rate. For the time being, I must trouble you with the affairs of the base." "Colonel, you are too kind," Hans remarked, absent-mindedly stroking his bald head, a gesture that betrayed his discomfort. Before long, Lyon arrived at the entrance of the naval base's prison. Turning to face the ever-attentive Guanaa, he spoke earnestly. Goina, the art of swordsmanship at its core, is fundamentally a means of taking life. This is particularly true of the assassination techniques you are currently studying. However, you are not yet prepared to confront such realities. For now, I need you to assist at the infirmary for the wounded, and in doing so, learn from the doctors there about the structure of the human body and its vital points. Understood, Master, Goina replied, blinking her eyes before obediently turning to depart. Once Goina had left, Lyon entered the prison with a steely demeanor. The dimly lit confines were overcrowded, a consequence of the previous night's capture of 512 pirates. The air was thick with the mingled stench of blood and various foul odors, an assault on the senses that was nearly overwhelming. Lyon waved his hand, and the naval guard stationed here immediately understood, hastily leaving after leaving the key behind. These sailors were fully aware of the impending events. Casting a glance around, Lyon quickly spotted Barrow, who was confined in a solitary cell. At this moment, Barrow had been stripped of the encompassing shield that once protected him, and to prevent any escape or turmoil, his limbs had been brutally broken. In stark contrast to his previous spirited demeanor, Barrow now appeared utterly wretched. Upon opening the cell door, Lyon forcefully kicked the still slumbering Barrow awake. "Ah, it hurts. Who are you?" Barrow exclaimed, suddenly jolted into consciousness. Lyon engaged in no superfluous discourse with Balu. The three-tomo Sharingan materialized in his pupils and began to rotate slowly. He directly employed the illusionary prowess of the Sharingan. As their gazes locked, Balu was overwhelmed by the sensation that Lyon's eyes resembled two terrifying crimson whirlpools, consuming his very essence. After merely a few seconds, Balu's eyes grew dim and unfocused, and before him, Lyon morphed into the visage of his most dreaded adversary, the leader of the Creek. "Why did you suddenly assault Rogue Town last night?" Lyon inquired coldly. Balu, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, answered vacantly. "Colonel Mouse tipped us off that the blood-eyed butcher was not present here, hence the Creek leader commanded me to plunder Rogue Town." "Colonel Mouse? So it is this fellow. I had not anticipated that before I could confront him, he would already conspire against me." "Huh." Lyon, filled with rage, yet wearing a mocking smile, continued his inquiry. "Apart from Colonel Mouse, who else do you have aiding you in the assault on Roger Town?" "Indeed, the Shanjin merchants have been clandestinely collaborating with us. The Creek pirates, all along," came the reply. "What formidable warriors does the Creek pirates possess? And who are your allies? Where are your lairs and strongholds?" After a considerable pause, having extracted the information he sought, Lyon swiftly plunged his blade into Barrow's heart. With a squelching sound, he vanquished the pirate flame Barrow, earning 980 potential points. Brandishing his bloody dagger, Lyon calmly approached the next cell. What do you intend to do?" "Blood-red eyes. You are the butcher of blood eyes. Please, do not come any closer." Lyon smiled faintly as he wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it. He then produced a small pouch from his bosom, filled with steel balls. With his current strength, the force behind his throws had become nearly equivalent to that of a bullet fired from a flintlock pistol. After battling the buggy pirates, Lyon realized that his speed in dispatching the pirate minions was lamentably slow, prompting him to conceive this innovative method of attack. While ineffective against formidable opponents, this approach proved efficient for swift eliminations without bloodshed, making it particularly suitable for the present scenario. In the next moment, Lyon's right hand became a mere blur as he launched the steel balls, each one piercing the skull of a pirate with unerring precision. He garnered 65 potential points for slaying a common pirate, 94 for an elite pirate, and 51 for another common foe. Minutes later, within the confines of the naval base's prison, all 512 pirates apprehended the previous night lay lifeless. Lyon simultaneously amassed a staggering total of 160 potential points. This was the true reason behind Lyon's decision to send Kuina away. At merely 11 years of age, she had scarcely encountered bloodshed, let alone witnessed such a brutal scene akin to a battlefield. Lyon did not wish to instill a psychological shadow upon his apprentice. Gazing at the multitude of corpses within the prison, he sincerely expressed in his heart, "Thank you for your selfless contributions." Chapter 32. Boa Hancock. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the newly acquired 160 potential points, Lyon immediately converted them all into fundamental attributes. The Starry Sea had now opened, yet the Sharingan had yet to meet its upgrade requirements. The sole purpose of potential points at this juncture was to augment basic attributes. Before long, Lyon's fundamental attributes transformed into Strength, 680, 220, agility, 701 physique, 1,399 spirit, 1,353, when attributes range from 100 to 1,000. Enhancing each point requires 30 potential points. When attributes range from 1,001 to 4,000, enhancing each point requires 50 potential points. Lyon had anticipated the surging costs of enhancement. Indeed, once attributes reached 1,000 points, the potential points required for further enhancement increased significantly. Upon reflection, this situation seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the higher the attribute value, the closer one approaches the limits of the body, rendering further advancements increasingly arduous. Calculating further, to meet the upgrade conditions for the Mangeki Sharingan, both physique and spirit would need to be elevated to 3,000 points, necessitating an expenditure of 200,000 potential points. Additionally, with the 30,000 potential points required for the Mangeki Sharingan upgrade, he would need to acquire at least another 230,000 potential points. Contemplating this, Lyon couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. How many pirates must he defeat to accumulate such a staggering sum of potential points? Upon returning to his office, Lyon locked the door and silently recited, "The Master of the Stars not belonging to this era, the mysterious sovereign beyond the world, the Emperor of the Void who wields fate." In an instant, Lyon found himself in the Starry Sea, a place he had not visited for over half a month. As he entered, a sudden clarity washed over him. His current spirit attribute was nearly 3 times that of before, enabling him to pull a warlord into the Starry Sea space. Turning to behold a nearby star radiating a pink luminescence, Lyon's eyes sparkled with realization. The calm belt of the Grand Line, Amazon Lily. As the name suggests, this is an island inhabited solely by women. The island is home to a warrior tribe known as the Kuja, who have established a nation called Amazon Lily. The current empress is none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. At this moment, Hancock leaned languidly against a beautiful python, supporting her face with one hand and crossing her long legs, exuding both authority and nonchalance. Her lustrous black hair cascaded in a traditional style. Her deep blue eyes sparkled with clarity, adorned with golden serpent-shaped earrings. Tall and striking, her beauty was unparalleled, each smile and frown imbued with an astonishing charm, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. Beyond her extraordinary beauty, Hancock's prowess was equally formidable. As a user of the sweet fruit, she had mastered its abilities to perfection. The combination of her powers and beauty wielded an alluring lethality that transcended gender and race, capable of truly captivating nations. Additionally, Hancock was proficient in all 3 forms of hockey: observation, armament, and conqueror's hockey, rendering her abilities exceptionally comprehensive. However, at this moment, the illustrious and powerful Boa Hancock felt vulnerable and lost. Deep within her heart lay a profound concern, a nightmare that had haunted her for years. Each time she recalled the harrowing scenes of despair from her past, the once proud Hancock would succumb to panic, her spine tingling with fear, retreating to weep in solitude. Who could have imagined? The once subservient slave, now the proud and radiant pirate empress, the world's most beautiful woman, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock had merely 3 years ago been a humble slave beneath the Dragon Clan's feet. Upon escaping back to Amazon Lily to seek vengeance, Hancock dedicated herself to relentless training, her innate talent allowing her to surpass all on the island within just 2 years. Yet, what good was it? When the powerful world government dispatched the Navy to exert pressure on Amazon Lily, what could Hancock do? The devil fruits possessed by her and her sisters were gifts from the celestial dragons and were already recorded by the world government. With their simultaneous disappearance and reappearance, the 3 sisters, along with the Kuja pirates, would not be difficult for the CP division to associate with their identities as former slaves of the celestial dragons. The Gorgon sisters? What an extraordinary and bizarre tale. The celestial dragons, upon discovering the truth, would surely mock them in secret. Yet, in her fury, Hancock faced a choice. Should she dissipate her current brilliance as a former slave, fighting alongside her companions against the world government's onslaught? Or should she accept the position of a warlord, receiving a pardon while enduring humiliation within the very ranks she despised, seemingly living on in glory? The answer was evident. Hancock could not bear to sacrifice others' lives for her vengeance. She chose to shoulder the humiliation alone. The world government was too powerful. The order of the celestial dragons remained unshakable. The survival of Amazon Lily, as well as the safety and lives of her two sisters, weighed heavily on Hancock, leaving her no choice but to refrain from rebellion. Even the formidable figure who once saved her, Fisher Tiger, had recently perished at the hands of the powerful world government. What could Hancock do? What could she dare to do? To protect those she cherished, to safeguard her nation, Hancock must become a powerful and perfect ruler. Only then would the world government continue to fear the Kuja pirates, preventing the tragedies that befell her sisters from recurring. She dared not grow close to anyone, nor could she open her heart. She could only disguise herself with arrogance and a harsh demeanor, burying her fears of the world government and the celestial dragons deep within, ensuring no one could glimpse her innermost thoughts. Not even her two sisters were aware of the torment Hancock endured. Only in these solitary moments, when no one was around, could Hancock reveal her profound vulnerability and confusion. She feared the lofty, celestial dragons. She feared losing everything should her identity be exposed. Most of all, she dreaded being looked upon as a mere slave once more. Hancock hugged her knees tightly, burying her head deeply, tears cascading down her beautiful visage. Just then, the endless starlight manifested, enveloping her gently like a mist. Within the majestic expanse of the celestial sea, the figure of Boa Hancock suddenly emerged. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback in bewilderment, but swiftly regained her composure. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself within a mysterious palace of starlight. Above her loomed an unfamiliar, resplendent night sky, while beneath her lay a vast, azure sphere. Before her eyes was a haze of stardust and a long table fashioned from this ethereal mist, flanked by 6 fantastical, radiant chairs on either side. At the head of the starlit table sat a mysterious man, shrouded in layers of stardust. Upon a wondrous throne of light, Hancock narrowed her eyes, instinctively attempting to unleash her devil fruit powers. However, no matter how she tried, she felt no trace of her abilities, nor could she harness her haki. It was as if an unknown force had stripped away and sealed all her powers. Despite her astonishment, Hancock remained unperturbed. She coldly directed her gaze toward the enigmatic man and, with an air of haughty defiance, inquired, "Who are you to dare conjure illusions before me?" Lyon gazed at Hancock with great interest, captivated by her beauty and grace. Truly, she is the renowned pirate empress known for her stunning visage. Her allure is simply overwhelming. Fortunately, we are in the starry sea, where others cannot wield their powers. Otherwise, given my current mental attributes, even with the resistance granted by the Sharingan, I might not withstand Hancock's petrifying charm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lyon remarked, "You may call me Starlight." Chapter 33. Impulse and Reason. Starlight? An odd name. This place feels rather strange. My powers are rendered useless here. I must find a way to leave, Hancock mused, displaying a delicate and enchanting demeanor. She bit her finger and timidly gazed at Lyon. "I do not like this place. Could you perhaps return me home?" Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and the depth of her longing stirred Lyon's heart, almost compelling him to acquiesce. What a mesmerizing creature. Even stripped of her devil fruit abilities, I nearly succumbed to her plea. Yet, he resolutely declined. How is it possible that this man can disregard my allure? No, he must simply be fortunate, Hancock thought, clutching her chest, her face a portrait of disbelief and sorrow. Are you truly going to refuse my request? Her utterly fragile and heartbroken appearance tugged at one's compassion, instinctively prompting a desire to comply with her every wish. Nevertheless, Lyon remained unmoved, gently shaking his head. "Boa Hancock, your charm holds no sway over me. I have brought you to the starry sea to discuss important matters." Silence. Insolent fool who dares to conceal their true self. How dare a mere man disregard my allure? Such insolence deserves the gravest punishment. After her outburst, Hancock tilted her head back defiantly, placing one hand on her hip and pointing at Lyon with the other, her tone rife with arrogance and disdain. "I have no interest in what you wish to say. Release me at once and kneel to apologize. Whatever demands I make, you shall not refuse, for I am simply too beautiful. Such a fine figure, such a supple waist." This disdainful queen, judging by her bosom, is indeed a feast for the senses, Lyon mused internally before calmly stating, "What I wish to discuss pertains to the celestial dragons, the world government, and the mark that lies behind you." "What did you say?" Hancock gasped, stepping back in shock. The arrogance and pride she had displayed moments earlier crumbled in an instant, leaving her face awash with fear and panic. Staring intently at Lyon, she could not wield any powers and could only tremble in terror as she questioned, "Who are you? And how do you know of this matter?" Lyon withdrew the misty disguise that cloaked him, revealing his true self, and descended from the starlight throne. Do not be alarmed. I am not a foolish celestial dragon, nor a mere lapdog of the world government. He approached Hancock, who stood exposed in her vulnerability, while secretly harnessing the power of the sea of stars, his expression softening into a warm smile. If I must declare my intentions, I would be the one to overthrow the world government and eradicate all celestial dragons. Before him stood a strikingly handsome man, his blood-red eyes adorned with 3 peculiar tomo, radiating an aura of warmth. As he confidently uttered those audacious and commanding words, which somehow inspired an inexplicable trust, Hancock was rendered speechless. Is there truly such an audacious madman in this world? Or perhaps a fool? He dares to challenge the immensely powerful world government? To annihilate the exalted celestial dragons? After several seconds of stunned silence, Hancock finally exclaimed with fervor, "Have you lost your mind? You have no comprehension of the world government's might, nor the terror of the celestial dragons." Observing Hancock in her most genuine state, he witnessed her fragility, her fear, her panic, and her exquisitely delicate demeanor. This sight stirred within Lyon an uncontrollable and profound impulse. He longed to embrace the woman who had so deeply captivated his heart. Lyon had always admired Hancock's strength and innocence. He was not the type to conceal his feelings. Since he cherished her, there was no need for subterfuge. What schemes? What strategies? What calmness? All of it could be cast aside. Lyon suddenly stepped forward, enveloping the bewildered Hancock in a tight embrace. Hancock's body went rigid in an instant, his eyes widening, and the once excited voice fell abruptly silent. "Do not be afraid. From now on, I shall be here for you." Lyon softly comforted Hancock, his voice resonating in the vast expanse of the starry sea, subtly imbued with an enigmatic power that inspired trust. Upon hearing those exceedingly tender words, which instilled an unparalleled sense of peace, Hancock felt her heart inexplicably race, her once rigid body gradually softening. The embrace was tight, allowing her to distinctly sense the warmth of his breath, body heat, and heartbeat. A blush began to bloom on Hancock's cheeks as an unfamiliar sensation enveloped her, causing her heart to race and her body and consciousness to feel as if they were weightless. After what felt like an eternity, Lyon released her from his embrace. With a rosy complexion, Hancock stole a glance at Lyon before quickly turning her face away, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. "Could you kindly share your story with me in detail? I wish to learn more about your past," Lyon gently inquired. At the sound of his tender question, Hancock trembled, her face paling as she turned to look intently at Lyon. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip, summoning the courage to unfasten her top, revealing her smooth shoulders and expanse of fair skin. She then brushed aside her long, dark hair, fully exposing the vivid crimson brand on her back. This mark, known as the hoof of the celestial dragon, was the emblem of the celestial dragons, a perpetual testament of her status as one of the oppressed, permanently imprinted upon those raised by them. "I dare not let anyone know of my past, terrified of opening my heart to others, unable to control my fear. My 2 younger sisters and I were once slaves of the celestial dragons. At the age of 12, we were captured by slave traders while at sea and subsequently sold to the celestial dragons." Hancock mustered the courage to unveil her painful history, her tone heavy with sorrow as tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, Lyon felt no malice. He silently draped Hancock's discarded top back over her shoulders and softly reassured her, "It's all right. Everything is in the past." Though his heart ached for her, Lyon did not deter from his intent. He purposefully inquired about Hancock's past, striving to help her break free from the shadows that haunted her. If she did not confront her fears, the nightmares of her past would forever cling to her, forming an unbreakable knot in her heart. Once Hancock's emotions began to settle, Lyon took her hand and pointed to the brilliant blue planet beneath their feet. "Hancock, look. The world lies beneath us. The seas, the red earth, the Grand Line. The new world, all of it is right there. So do not dwell on the past. We must gaze towards the future." Hancock gazed in astonishment at the azure planet below, yet soon found her focus elsewhere. Biting her lip, she bowed her head, turning her back to Lyon, her delicate features shrouded in shadow as she quietly asked, "Do you look down upon me for having once been a slave of the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing this, Lyon was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. He took a few steps forward to stand before Hancock, firmly grasping her hand and placing it against his chest, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Of course not. I assure you, I shall annihilate that foolish, pig-like celestial dragon clan sooner or later." Hancock abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance as she gazed at Lyon with rapture. Am I merely dreaming? Is it possible that this world still holds someone as foolishly brave as you, daring to challenge the heavens despite the peril? If this is but a dream, I would rather never awaken. Lyon shook his head and chuckled. You are not dreaming. Hancock, I have established a clandestine organization aimed at overthrowing the world government. Would you be willing to join me? Of course, I am willing. Furthermore, may I inquire about your affairs? Hancock shyly asked, her flushed face covered delicately with her hand. Under Hancock's bashful gaze, Lyon's mind raced. The identity of the Starry Sea is merely auxiliary. What truly matters is one's own strength. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, Hancock possesses exceptional intellect and cunning. Even if she learns some secrets, it poses no real threat. Although she may be proud and headstrong towards outsiders, she is generous to those she favors. If I can win Hancock's heart, I can leverage all the resources of Amazon Lily. With this thought in mind, Lyon chose not to conceal too much from Hancock. Since the original plan was abandoned, it would be best to be forthright to earn her genuine affection. As for me, my power is not yet sufficient. I must remain in the shadows for a while longer. Thus, the plans to annihilate the world government and the celestial dragons must be patiently awaited. Chapter 34. The beginning of the scheme. Upon hearing Lyon's account, Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled. So, does this mean I will be the Virgo of the Starry Sea, and I must pretend to be unaware of your true identity? Nodding solemnly, Lyon replied, Indeed. In this world, you are the only one who knows my true identity. Are you willing to entrust your future to me? The only one, entrusting the future. Could this be the legendary proposal? With that thought, Hancock's face instantly flushed crimson, and she trembled as she responded, I am willing. Lyon gazed at the bashful Hancock with a knowing smile. He had abruptly thrust her into the sea of stars, sealing her formidable powers while disregarding her proud allure, leaving an indelible impression upon her. He then unveiled Hancock's most profound secret, dismantling the barriers around her heart and seizing the opportunity to invade her defenses. By showing disdain for the celestial dragons and the world government, he endeared himself to Hancock, subsequently revealing his ambition to eradicate the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government, instilling in her a flicker of hope. In her moment of disarray, he boldly embraced the inexperienced Hancock, offering her empathy along with promises of solace and protection. By sharing their secrets, he deepened Hancock's trust in him, for sharing secrets is a potent means of garnering trust. The weightier the secret, the more profound the effect. Ultimately, he invited Hancock to join the Stellar Association, making her feel indispensable, the most extraordinary among all. Though this process diverged from Lyon's original plan due to a moment of impulsiveness, the outcome proved remarkably favorable. Fortunately, as the master of this realm, every word Lyon uttered resonated in the subconscious, ensuring that Hancock would not so easily dismiss his sincerity. With a wave of his hand, Lyon gestured for Hancock to take her seat upon the starry throne that represented Virgo. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding the 12 zodiac signs flooded her mind. As Hancock surveyed her surroundings, she noted that her position was the closest to the starry sky throne, and a smile graced her lips. Clearing his throat, Lyon spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Hancock, I have a request to make of you. Please, Lyon, speak freely. I shall assist you with whatever you need. Hancock replied softly. I seek your guidance on the cultivation methods for the three-color hockey. Hancock pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. The Conqueror's hockey is an innate royal talent that cannot be enhanced through mere training. It can only be fortified through the growth of the user themselves. Therefore, our nine-snake tribe focuses on the mastery of the armament hockey and the observation hockey. The specific cultivation methods are quite intricate. Once I return home, I shall compile those techniques and insights for you. Would that be acceptable, Lyon? That would be immensely helpful, Hancock. Lyon's face lit up with joy. It is no trouble at all, as long as I can be of assistance to you. Hancock beamed with the demeanor of a blissful woman. But soon her expression shifted as she inquired, however, how shall I convey those insights to you? Lyon smiled and said, all you need to do is silently chant my incantation in your heart. The words are, Master of the Stars, not of this era, the mysterious sovereign beyond the world, the Void King who wields fate. Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled as she timidly asked, may I call upon you in times of need? Of course. Should you encounter any difficulties or troubles, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities, Lyon replied with great eagerness. After bidding Hancock farewell, Lyon struggled to contain his excitement. First, He observed the star representing Captain Creek of the Creek pirate gang. Confirming its alignment with the location of the stronghold as mentioned by Barrow, a cold smile crept across his face. Next was the figure of Colonel Rat, who now stood on equal footing with Lyon as a lieutenant colonel in the naval branch, commanding the 16th Division. This fellow was hiding within the naval division. Ah, indeed. A person of such feeble strength, who rose through connections, would lack the courage to eradicate pirates. Lyon then examined the position of Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Suddenly, he spotted a nearby blue star. Could it be the star of Nico Robin? She has already arrived at Lowtown. This is much quicker than I anticipated. It seems Robin made a decisive choice to come here after returning from the Sea of Stars. Her previous circumstances must have been far more arduous than I imagined. After pondering for a moment, Lyon returned to the realm of reality. In the calm belt of the Grand Line, on Daughter Island, the recently vanished Hancock reappeared, her clear eyes scanning the empty palace, feeling as though the beautiful moments that had transpired were but a dream. However, before she could indulge in her bewilderment, an unusual sensation crept up her spine. Hancock's eyes brightened as she leapt to the mirror, casually unfastening her top and brushing aside her flowing hair. Through the mirror, she beheld the shimmering starlight behind her. The flowing starlight washed over her, gradually fading the humiliating slave mark on her back, until it vanished entirely. In its place emerged a beautiful and mysterious Virgo tattoo, outlined by purple stars. Hancock instantly understood the significance of this transformation, and she couldn't help but weep tears of joy. Lyon, at the Lowtown Naval Base. Upon returning to his office, Lyon contemplated for a moment, meticulously rehearsing his plans and ensuring there were no flaws before he retrieved the Den Mushy and dialed a strange number. BR. In a certain area of the East Sea, Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates gazed out at the boundless ocean, adjusting his glasses. With a slick-back hairstyle, round glasses, and a tailored suit, he possessed an air of refined elegance. Kuro bore little resemblance to a rough and uncouth pirate. Rather, he resembled a noble butler of considerable demeanor. The monotonous life at sea, the brutish crew, and the relentless bloodshed, alongside the frenzied pursuit resulting from his rising bounty, had worn Kuro down. He no longer wished to live as a pirate with an uncertain fate, yet he could not resign himself to a mundane existence, concealing his identity for the rest of his life. At that moment, a particular individual came to mind, a man with whom he had only met in private once. I wonder if that man's promise still holds true. Just then, a sound emanated from the Den Mushy he held. BR. Kuro momentarily froze, but quickly reacted, darting back to the captain's quarters. Click upon connecting the call. The voice he had longed to hear filled him with anticipation. Kuro, it is your time to shine. Minutes later, Kuro carefully tucked away the Den Mushy, his face alight with undisguised joy. Soon, commands echoed from the Black Cat pirate ship. Helmsman, change course. We are heading to the 16th Division of the Navy. After notifying Kuro, Lyon summoned Hans. Immediately send someone to seal all establishments of the Shining Gold Guild, apprehending all personnel, especially their leader, Sherlock. Yes. Hans saluted without hesitation, then inquired, Colonel, what charges shall we use to arrest and seal the Shining Gold Guild? Collusion with the Creek pirate gang, betrayal of the naval intelligence of Lowtown. What? Those audacious parasites. I shall eradicate them at once. Hans stormed away in fury. The thought of the naval brothers who had sacrificed their lives the previous night pierced Hans's heart. And now learning of the Shining Gold Guild's collusion with the Creek pirates ignited his wrath. Soon, the sound of Hans rallying the Navy echoed outside. Lyon exhaled softly as he stepped out of his office. He was on his way to meet the esteemed guest who had traveled from afar, Nico Robin, with a staggering bounty of 79 million berries. Chapter 35. The blossoming of Six Petals Rogue Town was rife with wanted posters, yet under Lyon's deliberate maneuvering, none featured Nico Robin. To avert suspicion, he simultaneously suppressed numerous bounties of those from the open seas, reasoning that the likelihood of encountering them in the East Blue was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, the probability of Robin being discovered remained significant, especially since she had been issued that exorbitant bounty at the tender age of 8, a remarkable occurrence that had sparked much conversation among the populace. Following the deduced coordinates, Lyon traversed the skies above Rogue Town with the moonwalk technique. At his current speed, an ordinary observer would only perceive a fleeting shadow, and even then, they might dismiss it as an optical illusion. Within a secluded inn, Robin stood sideways by the window, keenly observing the subtle movements of the outside world, a habit honed over years of evasion. Simultaneously, she organized the intelligence gleaned through her fruit abilities in her mind. As a user of the flower fruit, she could sprout any part of her body at will, blooming like flowers in her surroundings, with each blossom serving as her eyes and ears. This unique ability bestowed upon her exceptional reconnaissance skills, complemented by her prodigious memory and analytical prowess, evidenced by her passing the doctoral examination in archaeology at the mere age of 8, enabling her to swiftly retain and sift through complex information for her benefit. Yesterday's battle was fierce. Although the Navy emerged victorious, the casualties were considerable. That Colonel Lyon did not appear, indicating he likely isn't in Rogue Town, which allowed the pirates to seize the opportunity to strike here. As she pondered, Robin suddenly noticed a man approaching through the air above a distant building, moving directly toward her. Her heart raced, prompting her to conceal herself immediately. It seems I've been spotted. Who is he? A Navy officer? Or perhaps an operative from the world government CP? Lyon, having activated his Sharingan, effortlessly discerned Robin's concealed figure peeking through the window. Lightly alighting on the windowsill, he pushed open the unlocked window. Creaking softly, he beheld Robin, who was now grave-faced at the unexpected intrusion, no longer harboring any illusions. She crossed her arms over her chest, her palms unfurling like flowers as she activated her devil fruit power. 6 petals bloom. 6 arms sprouted instantaneously from behind Lyon, 4 of which ensnared him tightly, while one aimed for his eyes and another sought his vital area below. What the? Is Robin attempting to blind me and render me impotent? The sudden ferocity of the attack left Lyon bemused. Rather than struggle against the arms, he invoked an illusion using his Sharingan just before the assault reached him. The 3 tomo began to whirl with increasing speed, transforming in Robin's perception into a terrifying crimson vortex. Before she could react, the blood-red swirl expanded rapidly, engulfing and dismembering her. "Ah!" Robin gasped, covering her eyes in terror, and as she lost control, the arms manifested by her fruit dissipated. Awaiting the immediate follow-up attack from her adversary, she was instead greeted by a warm, soothing voice. "Do not be so tense. I harbor no ill intent." Gradually opening her eyes, Robin scrutinized the man before her with caution. He stood over 2 meters tall, possessing a handsome visage that radiated a blend of gentleness and valor, his unique crimson eyes set against the backdrop of his Navy colonel's uniform. As she compared the figure before her with the intelligence she possessed, her eyes widened in realization. Could it be? "Nico Robin, a pleasure to meet you. I am Colonel Lyon of the Rogue Town Navy." He smiled warmly. It truly is him, and he has seen through my identity, Robin thought, grappling with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Everything was happening far too swiftly. Just yesterday she had arrived in Rogue Town, initially intending to observe and gather information before making contact. After a moment of silence, Robin cautiously inquired, "Colonel Lyon, may I ask what brings you to seek me?" "Do not be anxious. Let us sit and converse," he invited. Lyon did not rush to respond. He closed the window and then settled onto a sofa. The Demon Slayer order issued by O'Hara had elapsed a decade, which means you must now be 18 years old. Over these 10 years, you must have endured considerable hardship. I am curious to know your perspective on the world government. Observing Lyon's relaxed demeanor, Robin felt a significant alleviation of her own tension, and she took a few steps forward to sit opposite him. "In my eyes, the world government is a merciless butcher of the innocent and a terrifying adversary in my quest for the truth of history. However, as a Navy commander, why do you not apprehend me, but instead pose this question?" Lyon smiled faintly, then calmly stated, "The reason is quite simple. I detest those reckless pirates. I loathe the decayed and inept world government, and I refuse to be subjugated by a band of foolish celestial dragons. I aspire to overthrow these forces and establish a truly free new world." At this point, the calmness on Lyon's face vanished, and he solemnly declared, "However, achieving this ideal cannot be accomplished by my efforts alone. Nico Robin, I genuinely need you. Would you be willing to become my companion?" At that moment, Robin was profoundly shaken by Lyon's words. Is there truly someone like this in the world? How audacious and insane. He intends to topple the entire world. No wonder the mysterious and formidable Mr. Stargazer sent me to find him. If I accept his invitation, my fate will indeed change. After a considerable pause, Robin gazed at Lyon earnestly and said, "I admire your ideal, for the world government is also my enemy. Yet, one thing puzzles me. My abilities are not particularly strong. Why would you choose me? Seeing that Robin had not outright rejected him, Lyon felt a small sense of relief and replied sincerely, "In truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. You have evaded the world government's countless pursuits since you were 8 years old. Your will, intellect, and potential are all exceptional. Moreover, we share a common enemy in the world government, which is why I hope you will become my ally." Upon hearing Lyon's words, Robin did not immediately agree. Instead, she cautiously inquired, "So how do you plan to realize your ambitions? Will you build your power within the Navy?" "Absolutely not. The hierarchy within the Navy is intricate and convoluted. While the branches across the seas may be overlooked, the Navy headquarters is under constant scrutiny by the world government. Therefore, the Navy will merely serve as a temporary platform for me, and once I accomplish certain tasks, I will sever ties with them. As for how I will achieve my goals, it is premature to discuss that now." After a brief pause, Lyon added, "Rest assured, I am not a reckless fool. The world government is deeply entrenched. Even though pirates have diverted much of their attention, it is not something I can currently challenge. Our most critical task now is to quietly build our strength and fortify ourselves." Chapter 36. Sherlock. After their exchange, Robin felt a sense of reassurance. Though Colonel Lyon's ideals are incredibly bold, even verging on madness, he appears to be quite rational, not the kind of mindless brute who charges headfirst into danger. With this thought, Robin blinked and smiled. "So, one final question. How do you intend to accommodate me? Surely you wouldn't have me hiding in your Navy base?" Perceiving the underlying concern in Robin's words, Lyon shook his head decisively. "That would be far too dangerous. The Navy ultimately serves the world government, and while the branches across the seas may be disregarded, they still have ears everywhere. In due time, I will arrange for you to go to a very secure location where you can enhance your strength and await my summons." Hearing Lyon's thoughtful arrangements, Robin felt a wave of relief wash over her. A decade of evasion had left her with a profound sense of insecurity, and repeated betrayals had made her wary of trusting others. Yet, the fact that this man genuinely cared for her safety and was consistently considering her well-being touched the guarded heart of Robin. With Mr. Stargazer's guidance, he indeed seems trustworthy. Perhaps he is the companion that Saul spoke of, one who is willing to protect me. Rising to her feet, Robin extended her right hand with a playful smile and said, "Then I shall entrust myself to you from now on, Colonel." After standing and shaking hands with Robin, a look of uncontainable joy spread across Lyon's face. "Then we shall be companions. You may simply call me Lyon. Now that you are aware of my ideals, what are yours, Robin?" Robin paused, her expression turning complex. "Ideals. I seek to uncover the true history of the world, to understand the truth behind the void century. Yet my path is fraught with numerous adversaries." Lyon stepped forward, placing his hands firmly on Robin's shoulders, and earnestly vowed, "Robin, your enemies are my enemies, and I shall assist you in realizing your aspirations. This is my solemn promise to you." Robin paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before she met Lyon's gaze with unwavering resolve. "Thank you." Lyon nodded with a smile. Thus, the likelihood of Robin betraying me should significantly diminish. Although recruiting Robin is a perilous gamble, the rewards it brings are equally substantial. Beyond Robin's exceptional talents, it also allows for an association with that fellow. In Rog Town, at the headquarters of the Sharingan Chamber of Commerce. Crash. An exquisite and costly ancient porcelain teacup was violently shattered on the floor, scattering worthless fragments everywhere. Observing the Navy encircling the premises below, President Sherlock of the chamber wore a grim expression. He kicked Ilton to the ground, then drew his pistol and aimed it at him, roaring in a fit of fury, "You wretched scoundrel! Did you not assure me that no one knew of our chamber's connection to the Creek pirates?" Ilton fell awkwardly, a shard of the teacup cutting his forehead, blood trickling down, yet he dared not wipe it away. Desperate to save his life, Ilton stammered in defense, "President, apart from Captain Barrow, no one else knows my identity. Furthermore, I sent someone to inquire with the Navy today, and Barrow is already dead, so the Navy cannot possibly be aware of our secret." "Are you certain?" Sherlock seized Ilton by the collar, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with rage. With a glimmer of hope for survival, Ilton nodded fervently. "I am certain. President, you know me. I would never deceive you." Upon hearing this, Sherlock's pallid visage softened slightly. His eyes darted, and his expression transformed into one of refined politeness. He holstered his pistol and released Ilton's collar, carefully adjusting his disheveled attire. "If the Navy lacks evidence, then the situation isn't too dire. Aside from us, No one else in the chamber is aware of the identity of our previous trading partner. Should this matter come to light, your entire family would face calamity. I trust you understand this principle? Seeing President Sherlock's genteel demeanor, Ilton shivered, his voice quivering. President, rest assured, I would rather die than divulge our secret. Sherlock nodded, patting Ilton on the shoulder with a warm smile. You are commendable. However, I remain somewhat uneasy about the Navy's interrogation techniques. Here's what we shall do. You will go downstairs alone, and I will take care of your wife and children. What do you think? Ilton's face turned ashen, and he pleaded, President, please, do not do this. Hearing the commotion from the Navy below, Sherlock, aware that time was of the essence, grew impatient. He handed Ilton a small blue pill, coldly stating, make a swift decision. You know who stands behind the chamber, and I assume you do not wish for your beautiful wife and beloved children to meet with misfortune? All right. Confronted with the threat, Ilton reluctantly acquiesced. With a pained glance at Sherlock, he tremulously accepted the blue pill and swallowed it with his eyes shut. That is more like it. Sherlock nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the searching Navy personnel flooded into the room. Sherlock proclaimed with righteous indignation, I am Sherlock, the president of the Sharingan Chamber of Commerce. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Our chamber has always been a paragon of lawful business conduct. By what right do you seize our establishment? Outside the room, the Navy stirred slightly, but it quickly subsided as a bald Navy officer entered. Are you the president of the chamber, Sherlock? Hans assessed Sherlock with a scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, I am, but before he could finish, Hans struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, a bloodied tooth flying from his mouth. Got you. Cuff him. Several Navy officers surged forward, handcuffing Sherlock and leading him away. Hans glanced at Ilton, who was doubled over in agony, clutching his abdomen, blood flowing from his forehead. You. Name and identity. Ilton let out a hollow laugh. Ha ha. He spewed a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Hans squinted, crouching to check his pulse and breath, only to find that Ilton had succumbed. Murder to silence. Thinking this would absolve you? Humph. Hans scoffed, turning to leave. Upon returning to the naval base, Lyon felt considerably uplifted, and upon seeing Hans escorting President Sherlock back, his spirits soared even higher. In the office, Lyon and Hans sat on the sofa, while Sherlock was kneeling on the ground, his hands bound behind his back. Lyon cast a fleeting glance at Sherlock, whose face was grotesquely swollen, yet feigned composure. Nonchalantly, he inquired, President Sherlock, do you have anything to say regarding the Creek pirates? I am uncertain as to what you mean, Colonel Lyon, Sherlock replied, deliberately playing the fool. He had resolutely decided that, regardless of the questions posed, he would never concede. He was the esteemed leader of the Flashing Gold Consortium, indomitable Sherlock. Even if faced with death or compelled to leap from this place, he would divulge not a whisper of intelligence. Ah, it seems you believe that without evidence. I am powerless against you. However, when it comes to taking a life, I never concern myself with evidence. I shall grant you merely 5 seconds to contemplate your fate. With a chilling laugh, Lyon promptly began the countdown. 5. Colonel Lyon, you cannot do this. 4. 3. Sherlock's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He was acutely aware of Lyon's notorious reputation for ruthlessness, particularly towards pirates. Yet, this colonel had always exhibited kindness towards civilians. However, now that he found himself entangled with pirates, there was a palpable fear that Lyon might truly resort to violence. 2. As the specter of death loomed ever closer, Sherlock's resolve began to waver, his mental defenses crumbling rapidly. 1. Sherlock's body jolted violently. In a panic, he lifted his gaze to call for a halt, only to find Lyon's eyes transformed into swirling crimson vortices, instantly engulfing him. The weaker a person's will, the more susceptible they become to illusions. This was the very moment Lyon had been waiting for, the fracturing of Sherlock's mental fortitude. Chapter 37. The Middleman, Joker before long. Sherlock's mind was ensnared by Lyon's illusion, rendering him utterly compliant to any inquiry posed. Lyon inquired with a hint of indifference. How audacious for a mere merchant of glimmering gold to conspire with the notorious Creek pirate crew. Who is it that stands behind you? The royal family or the nobility? I am unaware of his true name, came the response, but I know him only by his moniker, Joker. He wields considerable power in the black market, supplying us with weapons and various illicit goods, while we are tasked with their sale. Lyon was taken aback, astonished that a modest golden flash guild could be entangled with the most formidable intermediary of the underground world, the Joker, who holds sway over numerous black market transactions. Moreover, Lyon was acutely aware of the Joker's true identity. He was once a celestial dragon, now known as the sea scoundrel, the night demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. I never imagined that this intermediary, da Flamingo, could extend his influence all the way to the East Blue. It is noteworthy that at this time, da Flamingo has yet to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, nor has he ascended to the throne of Dressrosa, yet he wields such considerable power. Lyon inquired with keen interest, "How do you usually communicate? How often do you supply goods? Please elaborate on the specifics of the transaction." "We typically contact each other once a month via a transponder snail, and the supply occurs monthly as well. Generally, the client pays half of the deposit to our Flash Gold Guild up front, with the remaining half settled during the on-site transaction. In the case of substantial transactions, specialized personnel are dispatched to escort the goods and collect payment. How much capital can your guild muster at most? Does the merchandise provided by Joker include devil fruits?" Lyon asked, suppressing his excitement. "If we were to mortgage all the properties of the guild, combined with all my assets and the remaining funds of the guild, we could gather a total of 300 million berries. However, devil fruits are highly coveted items in the black market, and I cannot ascertain how many Joker possesses." Upon hearing this, Lyon squinted thoughtfully for a moment. "Over the past year, we have eliminated numerous pirates. The bounties and spoils have accumulated, allowing me to save a considerable sum. Coupled with the forthcoming plans, it should not be difficult to raise 100 million berries. With this in mind, Lyon issued a direct command. You must call him immediately to inquire about the quantity and price of the devil fruits. If he inquires, inform him that the buyer is a noble from the kingdom of Goya, who has already paid a deposit of 400 million berries." Upon concluding his instructions, Lyon exchanged a knowing glance with Hans. Understanding the cue, Hans promptly approached, releasing Sherlock from his handcuffs and returning the transponder snail he had confiscated. Before Lyon, Sherlock adeptly entered the number. Lyon silently etched the phone bug number into his memory, for it might prove useful in the future. "BRRR, BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. Sherlock swiftly interjected, "Mr. Joker, this is Sherlock from the Flash Gold Chamber." Upon connecting, the phone bug underwent a remarkable transformation, mimicking a pair of sunglasses with an expression and tone that exuded arrogance. "Sherlock, I believe I have previously mentioned, do not disturb me unless there is substantial business." Cold sweat beaded on Sherlock's forehead. "Mr. Joker, I assure you this is indeed a grand opportunity. There are parties interested in purchasing a large quantity of devil fruits. Might you have any stock available?" "Oh, he. Who is the buyer, and how much deposit have they provided?" Sherlock wiped his brow and promptly replied, "The buyer is a prominent noble from the Goya kingdom, though they are reluctant to disclose their identity. However, they have already paid a deposit of 400 million berries." "Oh, a deposit of 400 million berries does qualify as significant business. The Goya kingdom, if my memory serves me right, the celestial dragons have just visited there. He. So it is the foolish nobles trying to curry favor with the celestial dragons. Inform them that, upon completion of the transaction, they must provide an additional 600 million berries, totaling 1 billion berries for 3 Zoan-type devil fruits and 1 Paramecia-type berry fruit." At Lyon's nod, Sherlock quickly acquiesced. "Understood, Mr. Joker. I will contact them immediately and call you back once the deal is confirmed. You can coordinate further details with Torpol." With a click, before Sherlock could respond, da Flamingo abruptly terminated the call. For devil fruits in total. After dispelling the illusion of the Sharingan, Lyon gazed intently at Sherlock, as if he were beholding a vast treasure. Coming to his senses, Sherlock's face was etched with panic and dread, his body shrinking in fear, paralyzed by Lyon's presence, which seemed akin to that of a demon manipulating hearts. Subsequently, Lyon instructed Sherlock on matters concerning the Creek pirates before directing his subordinates in the Navy to ensure their safety. The office was left with only Lyon and Hans. Hans, stroking his bald head, expressed his concerns. "Colonel, we cannot possibly raise 1 billion berries. Are we to?" "Hey." Lyon let out a cold chuckle and boldly declared, "Were it not for the necessity of an advance payment, I wouldn't part with a single Bailey. Ultimately, it is the grand nobles of the kingdom of Goya and Sherlock who owe money. What concern is that of mine?" At this juncture, Lyon recalled another matter. "Ah, indeed. You are to lift all restrictions on the Flashing Gold Guild and publicly declare this a misunderstanding. I have other plans for Sherlock." "Understood." Hans saluted the order and strode out of the room. With Colonel Lyon having contemplated and made his decision, it was only fitting for him to comply. As Lyon's most trusted subordinate, Hans was fully aware of his responsibilities. Subsequently, Lyon summoned Robin. Pointing towards Sherlock, who stood a short distance away, Lyon earnestly instructed Robin. This is Sherlock, the president of the Flashing Gold Guild. He will soon acquire a devil fruit. You are to accompany him back to the guild, masquerading as his secretary, and keep a vigilant watch over him. Ensure he does not perish, nor be afforded the opportunity to send any warning. Upon hearing Lyon's plan and the assigned task, Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She shyly inquired, Lyon, once the mission is accomplished, could I perhaps have a devil fruit as my share? Lyon gazed at Robin in astonishment, but in an instant, he grasped the reason. I almost forgot. Robin promised to offer a devil fruit to the starry sky. Her request for the devil fruit is, in truth, a sacrifice for my starry vest. Observing the look of surprise on Lyon's face, Robin bit her lip. I know this request is somewhat excessive, but I truly can. Lyon readily acquiesced. After all, it merely required the devil fruit to make a brief detour through Robin before returning to him. He certainly would not refuse. You didn't even inquire about the reason before agreeing? Robin exclaimed in astonishment. I already know the reason, so what else is there to ask? Silently mocking himself, Lyon displayed a warm smile. Trust among companions is, after all, a matter of course. Gazing at Lyon's gentle and warm smile, Robin felt as though sand had entered her eyes. She sensed her heart enveloped in a wave of warmth, cozy and utterly delightful. Sauron, I am no longer alone. Perhaps I have found a true companion whom I can trust. Chapter 38, The Undercurrents of the East Sea. East Sea, Tortuga Island. This was a small isle, yet it served as the stronghold of the Krieg pirates. Bang! Crack! A pirate was sent flying, his chest caved in, his eyes wide open, twitching in a silent death. Pink blood oozing from his mouth and nose, meandering across the pristine ground. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this, lowered their heads deeply, fearful to utter a word. Captain Krieg was currently in a furious rage, and they did not wish to be caught in his crosshairs. A glint of menace sparkled in Krieg's eyes as he bellowed. Damn it! That fool Baroque attacked a rogue town devoid of skilled fighters and suffered a crushing defeat, losing so many ships and men, even getting himself captured by the Navy. This is an utter disgrace to our Krieg pirates. Scanning the silent and apprehensive crew, Krieg spoke coldly. When has our Krieg pirates, rulers of the East Sea, ever suffered such a significant setback? Immediately summon the men scattered across other outposts. I shall personally lead the fleet to attack Rogue Town in 3 days. Yes, Captain Krieg. The pirates responded in unison. After dismissing his subordinates, Krieg fell silent for a moment. Then, with a darkened expression, he retrieved a transponder snail and dialed a number he knew all too well. Bloop, bloop, bloop. At the headquarters of the Flashing Gold Trading Company, Sherlock connected the call under Robin's watchful gaze. Krieg's cold voice echoed through the transponder snail. Sherlock, this is Krieg. Explain to me what transpired. How was Baroque defeated? Sherlock swallowed hard, glancing at Robin, who was toying with a pistol, and began to respond in accordance with Lyon's instructions. Captain Krieg, I have dispatched my men to inquire. And it is truly unfortunate that Captain Baroque suffered such an unjust defeat. The despicable Navy, unable to mount a siege, shamelessly resorted to poison. Krieg erupted in a torrent of curses upon hearing this. Damn Navy! Do they not consider themselves champions of light and justice? How can they employ such despicable tactics? More shameless than pirates. Precisely. The Rogue Town Navy's strength is, in fact, quite weak, winning primarily through underhanded means. Moreover, that night, the Navy also suffered significant casualties. Their strength greatly diminished, Sherlock hastily concurred, his words laced with subtle encouragement. Very well, I understand. However, our Krieg pirates have also sustained considerable losses. I intend to recuperate for a spell. The batch of weapons you promised must be delivered promptly. Of course. Sherlock agreed readily. After hanging up the transponder snail, an inscrutable expression passed over Krieg's face. Following Baroque's failure in attacking Rogue Town, Krieg had begun to harbor doubts about the Flashing Gold Trading Company, which is why he had refrained from disclosing his plans for the assault on Rogue Town to Sherlock. Once my pirate fleet descends, crushing the mere Rogue Town Navy shall be a mere trifle. Such petty tricks as poisoning hold no weight against true strength. By then, I shall ascertain whether Sherlock has betrayed me, Krieg mused arrogantly. As for the Rogue Town Navy, what were they in the face of the pirate admiral and EC overlord? Krieg? His Krieg pirates boasted a fleet of 5,000 pirates, sufficient to effortlessly obliterate Rogue Town. At the same time, in the East Sea, the Navy's 16th Division, listening to the distant sounds of gunfire and combat, The scraggly and cunning-looking Colonel Mouse cowered within the division's base, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! How could the Krieg pirates suddenly assault my naval division? We have had no quarrels. I even went out of my way to be friendly, warning them. Outside the division's base, cloaked in shadow, Captain CLO of the Black Cat Pirates effortlessly felled an approaching Navy soldier. Adjusting his glasses, he leisurely inquired, "Have you discovered where Colonel Mouse is hiding?" Beside CLO was the Black Cat Pirate's first mate, Zhang Ao, who sported heart-shaped glasses and was also veiled. After hypnotizing a Navy lieutenant, Zhang Ao finally procured the desired information. "I've got it. Colonel Mouse is hiding in the office on the 3rd floor of the base. No wonder he's called a mouse. Too bad he encountered a cat." CLO chuckled lightly and dashed towards the chaotic Navy base. Today, the Black Cat Pirates had disguised themselves as a supply ship, and upon landing, they launched a fierce assault on the Navy's 16th Division under the flag of the Krieg Pirates. CLO's objective was not plunder, but rather to capture Colonel Mouse alive. The Navy, engaged in ground combat, first lost their naval advantage, coupled with their commander, Colonel Mouse. In utter disarray, the already precarious fighting strength of the division was thrown into chaos. Consequently, CLO effortlessly stormed into Colonel Mouse's office. Colonel Mouse quivered beneath his desk, praying not to be discovered. Alas, such a clumsy hiding spot was easily seen through by CLO. CLO rapped on the desk. "Come out, Colonel Mouse. I won't harm you." Colonel Mouse trembled as he emerged, ingratiatingly stating, "Which captain of the Krieg Pirates are you?" "I know Captain Krieg. I have even warned him." "Silence. Immediately order the Navy to cease fire. You will accompany us to meet Captain Krieg. I assure you, no harm will come to you." "All right, just give me a moment." Hearing that his life was not in danger, Colonel Mouse quickly ascended. Under Colonel Mouse's command to cease fire, the external battle swiftly came to a halt, and the Black Cat Pirates departed without leaving a single injured crew member behind. The Navy personnel within the base exchanged glances as they witnessed Colonel Mouse being taken away without any resistance. The prestigious Navy Division of the East Sea, the 16th Division, had been brazenly breached by the Krieg Pirates, resulting in the abduction of the division's highest officer. This situation is far more grave than the direct demise of the commander, for it concerns the honor of the Eastern Sea Navy. This matter has escalated. As night fell, 4 warships silently departed from the port of Rogue Town. The elite sailors aboard were not informed of their mission until an hour later by their superiors. Under the leadership of Colonel Lyon, they were to eradicate the clique pirate group and avenge their fallen comrades. The sailors aboard the warships were instantly filled with fervor over the past year. Under Colonel Lyon's command, they had achieved numerous victories, instilling in them a formidable confidence. They were certain that, with Colonel Lyon at their helm, they would vanquish the clique pirate group and avenge their fellow sailors who had perished in the Battle of Rogue Town. Meanwhile, Lyon was in contact with the captain of the Black Cat pirate group, the cunning Clo. "Excellent. Wait for me outside the port of West Rob Village. And do not display any flags on your ship. I shall assign you your next task in person. I trust you will honor your word afterward. I have no desire to be exploited only to become a pawn," Clo subtly warned in his discourse. Lyon calmly assured, "Rest assured. I have no need to deceive you over such trivial matters, and a person of your intellect is precisely the talent I require." "Very well. I eagerly anticipate our second meeting. You shall not be disappointed." With a decisive click, he ended the call and strode out of the captain's cabin. He still needed to inspect each warship, bolstering the morale of the Navy. This time, Lyon had discreetly taken away the majority of the elite naval forces from Rogue Town, leaving Hans and Robin behind as a precaution. Having amassed a year's worth of strength, Lyon had also made various preparations in the shadows. With everything in place and an opportunity presented by the devastating defeat of the Krieg Pirates in Rogue Town, Lyon was determined to obliterate the formidable Krieg Pirates entirely. Chapter 39, The Priceless Treasure. Before the warships even arrived at West Rob Village, a distant feminine voice echoed in Lyon's ears. The voice of the Sovereign of the Stars, not belonging to this era. Is that Hancock's voice? The insights on hockey that I require. Has she organized them so swiftly? A surge of joy filled Lyon's heart as he swiftly returned to the captain's quarters. After silently reciting a few phrases, he arrived at the Sea of Stars. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the pink star representing Hancock pulsating like a heartbeat, radiating a dazzling brilliance amidst the starlit mist. Upon touching this star, Lyon glimpsed Hancock in her current state. Having ascended to the status of Virgo within the Sea of Stars, what he witnessed was no longer a mere static image, but a vivid scene unfolding before him. Hancock stood within a magnificent palace, her hands clasped reverently in front of her chest, eyes closed in solemn prayer. Before her lay a substantial stack of manuscripts, adorned with elegant and meticulously penned fresh characters, clearly the product of careful organization and transcription. As Lyon's thoughts stirred, his mental energy flowed like water, and a cascade of starlight descended, enveloping Hancock and the stack of manuscripts. Perceiving the palpable shift in the surrounding space, Hancock opened her deep blue, crystalline eyes and immediately beheld the unmasked presence of Lyon. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she clutched the manuscripts, her heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Lyon, this is the formidable cultivation method and insights that I have meticulously compiled myself. Do take a look and see if it resonates with you. As he accepted the substantial stack of manuscripts, he marveled at the detailed content and the elegant, meticulous handwriting. Inhaling the fresh scent of ink mingled with Hancock's unique, alluring fragrance, Lyon raised his gaze and once again encountered Hancock's anxious yet expectant expression. His heart was profoundly stirred. It had been less than half a day since their last parting, and yet Hancock had managed to compile such an impressive stack of manuscripts in that brief span of time. She must have scarcely rested. Turning to Hancock, Lyon inquired, "Have you been organizing these since you returned?" Hancock nodded, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. "Yes, since these are the materials you require. I wanted to arrange them for you as swiftly as possible. What do you think? Are you satisfied with these manuscripts? Once one falls for someone, they will give everything selflessly without counting the cost. Could this be the essence of my affection for Hancock?" In truth, Lyon's feelings for Hancock had not been entirely pure. They were tinged with ulterior motives and a desire to possess beautiful things. Yet now, his heart had been utterly melted by Hancock's gentle and untainted sincerity. "I am very pleased. You have worked hard, Hancock." Lyon spoke softly. "A lion has called my name again," Hancock exclaimed, covering her flushed cheeks, feeling a bit shy. "As long as I can assist you, it is no trouble at all." Observing the bashful and enchanting Hancock, Lyon could no longer contain his emotions. He stepped forward and embraced her. "Hancock, I love you." Faced with Lyon's sudden declaration, Hancock's mind went blank, her face turning crimson, her fingers fidgeting helplessly, unsure of where to place them. Lyon held Hancock tightly and solemnly vowed in her ear, "Hancock, wait for me. Wait until I grow stronger. Until I am powerful enough to protect you. When that time comes, I shall take the lives of the celestial dragons as my wedding gift to marry you." The words of Lyon enveloped Hancock like a soft mist, akin to savoring fine wine, light, ethereal, and intoxicating. She found herself adrift, unaware of her origins or destination, yet resolutely certain that her heart belonged solely to one. Every thought and sentiment was intricately tied to him. "Is this a proposal? Lyon is proposing to me. Oh, how blissfully fortunate I am." After a considerable time, Hancock's excitement began to settle, and she nestled against Lyon's chest, whispering tenderly, "Yes, I shall await you always." After a brief pause, Lyon suddenly recalled a pressing matter. "By the way, Hancock, I have a request to make of you." "Speak, Lyon. Whatever you need, I will wholeheartedly agree to assist you," Hancock replied, ever compliant to Lyon's wishes. "I wish to secure a companion on Amazon Lily, a woman named Nico Robin. Her identity is exceedingly sensitive. Should it be exposed, it could attract the attention of formidable agents from the world government. And with my current strength, I would be unable to protect her." Originally, Lyon had contemplated placing Robin with the Revolutionary Army. However, their brief acquaintance posed a risk of betrayal. With Hancock by his side, the proposition of sending Robin to the secluded Amazon Lily became far more secure and prudent. After all, the Revolutionary Army was not aligned with his own faction, and the future remained uncertain. Nico Robin. Upon hearing Robin's name, Hancock immediately heightened her vigilance and inquired, "Is she a woman?" Lyon nodded and explained, "Indeed, Nico Robin is a woman. That is precisely why I have placed her on Amazon Lily. A female companion. What if, in the future, Lyon forsakes me for this woman named Nico Robin?" Hancock thought to herself, her expression grave, "I shall not be outdone. I refuse to be bested by any other woman." Upon hearing Hancock's murmurs, Lyon couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head lightly as he gently patted Hancock on the back. "Do not overthink it. Nico Robin's adversary is also the world government. Her own talents are remarkable, and she will undoubtedly become a significant ally for us in the future." At his words, Hancock let out a sigh of relief, reflecting on her recent unfounded insecurities, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. "Oh, So that is how it is. I was just, truly, not at all. I cherish this side of you. The voice of Lyon poured over Hancock's heart like a sweet spring, filling her with joy and bliss. Soon, Lyon bid a reluctant farewell to Hancock, fully aware that this was not the moment to indulge in romantic sentiments. He understood that without sufficient strength, even the most splendid of dreams would amount to naught, collapsing under the slightest tempest. From the day he acquired the potential point system, Lyon recognized that he was destined to tread a path fraught with blood and fire. The triumph of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. For Lyon, equating this generalship with the might of an admiral was perfectly reasonable. Armed with the meticulously transcribed manuscript of Hancock's insights on hockey, Lyon returned to the realm of reality. Just by glancing at the elegant and orderly script on the manuscript, one could envision the heartfelt dedication Hancock poured into this endeavor. With a solemn grip on these manuscripts, Lyon cast aside all distractions and began to study earnestly. Hockey is a latent power inherent in all humanity, an innate capability encompassing presence, killing intent, intimidation, and the spirit of combat. When attempting to wield these invisible sensations, one's willpower can transform into a weapon. This formidable force is what people refer to as hockey. Hockey is categorized into three types: the conqueror's hockey, which can intimidate or incapacitate foes with the sheer force of one's presence; the armament hockey, which enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing one to interact with the tangible forms of those who possess the powers of natural fruit; and the observation hockey, which enables the prediction of an opponent's subsequent movements and positions. Lyon eagerly absorbed every detail. The Nine-Snake tribe of Daughter Island possessed an innate mastery of hockey, and Hancock's meticulously compiled training manuscript encapsulated the core secrets of hockey cultivation within the tribe. In stark contrast to Lyon's arduous self-discovery, the hockey training methods from the Nine-Snake tribe resembled a textbook, progressing from simplicity to complexity in a systematic manner. Each training technique had been refined through rigorous practice, yielding the most effective strategies, while every insight was a crystallization of the wisdom amassed from countless predecessors who dedicated their lives to mastering hockey. For anyone aspiring to grow stronger, the contents of this manuscript were invaluable treasures. Yet for Lyon, Hancock represented the true priceless gem in his heart. Chapter 40. The infernal path. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and the warship arrived at the waters of Zillaboo village. From a distance, Lyon spotted a vessel devoid of any flag. "Please wait here. I shall investigate further," he instructed. "Yes, Colonel." Alone, he boarded a small sailboat laden with unusual cargo and swiftly made his way to the infamous Black Cat pirate cruise ship, the Briku. The deck was eerily deserted, with only Chloe standing there. The rest of the pirates had been ordered by him to return to the cabin and refrain from emerging for the time being. Chloe greeted Lyon with a courteous smile and a bow. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Colonel Lyon." "Indeed." Lyon nodded and then pointed to the small sailboat he had boarded, saying solemnly, "Please take care to receive the items on this sailboat shortly. Be extremely cautious. There are some things inside that are highly flammable and explosive." "Oh, I must admit I am rather curious about what those items might be," remarked Chloe as he adjusted his glasses. Lyon waved his hand. "We shall discuss this momentarily. What of Colonel Mouse?" "Just a moment." Chloe clapped his hands. Soon, the first mate of the Black Cat pirates, Zhang Yao, dragged the tightly bound Colonel Mouse, whose mouth was securely gagged, over to them. Upon seeing the naval uniform adorning Lyon, Colonel Mouse struggled fervently, attempting to cry out for help. "Greetings, Colonel Mouse." With a smile, Lyon greeted the mouse. Then, without warning, struck with a swift palm, shattering the creature's skull. The sound echoed, bang, crack. The mouse colonel had no time to react before Lyon's blow crushed his crown, leaving him to collapse to the ground with a look of surprise and feigned goodwill, instantly meeting his demise. The defeat of the Navy's 16th Division Colonel Mouse granted 2,000 potential points. The strength of this mouse colonel is hardly noteworthy. The 2,000 potential points are likely a reflection of his status within the Navy. The sudden strike from Lyon startled Zango immensely. Even CLO's pupils constricted, deepening his apprehension towards Lyon. "Very well. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand," Lyon said with a smile directed at CLO and Zango. Minutes later, Lyon, utilizing a graceful moonwalk, treaded the air and returned to the distant warship under the astonished gazes of Chloe and Zhang Yao. "Captain, must we truly proceed with this?" Zhang Yao queried, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. A fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on Chloe's brow as he narrowed his eyes. His tone laced with complexity. You have seen it yourself. This Colonel Lyon first established his authority through bloodshed and then demonstrated his prowess, clearly warning us against harboring any ulterior motives. Moreover, Colonel Rat has already met his demise aboard the ship. It is far too late for us to reconsider. However, Zhang Ao hesitated, pondering the implications for the Black Cat pirates. No more deliberation. We shall act as he commands. Chloe declared resolutely. Understood, Captain. Zhang Ao opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Send a few trusted subordinates to carefully retrieve the items from that sailboat and secure them. They will prove crucial in the days to come. The following night, on Tortuga Island in the East Sea, the island was ablaze with light. An array of pirate vessels nearly filled the harbor, with countless pirates clamoring throughout the island. Inside the stronghold of the Krieg pirates, Captain Krieg, our forces have largely assembled. We now possess a total of 56 pirate ships and approximately 300 men. Excellent. Another voice chimed in, Captain Krieg. All firearms and ammunition aboard the ships have been replenished, and provisions of fresh water and food are in ample supply. Good. Krieg continued, I have received word that Chloe, the captain of the Black Cat pirates, wishes to ally with us in our endeavor to eradicate the Navy in Rogue Town. Bring him in. Krieg's face glowed with enthusiasm. Moments later, Chloe entered, his demeanor respectful, adorned with a striking red scarf. A few pirates in the vicinity exchanged furtive glances at the sight of the scarf. Chloe bowed deeply, humbly stating, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Captain Krieg. Today I, Chloe, lead the entirety of the Black Cat pirates to pledge my allegiance to you. Krieg cast a casual glance at Chloe. Cunning Chloe, I have heard of you. You are quite the capable captain. What brings you to seek my alliance? Chloe feigned surprise. I did not expect you to be aware of my moniker. Truly, I harbor no grand ambitions. My abilities are but average, and I have only garnered my current reputation through a modicum of cleverness. In my eyes, only you, Captain Krieg, possess the potential to ascend as the Pirate King. Hence, I have resolved to follow your lead and pursue the pinnacle of the world. Krieg's spirits soared at Chloe's words, and he found Chloe's humble demeanor increasingly agreeable. Well, cunning Chloe indeed proves to be a wise man. You have made the most judicious choice. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the second squad of the Krieg pirates. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Thank you, Captain Krieg. I, Chloe, shall pledge my utmost loyalty. Chloe exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Utmost loyalty? You, a fool oblivious to the dangers, do not deserve my allegiance. Chloe silently retorted in his mind. Ha! At dawn, we shall set sail and lay waste to Rogue Town. Krieg's laughter rang out, filled with bravado. The pirates under Krieg's command echoed his enthusiasm, chanting, Let us raise Rogue Town. Let us raise Rogue Town. Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol under Krieg's influence, Chloe finally seized an opportunity to slip away. Unbeknownst to him, 3 unfamiliar pirates shadowed his retreat, but he paid them no heed. It was not until he neared the vicinity of the cunning Blocku that Chloe abruptly turned, swiftly subduing the 3 followers. Upon inspecting their collars, he noticed that one young pirate bore the same red scarf as his own. The 2 others, unperturbed, declared, We are trusted subordinates of Captain Krieg. Chloe, please release us. Very well, I shall release you. Chloe's eyes glinted coldly as he silently unsheathed his clawed blade, swiftly severing the throats of the 2 pirates. The 2 pirates stared in disbelief, clutching their throats as they collapsed to the ground. They could not comprehend why Chloe, who had pledged allegiance to Captain Krieg, would resort to such violence merely for monitoring them. Chloe turned his gaze to the young pirate who remained unfazed. Are you the only one? The young pirate did not respond to Chloe's inquiry, but instead uttered a cryptic phrase. Infiltration, double agent. Chloe paused, then recalled the password Lyon had mentioned, responding promptly, codename. Jin. The young pirate's face brightened. After nearly a year of waiting, this day has finally arrived. He then signaled to the distance with a series of gestures. 5 minutes later, over 30 young pirates gathered before Chloe, each adorned with a vibrant red scarf. The leader, a young pirate, saluted Chloe. Sergeant Cook reports, Our expected strength was 50, but only 36 have arrived. The remaining 14 have perished. Please issue your orders. Behind Cook, the other 35 pirates saluted in unison, their eyes filled with a resolute acceptance of death. These young men had been meticulously selected by Lyon from the Navy of Rogue Town a year prior, with most having lost their families to pirates. They harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates and had mentally prepared for death before undertaking their infiltration mission. Observing these valiant youths, Chloe felt a chill run down his spine, grateful for his decision to ally with Lyon. In a moment, I will distribute special explosives and narcotics to you. Colonel Lyon has entrusted you with a vital mission. Before long, the young men disappeared into the night, each bearing a pack. After watching them depart, Chloe cast a lingering glance back at the cunning Blocku, which had accompanied him for so long. This night, the captain of the Black Cat pirates, Chloe, must perish. Simultaneously, the cunning Blocku must be buried alongside Chloe's past. Chapter 41. Ashes to Ashes. Cook arrived at the flagship of the Krieg pirates, carrying a large barrel of spiced wine. The pirates remaining aboard greeted him warmly. "Ah, Cook, what brings you here?" They did not underestimate Cook, despite his youthful and amiable appearance. Though he seemed kind, he was a fierce fighter, far stronger than the average pirate. Moreover, Cook was astute and efficient, having risen to become one of Captain Krieg's trusted lieutenants in just a year, with a status far superior to that of ordinary pirates. Cook laughed heartily. "Haha. Captain Krieg knows that those of you left on the ship have had it rough. So he sent me with this barrel of fine wine to reward you all. But isn't drinking strictly prohibited for those stationed on the ship?" One pirate questioned, puzzled. "Mind your own business." Another retorted dismissively. "The Cook brothers are indeed the trusted confidants of Captain Krieg. Do you still harbor doubts about him?" "Haha. How could that be? I am merely fearful of the captain's wrath. The captain is over there indulging in his drink. Anyone who disbelieves may inquire for themselves. However, when he returns, it remains uncertain how much of this wine will be left." With that, Cook uncorked the barrel, and the alluring aroma of the wine wafted through the air, instantly stirring the appetites of the pirates. "Heh. If any of you doubt, go ahead and ask. I shall sample this wine first. Wow, what exquisite wine. Do not snatch it. Allow me another sip. Hurry, let me taste too. You rascals should drink less. We have yet to partake." Soon, all the pirates aboard the flagship joined in a raucous revelry, drinking deeply of the fine wine. Yet, they were merely a disorganized and undisciplined lot. Even the strictest orders could scarcely restrain their carefree nature. Within mere minutes, the pirates sprawled unconscious across the deck, having imbibed wine laced with a significant quantity of sedatives. Cook unsheathed his dagger and methodically dispatched each pirate, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of vengeance. He had been ordered to infiltrate Captain Krieg's pirate crew, coexisting with those wretched pirates for an entire year. Today, he would no longer suppress his seething hatred and murderous intent. After neutralizing the pirates aboard, Cook descended to the lower deck, carefully retrieving a specially designed red buggy bomb from his satchel. This bomb had been modified and equipped with a fuse. Igniting it would trigger an explosion. Checking the time with his pocket watch, he then pulled out a candle marked with a distinctly visible insignia, which could serve as a simple timing detonator. Wrapping the fuse around the third notch, Cook ignited the candle and swiftly departed. He had another pirate ship to reach. A similar scene unfolded on the other pirate vessels docked in the port, 50 miles off the coast of Tortuga Island. For warships lay in wait beneath the shroud of night, having remained concealed for quite some time. Lyon gazed at the time on his pocket watch, and when the second hand was about to complete its circle, he commanded in a deep voice, "Set sail." The signal to depart was raised, and the 4 warships simultaneously advanced towards the distant Tortuga Island, which shimmered with lights and was bustling with activity. On board the Black Cat pirate cruise ship, the Blaraku, Kuro and Zango exchanged glances. Zango's expression was quite complex. "Captain, I have hypnotized the Catfolk brothers, Sam and Bucci. They will lead the Black Cat pirates in a suicidal assault against the clique pirates to divert their attention." Kuro nodded calmly, stating yes. "Our next task is simple. We must rendezvous with Cook and his crew and ensure their survival." He then reminded, "By the way, it doesn't matter that you are not yet a wanted man, but I can no longer use my name. From now on, you shall call me Kuro." Zango paused for a moment before nodding, "Understood, Captain Kuro." As the warships approached, the pirates stationed on the island rang the alarm bells. The half-drunken clique jolted awake. "Go outside and see what is happening." Before he could send anyone, the shouts of pirates outside reached his ears. "The Navy is coming." The Navy? Where did they come from? How many ships? Confused, Cleek strode outside. Soon, he spotted the 4 warships on the distant sea. And he was taken aback. Only 4 measly warships? Is the Navy seeking death? We have over 50 pirate ships. How could we possibly lose? After his moment of shock, Cleek immediately bellowed, "Men, aboard!" Let us annihilate all the navy aboard those 4 ships." The other pirates, having discerned the distant warships, erupted into excited shouts and rushed towards the harbor. 50 pirate ships versus 4 warships, such a staggering advantage. How could they possibly lose? However, at that very moment, a blinding golden light erupted at the harbor, instantly obliterating Clique's flagship. The tremendous shockwave sent pirates tumbling from 100 meters away, leaving behind only a massive white mushroom cloud where the flagship once stood. "Damn it! What is happening?" Clique roared in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief. His flagship, which he had intended to use to dominate the Grand Line, had been destroyed in his own lair. Yet this explosion was merely the beginning. Like a line of falling dominoes, explosions followed in rapid succession, lighting up the sky with fiery blooms of varying sizes. Ships docked at the harbor were blasted to pieces, debris floating everywhere. Witnessing the grand spectacle of destruction, all pirates, and even the Navy personnel on the distant ships, were left speechless. Within less than 3 minutes, the harbor experienced dozens of explosions, and Clique's fleet was almost entirely obliterated. Originally boasting over 50 pirate ships, only 7 remained. And these 2 would soon face the onslaught of the 4 warships. The once mighty pirate fleet lay nearly decimated, years of hard work reduced to ashes, leaving Clique feeling as if struck by lightning. My pirate fleet. The fleet I painstakingly assembled over the years. Damn it. Who did this? Apart from our Clique pirates. The Black Cat pirates and Kuro, yes. This must be their doing. With bloodshot eyes and boiling rage, Clique commanded, "Stay calm. Akin, send men to check the remaining ships for safety and confront the Navy. The rest of you, find the Black Cat pirates, especially that bastard Kuro. He must have betrayed us. I will tear him to shreds." "Yes, Captain." Akin, the first mate, with a grim expression, accepted his orders and swiftly led his crew towards the harbor. The remaining pirates exchanged glances before scattering to search for the whereabouts of the Black Cat pirates. "Humph. Even with the loss of most of my fleet, my Clique pirates cannot be easily subdued by mere 4 warships. With Akin and the others temporarily holding off the Navy, I will first deal with Kuro and those traitors from the Black Cat pirates, and then turn my attention to the Navy." Clique still underestimated the Navy. 4 ordinary warships, at most carrying a few hundred sailors, how could they possibly threaten over 5,000 pirates on the island? Surely, it would not be long before the Navy retreated in frustration. Chapter 42. The moment of the hunt. Watching the distant explosions gradually subside, Lyon felt a twinge of regret. If only I had more of those specialized buggy bombs, I could have sunk all those pirate ships. However, now was not the time for lamentation. Lyon commanded loudly, "Signal all ships. Seal off the harbor, and once in range, open fire to sink the remaining pirate vessels." "Yes, Commander," the Navy officer shouted in affirmation. Soon, the cannons of the 4 warships unleashed their fury, targeting the surviving pirate ships amid the chaos. Shells streaked through the sky, raining down on the devastated harbor. Boom. Akin and his men boarded one of the intact pirate ships. Just as they set sail, a cannonball hurtled toward them. Akin swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the shot. Boom. The cannonball struck the deck, creating a massive hole, splintering wood and filling the air with smoke. Akin shouted, "Increase speed and steer towards the warships. Return fire." Akin, the captain of the Clique pirates, was formidable in strength, and his crew were battle-hardened elites. Skillfully maneuvering the 7 pirate ships, they sped away from the harbor and retaliated. Exchanging fire with the 4 warships, Lyon activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and even from a distance, he recognized the cold-faced pirate wielding peculiar twin hooks at the helm of the lead pirate ship. Having seen the bounty notice, Lyon instantly identified him as Akin, Clique's ruthless and merciless right-hand man. As the ships drew closer, Lyon leaped powerfully from the deck, soaring through the air in a straight line towards Akin's pirate ship. Many pirates caught sight of Lyon's figure, and they shouted warnings. "Look, what is that? Be careful. That guy seems to be flying. Captain, a powerful foe is charging at us." Akin naturally noticed Lyon, yet his expression remained unchanged. He merely gazed coldly at the rapidly approaching Navy. Utilizing the moon step technique twice in the air, Lyon gracefully descended upon the pirate ship where Akin stood. Although these pirates were considered elite in the East Sea, their perspective and experience were rather limited, and Lyon's adept maneuver left most of them utterly astonished. A few sharp-eyed pirates, upon catching sight of Lyon's distinctive crimson eyes, could not help but change their expressions, exclaiming in surprise, You are the blood-eyed butcher." "What? It's him." I've heard this fellow is quite formidable." At this revelation, the other pirates turned pale, their courage diminishing even before a battle had commenced. Even Akin, the notorious cold-hearted individual, felt a slight shift in his otherwise stoic demeanor as his wariness escalated significantly. Lyon cast a glance at the formidable Akin, shaking his head with a sigh. "Ah, Akin, the loyal devotee of Crick, what a pity." Without waiting for a response from his adversary, Lyon launched his assault with resolve. Flash! With a swift step, Lyon lunged forward, almost instantaneously appearing before Akin, delivering a fierce downward strike. Faced with Lyon's overwhelming assault, Akin's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. So fast, so powerful. Just moments ago, this Navy officer had been sighing lightly, but in the blink of an eye, death loomed ominously before him, sending alarm bells ringing in his heart. Yet, at this moment, Akin had no time to evade. He could only raise his dual staves in a desperate attempt to parry. Clang! Sparks flew as the resounding clash of heavy weapons echoed loudly. Akin was struck to one knee, his hands trembling with fatigue, nearly losing grip of his staves. "Impressive," Lyon exclaimed, showing no mercy as he unleashed a second strike. Swift as lightning. In response, Akin's face hardened with determination, mustering every ounce of strength to block once more. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed crimson, his joints creaking under the strain. Clang! Uft! Akin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling, his arms hanging limply as if broken. Yet, he managed to barely deflect Lyon's second blow. Clatter! The severed steel staves clattered onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. Silence enveloped the surrounding pirates. "You are a worthy opponent," Lyon said gravely. In those two strikes, he had not only exerted his full power, but also employed the newly mastered technique of armament hockey. To his astonishment, the so-called demon Akin, devoid of hockey and not particularly formidable among East Blue pirates, had managed to withstand 2 consecutive blows. However, Lyon would show no mercy. Akin's unwavering loyalty to Captain Krieg marked him as an enemy that must be eliminated. The third strike fell mercilessly, a flash of steel blossoming into a spray of crimson. "I apologize, Captain Krieg. I am no match for this Navy officer." With his arms broken and utterly defenseless, Akin calmly fell into a pool of blood. He had taken many lives and had long made peace with the possibility of his own demise. Defeating the demon Akin grants 1860 potential points. The surrounding pirates were filled with dread, if even the formidable Captain Akin had fallen to the blood-eyed butcher. They were undoubtedly no match. Yet, these pirates had fought for years, and they would not simply resign to fate. "Fire! Everyone charge! Let us take him down together." The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a deluge, obliterating the deck where Lyon had just stood, leaving a trail of splintered wood and craters. However, as the smoke cleared, the area was eerily vacant. Where did he go? Where's that guy? Above. Watch out above. As the pirates unleashed their gunfire, Lyon leapt upwards, his hands brimming with an array of steel pellets. The pellets whistled through the air, cascading down like rain, and struck the unsuspecting pirates below with the velocity of bullets. Amidst the cacophony of screams, many of these marauders were transformed into mere sieves, meeting a swift and brutal demise. Only a fortunate few managed to escape, either by sheer luck or through their own strength. Yet, what awaited them next was Lyon's spectral swiftness and his indomitable blade. One by one, the pirates fell without the slightest semblance of resistance, their desperate attempts to fight back failing to even graze the hem of Lyon's garments. "Spare me. I surrender. Have the guts to face me. Take my blade. We're doomed. This man is no mortal. He is a monster." The terror of death spread rapidly, and despair permeated the air, leading the pirates to the brink of collapse. Some abandoned their fight, kneeling in supplication, while others, in a frenzy, flailed wildly at the empty air. A few sought refuge, attempting to evade their fate, and others contemplated leaping into the sea to escape this death-laden realm. Yet, all was in vain. Before long, every pirate aboard the vessel had fallen to Lyon's relentless onslaught, and without pausing, he surged towards the next pirate ship. It was now his time to hunt. Chapter 43, Creating the Copy. As Lyon wreaked havoc aboard the pirate ship, a fierce pursuit erupted along the shores of Tortuga Island. The Black Cat pirates, led by the feline brothers Sam and Bucci, fled in a frenzy, closely pursued by the overwhelming forces of the Krieg pirates. They were outnumbered. Could they possibly escape? Where was Captain Crow? And where was First Mate Zango? Damn it! Why were the Krieg pirates attacking us? There was no time for questions. They had to return to the ship and flee. Curse it! The Black Cat pirates had just suffered a sudden onslaught from the Krieg pirates, losing a significant number of their crew in mere moments. Faced with an enemy that outnumbered them by dozens, they could only retreat in disarray. Before long, a large group of the Black Cat pirates stormed back onto their ship, only to be met with despair. The ship's helm and sails had been intentionally sabotaged. They were trapped. Who was responsible for this? We are doomed. Alarmingly, the Krieg pirates were closing in. What in the world was happening? The feline brothers made their way to the ship's hold, where they uncovered a box hidden in the corner. Inside lay a vibrant red special buggy bomb. On the deck, anguished screams pierced the air as numerous members of the Krieg pirates flooded aboard, mercilessly slaughtering the Black Cat crew before searching the ship's cabins for any remaining survivors. With a thunderous explosion, the Black Cat pirates were utterly annihilated, taking nearly 100 Krieg pirates with them in the blast. Not far away, Krieg himself erupted in furious curses. What the hell? Are the Black Cat pirates out of their minds? Why are they so deranged? In the dense jungle of the island, there existed a concealed cave, spacious enough to accommodate 10 individuals, stocked with provisions and fresh water. Crow and Cook, along with a few others, concealed themselves within this refuge. Cook whispered, "This is one of the hideouts we excavated over 6 months ago. There are 4 more like it. By separating, we reduce the risk and prevent a total loss if one of us is discovered. This is one of the survival skills taught to us by Colonel Lyon." Crow nodded, feeling a strange sense of knowledge gained. Initially worried about the Krieg pirates' hunt, he now felt considerably more at ease. All that remained was to see how Colonel Lyon would deal with the massive pirate horde outside, over 5,000 strong. Crow struggled to fathom how Colonel Lyon could possibly defeat such a formidable force. Bombardment. With merely 4 warships, even if they exhausted their ammunition, they could not eradicate an entire island's worth of pirates. As for those special explosives, they hardly sufficed for sinking ships, and clearly, there was no stock left. Did the infamous blood-eyed butcher intend to slay each pirate individually? Crow shook his head, dispelling the absurd notion. After ruthlessly dispatching nearly 1,000 pirates across 7 ships, Lyon found himself nearly drained of energy. He returned to the awaiting warship, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. He ordered the destruction of all pirate vessels, commanding the 4 warships to disperse and seal off the surrounding waters. No small boat was to be permitted to escape. "Yes, Colonel." Following the command, Lyon closed his eyes to rest. The Krieg pirates' flagship was obliterated, and the smaller vessels were trapped by the warship's blockade. Tortuga Island, once a haven for the Krieg pirates, had transformed into a veritable prison. No one within could hope to escape. To put it in modern terms, Tortuga Island had become a closed-game instance, with pirate monsters lurking within, ready for Lyon to harvest at his leisure. When his strength waned, he could simply return to the warship to recuperate before re-engaging. Over the next 2 days, Lyon did not confront Krieg head-on. Instead, he methodically harvested the lives of the pirates, gradually depleting the island's fighting force. Krieg seethed with rage, yet was powerless to act. Every trick, traps, ambushes, lures, poisons had been employed, but all were futile against Lyon's keen perception. Moreover, Lyon's speed was unmatched. He moved freely through the air, evading bullets from ordinary firearms with ease. Though the enemy was numerous, they posed little threat. Under Lyon's relentless onslaught, fear permeated the remaining pirates, their morale shattered. Each day, some attempted to escape on small boats, but the waters surrounding the island were entirely sealed off by warships. Once a dominant force in the East Blue, the Krieg pirates, once boasting over 5,000 members, now found themselves reduced to fewer than 1,000. Even Krieg, normally arrogant, felt a creeping dread. The suffocating frustration of being powerless was driving him nearly to madness. No. If this continues, not only will the Krieg pirates perish, but I too shall meet my end here. With that thought, Krieg shouted towards the distant warships once more, "Blood-eyed butcher, if you dare, face me in direct combat." Initially, Krieg had only held a faint hope, having made similar proclamations over the past 2 days to no avail, receiving only silence and indifference in response. Yet this time, Lyon broke his silence, responding from the warship with a resounding, "Very well. As you wish." Lyon's clear and resonant voice reverberated across the entire island. The lethargic pirates on the island were momentarily stunned, only to be invigorated by a surge of excitement. "What? That devil intends to duel with Captain Click. Splendid. Captain Click is sure to vanquish this scoundrel who dares to act with impunity due to his speed. Thank heavens. I have endured enough of this torment. Let it all come to an end swiftly. Captain Click, slay him. Slay him." Listening to the fervent cries of his subordinate pirates, Click was filled with exhilaration. Should he eliminate the bloodshot butcher, his prestige would soar to new heights, and the town of Rogue would be within his grasp. In that eventuality, with wealth and power at his disposal, the Click pirates would swiftly rise again, potentially even stronger than before. As the warship approached, still several hundred meters from the port, Lyon leapt forward with agility. This time, he refrained from expending energy on moonwalk, for a fierce battle lay ahead. Lyon was determined to reap the lives of the remaining 1,000 pirates. Chapter 44. Kaleidoscope. Sharingan. Click gazed coldly at the advancing Lyon, his eyes filled with caution and vigilance. This time, he would not underestimate his opponent. He would give his all. Without any pleasantries, Lyon's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as he lunged towards Click. What was there to discuss with a man on the brink of death? Click's pupils contracted, sensing imminent danger. He was fully equipped with armor, shield, gun, cannon, spear, sword, and gas grenades, all primed for action. Click was confident that no one could breach his defenses, as long as his adversary did not escape using his speed. He could overpower him. Swoosh! The blade sliced through flesh with a faint sound, and Lyon's figure casually appeared behind Click, turning his back to him. Click seemed frozen in time. His expression rigid, his body motionless, still embodying the stance of one facing a formidable foe. Lyon strolled towards the surrounding pirates, his smile as warm as the sun. Click? Merely a pig dog awaiting slaughter. Lyon had previously evaded him, not out of fear, but due to the concern that killing the opponent would cause the remaining pirates on the island to scatter, leaving him with the cumbersome task of tracking them down. By sparing Creek, the pirates would maintain some semblance of cohesion, instinctively gathering around the strongest among them, thereby facilitating Lyon's endeavor to harvest potential points. Now, with the number of pirates dwindling, Creek had lost his worth for survival. Under the influence of the Sharingan's illusion, Creek faltered for merely a moment before being swiftly dispatched by Lyon. With a swift motion, Creek's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson mist. The headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, the sound of its metallic golden armor clanging resonating in the air. Having slain the pirate Captain Creek, Lyon acquired 2,988 potential points. The remaining pirates gaped in horror, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes wide with disbelief. Creek, their leader, had been killed in an instant? Did that mean their doom was imminent? This time, the pirates were correct in their foreboding. After dispatching Creek, Lyon moved like the wind, his attacks relentless as a torrential downpour, leaving a trail of blood and despair in his wake. Groans and wails filled the air, limbs torn asunder, blood cascading like rain. He eliminated elite pirates, garnering 107 potential points. He vanquished more elite foes, earning an additional 96 points. He dispatched ordinary pirates, accumulating 47 points. Time slipped away unnoticed. And one by one, the pirates surrounding him fell to his blade, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The relentless battles had begun to wear Lyon down, and he exhaled deeply before signaling to the warship. Armed to the teeth, the Navy personnel disembarked onto the island, their expressions grave as they beheld the scene of carnage. Following Lyon's earlier orders, they divided into small squads to search for any remaining stragglers and to clear the battlefield. Returning alone to the warship, Lyon tore off his blood-soaked garments and immersed himself in the bath, yearning for a moment of respite. After 3 consecutive days of battle, even though his physical stamina could be quickly restored, the mental fatigue was accumulating steadily. For over a year, Lyon had been strategizing against the Creek pirates. He had meticulously selected 50 spies from the Navy and provided them with brief training. Subsequently, he had tracked down the Black Cat pirates, defeating Kuro and gathering intelligence. Kuro had agreed to assist Lyon in eliminating the Creek pirates, while Lyon promised to help him clear his name afterward. Recently, Lyon had also dismantled the Buggy pirates. Although Buggy had narrowly escaped, the specially crafted buggy bomb aboard the Kudo Pop had been seized by the Navy, providing Lyon with an excellent weapon for ship destruction. To ensnare the Creek pirates, Lyon had exerted considerable effort, but every endeavor had proven worthwhile. Gazing upon the total of 256,588 potential points, a radiant smile illuminated Lyon's face. Lyon initially intended to enhance his physical and mental attributes directly to 3,000 points, but was met with a notification insisting that all attributes must first surpass 1,000. After expending 18,570 potential points to elevate all attributes to this threshold, an unexpected message emerged. All attributes have reached 1,000. Henceforth, defeating ordinary pirates will not yield potential points. This means that after leveling up, Slaying lesser foes will no longer grant experience? This sudden revelation disrupted Lyon's carefully laid development plan. If he continued to linger in the East Sea, relying solely on combat to gain potential points would yield minimal returns. However, these concerns could wait for a more opportune moment. At present, Lyon was more focused on his enhancements. After further consuming 200,000 potential points, both his physical and mental attributes ascended to 3,000 points. Lyon reveled in the comforting sensation of newfound strength. As the substantial enhancement of his physical and mental attributes eradicated his previous fatigue, rising from the bath, he donned his attire and made his way to the captain's quarters. Feeling the vitality coursing through his body and the increasing potency of his mind, Lyon clenched his fists, aware that he was now capable of upgrading to the Manjiki Sharingan. The upgrade required the expenditure of 30,000 potential points, with both physical and mental attributes needing to exceed 3,000 points. Should he proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. With the command issued, a sudden and excruciating pain pierced Lyon's eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan manifested, each tomo elongating and morphing in shape. While the nerves deep within his eyes seemed to split and proliferate, in an instant, Lyon was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling as though his eyeballs were on the verge of bursting, two streams of blood mingled with fragments of black and white flowed forth, while it seemed as though two steel rods were wildly thrashing about within his brain. The excruciating pain threatened to drive him to madness and despair. It was unclear how much time had passed before this torment finally ceased. Lyon, panting heavily, took a moment to recover, feeling a twinge of dread in his heart. Had it not been for the recent significant enhancement of both his physical and mental attributes, his body and spirit would surely have succumbed to collapse. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld his blood-red irises, where three tomo intertwined, forming a mesmerizing pinwheel pattern. The ability bestowed by his left eye was Kamui, which allowed him to become intangible, evading enemy attacks by shifting the targeted part into an alternate dimension created by his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This ability also enabled the transfer of other objects into this ethereal space. The power granted by his right eye was Amaterasu. When activated, a powerful black flame ignited at the focal point of his gaze, a destructive fire that would not extinguish until its target was utterly consumed. At this moment, Lyon's attributes have transformed into Lyon potential points, 8018 combat power, Rear Admiral of the Navy strength, 1,320, agility, 1,299, stamina, 3,000 2000, spirit, 3,000 2000, armament haki. Beginner observation haki, unawakened conqueror's haki, unawakened special abilities, swordsmanship, second-rate swordsman kaleidoscope Sharingan, copying. Illusion techniques, mental resistance, Kamui, Amaterasu. When attributes range from 1001 to 4000, enhancing each attribute point consumes 50 potential points. The following is a rough classification of attribute values. This classification is derived from the combat power data in One Piece. Ordinary Navy soldier, 10 elite soldier to lieutenant colonel, 11 to 500 colonel to rear admiral, 501 to 4000 vice admiral, 4001 to 7000 admiral candidate, 7001 to 9999 admiral and Yonko, 10,000 and above. With no upper limit. Chapter 45. Navy appointment. The ability of the left eye is indeed Kamui. This is arguably the most potent life-saving capability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, surpassing the evasion prowess of natural-type devil fruits. With Kamui, one's survivability is significantly enhanced. The ability of the right eye is Amaterasu. While this ability possesses formidable offensive power, it appears to be somewhat challenging to hit targets. Nonetheless, the descriptions of these abilities are rather simplistic. Their true strengths and weaknesses will only be revealed through Lyon's personal exploration. The conclusion of the events on Tortuga Island unfolded swiftly, and Kuro, along with Cook and others, emerged from their hiding places. Gazing upon the scene on the island, reminiscent of a hellish battleground, a chill crept into Kuro's heart, causing him to cast aside any previous thoughts he harbored. Lyon personally met with Cook and the others, observing them, having hidden underground for several days. Appearing rather disheveled and covered in dirt, Lyon smiled and said, "You have accomplished your mission splendidly. Go and take a well-deserved rest." "Yes." Cook and the others replied in unison, saluting. After their departure, Lyon turned to Chloe and inquired, "Chloe, have you decided on what name you wish to adopt in the future?" Lyon's inquiry completely alleviated Chloe's initial apprehension. "You may refer to me as Kulo." 2 days later, With the release of the latest edition of the newspaper, several shocking headlines reverberated throughout the East Sea. The Creek pirates had breached the naval base of the East Sea's 16th Division, resulting in significant casualties among the naval personnel and the abduction of Colonel Mouse, who was ultimately cruelly executed on Tortuga Island. Colonel Lyon, stationed in Rogue Town of the East Sea, led a naval fleet to eradicate the Creek pirates, obliterating them and the Black Cat pirates, slaying over 400 pirates, including both Kulo and the pirate Admiral Creek, at the hands of Colonel Lyon. The once formidable Creek pirates, who nearly dominated the East Sea and instilled fear in all, had been completely uprooted, with their leader Creek also slain. This marked an unprecedented victory for the East Sea Navy. As the news spread, the East Sea trembled with astonishment. The intelligence even reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. At Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku held the battle report from Rogue Town, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Carp, I never imagined another remarkable figure would emerge from the East Sea. Crunching on Sabay, Carp inquired with curiosity, what? Has another high-bounty pirate surfaced in the East Sea? Not a pirate, but the Navy. Take a look at this report. Sengoku handed the report to Carp. The Navy? Let me see who it is. Ah, it's this lad. Annihilating the Creek pirates and the Black Cat pirates, ha ha ha. I didn't expect he'd perform so commendably. Carp, do you know this line? What sort of person is he? Sengoku asked, intrigued. Carp laughed heartily, ha. I met him not long ago during my visit to the East Sea. His abilities were merely mediocre, and I even gave him a beating. Seeing Carp's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku replied sternly, you imbecile. I'm asking you seriously. I've reviewed Lyon's dossier. He is just 19 years old, possessing commendable talent and intellect. A year ago, he was defeated by Creek while protecting his subordinates, yet over the past year, he infiltrated the Creek pirates with spies, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Sengoku paused briefly before continuing, however, the fact that he managed to kill all 400 members of the Creek and Black Cat pirates is quite astonishing. No wonder the pirates of the East Sea have dubbed him the Blood-Eyed Butcher. Carp swallowed the senbei in his mouth, dismissively stating, well, the headquarters already has a radical like Sakazuki. Adding one more makes no difference. But I know that this lion is quite kind to civilians. Sengoku pondered for a moment before making a decision. Then let us transfer him to the headquarters and promote him to colonel. Since you claim his abilities are average, we shall send him to Zifa's elite training camp. It will be an excellent opportunity to temper his disposition. In the training room of Rogue Town, Lyon was lifting 2 heavy dumbbells, supporting himself on the ground while drenched in sweat, diligently performing push-ups. 1566, 1567. Lyon continually braced his body, his muscles taut and flexing, concealing an immense power within what appeared to be an unassuming physique. Although attributes could be enhanced through potential points, mastering such sudden surges of strength required time. It was impossible to wield this newfound power effortlessly immediately after enhancement, necessitating a period of assimilation. Intense training served as an effective means to expend this formidable energy. Knock. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Lyon rose swiftly, placing the heavy burden upon the ground. Come in. Teacher, this is the appointment letter from the Navy headquarters. Guéna presented a formal document to Lyon. Oh, has it arrived so swiftly? Lyon was somewhat astonished. It had barely been a day since his battle report was submitted, yet the appointment decree had already been issued. Could the efficiency of the Navy be so remarkably swift? Upon examining the document, Lyon discerned the reason. He was taken aback to discover that this matter had captured the attention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With such a prominent figure in the Navy issuing orders, it was no wonder that their operational speed was extraordinarily rapid. Ordinarily, the eradication of pirate crews such as the Creek pirates and the Black Cat pirates would not warrant the notice of the Fleet Admiral, but the slaughter of over 400 pirates was an entirely different matter. It is essential to note that the world government's policy towards pirates encourages their capture alive, with bounties for killing pirates being merely half of the standard reward. Incidents like Lyon's, where more than 400 pirates were eliminated in one fell swoop, are exceedingly rare, prompting the relevant departments at Navy headquarters to refrain from making unilateral decisions and instead escalate the matter to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After reviewing the appointment letter, Lyon squinted his eyes. I have been promoted to the rank of colonel at the Navy headquarters and granted the opportunity to attend the elite training camp hosted by Admiral Zephyr. This training camp is renowned as the cradle of naval officers, where I will receive the full support of the Navy for my development. Lyon felt a keen interest in participating in Zephyr's elite training camp. His current combat skills were largely self-taught. Although he could enhance various attributes with potential points and had references from Hancock's manuscripts for hockey, many aspects of his training still required personal exploration. A good mentor could significantly shorten the path to mastery, especially one as formidable as Admiral Zephyr. Moreover, he would have the chance to meet Zephyr and other future naval elites in the training camp. However, before heading to the Navy headquarters, Lyon needed to resolve matters in the East Sea. With this in mind, he took out his den mushy and dialed the Navy headquarters. Brew. Calm moments later, in the office of the Marine Admiral. What? That kid actually said he needs to recover first and won't report for a few months. Sengoku exclaimed incredulously. Why yes, Admiral Sengoku. Colonel Lyon indeed said so. The officer on the other end of the line stammered, clearly shaken. Let him recover then. Inform him that the next session of Zephyr's elite training camp will commence in 4 months. If he arrives late, it will be a forfeiture of his opportunity. Sengoku hung up the phone, slightly exasperated. Another troublesome character. According to the intelligence I received, this Lyon emerged unscathed after annihilating the Krieg pirates. Where did he get such serious injuries? It is clearly an excuse. Chapter 46, The Agreement. Half a month had swiftly passed. Even the most sensational news would gradually fade from public attention over time, becoming mere fodder for casual conversation among some individuals during their leisure. Lyon and Robin stood side by side on what appeared to be an ordinary merchant vessel, their appearances meticulously disguised, rendering them unrecognizable to all but the most familiar acquaintances. Lyon gazed calmly at the distant sea. Robin, once this matter comes to a conclusion, you may embark on a merchant vessel to that place. There, you shall naturally find someone to welcome you. Robin turned to observe the profile of Lyon, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lyon may not be the most formidable individual Robin has ever encountered, yet he stands out as the most composed, self-assured, and enigmatic person she has met. His remarkable poise is unparalleled by any underground faction leader or pirate captain she has come across thus far. Every action he undertakes appears to possess a profound sense of purpose. What initially seems chaotic and disordered reveals, upon closer inspection, hidden intentions that connect them all. He seems to be acquainted with numerous influential figures in the shadows, including the renowned and powerful pirate empress, Boa Hancock, who is even a friend of his. Upon contemplating this, Robin's voice brimmed with curiosity and astonishment. I never expected you to know the illustrious world's most beautiful woman. I find myself quite intrigued about the nature of your relationship. Observing the fervent spark of gossip igniting in Robin's eyes, Lyon chuckled softly and replied, You will come to learn of my relationship with her in due time. Amazon Lily is nestled within the calm belt, cut off from the outside world, ensuring its safety. You have spent these past years evading and hiding, scarcely finding time to enhance your own strength. Seize this opportunity to fortify yourself, for our future adversary is a formidable giant. I shall strive to grow stronger. Robin exclaimed. After this parting, when shall we meet again? She inquired wistfully. Lyon pondered for a moment before responding. If my plan unfolds successfully, it should take about 3 years. At that time, I shall personally go to Daughter Island to fetch you. Then let us make this promise. Robin replied with a radiant smile, her ebony hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisite visage brimming with splendid hopes for the future. Indeed, I hope that by then, you can astonish me beyond measure. Lyon holds great optimism for Robin's potential, a resilient girl who has been pursued by the world government since the tender age of 8, wandering through life without guidance. Her indomitable will, character, and intellect far surpass those of the ordinary. Now, at the mere age of 18, Robin stands at the pinnacle of her strength-building journey. Amidst a society that reveres the powerful and cultivates the mastery of hockey on the Isle of Women, she is bound to experience significant enhancement in her abilities. The mere thought of her combining the powers of the Hana no Mi with formidable hockey is nothing short of exhilarating. After Robin departs, Lyon raises his right hand. As an invisible vortex engulfs it, a cycle of release and consumption, as if his hand were caught in an endless void. Lyon was honing his prowess in the divine ability of his left eye. Although this ability required minimal mental energy, each activation necessitated a brief period of preparation. However, as Lyon became more adept through relentless practice, he discovered that this activation time could gradually be diminished. Initially, it took him a full second to unleash his divine power. But after nearly half a month of diligent training, he had managed to reduce it to 0.8 seconds. Yet, this duration still felt excessively prolonged. In battles between formidable opponents, Even a fleeting moment can determine victory or defeat. While 0.8 seconds may seem brief, in the heat of true combat, it might only serve to provide a momentary surprise. In this vast ocean, the majority of individuals, even those who exert every ounce of effort in their training throughout their lives, can at best attain the strength of a Navy colonel. Although this level of power significantly surpasses that of ordinary people, it is regarded as mere fodder in the eyes of genuine titans. Moreover, the seas are home to numerous formidable beings, monstrous in their might. Figures such as Whitebeard, Garp, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and Fujitora wield the ability to unleash cataclysms with a mere wave of their hands. Earthquakes, tidal waves, volcanic eruptions, and meteor strikes. The sheer magnitude of their strength is almost inconceivable to the average person. Although Lyon's attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals, they still pale in comparison to those of his formidable adversaries. He lacks absolute confidence, even against the weakest among the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria. The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan is indeed formidable, yet akin to the devil fruits. Even the mightiest abilities necessitate diligent practice and development by their bearers. Otherwise, they remain mere shells, capable only of preying on the weak. In the world of One Piece, such cautionary tales abound. Take, for instance, the slow fruit, the swamp fruit, or the weapon fruit. When their users neglect their potential, even the most powerful abilities become mere window dressing, impressive in appearance but lacking in utility. There is no absolute power, only the most formidable individuals. Lyon is acutely aware of this reality and thus remains vigilant. As he practices, his thoughts drift to the impending matters at hand. His mental attributes are robust enough to allow him to multitask with relative ease. I wonder who Doflamingo has dispatched to escort the devil fruit. Sherlock, while in contact with the other party, refrains from probing further. For even Doflamingo himself employs the alias Joker. The confidentiality surrounding transactions in this underworld is meticulously maintained. He decides to assess the situation upon their arrival. Should they prove manageable, he will act decisively. At that moment, the 2 executives of the Don Quixote family, whom Lyon has been contemplating, lounge in reclining chairs, basking in the sun. One of them, adorned with a fringed hat, etched with 2 lines of facial wrinkles, and draped in a red cloak reminiscent of a tribal attire, is named Diamante. He wields the power of the flare fruit, transforming any object he touches into a light, flag-like form. This ability allows him to don garments fashioned from steel, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities. The other individual is a rotund fellow, sporting long, curly hair, a red hat, sunglasses, and an exposing bodysuit adorned with spirals. His right arm tattooed with a pirate emblem. This hefty man is Mahabais, a paramecia type capable of manipulating his weight through the ton fruit. He can levitate his massive body and alter his weight at will, using this to launch attacks. Diamante swirls the red wine in his glass, his tone grave. Although this devil fruit transaction in the East Blue bears a resemblance to a vacation, Doflamingo's choice to send us signifies his trust. We must not be careless during the exchange. Mahabais takes a hearty bite of the roasted meat, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant watch on them." However, I did read in the newspapers recently about a formidable Navy officer emerging from Logue Town. I would relish the opportunity to engage with him. Diamante downs his wine in one go, dismissively commenting, he merely eliminated a group of worthless pirates devoid of abilities. That Navy officer, Lyon, can only act brazenly in the weakest of seas, the East Blue. His true strength is negligible. Haha. Indeed, this is, after all, the weakest of seas. Chapter 47. Amaterasu Sherlock has coordinated the transaction site with the Don Quixote family via a transponder snail situated not far from Logue Town, in a maritime area near Reverse Mountain. From a considerable distance, Lyon spotted the grand vessel, along with Diamante and Mahabais aboard. It is Diamante, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, accompanied by a subordinate Mahabais. If it is merely these 2 I must contend with, I should be quite capable at this moment. Both ships hoisted the same flag. Swiftly drawing nearer, Robin led the trembling president of the Shichibukai, Sherlock, to the bow of the ship. Lyon cast a glance at Sherlock and, with an impassive expression, stated, "Sherlock, if you cooperate earnestly with this transaction, I assure you that I will not turn against you afterwards." Upon hearing Lyon's assurance, Sherlock's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he promptly thumped his chest, affirming, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to cooperate." Turning to Robin, Lyon gently advised, "When the battle commences, simply ensure your own safety from the rear. Speaking of which, you have yet to witness my true strength. Before we part ways, allow me to showcase the fruits of my recent training. Very well. I am indeed curious to see what kind of power sustains your grand and audacious ambitions. Robin replied with keen interest. As the two vessels drew alongside one another, Sherlock, flanked by Lyon and Robin, stepped onto the opposing ship. With Lyon carrying a large chest in hand. With a sycophantic grin, Sherlock approached, inquiring, "Gentlemen, where is the merchandise we seek? First, let me see where your funds are." Diamante cast a sidelong glance at the chest Lyon held. Lyon approached with an impassive expression and directly opened the box, revealing it to be filled with stacks of large denomination bills. Diamante inspected the contents briefly, his demeanor darkening. "Chairman Sherlock, this amount falls far short of the 1 billion belly." Before Sherlock could respond, Lyon interjected, "This is a deposit of 400 million belly. I must see the goods before I pay the remaining 600 million. Who do you think you are, daring to negotiate with us?" Mahabes glared down at Lyon, his imposing figure exuding an air of intimidation. In contrast, Lyon's height of just over 2 meters made him appear almost childlike. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Sherlock quickly intervened. "This is Mr. Ryan, the representative sent by the buyer. Given the substantial sum involved in this transaction, I previously agreed he would inspect the goods first before making the remaining payment of 600 million belly. I hope you can understand, gentlemen." Diamante scrutinized Lyon for a moment before gesturing to Mahabes to cease his provocations. "This deviates from our usual protocols. However, since this was agreed upon by Chairman Sherlock, we shall extend you this courtesy. Present the devil fruit for their inspection." The shining gold chamber of commerce is a crucial element orchestrated by the Don Quixote family in the East Blue. Diamante preferred not to strain his relationship with Sherlock unnecessarily. Obediently complying with Diamante's command, Mahabes turned and retrieved an exquisite leather case from behind him. "The item you seek is within this case. I advise you, boy, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, humph." Lyon completely disregarded the threats posed by his adversaries, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he accepted the leather suitcase and proceeded to open it. Inside, he discovered 4 fruits, each distinct in shape and hue, meticulously arranged. Unlike ordinary fruits, these were adorned with spiral patterns that embellished both their skins and flesh. Beside one of the devil fruits lay a card inscribed with the words "Superhuman Series, Maki Fruit." Indeed, these were the devil fruits I required. With the goods received, you two may now take your leave. Lyon lifted his gaze to fixate on Mahabes and Diamante, as the swirling windmill within his crimson eyes rapidly took form. Simultaneously, the box containing the devil fruit, along with the chest filled with 400 million berries, was consumed by an invisible vortex, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The man before them exuded an aura of unfathomable malevolence, and his blood-red, eerie eyes instilled an overwhelming sense of terror within Diamante. His pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated, urgently warning Mahabes beside him, "Be cautious." The stout and corpulent Mahabes sensed the impending danger as well and attempted to withdraw. Yet, he was a moment too late. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames erupted from the focal point of Lyon's right pupil, engulfing Mahabes in an instant. What manner of flame is this? It burns. It scalds. Mahabes writhed on the ground in agony, his garments and hair incinerated instantaneously, leaving his resilient flesh marred with blisters, a sight most lamentable. Observing this, Sherlock and Robin hastily retreated to a safe distance. Lyon squinted his eyes, which were somewhat sore and swollen, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction within. The flaws of the kaleidoscope Sharingan are far too significant. Not only is the activation time prolonged, but the energy consumption is also considerable, while Kamui is somewhat more manageable. Each use of Amaterasu leaves my right eye fatigued for a period, though it has not escalated to the point of bleeding. It is certainly not a sustainable situation in the long run. I must devise a method to elevate this to eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan as swiftly as possible. Mahabes had already attempted various strategies, yet whether rolling or dousing with water proved utterly futile. The black flames clinging to him were akin to a malignant growth, impossible to dispel. The intense burning agony nearly drove Mahabes to madness, had his constitution not been far superior to that of an average person. He would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Jump into the sea. This flame must be the power of a devil fruit. It will surely cease upon contact with seawater. Diamante suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. Simultaneously, he remained on high alert against Lyon's pursuit. Wary of this enemy whose abilities were rather peculiar, reluctant to act recklessly. If these eerie and terrifying black flames continued to burn, death for Mahabes was inevitable. In desperation, He abandoned his identity as a devil fruit user and leapt directly into the ocean. With a splash, the colossal wave erupted, submerging the black flames beneath the seawater. Strangely, however, the black fire continued to blaze fiercely even underwater. No. Upon contact with the seawater, Maharbaith, the user of the ton-press fruit, instantly lost strength. He could only let out a wretched cry before being consumed by despair, reduced to ashes. It was only after the target had been obliterated that the Amaterasu flames flickered momentarily before gradually extinguishing. Having slain Maharbaith, the user of the ton-press fruit, he gained 4,688 potential points. Sherlock stared at Lyon in utter horror. This man was indeed a demon. The black flames he unleashed were profoundly malevolent, utterly terrifying. Robin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The two mysterious boxes that had vanished moments ago seemed to harbor the unquenchable black flames that would not extinguish until their enemy was incinerated. Every revelation of Lyon's strength unveiled yet another layer of his boundless secrets, only to be followed by the realization that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps only someone like him possesses the power to alter this world. Lyon, my comrade, the one to whom I entrust my dreams. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Diamante's cheek, splashing onto the deck. Damn it, how is this guy so powerful? Who exactly is he? Why is he not affected by seawater? What on earth is that eerie and terrifying black flame? Is his intent in our dealings to acquire a devil fruit? Or to undermine the power of the Don Quixote family? At that moment, Diamante was besieged by an abundance of questions. Chapter 48, Kamui suppressing the turmoil within. Diamante cautiously spoke before Lyon could strike. Regardless of who you are, provoking Joker is not a prudent choice. What exactly is your objective? Lyon let out a cold laugh. Joker? Do you think that by using a code name, I would be oblivious to the fact that he is Doflamingo? What? You actually know Dofla? Diamante exclaimed in astonishment. In that fleeting moment of distraction for Diamante, a swift strike was executed. Lyon surged forward, launching a fierce strike aimed at Diamante's neck. The bullfighter's cloak. However, Diamante, a seasoned veteran, remained composed amidst the surprise, swiftly raising his cloak to shield himself. This bullfighter's cloak, crafted from his own fluttering fruit abilities, appeared light as a feather, yet possessed the hardness of steel. The clang of metal resonated as Lyon's attack met with resistance. But no, this was far from over. Lyon narrowed his left eye, seizing the moment when Diamante's gaze was obscured by his cloak. In a fleeting second, he activated the power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan once more. Kamui. An invisible spatial vortex emerged, swiftly beginning to spin and consume everything in its vicinity. A significant portion of the steel cloak was torn apart and devoured in an instant, leaving Diamante, who had been concealed behind it, aghast as he hastily sidestepped. Yet, his movements were a beat too slow. A flash of crimson light surged forth as a section of Diamante's left arm was ensnared and shredded by the spatial vortex generated by Kamui. Ah, bastard! Blood splattered as Diamante let out a pained scream, quickly swinging his remaining right arm to hurl his rapier toward Lyon. Sword, serpent blade. The once sturdy blade transformed into an ethereal form, drifting like silk, slithering toward Lyon with an unpredictable trajectory. Alas! This intricate and peculiar attack pattern was laid bare before Lyon's kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he did not even attempt to evade. The serpentine sword coiled closer to Lyon's chest. And under Diamante's control, the blade abruptly stiffened, piercing through Lyon's throat. You're finished. A cruel smile spread across Diamante's face. Yet, in the next breath, his grin froze. For the spot he aimed for was vacant. Lyon's throat had vanished into thin air, and his thrust had only pierced the void. Before Diamante could mount another offensive, Lyon thrust his blade forcefully toward his heart, its tip enveloped in a mist of blood-colored hockey. With a piercing sound, the cloak, recently torn by Kamui, could no longer shield against this assault, and the blade drove straight through Diamante's heart. Clang! Diamante collapsed to the ground. The weight of his steel cloak now unbearable without the power of his devil fruit. He glared at Lyon with eyes brimming with resentment and venom. You're doomed. Doflamingo will avenge us. Doflamingo will surely. Having slain the user of the flapping fruit, Lyon acquired 6,542 potential points. Witnessing Lyon's throat being pierced, Robin nearly gasped in shock. However, just as she was about to unleash her devil fruit power, she saw the battle's tide shift instantaneously. Lyon emerged unscathed while Diamante lay dead on the ground. Robin hurriedly approached Lyon, closely inspecting his unharmed form. Lyon, are you all right? You startled me just now. Phew. Your ability is truly peculiar. Could it be a type of special devil fruit? I'm fine. Lyon lowered his gaze towards Robin, his attention inadvertently drawn to her ample bosom. Nestled between her breasts was a captivating tattoo of the constellation Aquarius, elegantly outlined by stars. "Oh, what's the matter?" Robin inquired, noticing the direction of Lyon's gaze. Upon realizing the source of his distraction, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "So, what do you think? Is it beautiful?" "Indeed, quite beautiful," Lyon replied. Lyon gazed at the exquisite Aquarius tattoo and replied candidly. Robin suddenly leaned in closer to Lyon, asking with utmost seriousness, "Lyon, you haven't forgotten what you did to me, have you?" "Huh? Did I do something to you?" Lyon wore a perplexed expression, for he recalled treating Robin with utmost respect, never having engaged in any extraordinary conduct. "No. You have committed an act that I find intolerable, thus you must bear the consequences," Robin responded earnestly. What exactly is it? Could you elucidate?" Lyon inquired, still bewildered. Robin gazed intently at Lyon, then suddenly enveloped him in a tight embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. Acutely aware of each other's breath and heartbeat, "You have rekindled in me the will to live. I have entrusted my life and dreams to you, therefore. Lyon, you must uphold your promise and come to fetch me in 3 years." Lyon paused for a brief moment before extending his arms to embrace Robin, gently patting her back as he softly assured her, "Indeed, I will." Robin's spirits lifted swiftly. She soon extricated herself from Lyon's embrace. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she expressed, "Though our time together has been fleeting, it has brought me the utmost peace and joy I have experienced in the past decade. Lyon, I am truly grateful to you." With a slight squint of his left eye, Lyon retrieved 2 boxes from the surreal realm of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Lyon extracted a melon-shaped zoantide devil fruit and then retrieved a backpack, filled it with several million berries, and handed it to Robin. "This is the devil fruit you sought. And keep this money as well. You will find it useful on your journey. Above all, remember to safeguard yourself. Do not worry. This is my forte." Robin replied with a smile, waving her hand as she returned to the merchant ship they had arrived on. The sailors aboard the vessel swiftly set sail, their destination being the kingdom of Alabasta in the Grand Line, where Robin would switch ships and discreetly proceed to the designated island. As she glanced back at Lyon, who stood steadfast at the bow of the ship, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reluctant to part from this gentle yet formidable man. After bidding farewell to Robin, Lyon turned to face Sherlock, who cowered at a distance, trembling and too afraid to utter a word. The pirates aboard the ship, having witnessed the brutal demise of 2 officers from the Don Quixote family, instantly lost their will to resist, praying that the terrifying figure would overlook their insignificant presence. Yet, reality often reveals its cruel nature. A massacre ensued swiftly, leaving the deck stained with blood as Lyon eliminated all the pirate lackeys aboard. Regrettably, only a small fraction of elite pirates had provided him with potential points. After vanquishing the ordinary pirates, Lyon found himself bereft of further rewards. Not far away, Sherlock clutched his pierced chest, a look of bitter resentment on his face. "You promised not to lay a hand on me. You swore it." Lyon, with an expression of calmness, remarked, "I have indeed promised not to lay a hand upon you. Yet I never claimed I would spare your life. Moreover, using a blade against you hardly constitutes a breach of my vow. You must solely blame yourself for possessing too many secrets. Your continued existence renders me uneasy." "Shameless." Sherlock's eyes widened in disbelief as he managed to utter 2 barely audible words through clenched teeth, before succumbing to his final breath. "Shameless? TSK, TSK. In comparison to a merchant like you, who colludes with pirates, I am as innocent as a little lamb." Lyon shook his head with a sigh, and then took out the din mushy. "Bring the warship over." Chapter 49, Don Quixote Doflamingo North Sea. Territory of the Don Quixote family. Monet hurriedly burst into Doflamingo's chamber. "Young master, something terrible has happened." Doflamingo, momentarily disturbed, frowned but refrained from rebuking Monet. "Do not panic. What has transpired?" "It's Diamante and Mahabais, who were executing a trading mission in the East Sea. Their life cards have just been completely consumed." With a loud crack, Doflamingo crushed the armrest of his chair, his expression grave, veins bulging at the sides of his sunglasses. He retrieved the din mushy and dialed Sherlock's number. After a prolonged silence, his call went unanswered, and Doflamingo's countenance darkened further. At this critical juncture when the Don Quixote family was establishing itself in the New World, such an incident in the seemingly inconsequential East Sea was intolerable. "I understand. Monet, send a few people to the East Sea to investigate. I want to know who is responsible for this." Doflamingo's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Yes, young master." Monet cast a worried glance at Doflamingo before turning to leave. Doflamingo, with a somber expression, contemplated rapidly. "Is it Sherlock who has betrayed me? Or has the so-called buyer encountered issues? Perhaps one of my enemies is targeting the entire Don Quixote family? Our forces are primarily focused on the New World, and we cannot spare any additional strength for the East Sea. Doflamingo never reproached his subordinates for their incompetence or failures. This was not due to trust or expectation, but rather his belief in his own formidable strength. At this stage and in this environment, he felt capable of rectifying any setbacks caused by his subordinates. Furthermore, in Doflamingo's proud and narcissistic view, it was only natural that his subordinates would fall short of his prowess. At present, the Don Quixote family was in the midst of its grand venture into the Grand Line and the New World. A mere speck in the North Sea could not accommodate Doflamingo's ambitions. Meanwhile, except for areas controlled by the Navy, the New World had already been divided among the future emperors. For Doflamingo to establish himself in the New World, he would either need to challenge the future emperors or seek their protection. Doflamingo was fully aware that he lacked the strength to confront the emperors directly. Merely challenging them would yield no advantages for him, which is why he chose to ally with Kaido, one of the emperors, willing to endure for the sake of his goals. With trouble arising in the East Sea, it was likely that his pieces stationed there had already been eliminated. From a perspective of practical interests, he chose to remain patient once more. In a dimly lit room, Doflamingo's deep voice echoed in solitude. Weaklings. If they persist in clinging to the suffering of others, they will only bring about their own demise. My strength is still insufficient. Lyon returned to Rogue Town aboard a warship, with a pirate vessel ablaze in its wake. This was an act of obliteration. Although the Don Quixote family resided far in the North Sea and Don Quixote Doflamingo's focus would inevitably shift to the kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World, the likelihood of them seeking trouble with him at present was minimal. Nevertheless, Lyon remained vigilant. All assets of the flashing gold chamber of commerce had been completely mortgaged and sold by Sherlock, leaving no significant traces for any potential investigation. Apart from Robin, who had departed, all direct witnesses to the transaction had been eliminated by Lyon. Even if the sailors aboard Robin's ship had caught a glimpse of something, it would hold no consequence. Both Lyon and Robin had donned disguises. The merchant ship was poised to depart from the East Sea. Even if Doflamingo expended considerable effort to locate those sailors, he would glean little useful information. Guena cast a curious glance at the burning vessel behind them and then spoke earnestly, "Master, in due time, you shall be heading to the Navy headquarters, and I wish to accompany you." Observing Guena's increasingly delicate and striking visage, Lyon shook his head in refusal, stating, "No, I shall not take anyone with me to the Navy headquarters this time." Guena refrained from further words, merely pursing her lips defiantly as she gazed at Lyon. Lyon sighed helplessly. "In truth, my becoming your mentor was merely a serendipitous occurrence. I cannot impart much knowledge regarding the swordsmanship. Hence, I have arranged for you a new instructor." Guena shook her head and solemnly replied, "Master, you have already taught me so much. The knowledge I have acquired during this time surpasses what I would have learned in years at the Isen Dojo. I have memorized the manuscript on hockey cultivation you entrusted to me a few days ago." Taking the stack of manuscripts that Guena handed over, Lyon earnestly cautioned, "The contents of this manuscript must remain a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even your family. This is of utmost importance." He was acutely aware that the distinctive characteristics of the Nine Snakes hockey cultivation insights could potentially reveal his connection to the Island of Women if it fell into the wrong hands. "Understood. I would never divulge anything," Guena affirmed, nodding with conviction. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, who is the new instructor you have found for me?" "He is a formidable swordsman. As for his true identity, you shall learn it in due time. For now, it remains confidential." "Ah, is that so?" Guena exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Have I ever deceived you?" "Thank you, master." Once alone in the captain's cabin, Lyon promptly sacrificed the remaining 2 animal-type devil fruits. Sacrificing the animal-type frog fruit, he obtained 600 potential points. Sacrificing the animal-type lizard fruit, he acquired 300 potential points. Alas, while other devil fruits may vary, the lower limit of animal-type fruits is indeed quite disheartening. This was a significant reason why many pirates, upon acquiring a devil fruit, chose to sell it rather than risk consuming it. After reflecting on this, Lyon summoned Hans from the warship. He gazed at Hans, whose head was completely bald, the most trusted subordinate who had been promoted to the rank of major due to his merits. Lyon solemnly entrusted, "Hans, after my departure from the East Sea, the faction we have secretly nurtured will be under your stewardship, including Chloe and Cook among them. However, your current strength is insufficient. It may prove quite challenging to wield this power." "Colonel Lyon, I am truly sorry for disappointing you," Hans replied, his expression filled with remorse. Lyon waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Among the Navy, you are the one I trust the most. There are numerous ways to enhance one's strength. And consuming a devil fruit is undoubtedly one of the swiftest methods. With that, Lyon handed over the specially reserved devil fruit to Hans. This is for you. A paramecia-type mizu fruit. Colonel, do not hesitate. Only by growing stronger can you assist me more effectively. Indeed. Hans, no longer wavering, accepted the peculiar-looking devil fruit and took a hearty bite. After swallowing with a grimace, he wore an expression of distaste. Ugh, this is truly vile. Lyon, keenly interested, inquired. How do you feel? What abilities have you acquired? Hans raised his right hand, revealing a layer of translucent liquid flowing upon it. I have gained the ability to create and release paralyzing toxins. Lyon nodded and remarked, indeed, an impressive ability. However, even with the power of the devil fruit, one must not neglect personal training. Furthermore, the origins of this devil fruit are rather dubious. Remember to refrain from disclosing its capabilities to others. Understood. Hans replied with a resolute demeanor. Under Lyon's guidance, Klo and Zango had transformed into official Navy members, having contributed to the eradication of the Creek pirates. And their ranks had been elevated to branch sergeants. Additionally, Cook and a group of Navy personnel who had infiltrated the Creek pirates also received promotions, with Cook ascending to the rank of branch lieutenant. Lyon unified his loyal Navy and those devoted to him into a single organization, totaling over 300 individuals. Although this force remains somewhat inexperienced at present, it may prove useful in the future. Only by entrusting it to the more powerful Hans can Lyon leave the East Sea with peace of mind. Chapter 50. Before departure, shortly after returning to Rogue Town, Lyon received the devil fruit that Robin had offered to Mr. Starry Sky. Without even glancing at the animal-type devil fruit, which had returned to him after a circuitous journey, Lyon sacrificed it for potential points. The sacrifice of the animal-type badger fruit yielded 700 potential points. This trading operation, which resulted in the deaths of 2 high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family and the sacrifice of 3 devil fruits, brought Lyon's total potential points to 45,850. He allocated all of these points to enhance his agility attribute. Strength, 1,000. Agility, 1917, 917. Physique, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000, when attributes range from 1,001 to 4,000. Enhancing each point consumes 50 potential points. The following period was tranquil. The year was now 1511 in the sea calendar. Following the demise of both the Black Cat pirates and the Krieg pirates, the morale of the Navy in the East Sea surged, and the pirates' arrogance noticeably diminished. Clang shaking off his burdens, Lyon, drenched in sweat, entered the bathroom after completing his training. In the time leading up to his departure from the East Sea, Lyon ceased his frequent voyages and immersed himself in the activation and training of his hockey. In his leisure moments, he would also offer guidance to Kuina and Hans in their training, leading a fulfilling yet relaxed life. After bathing, Lyon felt rejuvenated as he made his way to the base office, where he routinely opened the newspaper on his desk. At a glance, he noticed the headline. Recently, the fishman Jinbi, who became the second captain of the Sun Pirates following Fisher Tiger's death, accepted an invitation from the world government to become the new warlord of the sea, with a bounty of 250 million berries. Consequently, the world government granted amnesty to the previously captured crew members of the Sun Pirates, with Jinbi becoming a warlord. It seems the fishman Arlong's dragon pirates will soon arrive in the East Sea. Throwing the newspaper back onto the desk, Lyon immediately entered the Star Sea space. After a thorough search, he quickly located the star representing fishman Arlong. The distance. If Arlong intends to come to the East Sea, even at full speed, it would take at least half a month. However, I am soon to leave the East Sea for the Navy headquarters. I cannot afford to wait that long. TSK, instead of waiting, I might as well seek him out. After all, I can observe his position in the Star Sea, and I am bound to encounter Arlong on my way to Maryford. After checking Arlong's location, Lyon turned his attention to the star representing Robin, as he had been closely monitoring her journey. In his view, the blue star representing Robin was nearly overlapping with the pink star denoting Hancock. Have they met? With this thought, Lyon curiously reached out to the pink star representing Hancock, revealing the scene there. In the Grand Line, on an uninhabited island near the doldrums, the Snake Princess pirate ship, the Perfume Snake, anchored at the shoreline. This immense vessel bore a flag depicting a skull encircled by 9 serpents resembling the sun, with a predominantly red hull. Today, a special guest arrived aboard the ship, Nico Robin. Everyone, please leave. I wish to speak with her privately. Yes, Mistress Hancock. Once the others exited, Boa Hancock reclined gracefully upon a serpent, surveying Nico Robin, who stood at the bottom of the steps. Pondering the true nature of her relationship with Lyon, Robin gazed at Hancock's extraordinary beauty, marveling at her powerful allure. She was also curious about the relationship between Lyon and Hancock. Observing Robin's remarkable appearance and demeanor, Hancock felt a twinge of concern. "You are one of Lyon's companions. What is your relationship with him?" Upon hearing Hancock's hesitant inquiry, Robin felt a sense of intrigue but replied truthfully, "Lyon is the closest person to me in this world. I have entrusted my life and dreams to him." "What?" Hancock's expression shifted as she rose abruptly, coldly gazing down at Robin. "I am Lyon's wife. Are you attempting to steal him away from me?" "Ah, I had no idea you two shared such a relationship," Robin exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. She had not anticipated the depth of Lyon and Hancock's connection. Upon learning this, Robin felt a sense of inexplicable disappointment. Seeing Robin deny her intent, Hancock's demeanor softened slightly. She bit her lip before continuing, "It is evident that Lyon cares for you deeply, which is why he brought you here. If he genuinely holds affection for you, I shall not obstruct it. However, you must understand, I am his first wife. Do you comprehend?" Robin paused for a moment, then blinked, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. "Yes, I understand." With Robin's agreement, the coldness faded from Hancock's expression. "Excellent. From now on, you may remain on Amazon Lily to train. I shall assist Lyon in guiding you. This Nico Robin is a talent that Lyon holds in high regard. It is evident that their relationship is far from ordinary. As my mother-in-law once said, rather than blockade, it is better to be accommodating. To capture a man's heart, I must be magnanimous and even make certain sacrifices for his sake, ensuring I do not cause him any trouble." Hancock and the stars see, Lyon sat in silence for a moment before returning to the real world with a complex mindset. After a quiet moment of contemplation, he suddenly shook his head with a light laugh. "Why overthink? If love is genuine, then one must embrace it boldly. I intend to live splendidly in this lifetime. The most crucial matter now is to become stronger swiftly, for only then can I protect those I cherish. As for matters of the heart, I shall let them unfold naturally." Gurgle his stomach emitted a growl of hunger. Lyon has relinquished his thoughts. It is time to dine. The culinary ingredients in the world of pirates are exceedingly abundant, with a myriad of seafood and meats from the ocean, providing chefs with ample room for creativity. Moreover, due to Lyon's high standards for food, the meals at the Navy base in Rogtown are exceptionally excellent. Since Lyon's arrival, he has been indulging in an extravagant feast of sumptuous delicacies almost every day, with the flavors of his meals never repeating and each dish being exceptionally delightful. Today, the cafeteria at the base is preparing a colossal manatee, a creature adorned with the head and horns of a bovine, yet possessing a body akin to that of a whale, its flesh remarkably delectable. Lyon seized a piece of roast meat, nearly half his own size, and began to devour it with fervor. Ever since he embarked on his journey of cultivating his formidable strength, his appetite has surged dramatically. Previously, a mere 10-odd pounds of meat would suffice to satiate him. Now, he requires at least 100 pounds of roasted meat to feel content. Only then can he let out a satisfied belch. However, his voracious appetite remains relatively normal compared to the likes of Luffy and Ace, for whom 100 pounds of roasted meat would barely fill the gaps between their teeth. After a mere few minutes, Lyon discarded the clean bones, contentedly letting out a hearty belch. Upon exiting the exclusive dining hall reserved for officers, he noticed numerous naval soldiers gathered nearby, with the leader being Cook, who had once infiltrated the Creek pirate crew. Upon seeing Lyon emerge from the room, Cook stepped forward. "Colonel Lyon, we have heard that you have been summoned by the Navy headquarters and will soon be departing from Logtown?" Lyon nodded, acknowledging that there was no need for concealment in such matters. "Your information is remarkably well informed. It must have been that rascal Hans who relayed it." In the eyes of the Navy in Rogtown, Major Lyon is an exceedingly compassionate commander who genuinely cares for his subordinates. He maintains strict standards regarding provisions, doubles the pensions, leads the charge in battle, and generously shares the spoils and accolades of victory with all. When Rogtown was besieged by the Creek pirate crew, Colonel Lyon, in a fervent quest for vengeance for the fallen sailors, recklessly annihilated the entire pirate faction. Such a nurturing naval officer naturally inspires profound loyalty among his men. Although Colonel Lyon's summons to the naval headquarters is undoubtedly a commendable opportunity, they find themselves reluctant to part with him. "Colonel Lyon, we cannot bear to see you go. Woe is us. Colonel Lyon, you are the finest commander. Will you take me with you? I wish to serve you always." A group of seasoned sailors, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, displayed their heartfelt reluctance. They had never faltered in the face of a pirate's blade. Yet at this moment, many found their cheeks dampened by sorrow. Lyon felt a tinge of bitterness as he addressed the group, exclaiming, "Do not weep and wail. I have pressing matters to attend to at headquarters, thus I shall not take any of you with me. However, upon my departure, Major Hans will remain, as will all of you. I hope that one day, when I fight for true justice, you will still stand by my side. When that time comes, at your command. I, Cook, pledge to follow unto death. Calls pledges to follow unto death. Klein pledges to follow unto death. Raymond pledges to follow unto death." Chapter 51. Bloody Blade of the Tang Sword. 2 days later, Guena hurriedly entered Lyon's training room. Her small face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Teacher, my grandfather has arrived." "Oh, so soon." Lyon wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face alight with astonishment. The arrival of Kei-Zabur Shimazuki indicated that the other party had indeed completed the forging of the weapons for both himself and Guena. The reason Lyon has been waiting in the East Sea is to anticipate the arrival of a long-awaited weapon, and he did not expect this day to come so swiftly. Soon, having made all necessary preparations, Lyon, under the guidance of Guena, encountered the newly arrived Gingsan Lang. Upon seeing Lyon, Gingsan Lang burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Colonel Lyon, I never imagined that you would be promoted after 4 months. Your reputation now resonates throughout the East Sea." Casting a glance at the sprightly old man with white hair, Lyon's attention swiftly shifted to the 2 elongated sword cases beside Gingsan Lang. "Are these boxes?" he inquired. Gingsan Lang, beaming with pride, replied, "Indeed. Your weapons are contained within. I previously told you that these 2 weapons would be completed in 4 months. The forging techniques you shared with me provided immense inspiration. These 2 weapons are likely to be the finest creations of my lifetime." Upon hearing Gingsan Lang's words, both Lyon and Guena's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed fervently at the sword cases. Gingsan Lang first handed one of the sword cases to Guena. This is an 8-sided Han sword crafted primarily from deep-sea dark iron, with a touch of silver, fine gold, and white moon alloy added. Completed over the course of 2 months. Guena took a deep breath, her face alight with reverence as she accepted the sword case with both hands and opened it. Inside was a long sword, its hilt and sheath entirely white, adorned with non-slip cloud patterns. The sword appeared unremarkable when sheathed, yet revealed its brilliance upon drawing. The blade was light and nimble, entirely silver white, ground into 8 facets, straight and double-edged, ideal for thrusting. Guena's eyes shone with delight as she held the sword, clearly enamored. Gingsan Lang gazed at his granddaughter with warmth. "Guena, a fine sword is the best companion for a swordsman. Would you bestow a name upon this 8-sided Han sword?" "A name?" Guena paused, lowering her gaze to contemplate the silver blade in her hands. After a moment, she looked up and said, "Let us call it Bai Shui Snow White." Bai Shui, a splendid name. Gingsan Lang nodded approvingly before handing the other sword case to Lyon. "This is a Tang Dao forged primarily from deep-sea dark iron, with a touch of gray copper, blood tungsten ore, and titanium meteorite alloy added, completed over the course of 2 months." Lyon nodded, suppressing the excitement within. As he took the sword sheath into his hands and slowly opened it, the hilt and scabbard were a deep shade of blue, as profound as the ocean itself. The hilt was slightly elongated, measuring approximately 40 centimeters, allowing for a firm 2-handed grip. As he gradually drew the blade, the silvery gray surface gleamed with an extraordinary luminescence, while the sharp edge bore intricate crimson patterns. The blade extended about 1.6 meters in length, perfectly straight with a narrow edge and a thick spine. Its cutting edge was an unyielding, severe straight line, tapering to a diagonal tip. This exquisite weapon was a Tang-style saber, strikingly beautiful yet dangerously sharp, capable of cleaving like an axe or thrusting like a sword, making it an exceptionally formidable instrument for combat. With a swift motion, he tested the blade. The air parted effortlessly, and Lyon could scarcely perceive any resistance, revealing just how extraordinarily sharp this weapon truly was. Lyon was thoroughly impressed by the exquisitely crafted and strikingly sharp Tang sword. Indeed, it was the work of a master who had forged the illustrious Wado Ikemonjian Yamato, showcasing an astonishing level of craftsmanship. "Your forging skills are truly remarkable, esteemed elder," he expressed with admiration. Kongsaburo nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "That is only to be expected. After departing from the land of harmony, I devoted several decades to refining my forging techniques. For the creation of these 2 weapons, I utilized all the rare ores I had meticulously preserved over the years. Their quality is undoubtedly exceptional." Intrigued, Lyon inquired, "Could the quality of these 2 weapons possibly rival that of the great swords?" Kongsaburo shot Lyon a reproachful glance and retorted, "I have not squandered these decades of my life. The quality of these weapons has already far surpassed that of ordinary great swords. They have reached the threshold of the supreme great swords." "What? Supreme great swords?" Lyon exclaimed in astonishment. Guena also looked at King Saburo in disbelief. What is there to be astonished about? King Saburo replied with a hint of pride. Decades ago, I was already capable of forging 2 great swords. Now, my skills have evolved far beyond that initial stage. Having nearly depleted my collection of rare ores, it is hardly a challenge to forge 2 supreme great swords. With a proud and somewhat haughty demeanor, the elderly craftsman beamed with satisfaction. Lyon, seeing the rosy-cheeked, self-satisfied old man, quickly smiled in return. Haha, esteemed elder. You are truly exceptional. The realization that the Tang sword in his hand was a coveted supreme great sword, sought after by all masters of the swordsmanship, nearly overwhelmed him with joy. Were it not for King Saburo's elderly visage, Lyon would have been tempted to embrace him in exuberance. Lyon gently caressed the Tang sword in his hand, as if tenderly stroking the skin of a beloved. Let us bestow a name upon your Tang sword as well. This sword and Guena's snow-white blade are undoubtedly my most cherished creations in this lifetime. The blade bore unique crimson patterns along its edge. Let us call it Blood Reaper, Lyon declared without hesitation. Ah, Blood Reaper. Such an ominous aura. Yet it seems quite fitting for you. The renowned Crimson Colonel of the East Sea. At that moment, Guena unsheathed the Wado Ikamanji from her waist. Grandfather, please return this Wado Ikamanji to my father. Kinsaburo accepted the Wado Ikamanji and spoke earnestly. Indeed, your snow-white blade possesses a distinctive form. The Wado Ikamanji is truly unsuitable for you. In your journey of swordsmanship, you may carve out a new path. I eagerly await the day when you shall make your name known to the world. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall never bring shame upon Snow White. Guena vowed solemnly. After bidding farewell to Kinsaburo, Lyon summoned Hans. Prepare a warship. I must take my leave. Understood, Hans replied, his tone tinged with complexity. Hans, your meticulous mind and reliability grant me great peace of mind with you in Rogue Town. Chloe is intelligent and devoid of ambition. Consider him a trusted advisor, but do not grant him excessive power. Cultivate individuals like Cook, whose backgrounds are clean. Yes, Colonel Lyon, I shall remember everything. Oh. By the way, Lyon recalled another matter, pulling out 2 letters from his pocket. Please send these letters for me, after I depart. Continue to discreetly protect the village of Caucasia. Colonel, rest assured. Hans wiped his nose, his voice slightly faltering. Placing a reassuring hand on Hans's shoulder, Lyon spoke solemnly. Hans, you are the person I trust most in the Navy, the only one who knows my aspirations. Prepare diligently for when we reunite. At this juncture, a spark seemed to flicker in Lyon's eyes. I shall turn this world upside down. Volume 1. Bloodstained East Sea. Concluded. Chapter 52. The City of Water 7. Amid the heartfelt farewells from the Navy, the warship carrying Lyon departed from Rock Town. It traversed a short stretch of sea to reach Reverse Mountain, and then soared skyward, propelled by the tumultuous currents until it reached the summit of Reverse Mountain. Subsequently, the warship descended with the current, arriving at Twin Cape, where Lyon beheld the whale, Laboon, ramming its head against the mountain. Ahead lay the Grand Line. On board the warship, Lyon gazed out at the vast, boundless ocean, his heart brimming with ambition. I have arrived. I see. I conquer. The words of Julius Caesar resonated within Lyon's spirit at that moment. The journey continued relentlessly, with the warship making no stops at any ports aside from necessary resupply. The voyage across the sea was quite monotonous. However, both Lyon and Guena busied themselves with training and familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired weapons, finding joy in their endeavors. Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Drum Island, Alabasta Kingdom, Jaya Island, Long Ring Long Land, each island, whether grand or modest, was left behind by the warship until they reached Water 7. Disembarking in casual attire, Lyon and Guena waved farewell to the sailors aboard the ship. This is where you shall leave us. Yes, Colonel. Wishing you a smooth journey. As he watched the warship fade into the horizon, a glimmer sparkled in Lyon's gaze. He had just confirmed the location of the fisherman Arlong via the Starry Sea, who awaited him in Water 7. Water 7 is a stunning aquatic city, characterized by its circular layout, with an intricate network of waterways and a thriving shipbuilding industry. The fisherman Arlong's presence here likely indicated his intention to procure a pirate ship. In addition to seeking Arlong, Lyon was eager to glimpse the legendary blueprints of the ancient weapon, Pluton, which he believed to be in the possession of the fisherman Tom. After inquiring at the bustling dock, Lyon quickly learned of Tom's whereabouts. Currently, Tom, the world's foremost shipwright, found himself residing in a junkyard due to building ships for Gold, Roger, enduring the scorn of others. This exemplifies the peril of possessing talent without sufficient power. Once trust wavers, one can only be at the mercy of others. Lyon shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and spent 1,000 belly to rent a small brew. equipped with 2 seats. The brew, a creature resembling a blend of a cow and a fish, is primarily utilized as a means of transportation in the aquatic city of 7 waters. Guena, being a girl at heart, curiously reached out to touch the brew's head, prompting the gentle creature to close its eyes in pure contentment. Wow, this brew is so adorable. Let us embark. With a command, the brew began to swim swiftly, akin to a motorboat, exhibiting commendable speed. On either side of the wide waterway, the architecture was remarkably beautiful and impeccably tidy, nearly devoid of any blemish. Numerous shops lined the vessels, each offering a variety of wares. Shortly thereafter, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Lyon's appetite to awaken. Following the delightful scent, he arrived at a snack stall beside the waterway, where meatballs hung upside down, resembling water-filled balloons. "What kind of meat is this?" Lyon inquired with curiosity. The stall owner responded with warmth, "This is our local specialty, shui meat, from 7 waters. Even the most skilled chefs cannot resist purchasing some in secret. Would you care to try? I'll have 30, please." "Certainly. Here's the shui meat you requested, totaling 6,000 belly." After promptly settling the payment, they continued their journey aboard the brew. Lyon picked up a piece of succulent meat, examining it closely. Its texture appeared remarkably springy, reminiscent of jelly. Upon taking a bite, the meat revealed itself to be exceptionally tender and delicious, providing an utterly delightful sensation as it settled in the stomach, evoking a feeling of blissful languor. Guena. You must try this. The flavor of this succulent meat is truly delightful." "Really?" It's so delicious." As the master and apprentice savored their culinary delight, their trusty steed, Brew, glanced back longingly, a look of eager anticipation adorning its face. "You have quite the discerning taste, my friend. Here you go." Lyon tossed a piece of succulent meat into the water, which was deftly caught by Blue, who chirped joyfully and accelerated his swimming speed considerably. Thus, while savoring the delicacies, they leisurely explored the surrounding scenery, and before they realized it, they had arrived at a secluded seaside. Guena gently patted Blue's head. "All right. You can return on your own now." The reluctant Blue let out a chirp before turning and swimming away. Lyon advanced with Guena, traversing a landscape beset by heaps of refuse, where various ship parts and debris lay scattered about. The decaying remnants of vessels were enshrouded in a vibrant green moss and mildew, while a noxious odor permeated the air. Not long into their journey, they stumbled upon a dilapidated edifice bearing the sign of Tom's shipbuilding studio. "Is Master Tom available?" Lyon inquired with a resonant voice. A young man with azure hair, clad in a white headscarf, emerged from within. He was Iceberg, Tom's apprentice. "What brings you here?" he queried, his eyes narrowing with suspicion at the sight of the unfamiliar youth with blood-red irises. "You may convey your message to me." Lyon shook his head, 3 tomos swirling within his pupils. "Some truths are beyond your grasp." A terrifying, boundless sea of blood surged towards him, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps, his entire being rendered rigid with trepidation. "You." Lyon no longer paid any heed to the Iceberg and strode directly into Tom's workshop. The Iceberg intended to intervene, yet fear immobilized him, rendering him incapable of taking even a single step forward. Tom, deeply engrossed in crafting ship designs, sensed the commotion outside. "Iceberg, what is transpiring out there?" Before the Iceberg could respond, Tom's gaze fell upon Lyon and Guena entering the room. "Master Tom, may we speak privately?" Lyon inquired with a smile. Moments later, the Iceberg, released from the enchantment and restored to normalcy, cast a worried glance towards the distant workshop. Guena positioned herself protectively in front of the Iceberg, barring anyone from approaching. Inside the workshop, Lyon unabashedly articulated his intentions. "Master Tom, I seek the design blueprint of the Pluto." Before Tom could refute, Lyon continued, "I am quite certain it resides with you. Therefore, there is no need for deception." Tom, a stout bullfish man with short horns atop his head and yellow skin, bore white hair and whiskers, despite his formidable strength surpassing that of ordinary men by 100-fold. He felt as insignificant as an ant before an elephant in the presence of Lyon. Under the piercing gaze of Lyon's blood-red eyes, Tom's instincts screamed that he was no match for this man. "Who are you? What do you intend to do with the Pluto design?" "My identity is not for disclosure. However, I can assure you that the world government has set its sights on you. Retaining the Pluto design will only bring calamity upon you and those around you." Tom fell silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "I cannot trust you. If the Pluto design falls into malevolent hands, it will spell great disaster for this world. Thus, I shall not relinquish it to you." At his words, Lyon's expression turned frigid, his eyes transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern reminiscent of a spinning pinwheel. I offer you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to surrender the Pluto design, I will first eliminate the iceberg outside, followed by systematically taking down everyone closely associated with you. Flam. Yokozuna, Kokaro. With each name uttered, Tom's complexion grew paler. He feared not for his own life, but he could not bear the thought of endangering his friends and family. Cold sweat enveloped Tom as panic and dread threatened to engulf him. His heart was a battleground of turmoil and hesitation as he fixed his gaze upon Lyon. Struggling to articulate, Chapter 53, The Evil Dragon Pirates. At that moment, taking advantage of the moment, Lyon unleashed the mesmerizing powers of his Sharingan. In Tom's gaze, Lyon's eyes transformed into two colossal, blood-red whirlpools, drawing in his thoughts, spirit, and every secret he harbored. Under the influence of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Tom, already in a state of mental disarray, could only resist for a few fleeting seconds before succumbing to Lyon's hypnotic control. After successfully acquiring the design of the Underworld King, Lyon dispelled the illusion that enveloped Tom. My apologies, I merely intended to frighten you, Lyon said reassuringly. Rest assured, this blueprint shall not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. Surely, I cannot be deemed a villain, can I? Perhaps not, Lyon pondered uncertainly. Tom wore an expression of defeat, casting a disheartened glance at Lyon while deliberately avoiding his gaze. The recent experience of being ensnared by the illusion lingered ominously in his mind. I hope you will uphold your promise. Lyon nodded thoughtfully and stated earnestly, I hope Master Tom can pledge that neither you nor the iceberg will disclose the information of our visit to anyone. I assure you, I have taken this matter to heart. Rest assured, a man's promise holds great weight, Tom declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Excellent. However, if anyone were to press you, feel free to inform them that it was we, the Revolutionary Army, who seized the design of the underworld. This is something you need not conceal. Lyon, unperturbed, shifted the blame onto the Revolutionary Army. Very well, I understand, Tom nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Lyon and Guena depart, Tom solemnly instructed the iceberg beside him. You must not disclose the information regarding these two individuals to anyone, including the outgoing Flam. The iceberg paused for a moment, recalling the terrifying gaze of Lyon, and shivered involuntarily, promptly nodding in agreement. Understood. Master, where shall we go next? Guena inquired, clutching the snow-white sword and gazing upwards. We are to seek out another group of fishmen, but this time, combat is inevitable. You must prepare yourself for a true battle. Upon hearing her teacher's words, Guena's fighting spirit ignited instantly. A real battle. I have been ready for a long time, due to Guena's youth. Lyon had previously refrained from allowing her to engage in conflicts with pirates. However, now that Guena had reached the age of 12 and wielded the formidable snow-white sword, Lyon resolved to let her experience genuine combat before their parting. In the Water 7 at the Jamiel shipyard, the vast dry dock had fallen under the dominion of the dragon pirates. Fishman Arlong stood upon the corpse of a shipwright, overseeing the remaining shipbuilders. Arlong, a saw-shark fisherman with a serrated nose, wore a black hat and an open floral shirt, adorned with a sun-shaped brand upon his chest. Attach iron rams to the prow, resembling my nose. You wretched humans better be cautious. Should anyone dare to make a mistake, I shall toss them into the sea to feed the sharks. The shipwrights dared not voice their anger. This band of fishmen had seized control of the shipyard 2 weeks prior, coercing all shipwrights to construct vessels for them. Any minor slip would result in brutal beatings, and those who dared to resist were ruthlessly killed and their bodies disposed of. For the shipwrights, these fishmen were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them utterly defenseless. Even reporting to the authorities was futile, as without evidence, they could do nothing against these formidable foes. It was rumored that this group of fishmen had recently been pardoned by the world government, and both the police and the Navy were unwilling to provoke them, turning a blind eye to their tyranny. Fishman Arlong coldly surveyed the shipwrights, realizing that if not for the strong naval presence in the Grand Line, he would be far more audacious. Once these shipwrights complete their work, none shall leave alive. As he glanced at the nearly finished pirate ship, a gleeful expression spread across Arlong's face. He exclaimed to his fellow fishmen, "Ha ha ha. Once our shark spab is completed, we shall venture to the East Blue, where the Navy is weakest. There, I will ensure that the inferior humans recognize that fishmen reign supreme in this world. To the East Blue. Let those humans witness our might. Roar. We fishmen are the strongest. Humans are merely a lowly species. East Blue. East Blue." Amidst the fervent chants of the fishmen, Octopus Xiaoba opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence. Just as the fishmen erupted in their frenzied shouts, the shipyard's gates were forcefully kicked open, producing a thunderous sound. The exuberant atmosphere was shattered, and Arlong's countenance darkened ominously. Who dares to provoke our dragon pirates? He turned to see a young man in his 20s accompanied by a girl entering the dock. Humans? Kill them. Arlong bellowed his command. Kill. Eliminate these two humans. A dozen fishmen brandished their weapons and charged forward. Sensing the approach of these fierce and muscular fishmen, Guena tightened her grip on the snow-white sword. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Lyon cast a glance and discerned that among the approaching mermen, there were no formidable opponents, merely a horde of mediocre adversaries. Guena. These mermen are entrusted to you. Yes, master, Guena replied. Taking a deep breath, she unsheathed her snow-white sword and charged towards the oncoming merman. One merman, adorned with the head of a fat fish, swung his weapon fiercely at Guena, intent on cleaving the frail girl in two. Rather than confronting the merman's heavy blade head-on as she had in the One Heart Dojo, Guena gracefully spun away, evading the attack with agility, and delivered a swift thrust that pierced the merman's heart with precision. Such a formidable blade was not to be trifled with. The snow-white sword effortlessly penetrated the merman's chest. Ah! The merman gasped in disbelief as he clutched his heart, then collapsed to the ground. Unable to fathom that he had fallen to a delicate human girl. Perhaps due to the grotesque appearance of the merman, Guena felt no discomfort after the kill. Instead, her confidence surged, and the tension within her dissipated. Compared to her master's rigorous training, where she had aimed for nimble fish no larger than peanuts in the pool, striking a merman's heart was exceedingly simple. In the following moments, Guena's form flickered like a wisp of smoke, gliding gracefully among the towering mermen. She resembled a nimble fish, darting effortlessly between her opponents, and every strike she delivered targeted a vital point. Heart, liver, kidney, throat, and head, all fatal targets, with the principles instilled in her by Lyon. Guena showed no mercy in combat. If she chose to strike, it was with lethal intent. Thus, as a group of mermen besieged a solitary human girl, one by one they fell, howling in agony, never to rise again, while the girl remained unscathed. Nearby, the merman Aaron could no longer tolerate the situation. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he lowered his body, launching himself toward Guena like a torpedo, wielding a menacing serrated blade raised high. Die, Aaron snarled. Yet, how could Lyon, positioned at the periphery, allow Aaron to succeed? The bloodthirsty blade in Lyon's hand was drawn in an instant. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before Aaron. Aaron's pupils dilated in surprise, yet he forcefully swung his serrated blade towards Lyon. This human exhibits remarkable speed. But swiftness alone does not equate to strength. Experience the terrifying power of the merman. A barely audible sound echoed through the air. Lyon and Aaron brushed past each other. What just happened? Did my strike miss? A flicker of doubt crossed Aaron's mind, but he quickly recalled something, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cowardly humans. You rush forward yet lack the courage to meet my attack, which is why you dodged, isn't it? Turning to face Lyon, Aaron spoke with palpable disdain. Prepare to meet your demise. Mermen are inherently superior to humans. Resisting us is akin to defying the laws of nature. You two are as good as dead. Lyon paid no heed to Aaron, his gaze fixed upon the Tang Dao, blood slaughter, held in his hand, with a hint of admiration blossoming within him. Truly, it is the supreme blade. Even as I sever the body of the fishman Aaron and his weapon into two, he remains utterly oblivious to any pain, feeling no hint of discomfort. The disregarded Aaron seethed with fury. How dare this lowly human ignore me? I shall tear you to shreds. With his mouth agape, revealing a maw of sharp teeth, Aaron lunged ferociously at Lyon. In a swift motion, Aaron's head suddenly parted from his neck, his serrated blade shattering with a startling crack. As his head tumbled to the ground, Aaron caught a glimpse of a strikingly familiar headless figure. Is that me? As his severed head rolled away, the shattered blade clattered to the earth. With a violent spray of blood, Aaron's body took a few faltering steps before collapsing in defeat. This cannot be. I still aim to dominate the East Sea. Aaron's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief and confusion. The vitality of the fishman is indeed formidable. After uttering a fragmented thought, his head fell silent, his final obsession lingering on ravaging the East Sea. Chapter 54. The Sacred Nun Having Slain the Fishman Aaron. Lyon garnered 3,455 potential points. Subsequently, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, as the Tang Dao bloodslaughter carved a path through a maelstrom of blood and carnage. With Lyon's current prowess augmented by such a transcendent weapon, the fishmen stood no chance. The rest of the evil dragon pirates were swiftly eliminated. A series of kill notifications flooded Lyon's vision. Slain the cartilaginous fishman Kruby, earning 360 potential points. Slain the kissing fishman Chio, earning 300 potential points. Slain the goldfish fishman Jean Jen, Slain the salmon fisherman Yin Xiao, slain the carp fisherman A Zhang. As Lyon cleared the surrounding fishmen, Guina too swiftly dispatched her foe. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty evil dragon pirates were nearly annihilated, leaving only one remaining, the octopus fishman Xiaoba. Xiaoba was a rare breed among fishmen, with a trumpet-like mouth and 6 arms, adorned with silver-gray hair reminiscent of a starfish, and a prominent sun mark emblazoned upon his forehead. Lyon regarded the small octopus with an expressionless demeanor, his memory of this fishman somewhat vivid. Unlike the other fishmen of the notorious dragon pirates, the small octopus possessed a simple-hearted kindness and bore no animosity towards humans. In fact, he had once rescued the illustrious Dark King, Rayleigh. After a moment of contemplation, Lyon addressed the small octopus, saying, "You may leave. Should I discover that you aligned yourself with these wretches and engage in nefarious deeds, our next encounter shall herald your demise." The small octopus, who had anticipated certain death, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He did not depart immediately, but instead implored softly, "Please allow me to retrieve the bodies of my comrades. Though they have committed numerous transgressions, they—" "Very well." Lyon waved his hand and departed with Guina. Behind them, the cheers of the boatmen echoed. For Shichibo was the sole merman of the evil dragon pirates who exhibited a measure of kindness towards humans, and thus, the boatmen harbored no fear of him. Upon exiting the dock, Guina, perplexed, inquired, "Master, did you not teach me to eradicate evil without exception? Why did you spare that merman just now?" Lyon gently ruffled Guina's little head, for the octopus merman he knew was the sole good soul among that band of fishmen. So it was thus. Lyon shifted his tone. "Of course. Should the other party reject my goodwill and choose to confront me with hostility, I shall show no mercy. One must never be lenient towards foes. Even the most insignificant adversary has the potential to grow formidable, even if they pose no direct threat to you. Your loved ones may suffer the consequences." The former Admiral Zephyr tragically lost his entire family due to his unwavering principle of sparing lives, ultimately falling victim to the very pirates he had spared. "Understood, teacher." Guina responded earnestly, committing her mentor's words to memory. With 400 million berries stored within the otherworldly confines of the Sharingan, Lyon was lavish in his expenditure. Before long, he and Guina boarded a luxurious cruise ship bound for the Sabaody archipelago, having reserved a first-class cabin. This grand vessel was immense, sailing at a speed surpassing that of ordinary warships, adorned with opulent decorations and exquisite furnishings, complete with dedicated bands and dining establishments. Lyon and Guina sat on the terrace outside the cabin, reveling in the picturesque scenery. Flocks of seagulls soared gracefully above the shimmering surface of the sea, while schools of fish frolicked playfully in the glistening waters. Balancing rigorous training with moments of leisure is essential. Guina had just endured a harrowing experience, and this respite was beneficial for her growth. Lyon, ever attentive to such nuances, took great care in this matter. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you possess any beliefs?" A melodious voice rang out from behind them. Lyon turned around, only to behold a striking young woman clad in a pristine white nun's habit. This lady appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a delicate visage, alabaster skin, and cascading golden hair that framed her voluptuous figure. Her azure eyes sparkled with an extraordinary clarity, as if they could peer into the very souls of others. Most remarkable was the indescribable, serene, and utterly sacred aura that enveloped her, instilling a profound sense of reverence, rendering one hesitant to approach her with irreverence. She seemed to embody a saint walking amongst mortals, a divine emissary. This familiar sensation bears a striking resemblance to Hancock's astonishing charm. Both seem to influence others effortlessly. Could this nun also be a wielder of a devil fruit's powers? Yet, she pales in comparison to Hancock's strength, Lyon mused silently. Moreover, based on my extensive experience, it seems this nun bears no ominous signs. Contemplating these thoughts, Lyon responded with an impassive demeanor, "I possess no faith. Who are you?" The nun smiled gently, radiating an ethereal glow of sanctity. "I am the earthly representative of the divine, Sister Jean. Those without faith are but lost lambs. The divine guides me to lead you onto the righteous path." Her voice carried an inexplicable power, evoking an instinctive trust, a desire to relinquish all in her presence. "Have I encountered a charlatan?" Lyon blinked, refraining from immediately exposing the other party, and instead, with keen interest, inquired, "What should I do?" The white-clad nun, Jean, opened her arms wide, the sunlight enveloping her, rendering her a vision of a saint bathed in divine radiance. "God loves all mankind. The divine has bestowed upon you wealth. It is not meant for your solitary enjoyment, but rather to aid those in need. Your riches can be utilized to support the destitute refugees suffering from hunger and cold. They can be employed to heal the impoverished ravaged by illness. They can also be used to provide for the unfortunate orphans. I, as the divine emissary, Sister Jean, am willing to toil for your sake, assisting you in distributing your wealth to those in need. In return, you shall receive the blessings of the divine and become one of his cherished followers. Come, do not hesitate. Bestow your riches. Lyon remained silent, while beside him. Guena had already extracted all the belly she possessed. This was the allowance Lyon had given Guena, amounting to over 1,000,000 belly. Lady Saint, this is all my belly. Please, I implore you to accept it, Guena said with a face full of devotion. Sister Jean accepted the belly, casting a glance at the exquisite snow-white sword at Guena's waist. A flicker of fervor ignited in Jean's eyes from her years of experience. She discerned that the sword was of extraordinary caliber. That sword of yours appears to be quite precious as well. Why not relinquish it to me? Doing so would undoubtedly enable the salvation of many more souls. Absolutely not. Guena vehemently refused. Her unwavering dedication to the swordsmanship was deeply etched in her heart. The snow-white sword was her most cherished companion, and she could never part with it. Jean felt a twinge of disappointment but chose not to press further. Ahem, if you are unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. The benevolent deity shall never compel you to act against your will. Jean then turned her gaze toward Lyon. And what of you, sir? The affluent gentleman before me. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed that you are no ordinary person. If you merely demonstrate compassion for the world, the divine will surely bestow upon you even greater favor. Lyon rose to his feet and approached the nun in white, offering her a warm and charming smile. Dear saint, all my riches are in my room. Why not accompany me to retrieve them? Certainly, that sounds fine. Jean's face lit up with joy. The young woman carried a fortune in spending money, amounting to millions of berets, which spoke volumes about the man's wealth. She had exerted considerable effort to secure a place in the first-class cabin of this luxurious cruise ship, all to get close to these naive and affluent individuals, hoping to deceive them out of their riches. As for notions of faith, charity, or divine favor, those were merely her fabrications. If it weren't for her extraordinary abilities, only a fool would fall for her ruse. Once I complete this grand heist, I shall retreat to the Comoros Islands to relish life. How could a delicate beauty like me continue to swindle forever? The nun Jean held lofty aspirations for her future. Chapter 55, Jean. With a beaming Lyon leading the delighted Jean into the room, he swiftly locked the door behind them. Outside, Guena pouted, seeking a clear space to practice her swordplay. Why lock the door? Jean inquired, puzzled. There is a considerable amount of money in the room. It is safer this way, Lyon explained with a gentle smile. You are truly a wealthy gentleman. Please do not worry about me. I can take any amount with ease, Jean confidently assured him, patting her chest. Moments later, a sudden scream pierced the air from within the room. Guena, practicing outside, blinked in surprise and perked up her ears. A sharp crack echoed, abruptly silencing the cry. How strange. I wonder what the master and that woman are up to, preventing me from entering? Guena muttered softly, continuing her sword practice. Minutes passed, and Jean lay on the bed, somewhat disheveled, her neckline askew, revealing her smooth shoulders, while her skirt hung askew, exposing her long, elegant legs. Her expression was dazed, her eyes vacant, filled with confusion. How did it come to this? Why does my power have no effect on this man? Jean's exquisite face was marred with perplexity. Just moments ago, Lyon had suddenly pinned her to the bed, swiftly placing a knife against her neck. As she screamed in alarm, he struck her sharply, silencing her, leaving a lingering ache in its wake. He then mounted her, pinning her down without mercy, thoroughly searching her body. Following contact with that blood-stained blade, Jean's demonic fruit powers had nearly ceased to function, leaving her weak and vulnerable. Under Lyon's blood-red, menacing gaze, she dared not scream or resist, passively allowing him to search her. With each touch, her cheeks flushed, filled with fear and despair. It's over. I am sullied. Resist? No, if I resist, he will surely kill me. Though, upon closer inspection, he is quite handsome. As Jean's heart sank, her mind blanked, she surrendered herself to her fate, only to find that he ceased his actions. Bewildered and confused, she wondered, why has he stopped? What does this handsome yet terrifying man intend to do with me? Lyon sat at the head of the bed, idly toying with the items he had retrieved from Joan. A lady's handbag, perfume, lipstick, a dagger, and a delicately crafted pocket pistol adorned with exquisite engravings lay before him. Indeed, she was no ordinary nun. Observing the white-clad nun still reclining on the bed, seemingly in a peculiar state, Lyon spoke coldly, confess your identity honestly. Do not attempt to deceive me. Before my eyes, your falsehoods are utterly transparent. He had just tested his Sharingan's illusion technique, but to his astonishment, this evidently feeble woman had brushed aside his control, merely startled by the encounter. Ah? Are you not going to respond to me? Joan blinked, feeling a mix of relief and a hint of melancholic disappointment. Few I have preserved my modesty. Yet, how is it that this man remains unmoved by a pure, delicate, and enchanting woman such as myself? Get up, sit properly, and answer my questions earnestly. Lyon glared at Joan. How could this nun appear so dazed after being overthrown? She seems rather dim-witted. Oh, Joan obediently acknowledged, rising from the bed and sitting upright. As she did so, the torn fabric of her nun's habit slipped down to her waist, revealing the beauty that had been previously concealed. Lyon's gaze sharpened. Indeed. No ominous signs. Tisk, it's only slightly smaller than Hancock's. Ah, Jean gasped, hastily crossing her arms to shield her most vulnerable areas, her complexion instantly flushed with crimson. She bit her lip and glanced at Lyon, her voice barely a whisper as she hesitantly implored, Could you turn your head away? No way. Lyon firmly declined. What a ridiculous notion. What if this is a deliberate ploy to ensnare me with charm, tricking me into turning away only to launch a sudden attack? Under the terrifying allure of Hancock, if Lyon could maintain his composure, how could he possibly be bewitched by this unseemly nun? After being resolutely rejected, Joan bit her lip with force, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Lyon. Upon meeting his unwavering gaze, she reluctantly turned away, quietly donning her garments under his watchful eyes. Let me make it clear in advance. Should you dare to deceive me, I shall grant you no further opportunities to speak. Lyon initially issued a cold warning before inquiring. What is your true name? Jean d'Arc, she replied, exhibiting remarkable composure. Under Lyon's threat, she demonstrated a notably cooperative demeanor. Your age and place of origin? 20 years old. Born in Mariejois, raised in the Saint Light orphanage on the Sabaody archipelago. Lyon's surprise was palpable. Could this nun be a descendant of the celestial dragons or some other noble lineage? Yet why was she raised in an orphanage on the Sabaody archipelago? Who are your parents? Upon hearing this question, Jean fell silent. Her expression became a tumult of nostalgia and resentment. After a prolonged pause, she softly replied, My so-called father is a wealthy merchant, catering to the various needs of the celestial dragons. My mother, a descendant of the long-extinct kingdom of Siskel, was chosen by him for her beauty and lineage. Life thereafter was rather tranquil. Although my so-called father was indifferent towards my mother and me, she was exceedingly gentle. Her greatest joy was to hold me close, regaling me with tales and singing songs about the glorious past of the kingdom of Siskel. However, when I turned 9, my mother unexpectedly learned an astonishing truth. My beastly father intended to offer us as slaves to the celestial dragons in order to curry favor with the world's nobility. At this juncture, Jean's face was suffused with loathing and hatred. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her palms, blood trickling down. Lyon frowned at this. Grasping Joan's delicate hand and gently prying her tightly clenched fingers apart, he then summoned his divine power. Retrieving bandages from the ethereal realm of his Sharingan to meticulously tend to her wounds, Joan gazed, spellbound, at Lyon, who focused intently on staunching her bleeding and wrapping her injuries, momentarily forgetting her words. What happened next? She finally recalled, as Lyon's voice broke the silence. Later, my gentle mother had a confrontation with that beast. When he saw that she, usually so docile, dared to resist him, he erupted in rage. He began to assault my frail mother, and soon blood stained the ground. Then I shot him in the head. A hole appeared in his forehead, and the back of his skull burst open like a shattered watermelon, red mingling with white, splattering across the floor. Joan's face was awash with tears and a wild glee as she pointed to the exquisite pocket pistol that Lyon had discovered. It was this very gun, which can only hold a single bullet. This was the only thing my mother, a descendant of the royal family of the kingdom of Siskel, had bequeathed to me. She had secretly kept it hidden, even from that beast. Lyon, with his Sharingan's keen scrutiny, discerned no deceit in Joan's words. She had spoken the truth. Sighing inwardly, he continued to inquire, and then, how did you escape? Chapter 56, The Proper Use of a Nun. Joan's smile faltered. She instinctively curled her hands around her knees, cocooning herself as if seeking a semblance of safety. My mother hurriedly fled the villa with me, and before we left, we took the beast pass. But the pass could only allow one person to leave Mariejois, and without hesitation, my mother chose to send me away. Before our parting, she said to me, Never become anyone's slave. You must live freely and happily. It was only later that I learned, after our separation, my mother. She jumped straight down from the red earth continent. At this point, tears streamed down Joan's face. Lyon had already suspected this tragic conclusion. He refrained from pressing further questions, choosing instead to wait patiently for Joan to release her emotions. After a few minutes, she shyly wiped her tears and continued, eventually. I found myself adrift in the Chambord archipelago. After enduring many trials, I was finally taken in by the orphanage of the Holy Light. Lyon nodded at Joan and posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. You must be a user of a devil fruit, am I correct? What is your specific ability? Well, I am a user of the Holy Light fruit. I possess the remarkable ability to easily gain the trust of others. Additionally, I have a spacious realm of holy light, capable of accommodating a considerable number of items. Furthermore, I can utilize holy light to heal wounds and ailments. Then why did you not treat your bleeding hand just now? I was momentarily distracted. This nun is certainly not the brightest, yet perhaps that is for the best. I never anticipated that she would be a healer among the devil fruit users. Her healing prowess must surpass that of an ordinary physician. Such a rare talent must be secured without fail. Lyon gazed intently at Joan, as if she were an immensely alluring treasure. Joan, under the fiery scrutiny of Lyon's gaze, felt a flutter of unease, instinctively curling in on herself. Are you in need of money? Lyon inquired gently, his demeanor significantly softened compared to before. Observing the sudden gentleness in Lyon, Joan timidly replied, I am all right myself, but the Saint Light Orphanage is facing financial difficulties, and I wish to assist them. How much do you require? I have made up my mind. I am now taking you on as my subordinate, so tell me, how much do you need? But I haven't agreed yet. Joan stammered. You're already in my grasp now. I advise you to tread carefully and not to be ungrateful. Lyon threatened with a smile. Joan blinked, and the memory of Lyon's earlier murderous gaze sent shivers down her spine. Well, in that case, I need 9 million. Oh, no. 10 million, Belly. Is that acceptable? Excellent. However, 10 million is too little. I shall give you 100 million, Belly. But from now on, you will belong to me. With an air of grandeur, Lyon pushed a chest brimming with banknotes towards Jean. Acquiring a healer of boundless potential for 100 million berries was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. However, Jean's reaction took Lyon by surprise. She did not even glance at the chest filled with money. Instead, her countenance transformed from timidity to one of resolute defiance, as if she were prepared to face death itself. I will not accept this money. You may kill me, but I shall never be your slave. Observing Jean's trembling form, a blend of fear and stubborn courage, Lyon shook his head and chuckled softly. He stepped forward and extended his right hand towards her. Jean gasped, fearfully closing her eyes. Yet, rather than the anticipated assault, she felt the gentle caress of his hand. Lyon affectionately tousled her golden hair and smiled apologetically. I misspoke. My intention was never to enslave you, but rather to invite you as my subordinate, my companion. As she opened her eyes, Jean was met with the warm, radiant smile of this handsome young man, akin to sunlight. Ultimately, in a daze, she acquiesced to Lyon's proposition and became his personal secretary. Days later, in the adjacent room, Jean lay on her bed, swinging her small feet as she counted the enormous stack of berries before her. 99,800,000. 99,900,000. 100 million berries. Wow, so much money. Lyon gave me all this without batting an eye. Even if he is a naval commander, this is rather excessive. He treats me so well. Could he have ulterior motives? Jean pondered. Oh well. Never mind. If he truly wished to do something to me, I wouldn't be able to resist anyway. Her soft murmurs clearly reached Lyon's ears, leaving him with a rather peculiar expression. With the hockey training methods provided by Hancock, combined with his diligent practice over time, Lyon finally awakened his observation hockey that day. However, he found himself unable to control it fully, and the myriad of information he perceived felt rather jumbled. Stepping out of his room, he gazed at the vast sea, utterly unsure of their current location. Thus, he knocked on Jean's door. Knock, knock. Jean, I need to speak with you. Wait a moment, Jean exclaimed, waving her hand to summon a radiant light that swiftly stored away the berries on her bed. Her light fruit ability granted her a derivative space of holy light, roughly the size of a room, quite convenient for storing various items. After tidying up the berries, Jean donned her shoes and hurriedly opened the door. Lyon, what do you need? Where are we now? And how many days until we reach the Sabaody archipelago? As he spoke, Lyon entered Jean's room and casually sat on a nearby sofa. Jean obediently approached him from behind, gently kneading his shoulders. We have already covered more than half the journey, and we should arrive at the Sabaody archipelago in about 5 days. Currently, the nearest location is Amazon Lily, and then there's the mysterious and treacherous Bermuda Triangle. Golden light shimmered from Jean's fingertips, and under the influence of her powers, Lyon's physical and mental fatigue rapidly dissipated, along with the minor injuries sustained from his training. Initially, Lyon had been reluctant, but after experiencing Jean's heavenly light massage, he found it irresistible. Even Kuina had begun to seek out Jean for her massages. The Bermuda Triangle. If memory serves, Moonlight Moria's thriller bark is located there. Unfortunately, I cannot afford to delay, or else I would gladly meet this least competent warlord. As for Amazon Lily, considering the future, I should refrain from recklessly approaching Amazon Lily until I possess sufficient strength to avoid causing trouble there. After all, my time in the Navy is limited. TSK. Still 5 days until the Sabaody Archipelago. I wonder if I can make it in time for Zifa's elite training camp? Lyon, feeling a slight headache, inquired once more, by the way. How long does it take to travel from the Chambord Islands to Marinvondo? Joan, gently massaging Lyon, patiently replied, the distance between the Chambord Islands and Marinvondo is quite short, requiring less than half a day's journey. Half a day, that's reassuring. Lyon visibly exhaled in relief. He grasped Jean's hand and guided it to his temple. Then casually inquired, Jean, having lived in Mary Geos and the Sabaody Archipelago, what is your impression of the world government and the celestial dragons? After several days of scrutiny, Lyon had tentatively placed his trust in Jean and now sought to probe her political stance. Jean's fingers hesitated for a moment, and with a tone laden with complexity, she replied, do you wish to hear pretty lies or crude truths? I desire nothing but your heartfelt honesty, Lyon insisted earnestly. In my eyes, the celestial dragons are a group of self-indulgent, beastly aristocrats, and the world government is a filthy mire that harbors unspeakable depravity, beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If someone were to seek the overthrow of the world government and the annihilation of the celestial dragons, what would you do? A shiver coursed through Jean's hand as a dreadful thought surged within her. Lyon, could it be that person? Is you? She asked, her voice trembling. Lyon rose from the sofa and turned to gaze at Jean, inquiring, what would you do if that person were me? Under Lyon's scrutinizing gaze, Jean appeared flustered, stammering, I don't know. Observing Jean's anxious demeanor, Lyon chuckled softly. Haha, don't be so tense. I was merely teasing you. Phew. You nearly frightened me to death, Jean exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest and exhaling repeatedly. Jean. Please, could you massage my forehead once more? Oh, certainly. Chapter 57, The Comoros Islands. After Lyon's departure, Jean's delicate face instantly fell. She turned and collapsed onto the bed, burying her head in the soft pillow. Surely, that fellow Lyon couldn't be so reckless, could he? Oh, heavens. Jean merely yearned for a tranquil life of her own. Although she harbored a profound disdain for the world government and the celestial dragons, her experiences living in Mariehua had taught her well, the might of the world government was unassailable. The world order, led by the celestial dragons, had endured for 8 centuries, and dismantling it was akin to scaling a mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Jean dismissed her wild thoughts. She wiggled her fair little feet and murmured softly, I must be overthinking it. Lyon seems rather intelligent. Unless his mind has been muddled by some sea creature, he wouldn't think so irrationally. Unbeknownst to her, every whispered word had reached Lyon next door. Clenching his fist, akin to a sandbag, Lyon shook his head, deciding not to hold it against Jean. After all, such a docile, obedient, and efficient secretary who also possessed healing massage skills was simply too delightful. Jean's timid nature warrants that certain truths remain concealed for now. I must nurture her properly. Her fruitability is exceedingly valuable. Lyon pondered deeply over the training regimen for Jean. A day later, Jean's delicate face was adorned with shock and confusion. Lyon, are you suggesting that I train alongside you? Indeed. Your capabilities are woefully inadequate. You struggle merely to ensure your own safety. This is unacceptable. But, am I not your secretary? I have no need to engage in combat, Jean replied timidly. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Lyon struck her pert backside. The sensation was rather pleasant. What if I am not by your side and you are assaulted by nefarious individuals? Jean rubbed the spot that had been stung. Golden light shimmering from her hand, swiftly alleviating her pain. With a hint of indignation, she remarked, but ever since I acquired my powers, I have yet to encounter anyone, apart from you, who would dare to attack me. Lyon cast a stern glance at Jean, his expression grave as he remarked, that is merely your good fortune. I must candidly inform you that there are many who can disregard the influence of your abilities. If you continue to remain so feeble, when you encounter those with malevolent intentions, you will find yourself utterly defenseless. At this juncture, Lyon scrutinized Jean, who still exhibited no desire to strengthen herself, and unveiled his carefully prepared trump card. Those of weak stature cannot grasp the reins of their own fate. Must you await a day when you are abducted, reduced to a mere plaything for others, before you come to regret it? Upon hearing the sensitive term slave, Jean's body trembled violently. Memories of that fateful day years ago flooded back, when her monstrous father intended to offer her and her mother as slaves to the celestial dragons, engulfing her in fear and helplessness. No, Jean cried out in alarm, hastening forward to grasp Lyon's sleeve, her face a portrait of terror and vulnerability. Lyon, if such a thing were to occur, would you protect me? Lyon was well prepared for this moment. He grasped Jean's small hand tightly, soothing her flustered emotions, and declared with resolute conviction, of course, you are mine, and no one shall dare to snatch you from my side, not even the celestial dragons. After a brief pause, his tone softened considerably. However, I cannot be by your side at all times, so you must also enhance your own strength. I do not demand that you take up arms in battle, but you must possess sufficient power for self-defense. Feeling the warmth of Lyon's strong hand and listening to his tender words of concern, Jean's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Yes, I will strive to improve. Done. Although Jean is typically timid, appearing to go with the flow, her past hardships have instilled in her a remarkable strength and courage whenever the notion of slavery arises. In the following days, Jean diligently trained alongside Lyon and Guena, gradually augmenting her abilities. Despite the arduous nature of her training, she found inexplicable motivation in Lyon's comforting and encouraging words. She was a simple woman, easily satisfied. For days later, the cruise ship arrived at the Shambadi archipelago. Although they encountered a few bands of pirates along the way, there was no need for Lyon to intervene, as the ship's guards swiftly dealt with the threats. After all, this was the first half of the Grand Line, a paradise under the dominion of the world government and the Navy. The truly formidable pirates had mostly ventured into the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. The Grand Line culminates at Raftel, the location of the legendary treasure spoken of by the pirate King Roger, One Piece. Lyon and his companions descended from the cruise ship, treading upon a ground composed of intertwined tree roots, while the air was perfumed with the distinct fragrance of the trees. Before them loomed an immense canopy, casting a verdant shadow, accompanied by countless transparent bubbles floating in the air. This was a breathtaking island, seemingly plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. Wow, this place is stunning, Guena exclaimed in awe. Despite having some knowledge of the Champagne Islands, Lyon couldn't help but express his wonder upon arriving. The beauty here was truly unparalleled. The Champagne Islands, also known as the Soap Bubble Islands, are situated before the Red Earth continent in the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the naval headquarters of Marifort. Comprising 79 Alcyon mangrove trees, the ground here is formed entirely of their roots. The most distinctive feature of this place is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of the Alcyon mangrove trees through respiration. This resin expands in the air, forming bubbles that ascend into the sky. However, these bubbles thrive solely within the climate of the Alcyon mangrove trees. If they venture beyond the climatic domain of the Champagne Islands, the resin cannot fully exert its power, causing them to burst. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built upon bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of Champagne Island. It is a wondrous realm that seems to exist within a fantastical fairy tale. Jean winked at Lyon and Guena. Why don't we take a bubble car over there? A bubble car? Guena's interest was piqued by the name, and she turned to Lyon with eager anticipation. Aware of Guena's occasional burst of youthful enthusiasm, Lyon could hardly refuse. All right, but where can we get one? No need to purchase. I have several. Jean waved her hand, summoning 3 gleaming bubble cars from the realm of holy light. These were originally gifts for the children at the orphanage, but they will serve perfectly now. Under Jean's guidance, the trio each found a bubble and climbed inside, securing their bubble cars as they began to glide freely through the air. This novel and delightful mode of transportation felt utterly enchanting to even Lyon. Such is the allure of the pirate world. Nearly every island boasts its own unique charm. Wow, teacher, look, I'm really flying. Guena's laughter rang out joyfully, echoing far and wide. Lyon gazed at Guena with a smile. He had always held a deep affection for this exceptionally disciplined, diligent, and strong-willed apprentice, investing considerable effort into her training. Unfortunately, Lyon himself was merely a novice in swordsmanship and had little to impart. To avoid hindering Guena's development, he sought a new swordsmanship instructor for her, and today marked their day of parting. Chapter 58, King of the Underworld, Rayleigh with Jean, a local from the Shambadi archipelago. Serving as his guide, Lyon quickly located a bar in Zone 13. The establishment bore a quirky name, Shockey's Racket Bar. Upon entering, he found the bar devoid of patrons. Behind the counter sat a seemingly young woman with short black hair, clad in a top adorned with a spider pattern and holding a lit cigarette. As Lyon and his companion stepped inside, Shockey's pupils constricted. Being well informed, she instantly recognized Lyon's identity. Welcome. What can I get for you? Lyon waved a greeting. Hello. Shaki. I am here to seek Riley. Is he present? Shaki's expression remained unchanged, yet the hand behind her counter tightened slightly. This inquiry incurs a fee. The cost of information is 100 million belly. Before Lyon could utter a word, Jean exclaimed in fury, 100 million belly? Your demands are exceedingly outrageous. Guena, standing nearby, nodded emphatically, equally taken aback by Shaki's exorbitant request. Lyon raised his hand to halt Joan, smiling at Shaki. First, let me clarify that I mean no harm. I have a legitimate matter to discuss with Rayleigh. Shaki leisurely took a drag from her cigarette and remarked, what business could a colonel like you, who annihilated the Creek pirates and the Black Cat pirates in the East Sea and personally dispatched over 5,000 pirates, have with a mere coding craftsman? From Shaki's resonant voice, Lyon sensed an air of detachment and caution. A coding craftsman? I am in search of the right-hand man of the Pirate King, known as Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. Furthermore, I have a connection with Little Eight. At Lyon's words, both Joan and Kuina widened their eyes in astonishment, their hearts racing. They were well aware of the illustrious Rayleigh, the first mate of the legendary Pirate King Roger, a figure of immense renown across the seas. Shaki's calm demeanor shifted slightly, her interest piqued by Lyon's last statement. Oh, you are a friend of Little Eight? A friend that is somewhat accurate. I recently saved his life. Shaki fixed Lyon with a steady gaze before calling out upstairs, Rayleigh, stop dozing. There's a Navy officer here to see you. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of activity emanated from above, and an exceptionally charismatic elderly gentleman descended. He sported long, wavy hair, a beard, and silver hair throughout, adorned with round spectacles, with a prominent scar running down his right eye. Oh, is it you who is seeking me? Lyon and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, sensing the profound and restrained power emanating from each other, alongside an overwhelming and fearsome aura that pressed down upon them. Lyon's heart momentarily faltered. This is Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. In response to the pressure, Lyon's eyes instantly transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern reminiscent of a spinning pinwheel, effectively dispelling the oppressive force of Rayleigh's Haki. Indeed, it is you I sought. Rayleigh observed Lyon's unique eyes, his gaze narrowing slightly. Moments later, the two were seated across from each other in a secluded corner of the bar. As a Navy colonel, what brings you to seek out this reclusive old man? Lyon began. I wish to ask you to take Kuina as your disciple, to instruct her in swordsmanship and hockey. That black-haired girl over there is Kuina. Taken aback, Rayleigh glanced at the girl in the distance, his expression a mix of amusement and bewilderment as he replied, while I do have an appreciation for young and beautiful maidens. Why should I acquiesce to your request, Colonel? Lyon was well prepared for this moment. He solemnly bowed to Rayleigh before speaking. This gesture is to express my gratitude for the assistance you provided to Hancock several years ago. Rayleigh appeared somewhat taken aback. How could you possibly know of this? Did Hancock inform you? Lyon shook his head, refraining from answering Rayleigh's question. I apologize. The specific reasons are not for me to disclose. I hope you can take Guena as your apprentice. In return, I will spare the life of Roger's son in the future. What? Captain Roger has a son? Rayleigh's pupils dilated suddenly as he stared intently at Lyon, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. At that moment, Ace had yet to set sail, and only a handful were aware of his true identity. Moreover, Roger had not revealed anything about his child to any crew member before his surrender, thus Rayleigh was oblivious to this information. Lyon began to recount that past incident. Before his surrender, Roger had lingered on the island of Badarilla in the South Sea, where he and Port St. Rouge became intertwined. Subsequently, Ace was born, and Garp, at Roger's behest, took him in. This summarizes the events. As for their authenticity, a simple inquiry would suffice. After listening to Lyon's narrative, Rayleigh was largely convinced. Entrusting his child to his rival Garp was indeed an act only Roger could accomplish. Haha, truly befitting of a captain. Such a thing could only be achieved by him. Then, senior, do you mean? Hold on. First tell me about your relationship with Hancock. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Rayleigh is Hancock's savior. He could never harm her. Such matters are not something he would boast about, so telling him is harmless, Lyon thought to himself before responding candidly. Hancock is my fiancé. Gasping in surprise, Rayleigh scrutinized Lyon from head to toe, incredulous as he shook his head in disbelief. I never imagined that the young girl from back then would have someone special. TSK, and he is a Navy man. ISNT she supposed to despise the world government? After a moment of reflection, Rayleigh glanced at Kuina, who was not far away. I accept your request. Training the young lady could indeed pass the time. Thank you. Lyon expressed his sincere gratitude. I have seen news about you. The papers say you killed over 5,000 pirates in just a few days? Indeed. Given your ruthless approach towards pirates, why conceal Ace's lineage? Reporting to the world government would be a significant achievement, because the world government and the Navy do not embody true justice. Regardless of Roger's past transgressions, his child is innocent. Upon hearing Lyon's reply, Rayleigh was taken aback. His interest piqued as he inquired further. Intriguing. So, what do you perceive as justice? Lyon surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the bar was devoid of outsiders. Not far away, Jean and Shocky seemed to be engaged in cheerful conversation. He turned his gaze towards Rayleigh, his words resonating like thunder. Overthrow the world government. Extinguish the celestial dragons. Free the slaves. All are born free. Those who do good shall be praised, while evildoers must be punished severely. This, indeed, is the justice that resides within my heart. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Guena, Lyon departed with Jean from Shocky's establishment. Observing Rayleigh's peculiar demeanor, Shocky inquired, "What troubles you?" Rayleigh responded with a hearty laugh. Who would have imagined that such a person could emerge in this world? And to think they belonged to the Navy. How amusing, truly delightful. After his laughter subsided, he reflected, what a passionate era we live in. Pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, the emperors of the New World, the Navy, the world government. Alongside the incessant emergence of these young souls, what kind of sparks will they ignite in the future? It is utterly exhilarating. Alas, I am already past my prime. Otherwise, I might have been tempted to set sail once more. Chapter 59. The lawless zone. Having entrusted Guena to Rayleigh, Lyon felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He then accompanied Jean on her visit home. Their path led them through the lawless zone. The expanse of Sabaody archipelago was vast, and the Navy's forces were limited, allowing them to guard only the most valuable areas. Consequently, the abandoned regions 1 to 29 had devolved into a lawless expanse. Within this territory, chaos reigned supreme, with hordes of pirates and bounty hunters scattered about, where bloodshed and conflict erupted with alarming frequency. This was hardly surprising, as the Sabaody archipelago served as the last stop before the New World, attracting countless pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. In stark contrast to the tightly guarded sectors of the archipelago, the unregulated lawless zone naturally became a haven for pirates. The sheer number of pirates drew numerous bounty hunters seeking their prey, resulting in incessant clashes among the varied and nefarious characters congregating in the area. The tumultuous disorder bred deeper chaos. Amidst this turbulent milieu, numerous illicit organizations flourished, indulging in their nefarious activities. Slave-catching squads, slave auctions, illegal contraband trading, and the plundering and trafficking of human organs. Virtually all forms of dark dealings could be found in the lawless zone of Sabaody, provided one possessed sufficient funds and connections. As they approached Marineford, Lyon wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The mess created by the world government was omnipresent. He was no idealistic saint overflowing with a sense of justice. Thus he turned a blind eye to the conflicts he witnessed along the way, showing no inclination to become embroiled in them. However, his desire to steer clear of trouble did not guarantee that trouble would not seek him out. Before long, a group of formidable bounty hunters blocked Lyon's path. In the lawless zone, many bounty hunters doubled as robbers. Their motives were not driven by Jean's allure nor Lyon's life, but rather by the blood-shedding sword at Lyon's waist and the wealth he carried. It was evident to any observer that the blood sword was no ordinary weapon. The profound blue scabbard resembled the depths of the ocean, suggesting it was likely a valuable blade. Lyon cast a cold glance at the 5 bounty hunters before him. Step aside, you are obstructing my path. Though the hunters felt a chill run down their spines under Lyon's scrutinizing gaze, the sheer number of them emboldened their spirits. The woman may leave, but you and that knife must remain. Joan instinctively edged closer to Lyon, a flicker of fear in her eyes. At present, she had yet to harness the offensive capabilities of her devil fruit, relying solely on her ability to passively influence others, ensuring she was not met with hostility or aggression. Lyon fell silent, merely grasping Joan's delicate hand. It appeared as though a gentle breeze had swept through, causing the expressions and movements of the 5 bounty hunters to freeze in an instant. Lyon led Jean through the bustling streets with purpose. Oh, why have they ceased to move? Jean turned back, her expression one of astonishment. They are no longer alive, Lyon replied, and as his words hung in the air, the 5 bounty hunters behind them disintegrated, collapsing into 5 grotesque heaps of flesh. Ah, Jean gasped, unable to bear the sight. Did Lyon strike? When did he even make his move? And to kill these 5 without hesitation seems rather cruel. Stealing a glance at Lyon's impassive face, she felt a twinge of fear. Why? Why am I afraid of him? And no, Jean stammered softly, shaking her head. Lyon chose not to elaborate further. and the two traversed the lawless territory in silence until they arrived at their destination. The Orphanage of Holy Light was situated in the 32nd district of the Shambodi archipelago, a charitable institution funded by the Church. In the world of One Piece, the Church wielded little power, and the deities it worshipped were largely unknown. This was not without reason. The world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons, proclaimed themselves as descendants of divine beings, while the impoverished masses yearned for the freedom of the sea, leaving little room for the Church to flourish. The orphanage was dilapidated, housing over 20 young children and 3 elderly nuns tasked with their care. The common thread among these individuals was their emaciated frames, a clear indication of malnutrition stemming from a lack of food. The arrival of Jean seemed to illuminate the somber atmosphere, as all the children gathered around her, affectionately calling out, "Sister Jean, you have finally returned. Sister Jean. We missed you so much. What was Sister Jean? What gifts have you brought us this time? Sister Jean, I made this hairpin just for you." Jean knelt among the children, her face aglow with joy as she embraced one child and tousled the hair of another. She retrieved the carefully prepared gifts from her holy light space and distributed them to the eager children, eliciting waves of gasps and laughter. Lyon gazed at Jean with a smile, finding her exceptionally beautiful in that moment, stirring something within him. After a while, the children finally noticed Lyon standing nearby. A little girl glanced back and forth between Jean and Lyon, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Sister Jean, is this big brother your boyfriend?" In an instant, a chorus of little voices turned to look at Jean, clearly intrigued by the notion. No, not at all. Amy, you're overthinking." Jean stammered, her denial faltering. Yet, her flushed cheeks and flustered demeanor rendered her words hard to believe. The girl named Amy, with a skeptical expression, blinked her large eyes and suddenly turned to Lyon, inquiring, "Big brother, what is your relationship with Sister Jean?" In the face of the children's curious gazes, along with Jean's shy glances, the atmosphere was filled with an innocent intrigue. Lyon smiled warmly and said, "Your sister Joan has already become my woman." A chorus of gasps filled the air. The little girl's eyes sparkled with blessings and envy, while the boys wore expressions of disappointment and jealousy. Joan's eyes widened in disbelief. Her fair neck instantly flushed with a rosy hue. The 3 elderly nuns beside her wore smiles of reassurance, yet beneath those smiles lay a barely perceptible hint of concern. Soon, 2 of the nuns led the reluctant children away. Under the guidance of the orphanage director, Monrona, the trio entered a modest office. The moment they stepped inside, the smile vanished from Joan's face as she anxiously inquired, "Director Monrona, where are Kelly and Winnie? Why are they not here?" From the very beginning, Joan had noticed the absence of the 2 little girls among the orphans. Although her heart raced with anxiety, she had concealed her feelings in front of the children until now. Monrona's face was etched with worry and fatigue as she sighed, "Alas, they went missing 3 days ago. To avoid causing panic, only the 3 of us nuns are aware of this. I've fabricated excuses to keep it from the children. Over the past 3 days, I have inquired in various ways but without any leads. They may have. How could this happen? Kelly and Winnie are not yet 8 years old." Joan's expression turned desolate, tears welling in her eyes, but she quickly clenched her teeth, determination replacing despair. "No, I must go to the human auction house and search for them. They are likely captured by the slave hunters." Monrona seized Joan's arm, exclaiming sternly, "You are insane. Even the fearsome pirates obey there. You would be powerless." Suddenly, an idea struck Joan, her eyes lighting up as she murmured, "No, I have money. I have a substantial amount now. Perhaps I can buy them back." At that moment, Lyon abruptly interrupted Joan. "That won't work. Even if you manage to buy back those 2 children, what then? The slave hunters would see this place as a treasure trove for profit, and troubles would ensue endlessly. Are you asking me to abandon those children?" Joan replied defiantly, her voice resolute. This was the first time she had spoken so forcefully against Lyon, yet he showed no signs of anger. He stepped forward, gently wiping the tears from her face, and said softly, "Do not cry. Leave this matter to me." In a deserted room, Lyon concentrated his thoughts, and moments later found himself in the sea of stars. With the enhancement of his mental attributes, he no longer needed to chant spells. A mere thought would transport him here within seconds. By knowing a person's name, Lyon could locate their star in the sea of stars and estimate their real-world position based on the star's alignment. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted 2 exceedingly small, dim stars nearby. Upon touching them, he revealed 2 little girls, shackled at their hands and feet, their appearances matching exactly the descriptions Joan had provided. The positions of these 2 stars are in an unlawful area. It seems Joan's guess was correct. Those 2 little girls have likely been taken as slaves. After confirming the location of the girls, Lyon instantly returned to the real world. He opened the door to find Joan anxiously waiting. I have located the positions of the two children. Really? That's wonderful, Joan exclaimed with surprise. But first, we must disguise ourselves. My next plan is. Shortly thereafter, the two, having undergone a transformation, arrived at the human auction house located in Zone 1 of the Chambord Islands. This was a hub for the slave trade, primarily involving criminals and citizens from nations not aligned with the world government. Naturally, it also included ordinary civilians secretly captured by slave hunters, a practice not uncommon. If Lyon recalled correctly, the mastermind behind the human auction house was Joker, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As Lyon and Joan approached the entrance, they were halted by two comically dressed guards. Halt. What are you doing here? The auction has not yet begun. You cannot enter. Knowing Lyon's intentions, Joan remained silent, allowing him to take the lead. We are not here to attend the auction. We are here to sell slaves. The guards' expressions shifted to understanding, their gazes on Joan filled with admiration, while their looks towards Lyon were laced with disdain. This young lady is truly beautiful. It would be a shame to harm her. One guard scoffed at Lyon, filled with pity. You fool. Are you truly willing to sell such a lovely lady into slavery? Does your conscience not ache? Lyon waved his hand with a smile. No. You have misunderstood my intention. It is not I who am selling her, but rather she who is selling me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two guards transformed into sheer delight. They ceased to engage with Lyon and turned their enthusiastic gazes toward Jean. Beautiful lady. Which slave-catching team do you belong to? If it is a team that has collaborated with us for a long time, our purchasing price will be considerably raised. Jean blinked her eyes. Well, I am here to sell slaves myself. Additionally, I would like to inquire whether anyone has sold two little girls here in the past few days. They are both under 8 years old. Such matters require discretion. So, one of the guards hesitated to voice his thoughts, but the other guard divulged the information without reservation. I know. 3 days ago, the Blackjack slave-catching team from District 29 delivered two little girls. They are among today's auction items. Thank you. Jean's eyes sparkled as she smiled in gratitude. No need for thanks. You may enter. The guard who received the thanks spoke with a blissful countenance. This differential treatment left Lyon astonished. The allure bestowed upon Jean by the holy light fruit, while not as overpowering as Hancock's charm, was nonetheless quite practical. As the two entered the auction house, Lyon whispered a caution to Jean. Please take care of yourself. Leave the fighting to me. Jean obediently nodded. Yes, you must be careful. The pair swiftly arrived at the backstage of the auction house, where numerous enormous iron cages held slaves from various nations and races. Please, let me go. I do not wish to be a slave. My family will surely pay for my freedom. Ha 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 ha. Your family was slaughtered the day you were captured. You might as well give up. The guard jeered. Be a good slave. If you encounter a kind-hearted nobleman, you may fare well. If no one buys you, I shall sell you as the lowest of whores. Ha ha ha. Water. Please, give me a little water, sobbed another. Daddy, Mommy. Who will come to rescue me? Shut your mouth. If you dare to cry and ruin your makeup, making you unsellable, I will feed you to the dogs. Ha ha ha. Feeding you to the dogs would be a waste. First, we shall have our fun with you. The atmosphere was rife with chaos, as many slave traders lined up with their auction slaves. The array of slaves was eclectic, featuring scantily clad exotic maidens, flamboyantly adorned mature dancers, despairing adult men, and even a beautiful mermaid weeping in a fish tank. Nearby stood a massive giant, tightly bound by thick iron chains, eyes shut, silent. The giant bore numerous ghastly wounds, and most of the slave catchers surrounding him were similarly injured and disheveled, indicating they had recently endured a fierce battle. At that moment, a slave suddenly leaped up in an attempt to escape, but after only a few steps, he was seized and dragged back by the furious slave catchers. You damned fool. You think you can escape? You are courting death. The leader of the slave catchers cursed as he approached, swiftly severing the slave's head with a single stroke. Stepping over the headless corpse, he cast a cold glance at the remaining slaves. Behave yourselves. If anyone dares to escape again, I will take them back and torture them slowly, ensuring they wish they were never born. Lyon silently observed the scene before him, even though he had anticipated it. He was still taken aback. He never imagined that within the watchful gaze of the Navy and the world government, the slave auctions in the Sabaody archipelago could be so rampant, so sinister, and so brazenly overt. This incident once again redefined Lyon's understanding of the depths of depravity associated with the Navy and the world government. TSK. There is no limit to darkness. Only deeper shadows, he mused inwardly, pulling Jean to the back of the crowd. Jean scanned the throng several times before finally spotting two familiar figures in a corner. She discreetly tugged at Lyon's sleeve and whispered, "They are over there." Lyon gently clasped Jean's hand. "I understand. Let's not rush." In truth, Lyon had already spotted the two little girls. Even without activating his Sharingan, his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had now awakened the observation haki. The reason Lyon maintained control over Joan of Arc was that both young girls bore slave collars around their necks. These collars, if forcibly removed, would detonate instantaneously, wielding destructive power comparable to that of a bomb. Lyon found himself without the means to save the two girls before their collars were detonated. Thus he needed to acquire the keys to the collars first. After a meticulous observation of his surroundings, Lyon stepped forward alone. Upon witnessing Lyon's audacious act of cutting in line, the unruly slave traders erupted in a chorus of curses. "Get back. This is not a place for you to cut in. Fool, do you not understand the rules? Kid, get lost. If you wish to die, allow me to sell you into slavery first." Cork, overseeing the slave registration, was immediately taken aback by the ensuing chaos. "What is all this commotion? The auction is about to commence, and the guests are entering. What are you imbeciles doing?" The slave traders, who had just been clamoring, suddenly turned pale. Cork held the power of auction registration. Should he decide to sabotage them, even the finest slaves would not fetch a good price, or worse, could be omitted from the auction list altogether. "Ah, Mr. Cork, it is this brat who attempted to cut in line. Yes, this scoundrel has violated the rules first. Please punish this fool severely." Upon hearing this, Cork glared furiously at Lyon. "You wretched thing. You wish—" His words were abruptly cut off, his expression growing somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Lyon had activated his three-tomo Sharingan, and as Cork's gaze fell upon him, he unleashed a hypnotic illusion. At that moment, Lyon appeared to Cork as the auction house owner. "Disco, where are the keys to these slaves' collars?" Cork immediately produced a large ring of keys and reverently handed it to Lyon, saying, "Master, all the keys to the slaves' collars are here." "Excellent. Now gather these slave traders together. I have an announcement to make." "Yes, master." Cork bowed in compliance and then bellowed to the surrounding bewildered slave traders. "Do not concern yourselves with these slaves for now. The guards of the auction house are present. They cannot escape. Come with me. The master has something to say." "Master? Is Mr. Cork's master not Mr. Disco, the owner of the auction house? What is happening here?" A group of slave traders exchanged glances. The few who had spoken out earlier shrinking back in apprehension, fearing retribution. Seeing this, Cork, filled with fury, exclaimed, "What? Do you wish to rebel? Those who do not obey will no longer be allowed to deliver slaves to the auction house." At Cork's menacing threat, the slave traders were instantly flustered. Selling slaves was their primary means of wealth, and they could not afford to offend him. In no time, under Cork's guidance, the slave traders clustered closely together. Upon witnessing this, Lyon broke into a smile. Chapter 61, Amaterasu's Black Flame. Are the members of the Blackjack slave capture team from District 29 present? After Lyon posed his question, a middle-aged man with a pointed chin leaned forward, smiling obsequiously, and said, "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Percy, the leader of the Blackjack slave-catching team." Lyon nodded and gestured to the side. "All right, you wait here for a moment. I have something to ask you." "Yes, my lord." Pusey scampered over to Lyon's side with cheerful eagerness. Lyon gazed upon the throng of slave traders and captors, numbering over 100, huddled together. In an instant, his three-tomo Sharingan transformed into the kaleidoscopic form of a spinning pinwheel, and under his intense scrutiny, merely a second elapsed. Amaterasu, a vast expanse of pitch-black flames, as if summoned from the depths of hell, erupted forth, engulfing the multitude. "Ah, what on earth is this? It burns. Help! I do not wish to perish. What is this fire, and why does it refuse to be extinguished?" Under the relentless assault of the black flames of Amaterasu, those of weaker constitution were reduced to ashes within mere seconds, while the stronger among them could only endure a few moments longer before meeting the same fate. At that moment, the surrounding slaves and a handful of auction house guards stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the malevolent flames rampaging uncontrollably, devouring everything in their path as if the maw of a demon. Lyon cast the key to the slave collar behind him to Jean and then charged into the crowd, commencing the elimination of the guards at the slave auction. Blood splattered and screams echoed as Lyon, a veritable embodiment of bloodlust, dispatched more than a dozen guards with relentless ferocity. Immediately thereafter, he incapacitated the stunned Pusey with a swift kick, securing him with a pair of handcuffs he retrieved nearby. Seizing this opportunity, Jean deftly unlocked the slave collars around Kelly and Winnie's necks. Although Jean had disguised her appearance, the two young girls, while feeling a sense of familiarity and closeness, failed to instantly recognize her true identity. "Big sister, thank you. Will we thank you?" they exclaimed, their voices trembling with tears of gratitude as they were liberated from their shackles. At that moment, Lyon approached, his form drenched in the sanguine aura of slaughter, causing the young girls to immediately hush, fear gripping their hearts. Yet, as Jean gazed upon Lyon, bloodied and fierce, her eyes reflected not terror, but a profound sense of safety and admiration. What did it matter if he was drenched in the aftermath of carnage? Jean was but a simple woman, unburdened by the weight of complexity. All she knew was that in her moments of despair and helplessness, it was this man who stood resolutely before her. And that was enough. Receiving the key from Jean's hand, Lyon addressed the anxious slaves surrounding him with a resonant voice. "Who desires freedom?" A murmur of anticipation rippled through the crowd of slaves, and it was the tightly bound giant who spoke first, his voice booming. "A giant shall never be enslaved. Mighty warrior of humanity, I implore you to restore my freedom. I, highest of the giant race, shall forever remember your kindness." "Very well." Lyon lunged forward, wielding the blood slayer with remarkable precision, swiftly severing the chains that bound the colossal giant, Hegis. Upon breaking free from his restraints, Hegis rose to his full height, towering at an impressive 15 meters. Lyon pointed towards the unconscious Percy lying a short distance away, the notorious leader of the Blackjack slave capturing brigade. "Hagis, please assist me in bringing that fellow here." "Rest assured," replied Hagis, taking strides of several meters and effortlessly lifting Percy from the ground. The other enslaved individuals, witnessing Hagis' newfound freedom, implored for help as well. Lyon liberated several more, ultimately deciding to hand the keys to the recently freed slaves. Before long, the majority of them had unshackled themselves. However, a small fraction remained, either overly clever to take risks or deeply conditioned, their servitude ingrained to the point of fear and resisting. Freedom must be fought for, and those who wish to do nothing, even with opportunity before them, were not worth Lyon's effort to save. "Next, follow me as we charge out. I will hold off the pursuers, and then you may flee for your lives." At that moment, a timid yet beautiful mermaid among the liberated spoke up. "Noble savior, may I inquire your name?" The giant Hagis echoed. "I too wish to know the name of our benefactor." The other freed slaves chimed in. "Please, noble one, reveal your name to us." Lyon waved his hand with a smile and said, "You may call me Gemini. There is no time to waste. Let us depart." With that, he led Joan towards the exit. The liberated slaves etched the name Gemini deeply in their hearts as they hurriedly followed Lyon out. Meanwhile, those who had relinquished their freedom gazed indifferently at their departure. Foolishness. They remained oblivious to the formidable forces lurking behind the auction house. Merely a band of naive fools, they were undoubtedly doomed. Gemini, a name unheard of. Merely an obscure figure. How could one escape alongside such a character? I am nothing like those dim-witted imbeciles. Just moments ago, Lyon had struck swiftly, catching the guards at the auction house off guard, leaving them no opportunity to raise the alarm. As a result, they encountered no significant obstruction along their path. The scattered guards had no time to react, falling victim to Lyon's instantaneous assault. They successfully surged beyond the confines of the human auction house. Lyon took the pussy from Hagis and turned his back to them. "Hurry and leave. Your presence here will only hinder me. Thank you for saving my life. Take care." The liberated souls bid farewell with tears in their eyes before hastily fleeing. Joan cast a worried glance back at Lyon's silhouette, then gritted her teeth and departed as well. This was the plan they had agreed upon. She had to comply. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed through the auction house, and a multitude of armed guards began to converge upon the scene. Hagis hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stood beside Lyon, glancing at the towering figure beside him. Lyon inquired, "Why do you not leave? Allow me to fight alongside you. I possess some strength and should be able to assist you." "Such words could lead to your demise." Hagis rumbled gravely. "Giants fear not death. I cannot allow you, my benefactor, to fight alone for our sake." "Ha ha ha." Lyon burst into hearty laughter as he kicked Pusey by his feet towards Heggs. "Take this fellow to District 29 and wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." Very well." Heggs scratched his head, then turned to leave with Pusey in tow. After dispatching the amiable giant, Lyon gazed intently at the vast human auction house before him. Just before the guards could rush in, he uttered a low command, "Amaterasu." Once again, the inky flames from the depths of hell erupted forth, surging relentlessly ahead. Under Lyon's command, the dark flames of Amaterasu seemed to possess a life of their own, engulfing the advancing guards and swiftly spreading around the auction house. This time, Amaterasu was not merely a localized attack. It enveloped the entire human auction house within its ominous grasp. Lyon was determined to utterly incinerate this loathsome place. The guards, rushing midway, found themselves ensnared by the black flames of Amaterasu, struggling momentarily before being reduced to ash. The vast edifice of the auction house blazed fiercely beneath the inferno, trapping all the buyers who had entered. The temperature within the auction house surged dramatically, resembling a colossal steamer. The air grew thin, panic and terror spread like wildfire. And chaos engulfed the attendees. Help! I don't want to die. Damn it! What is happening? It's so hot. Hurry, send someone to escort us out. Master, we can't escape. Those who ventured out have been turned to cinders. You wretched fools. I am a noble of the Mahario kingdom. I command you to rescue me at once. Observing the pandemonium in the venue, the ostensible owner and host of the human auction house, Disco, was seething with rage. Adorned with a high hat and star-shaped sunglasses, his lavender hair cascading down, he had lost his usual composure. Grabbing a guard by the neck, he snarled, "Damn it. Dispatch someone to extinguish this wretched flame. Lord Disco, the black flames cannot be quelled. We have tried every method, water, soil, isolation, and nothing has worked. Useless." Bang. Disco kicked the guard to the ground and shot him dead. His glare turning to the remaining subordinates. "Hurry up and devise a solution. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you first." "Yes, Lord Disco." As the subordinates scattered in a frenzy, Disco's expression darkened profoundly. "Damn it. The losses from this auction are catastrophic. And I have no idea how long it will take for the reinforcements mentioned by Joker to arrive." Gazing at the raging black flames of Amaterasu, Lyon smiled faintly, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated from behind him. "What an eerie flame. Who is it?" My observation hockey failed to detect anything. Lyon's expression suddenly darkened, as if he were facing a formidable foe, and he swiftly vacated his position. Casting a keen glance over his shoulder, Lyon's pupils abruptly constricted. "It is him." Chapter 62. Virgo. The one who had just spoken was a man towering at approximately 2 meters and 5 centimeters, exuding an imposing presence. He sported a head of short black hair, donned sunglasses, and had lightning-shaped sideburns adorning his cheeks, all while wearing a checkered coat. Moreover, he seemed to be in a great hurry, with a French fry stuck to his left cheek. Upon a glance, Lyon immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. This man was one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, currently concealed within the Navy, Virgo. Virgo stood as the mightiest cadre of the Don Quixote family, distinct from other ineffectual members such as Diamante and Treble. He was adept in both the armament hockey and the observation hockey, possessed formidable martial arts skills, and demonstrated proficiency in the 6 powers. In summary, Virgo's strength was exceptionally formidable. Lyon stood on guard, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Virgo gazed at Lyon with an expression of tranquility. "Is this black flame a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Take a guess." Lyon would certainly not be foolish enough to indiscriminately divulge his secrets. "Put away the flames, and I assure you, I will not take your life." Virgo spoke with his customary calmness, seemingly regarding Lyon with little concern. Lyon's mind raced with intensity. The auction house is the domain of Doflamingo, and Virgo's appearance here clearly indicates his intention to protect it. Currently, I am not donned in Navy attire. Even if I were to reveal my identity, it would be futile. Virgo will not relent until he achieves his objective. As for escape, given my present speed, I fear that not only will I fail to flee, but I will also expose a vulnerability that could lead to my swift defeat. It appears that confrontation is inevitable. With this thought, Lyon narrowed his eyes, his blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan firmly locking onto Virgo. One should refrain from excessive bravado, as it only betrays one's weakness. If that is the case, swiftly, Virgo surged forward in an instant, his speed akin to lightning. So fast, the opponent's velocity was overwhelming, leaving Lyon no time to activate Amaterasu. With a swift motion, Lyon unsheathed his blood slash, delivering a powerful downward strike. Clang! Sparks flew as the indomitable blood slash was deflected by Virgo's outstretched arm, while simultaneously, his right leg lashed out like a whip, striking fiercely towards Lyon's side. Lyon could only raise his left leg to defend. Bang! Crack! Lyon was propelled forward like a bullet ejected from a chamber, his left calf bone fractured by Virgo's kick, nearly severing it entirely. With a resounding crack, his body collided with a massive tree, shattering it, before carving a long trench into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust until he finally came to a halt. Coughing up a copious amount of blood, Lyon emerged from the haze, looking rather disheveled. Virgo glanced at his bleeding arm, furrowing his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that despite the opponent's feeble aura, that straight-edged longsword would be so remarkably sharp, piercing through his hockey defense with ease. Virgo's expression remained impassive as he regarded Lyon. A character of your caliber cannot possibly defeat me. No matter how sharp your weapon may be, it cannot compensate for the disparity in strength. Through their recent exchange, Lyon had gained a clearer understanding of the gulf between their powers. Virgo surpassed him in every fundamental aspect: speed, strength, martial prowess, and hockey, as the other had stated. Even the sharpest blade could scarcely bridge such a vast divide in might. Yet, what of it? Virgo was indeed formidable, but Lyon was not without his means of resistance. The fact that he had managed to wound Virgo with blood slash served as undeniable proof. The opponent was far from convincing him to concede. Shave. Lyon charged towards Virgo, his bloodlust entwined with a flickering crimson glow. Virgo drew forth a thick, elongated emerald bamboo from beneath his coat, the aura enveloping it, transforming it instantaneously into a pitch-black staff, more resilient than steel. The clash of their weapons rang out, sparks flying in all directions. Virgo intoned gravely, "In terms of fundamental strength, martial prowess, and will, you are vastly inferior to me. Can you not perceive this?" With that, Virgo's obsidian fist came crashing down upon Lyon. This time, Lyon did not confront the attack head-on. Instead, he deftly evaded Virgo's strike. Virgo leapt forward, his patience waning with this obstinate foe who refused to relinquish his fruit abilities. With diplomacy failing, he resolved to eliminate him instead. With a flash in his eyes, Lyon shouted loudly before Virgo's arrival, "Doflamingo has been killed by Carp." What? Virgo's previously calm demeanor was instantly shaken. At that moment, Lyon seized the opportunity to cast an illusion on Virgo, presenting him with the horrifying image of Doflamingo's demise at the hands of Carp. However, Virgo's will was unyielding, and he quickly shook off the effects of the illusion. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with the sight of a blood-red blade aimed directly at his eyes. With no time to ponder, and having experienced the devastating power of the blood slash, Virgo dared not underestimate the threat. He swiftly enveloped himself in armament hockey, shielding his head and neck with his hands, while simultaneously executing a sweeping kick towards Lyon's lower body. Lyon held his breath. The blood slash that was originally aimed at Virgil's eyes suddenly veered downward, targeting Virgil's left leg, which he had kept poised for battle. Although his vision was obscured by his arms, Virgil's observation hockey still perceived everything unfolding around him. He prudently guarded his upper body with his left arm, while his right hand launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lyon's heart. "This brat's blade will undoubtedly be met by my right leg before it reaches me. His attack is of no consequence. Once my fist pierces his heart, his demise is inevitable." Virgil's expectations proved accurate, as Lyon's blade was merely a foot away from his left leg when his right leg was about to connect with Lyon's body. Whoosh! Virgil's right leg swept through Lyon's lower half like a bolt of lightning, stirring a gust of wind. Yet, Virgil felt no tangible impact. This formidable kick had inexplicably missed its target. Just moments ago, Lyon unleashed a hidden prowess, as his entire lower body was engulfed by a transparent vortex of space just before Virgil's attack arrived, thus evading the strike entirely. A sense of dread washed over Virgil. He realized the precariousness of his situation. In the aftermath of his attack, his body had yet to realign, leaving him incapable of dodging Lyon's blade. Flying sparks flew as the blood slash, imbued with hockey, struck Virgil's left knee. Hissed the razor-sharp blade, under Lyon's full force, laboriously cleaved through Virgil's hockey, severing all the ligaments in his knee and nearly slicing through his left leg entirely. Alas! At this moment, Lyon had no choice but to retreat. Virgo's fist was upon him. Death. His left leg was nearly severed as Virgo unleashed all his fury into that single blow, intent on obliterating this scoundrel. In that critical moment, Lyon could not summon his divine might once more. Faced with Virgo's fist aimed at his heart, he could only slightly turn aside and brace himself with his left arm. Bang! Crack! With Virgo's furious strike, Lyon was sent flying, his left arm's bones almost splintering, and his heart nearly shattered by the residual force of the attack. Crack! Crack! Boom! He crashed through two massive trees and shattered a wall before the force of the impact was finally dissipated. Struggling to rise, Lyon wiped the blood that flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he appeared pale and battered, his clothing soaked in blood, and his once numb left arm hung limply, presenting a truly tragic sight. Yet, Lyon laughed with abandon. "Ha ha, Virgo, just wait. I will eventually determine our fate." Having spoken, Lyon swiftly departed from the scene. Virgo, expressionless, watched Lyon leave without pursuing him, fully aware that with his severed left leg's ligaments, he could no longer catch up. Casting a final glance at the human auction house engulfed in black flames, Virgo limped away, leaning on a green bamboo staff. He had grasped the hidden strength of his adversary. And when they met again, he would undoubtedly kill him. Chapter 63. Healing Wounds. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, Lyon utilized the shave technique to hasten his escape, deliberately altering his direction several times along the way. Once he had put sufficient distance between himself and Virgo, he ceased his exertions and staggered toward the rendezvous point previously agreed upon with Jean. The recent battle had been utterly harrowing. Virgo was the strongest foe Lyon had ever encountered, and it was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries. After a series of probing exchanges, Lyon abandoned any thought of defeating Virgo and instead sought to temporarily incapacitate his ability to pursue. It was a dire necessity. Virgo's defensive capabilities were overwhelmingly formidable. Even with all his might, combined with the formidable blood slash of the supreme great knife, he could barely breach Virgo's armed hockey, with physical attributes far surpassing Lyon's. Along with complete armed hockey, observation hockey, formidable martial arts, and the six styles, Virgo was an adversary devoid of any weaknesses. Although Amaterasu's power was great, its lengthy activation time was a significant drawback, rendering it nearly impossible to strike Virgo, who possessed keen observation hockey. Thus, Lyon had to conceal his divine might, refraining from employing it even when wounded during their exchanges, saving it for a critical moment. Ultimately, through a series of calculated maneuvers, Lyon exchanged wounds, sacrificing his left arm and enduring grave injuries to temporarily incapacitate Virgo's left leg, thus securing his escape. This battle served as a sobering wake-up call for Lyon, who had previously harbored a sense of self-satisfaction, reflecting on his earlier ambition to challenge one of the seven warlords, Moonlight Moria. While traversing the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, he was seized by a cold sweat. If Virgo, a formidable opponent, was merely a subordinate to the future warlords, how much stronger would Moria, an established warlord, be? Even the weakest among the warlords could not be underestimated. Their portrayals in the anime served merely as a reference. He must never repeat such a grave error in the future. As Lyon hurried along, he engaged in profound reflection. Before long, he arrived at a bubble house in District 33, the designated meeting place with Joan. After verifying the accuracy of the address, Lyon rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent footsteps echoed from within. Lyon blinked, his expression contorting into a deeper anguish, his spirit waning further, appearing even more wretched than before. Creaking open, the door revealed a worried Jean standing before him. Upon witnessing Lyon's utterly miserable state, her countenance shifted dramatically, disregarding the bloodstains adorning his body. She hurriedly assisted him onto the large bed within the room. Lyon, how did you sustain such grave injuries? It is all for my sake that you have come to this. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jean gazed at Lyon with eyes brimming with adoration and sorrow. Lyon shook his head with great difficulty. For you, this minor injury is of no consequence. Now is the perfect moment to truly win Joan's heart and secure this rare talent. Lyon would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Joan bit her lip, refraining from further words, yet she made a silent resolution within her heart. She summoned the full potential of the holy light fruit, radiating a gentle and warm glow throughout her being. To hasten the healing of Lyon's wounds, Joan carefully embraced him. Under Joan's divine light, the bloodstains on Lyon's body were instantly banished, small wounds began to heal rapidly, and the fractured left leg along with the shattered left arm swiftly rejoined and mended. Even the excruciating pain that had gripped him vanished entirely. An indescribably warm and comforting sensation emanated from Joan, prompting Lyon to let out a soft sigh of relief. Lyon gazed intently at Joan's exquisite visage, captivated by her eyes, as clear as a serene lake, shimmering with a delicate luster. He felt the softness of her graceful form and the warm radiance emanating from her, which beckoned him to draw closer. The alluring fragrance that enveloped her stirred a sense of excitement within him, an inexplicable allure. In that moment, Lyon's primal instincts transcended the responses of his mind. Moreover, Joan appeared even more enchanting than usual. With her abilities fully unleashed, she radiated a gentle and warm glow that enticed one to approach and bask in her light. Her lips parted slightly, inviting a kiss as her watery eyes flickered with a blend of innocence and a hint of languorous charm, perpetually stirring Lyon's heart. Thump, thump, thump. Lyon's heart raced significantly, his hands instinctively embracing Jean, yearning to envelop her entirely within his grasp. A soft gasp escaped Jean's lips, her delicate brows furrowing. Eyes wide with alarm as they blinked rapidly, her body trembled slightly. Yet, this fragile and pitiable demeanor only served to intensify the desire to continue teasing her. What is tolerable, and what is intolerable? Lyon could no longer contain himself, and thus Joan's delicate lips were silenced. With a soft whimper, Joan's eyes widened, and her charming visage instantly flushed a rosy hue. Instinctively, she attempted to push Lyon away, yet her hand halted midway for reasons unknown. After a brief pause, she clumsily wrapped her arms around Lyon's back. Hours later, like a small kitten, Joan nestled into Lyon's embrace and succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. Although she possessed the holy light to mend her wounds, the overwhelming disparity in their stamina left her in a state of despair. Lyon gazed at the ceiling with a sense of detachment, his mind enveloped in tranquility, exuding an aura of wisdom and philosophy. It was astonishing how circumstances had unfolded to this point. Who could have imagined that I would succumb to temptation? Which philosopher from a past life uttered the words, "Purity is the greatest allure"? Nevertheless, such matters hold little significance. For both Jean and I have reached the age of 20, and I find myself in a position of advantage. Yet, an additional weight of responsibility now rests upon my shoulders. I hope this will not hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade. However, with Jean's formidable healing abilities as my support, it seems that a slight impediment is hardly a cause for concern. As Lyon pondered, he gently wrapped his arms around Jean, the exquisite sensation of her delicate skin leaving him entranced. With his movements, the drowsy Jean awoke. As a bearer of the holy light's fruits, she possessed not only the ability to alleviate the fatigue, injuries, and ailments of others, but also an impressive capacity for self-restoration. After her brief slumber, she had completely regained her strength. Looking up at Lyon, her cheeks quickly flushed a rosy hue. She delicately traced her crystalline finger across his body and softly inquired, "Lyon, am I now your woman?" Observing Jean's bashful and alluring demeanor, Lyon retorted, "What do you think?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Jean's enchanting eyes, soon followed by a deep blush. "Well, since I have become yours, I am willing to devote everything to you." Chapter 64. Aftermath. During the intense battle between Lyon and Jean, chaos erupted in Area 1 of the Chambord archipelago. The human auction house was engulfed in an unknown black flame, and many slaves who had been captured illegally managed to escape. Upon the incident, the first to arrive were neither the Navy nor the relatives of those trapped, but rather well-informed journalists. They fervently snapped photographs of the blazing human auction house and hurriedly pinned news articles. These reporters had learned through their channels that among those trapped inside were not only a few staff and wealthy merchants but also nobles from several nations. This was a rare and significant news event. A journalist from the World Economic News Agency, Knowles, excitedly completed his article and promptly dialed his editor, Morgans. "Chief, big news. The human auction house in the Chambord archipelago is ablaze with mysterious black flames." Morgans, possessing an acute sense for news, promptly responded after hearing Knowles' report. "Immediately send over the article and photos, and keep me updated with the latest information. We must secure first-hand coverage of this major story." Soon after, the Navy arrived at the scene. In the presence of the gathered journalists, the Navy attempted various methods to extinguish the terrifying black flames, but to no avail. In utter helplessness, they could only watch as the human auction house was consumed by the flames, with no survivors left inside. Once the flames had devoured their targets, the black inferno gradually extinguished, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all present. However, the journalists quickly grew exhilarated, hastily retrieving their telephones to report this momentous news to their respective agencies. At the naval base in Area 66 of the Chambord archipelago, the highest authority was none other than the current Rear Admiral, Virgo. Attaining this position had required significant effort on Virgo's part. The proximity of the Chambord archipelago to the naval headquarters allowed for swift communication and oversight of the Don Quixote family's interests in the area, including the human auction house. During the early and mid stages of the Don Quixote family's development, the continuous influx of wealth had generated immense profits for them. After tending to his injured left leg, Virgo retrieved a secure telephone. Upon connection, the device transformed to resemble a figure akin to Doflamingo. "Is this Virgo?" "It is I. The mission to rescue the human auction house has failed. It has been reduced to ashes." Doflamingo fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. "Is that so? Let it be destroyed. After all, human trafficking is outdated and no longer suitable for the new era. Our next objective is to develop in the new world. How's the situation on your end?" "Rest assured, I merely sustained a minor injury to my left leg, and I will recover in a few days. The enemy is far more severely wounded." Doflamingo nodded. "That's good. Who was responsible for the destruction of the human auction house?" "I interrogated an escaped slave, and according to him, the man responsible goes by the name Gemini. I suspect this is merely a code name." "Gemini?" Doflamingo mused for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "Did he injure you alone?" Virgo nodded. his expression growing grave. Yes, his strength is not particularly formidable, but his abilities are quite peculiar. In addition to unleashing an unquenchable black flame, he can make parts of his body vanish to evade attacks, and he wields an exceptionally sharp long knife. Gemini, with abilities strange enough to wound you. It seems we have acquired a new adversary. At that moment, Virgo interjected, Doflamingo, this Gemini seems to know my true identity during our battle. He specifically invoked your name to intimidate me. Doflamingo frowned, contemplating for a few seconds before cautiously responding, your role within the Navy is crucial. Your identity must remain concealed. Regardless of whether this Gemini knows your true identity, you must find a way to eliminate him swiftly. Understood. Rest assured, I have already gathered some leads on him. After ending the call, Virgo stretched his left leg slightly. Although the ruptured ligaments in his left knee had been reattached by the military doctor, he was not yet fit for intense combat. However, Gemini's injuries were far more severe. A glint of cold determination flashed in Virgo's eyes. He had previously obtained intelligence from the interrogated escaped slave. Gemini had abducted a leader from the Blackjack slave hunting team in Area 29, named Pusey. Consequently, it was highly likely that Gemini would head to Area 29 to confront the Blackjack team. Even if he didn't, he could still follow that lead to uncover further information. Picking up a clean blanket from the bedside, Lyon carefully draped it over Jean and gently wiped the sweat from her face with a towel. Planting a light kiss on her smooth forehead, he spoke tenderly, you should rest well. I will take care of the aftermath. MHM. Jean obediently replied, her eyes sparkling. Extracting a set of casual clothes from the alternate dimension, Lyon, under Jean's bright gaze, donned them with composure and then adorned his face with a mask. During the rescue of the slaves, Lyon had not anticipated encountering Virgo, which led him to leave Pusey, the leader of the Blackjack slave hunting team, behind. Following the incident, Virgo could easily extract information from any one of the rescued slaves. Consequently, it was likely that he would eventually trace back to the Holy Light Orphanage and then to Jean. When battling Virgo, Lyon had reluctantly resorted to using the Tang Dao's blood slash. If Virgo connected these pieces of information, he would undoubtedly deduce that Lyon was, in fact, Gemini. To conceal his identity, Lyon needed to eliminate Pusey swiftly. If he delayed, he would have to negotiate with Virgo. Having recently undergone Jean's healing, Lyon's injuries had almost completely healed, and escaping from Virgo, who had injured his left leg, should pose no challenge. As he opened the door to leave, Jean cautioned shyly. Be careful. I will wait for you to return. Lyon waved his hand and gently closed the door behind him. The 29th district of the Chambord Islands. A realm of lawlessness. The giant, Higas, lay helplessly on the ground, his body marred by numerous grotesque wounds. Virgo, with an impassive face, inquired, aside from your association with the slave-catching crew of the 29th district, what connection do you have with the Gemini? Bound by shackles, Pusis trembled violently. His gaze filled with dread as he looked at Virgo. My lord, I am merely a minor leader of the slave-catching crew. I truly do not know the Gemini. I would never dare to deceive you. Virgo's inquiry was abruptly halted as he turned slowly to glance behind him. We meet again, Virgo. Lyon waved and greeted the other party. Observing Lyon's seemingly unscathed appearance, Virgo narrowed his eyes slightly behind his sunglasses, just as he was about to make a move. Suddenly, Lyon gestured for him to stop. Hold your horses. We are not necessarily sworn enemies. Why not engage in a conversation first? Weighing the strengths of both sides. Virgo reluctantly realized that despite his injury to the left leg, he could defeat Lyon but would be unable to retain him. What do you wish to discuss? Virgo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. You are not in charge. I will communicate directly with the Joker behind you. Upon hearing Lyon's words, Virgo decisively took action, employing one of the 6 styles to eliminate the nearby Pusey. Chapter 65, Negotiation and Conclusion. Just as Virgo intended to strike again, aiming to silence the giant Higas as well, Lyon interjected. Since this fellow has already fainted, there is no need to kill him. Virgo cast a glance at Lyon and coldly retorted, only the dead can be truly trusted. I just saved him. If you kill him immediately, wouldn't he that embarrass me? Virgo stated. Noticing Virgo's unwavering stance, Lyon continued, if you are concerned, we can find a secluded place to talk. You wouldn't want me to disclose your identity to others, would you? Reluctantly, Virgo lowered his hand, acquiescing to Lyon's proposal. The two then departed from their original location, one following the other. Before long, they arrived at an uninhabited open area. Surveying their surroundings, Lyon expressed satisfaction. This will do. You contact Doflamingo. With an impassive demeanor, Virgo retrieved the encrypted transponder snail. Brub click. The encrypted transponder snail vividly simulated the likeness of Doflamingo. Is that you, Virgo? Have you resolved the matter so swiftly? Doflamingo. This Gemini has somehow restored all his injuries, and with my left leg wounded, I cannot retain him, so I agreed to his request for negotiations. Negotiations? The one who torched my auction house, and you wish to discuss what? Lyon cast a glance at the solemnly standing Virgo and spoke in a grave tone. This matter holds immense significance. It pertains to the fate of the entire world. Thus, only the two of us may be privy to this information. Not even your most trusted subordinates. Oh? Doflamingo responded, evidently taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Virgo, saying, Virgo, hand him the transponder snail and remain close by. Virgo stepped forward a few paces, a glint of ferocity flashing beneath his sunglasses. Lyon cautiously maintained his distance from Virgo. Stop. Just toss the phone bug over. I have no desire to engage in futile skirmishes right now. Humph. Virgo let out a cold snort, gently tossing the encrypted phone bug to Lyon before turning to walk away. On the other end of the phone bug, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt a tinge of disappointment. This Gemini was exceedingly cautious, allowing no opportunity for Virgo to approach. If one could capture or eliminate the other, there would be no need for negotiations. Now it's just the two of us. I am rather curious about the matter you mentioned that concerns the entire world. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Are you aware of the Starry Association? Minutes later, observing Lyon's retreating figure, Virgo inquired, Doff, are we just letting him go? This world truly knows no monotony. It has become quite intriguing. Virgo, you need not concern yourself with this Gemini for the moment. The business in the Sabaody archipelago is no longer of significance. You must devise a strategy to relocate to the Navy base in the New World. That is where our growth and expansion lie. Understood. After disconnecting the phone bug, Doflamingo sat in a somewhat dim room. The mysterious realm beyond the world. The formidable power that transcends divinity. The transformation of the world. I shall verify the authenticity of the Starry Association's matters. However, if what this Gemini claims is indeed true, then this tedious world will soon become something I eagerly anticipate. Without the familiar presence of Puss, Lyon expended considerable effort to locate the lair of the Blackjack slave capture team. Originally an abandoned warehouse, it had been surrounded by a tall wall and transformed into the base of the slave capturing squad. As Lyon approached, the sentinels guarding the entrance shouted fiercely, Halt! This is the territory of the Blackjack slave capturing squad. From whence do you hail? Beneath the mask of Lyon, the Sharingan swiftly unleashed its illusion, rendering the gatekeeper in a daze, instantly falling under its control. Who is your leader, and where can he be found? Our leader is Blackjack, and he is within the base. Take me to him. Very well. With someone to guide him, Lyon quickly encountered the leader of the slave-capturing team, Blackjack, a corpulent and dark-skinned man. At that moment, Blackjack wielded a whip, mercilessly striking a woman curled on the ground, each lash leaving behind a vivid mark of blood. He stood with a cruel expression, trampling the woman's face. How dare a mere slave defy me? Who gave you the audacity? Be boss. Someone is looking for you. Blackjack turned sharply, his gaze filled with fury directed at Lyon and his companion. You imbecile! How could you bring outsiders into the base? Who is this scoundrel? Lyon cast a glance at the dark crimson ground and the woman lying there, barely clinging to life, and his expression instantly turned icy. A life-threatening adversary. The blade was drawn from its sheath, its glimmer casting shadows. His Blackjack was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. He intended to wield his whip and punish this audacious stranger severely, perhaps even sell him into slavery. Yet, to his bewilderment, his arms refused to obey his commands. Confusion washed over Blackjack. In the next heartbeat, his arms were severed at the shoulders, his body crumpling to the ground, and his legs followed suit, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In that fleeting moment, Lyon had cleaved through Blackjack's limbs, reducing him to a mere stump of a man. Amidst Blackjack's anguished screams, Lyon transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving a trail of blooming crimson flowers in his wake, as every member of the slave-catching team was bisected. These scoundrels, unable to meet a swift demise, could only writhe on the ground, howling in despair, gradually succumbing to the all-consuming embrace of death through excruciating pain. Once the vermin were dealt with, Lyon effortlessly liberated the slaves in the vicinity, pointing at Blackjack, the only one among the captors who might have a chance of survival. This fellow is yours to handle, he declared before vanishing into the shadows. Behind him, a piercing wail erupted from Blackjack. On his way back, Lyon revived the giant, Haggis, who had collapsed on the ground. Upon seeing the masked man before him, Haggis looked bewildered and asked, Who are you? Where am I? It is I, Lyon replied. Upon hearing Lyon's voice, the giant Haggis was filled with elation. "My benefactor, it is wonderful to see you safe. Just moments ago, a man of terrifying strength interrogated me for information about you, but I revealed not a single word." Lyon interrupted Heggs with a wave of his hand. "I am well aware of the situation. That individual has already been dispatched by me, and you should make your exit promptly." Heggs scratched his large head, his expression earnest as he replied, "Well, may you take care, my benefactor. Should you ever visit Elbaf, I shall extend to you a warm welcome." "Excellent." Lyon smiled in response. He held a favorable impression of Heggs, the good-natured giant. Thus, a temporary truce was established with the forces of Doflamingo. The Blackjack slave-capturing crew was thoroughly eliminated, and the potential threats from the Holy Light Orphanage were eradicated. Lyon felt a significant sense of relief. Subsequently, he and Jean returned once more to the Saint Light Orphanage. Under the hypnotic influence of Lyon's Sharingan, the 3 nuns and the 2 rescued little girls completely forgot any memories related to their abduction. It was perhaps for the best that those memories were erased, both for their own sake and for Lioness. Before departing, Jean discreetly entrusted the orphanage's head, Monrona, with 10 stacks of banknotes, each worth 10,000, totaling 10 million belly, aimed at alleviating the dire financial situation of the Saint Light Orphanage, ensuring that the children could thrive in a healthy environment. While 10 million belly may seem neither excessive nor insufficient, it was precisely what the orphanage needed, enough to cover several years of expenses while preventing the potential calamity that could arise from an abundance of wealth. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to the reluctant children, Jean and Lyon took their leave. "Lyon, where shall we go next?" Jean gently inquired, intertwining her arm with his and gazing at him with warmth. Following their profound exchange, the awe Jean once held for Lyon had entirely dissipated. She now regarded him with complete trust and reliance. Lyon's gaze flickered as he gently squeezed Jean's delicate hand. "Let us return to change our attire before proceeding to the naval port in Area 66. From there, we shall embark on a warship directly to the naval headquarters at Marlin Vandra." Jean nodded obediently. "In the future, I shall ensure that the car doors are securely welded shut, for I have grown weary of driving the small vehicle. Over the past 2 days, I have encountered nearly a dozen interruptions, leading to a complete collapse of my composure. From an initial count of 6,000 words, I have been reduced to a mere 3,900. Henceforth, I shall strive to be a model of good behavior." Chapter 66, Marlin Vandra. Before long, a modest warship began its slow departure from the archipelago of the Comoros. As a colonel assigned to the headquarters, Lyon possessed sufficient authority to requisition a vessel from the islands to escort him to Marlin Vandra. On board the ship, Lyon stood at the bow in his military uniform, while Jean, attired in a secretary's ensemble, stood beside him. The sailors aboard occasionally cast furtive glances at Jean, enraptured by her exquisite beauty and ethereal aura. These sailors could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy towards Lyon, who, at such a young age, had attained the rank of colonel. Accompanied by such a captivating and enchanting secretary, their lives seemed to surpass even their wildest dreams. Lyon paid no heed to the naval officers. Yet Jean furrowed her brow and stepped closer, intimately linking her arm with his. Behind them, a chorus of shattered hearts seemed to echo. As the naval personnel appeared utterly despondent, their spirits profoundly affected, Jean cast a glance over her shoulder, a triumphant smile adorning her face. In the past, she would have been indifferent to such glances, but now she was unwilling to let any other man harbor inappropriate thoughts. For her body and soul had already been claimed by the man beside her. Lyon, however, remained unfazed by these minor interludes, his attention drawn instead to the distant gateway of justice. The central government establishments, naval headquarters, judicial island, and the advancing city were interconnected by a distorted, colossal whirlpool. Only through their respective gateways of justice could one embark upon the correct current to reach their destination. The gateway of justice before them was an essential passage into Marineford, serving as the primary defensive barrier of naval headquarters. As they drew nearer, the gateway appeared increasingly vast and towering. After 2 hours, the warship finally arrived at the gateway of justice. Gazing ahead, it loomed like a colossal mountain before them. The warship seemed a mere insect beneath the foot of a great elephant. Once the ship's purpose and Lyon's identity were confirmed, the mountain-like gates slowly creaked open, allowing the vessel to be swept through the gateway by the currents. Ahead lay the stronghold of the world government's navy. Regarded as a symbol of peace in the era of great pirates, naval headquarters, Marineford, the immense crescent-shaped harbor, the formidable barriers akin to mountains, the multitude of warships and cannons, and the countless naval elites standing with rifles were all testament to the Navy's might. Even amidst the tumultuous era of great pirates, where formidable figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks rose to power, dominating the New World with their overwhelming presence, the Navy remained the undisputed sovereign of the seas. Yet, their strength was distributed evenly across the globe, primarily devoted to suppressing the entire Grand Line, which led ordinary people to perceive the Navy's might as relatively modest. Today's Navy is far more formidable than it has been in centuries. Under the pressure of the pirate era and the increasingly dire maritime situation, the world government was compelled to relax restrictions and wholeheartedly support the Navy's development. Within a few short years, 3 individuals possessing the most elite natural-type devil fruit abilities emerged within the Navy, alongside a cohort of powerful naval officers. With the gradual implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea policy, they assisted in alleviating the pressure at sea, enabling the Navy to consolidate its dispersed strength. Presently, the Navy's overt power has reached unprecedented heights, to the extent that many recognize only the Navy, oblivious to the world government. Alas, this is merely a facade. Ultimately, the Navy is but a blade wielded by the world government, which absolutely forbids any deviation from its control. Under the watchful gaze of the world government, even after decades of struggle within the Navy, ascending to the rank of admiral would not alter the prevailing situation. Consequently, in the future, figures like Admiral Zifa and Admiral Kazan, disillusioned by the world government for various reasons yet powerless to effect change, would reluctantly choose to sever their ties with the Navy. Observing the soaring seagull flag, a symbol of the preservation of world peace and order, Lyon did not share the aspirations of other naval officers. Instead, he contemplated how to extract the greatest benefits from the Navy. Current naval ranks hold little significance for me. I must swiftly enhance my strength and forge closer ties with those who may one day oppose the world government. Then, following my original plan, I shall amass strength and execute a grand venture before finally extricating myself from the Navy. As the warship slowly docked, Lyon and Jean disembarked at the port. The duty officer, a lieutenant commander, glanced at the transfer order Lyon presented and saluted with precision. Colonel Lyon, I am Lieutenant Commander Jerry of Naval Headquarters. You will need to first register at the office building over there, and then report to the elite training camp. As for this beautiful lady beside you, Lieutenant Commander Jerry cast a fleeting glance at Jean, his eyes briefly shimmering with admiration. Oh, she is a talent I recruited along the way. Lieutenant Commander Jerry, I wish to inquire about the process if I, as the naval commander of the Roguetown base, wish to recommend her for the elite training camp. Lyon inquired with utmost politeness. The elite training camp, under the guidance of Admiral Zephyr, undoubtedly serves as a prime venue for rapid enhancement of one's abilities. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare, and Lyon yearned to bring the urgently needed improvement to Jean as well. Recruiting along the way. Only a fool would believe that. Otherwise, how could I have spent over a decade at sea without encountering such a captivating and enchanting maiden? Jerry silently scoffed. Yet he was taken aback upon hearing Lyon's subsequent question. Colonel Lyon, the elite training camp is set to commence its training tomorrow. The registration period has long since elapsed. The registration period has passed. Lyon furrowed his brow and, undeterred, inquired again, if new recruits are to be added to the elite training camp, who holds the authority to make such a decision? Jerry was taken aback. Who exactly was this Colonel Lyon? His tone was remarkably assertive. Could he possibly be a relative of the warring states commander, or perhaps the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? After a brief pause, Jerry finally responded, I'm not entirely certain about such matters, but undoubtedly Commander Warring States and Admiral Zephyr, who oversees the elite training camp, possess the authority. Commander Warring States, Admiral Zephyr. Lyon nodded and smiled in gratitude, saying, Major Jerry, thank you for your explanation. May I inquire about the whereabouts of General Zephyr? General Zephyr should currently be at the elite training camp, Jerry responded, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Colonel Lyon truly intends to seek out General Zephyr? Who exactly is he? How is it possible that he exhibits no semblance of reverence towards such a formidable figure? Jerry's mind was awash with questions. Lyon was utterly oblivious to Jerry's innermost thoughts. And even if he were aware, he would merely dismiss them with a smile. Admirals and fleet admirals loomed large in the eyes of ordinary sailors, their terrifying prowess rendering them figures of reverence, existing on a pedestal that few could aspire to reach. However, as a time traveler, Lyon possessed a unique understanding of the global power dynamics and future trajectories, affording him a perspective that was anything but ordinary. His education in his previous life had imparted an essential truth. One must not harbor arrogance, yet one must possess a backbone of dignity. While Lyon held deep respect for the formidable figures within the Navy and acknowledged their significance, he would never cower before them. After all, he was merely inquiring whether an additional individual could be accommodated in the elite training camp. He had not contravened any military regulations, so what was there to fear? Did Zephyr truly intend to reprimand him over such a trivial matter? Bidding farewell to Major Jerry, Lyon and Jean proceeded to the adjacent office building to register. Under the auspices of Lyon, the colonel from headquarters, Jean transformed into an ordinary naval soldier, donning the attire of a sailor. How do I look in this uniform? Jean twirled before Lyon. Observing her resplendent figure, Lyon couldn't help but smile and nod. Indeed, it suits you remarkably well. At his words, Jean's eyes curved into crescent moons. Chapter 67. Zephyr snapped. Snap. Snap. Carp incessantly stuffed his mouth with senbei, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel's as he chewed. The incessant noise disrupted Sengoku, who had been diligently attending to paperwork, causing his thoughts to fragment. The visible irritation caused Sengoku's temples to pulse with anger, eventually leading him to erupt. Carp, you rascal. Could you possibly keep it down? Haha. Don't be so serious. If you desire senbei, I can share some with you, Carp replied nonchalantly. How infuriating. That bag of senbei was originally mine. Sengoku roared in indignation. Ha 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 ha. Don't sweat the small stuff. Just then, a naval officer entered, reporting, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp. Colonel Lyon from Roguetown in the East Blue has just arrived at Marineford. Upon hearing of Lyon's arrival, Carp burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. That young lad has finally come. I've been waiting for him for quite some time. Oh, it seems this fellow is rather punctual. Carp, take a look at this intelligence. Could it be mere coincidence? Sengoku handed Carp a report recently received, detailing the incident of the human auction house in Sabaody Archipelago being set ablaze. Carp, upon reviewing the information, slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Those despicable slavers perished in flames. Truly splendid news. With the incident in Sabaody Archipelago occurring just as Lyon arrived at headquarters. Carp mused, do you think this might somehow be linked to him? Snap. Snap. Carp continued to munch on senbei, unconcerned. What of it? A few noble scoundrels and some vile slave traders met their demise in an unlawful territory. No celestial dragons were harmed, even if that young chap was involved. What could it possibly matter? Despite the incident being minor, if it were indeed his doing, such a troublesome character might inevitably cause greater chaos in the future. Why can't any of you allow me a moment, S-Piece? Haha. Who asked you to be the Marine Marshal? Carp chuckled at Sengoku's plight before rising to leave. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I shall go see that lad. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, being well acquainted with Carp. He understood that Carp harbored a fondness for Lyon, as evidenced by his protective demeanor. For Carp's sake, even if Lyon were indeed responsible for the incident, Sengoku felt it unwise to pursue the matter further. Lyon's commitment to justice for life might very well be his doing. Such a troublemaker would require careful management in the future. The elite training camp, within the expansive training grounds. The arrival of Lyon and Joan drew considerable attention from the trainees, with the overwhelming majority fixated on Joan. After 3 years of military service, the presence of such a captivating figure was indeed a rarity among the naval forces, where female soldiers were few and far between. It was hardly surprising that the trainees were intrigued by Joan's beauty. Nevertheless, the discipline of the Navy was commendable. And these elite training camp members were the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Navy. Thus, they merely whispered among themselves, refraining from any foolish attempts to approach her. That female soldier is stunning. She is simply as enchanting as Ein. Nonsense. Ein is the most beautiful in my eyes. Yet, this soldier seems to possess an even more alluring figure than Ein. She appears rather impressive. I wonder which division this beauty hails from. Judging by her uniform, she is just an ordinary soldier, surely not qualified for our elite training camp. Alas, on the training grounds, Ein, having just completed her training task, sheathed her 2 short swords and wiped the sweat from her brow. Her features were exquisite, her physique admirable, adorned with flowing sea blue wavy hair, and dressed in a purple tank top and black ultra-short shorts. Casting a glance at Lyon and Joan in the distance, a flicker of curiosity sparkled in Ein's beautiful eyes. These 2 young individuals exuded an extraordinary demeanor. One could only wonder what brought them to the elite training camp. Before long, Lyon and Joan encountered Zephyr, the chief instructor of the elite training camp. With his striking purple short hair, robust physique, and a face that bore the marks of wisdom and authority, he commanded respect without uttering a word. Although Zephyr had long since stepped back from the front lines to nurture talent for the Navy, he retained his rank of general. Lyon held great respect for this formidable figure, who had mentored 3 naval generals and countless naval officers, and immediately rendered a standard military salute. General Zephyr. Colonel Lyon reporting for duty. Zephyr appraised Lyon for a moment before inquiring in a solemn tone, I recently came across news about you. The papers claimed you eliminated over 5,000 pirates in the East Sea. Is that true? Indeed, it is, Lyon replied candidly. According to naval protocol, capturing pirates is typically prioritized. Yet, it appears you have a preference for extermination. While I have slain many pirates, I have not engaged in indiscriminate killing. Those pirates who surrender, provided they have not committed grievous crimes, are sent to Justice Island. After a moment's pause, Lyon gazed intently at Zephyr and declared with unwavering conviction. In my view, the vast majority of pirates are but butchers with innocent blood on their hands. It is only just that they pay for their crimes with their lives. Slaying the wicked is a means to protect the virtuous, and I am prepared to bear any infamy that may come with it. Zephyr offered no comment on Lyon's answer, but merely nodded, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. At that moment, Lyon suddenly posed a question. General Zephyr, I wish to recommend my subordinate Joan for admission to the elite training camp. Would that be permissible? Zephyr furrowed his brow and glanced at Joan beside Lyon. The registration period for the elite training camp has already elapsed. I am aware. Lyon insisted, however, Joan possesses exceptional potential, and I would like to advocate on her behalf. Oh? Zephyr responded, scrutinizing Joan with newfound seriousness, causing her to feel somewhat anxious. Lyon elaborated further. She is a wielder of the holy light fruit, capable of rapidly restoring her own stamina and healing the wounds of others. However, she has not undergone systematic training, which renders her abilities rather average at present. With her rare healing fruit powers, she indeed qualifies for entry into the elite training camp. Yet, rules are rules and must not be easily bent. At this juncture, Zephyr shifted his tone. Very well. Tomorrow marks the commencement of training at the elite camp. If you can secure the consent of all the current trainees, I shall make an exception and allow her to join the elite training camp. Thank you, Admiral Zephyr. Lyon readily agreed, confident that with Joan of Arc's charisma, the majority of the students would not oppose the matter. From now on, you may call me teacher. Yes, teacher Zephyr. Lyon acquiesced without hesitation. Joan stood silently to the side. Her rank was too low for her to speak in this setting. However, as she observed Lyon engaging in a spirited conversation with the Admiral, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly, a booming voice from outside interrupted the moment. Is that rascal Lyon here? Upon hearing Carp's voice, Lyon felt a familiar pang of dread. Memories of the pain inflicted by Carp's iron fist flooded back, evoking genuine discomfort. Zephyr cast a surprised glance at Lyon. You know this fellow Carp? Cough, yes. I encountered him once in the East Blue last year. Lyon would certainly not disclose the matter of his own beating. Just then, the voice of Cap echoed from outside. Where is that rascal Lyon? The last time I had the pleasure of thrashing him was truly delightful. Haha. Chapter 68. Carp arrives before long. Carp found Lyon. He waved to Zephyr and approached Lyon step by step. You rascal, I have been waiting for you for ages. Why have you only just arrived? Carp said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. As Carp drew closer, Lyon's expression faltered slightly. Vice Admiral Carp, is there something urgent that you need to discuss with me? Carp strode forward and embraced Lyon warmly, inquiring, how on earth did you manage to persuade Ace? He seems to have abandoned his aspirations of becoming a pirate. Pray, enlighten me. That question. I merely had a casual conversation with him, and he changed his mind, Lyon replied dismissively. What a jest. The process of convincing Ace involved the secrets of the Starry Sea, which Lyon would never divulge to Carp. However, Carp took Lyon's casual remark at face value. What? Just a casual chat? After all these years of effort, he has never wavered in his resolve. You merely met him once, and he relinquished his dream of piracy? Carp exclaimed, astonished. Then, as if a thought struck him, his eyes sparkled with a newfound intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lyon. Young man, would you do me a favor? Lyon felt a profound discomfort under Carp's gaze, besieged by an ominous premonition. Please go ahead and share what troubles you. I will do my utmost to assist if I can. Carp, with an expression of eager anticipation, proposed. How about you persuade Luffy to abandon his ambition of becoming the Pirate King and join the Navy instead? What? Convince Luffy to forsake his dream of becoming the Pirate King and join the Navy? If this had been 2 years ago, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now, with Shanks having sacrificed an arm, Luffy has resolutely set his sights on becoming the Pirate King. It is far too late for such a notion. Lyon extricated himself from Carp's grasp and responded earnestly, Admiral Carp, I sincerely apologize. I am utterly powerless when it comes to Luffy. Carp's expression was one of profound disappointment. The identities of Ace and Luffy were exceptionally sensitive. One was the son of the Pirate King Roger, and the other, the son of the revolutionary leader dragon. Should their true identities be revealed, they would inevitably encounter immense troubles. Carp's desire for them to join the Navy was not to stifle their dreams or compel them to serve the so-called world government. Rather, it was that only by enlisting Ace and Luffy into the Navy could Carp unreservedly fight for them, ensuring their safety throughout their lives. At long last, Ace had reconsidered his stance, yet Luffy, seduced by that scoundrel Shanks, insisted on proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King. No matter how fervently Carp attempted to dissuade him, he could not change Luffy's mind. Clenching his fists, Carp, filled with reluctance, inquired, "Is there truly no way to rescue Luffy from the allure of piracy?" Lyon shook his head, completely extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Carp with the BNK3 strikes. Luffy had resolutely committed himself to becoming the Pirate King. There was no chance of salvation. It was time for you to accept that. Farewell. With that, Lyon prepared to take Jean and make their escape. Carp was undoubtedly in a foul mood, and it was unwise to linger in this place. Lyon's reaction was swift, yet Carp's movements were even swifter. With a firm grip on Lyon's collar, he broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, "Hold on, young lad. I am eager to witness the extent of your progress in hockey since my personal guidance." "Oh, Carp, you have instructed Lyon in his hockey?" Zephyr inquired with keen interest. "Haha. Indeed, I dedicated considerable effort in my last session with him. As Lyon's instructor, it is only fitting that I assess the prowess of my pupil." In the elite training camp, a sensational piece of news quickly spread. The legendary Vice Admiral Garp, known as the Iron Fist, would personally guide a newcomer. While Admiral Zephyr observed from the sidelines, Garp is a celebrated figure within the Navy, hailed as a hero for single-handedly defeating the notorious Rocks pirates. A feat widely publicized by the world government. For countless naval officers, he is an idol, wielding influence that, in some respects, surpasses even that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As word reached the trainees, excitement surged through the camp, and they flocked to the training ground. Eager to witness Garp's prowess and to learn which fortunate soul would receive personal instruction from the naval hero. The elite training program spans 3 years, welcoming a new cohort each year. This term's recruits are all fresh first-year students. Smoker and Tina stood at the forefront of the gathered crowd. Both are third-year students, recognized as the top 2 practitioners among their peers. Tina, a captivating beauty with long pink hair and a paramecia-type devil fruit ability, observed Garp and the newcomer Lyon with keen interest. She was intrigued that the legendary Garp would choose to mentor a first-year trainee. This handsome man must possess something extraordinary. And Tina was eager to find out. Smoker, with his silver short hair and 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, created a hazy atmosphere as a Logia-type smoke fruit user. "I'm more interested in Garp's strength than this rookie," he mused. "He represents the pinnacle of naval power, and I'm curious about the gap between us and him." On the training field, Lyon surveyed the throng of spectators and whispered to Garp, "Vice Admiral Garp, may we negotiate?" Garp casually dug at his nose before flicking his finger and asked nonchalantly, "What do you wish to say? When we fight, can we avoid hitting the face?" "Absolutely not. This is a necessary process for deepening your understanding of hockey. There is no room for negotiation. In real battle, your enemies won't negotiate either." With that, Lyon activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, drawing his blood-stained blade, and fixed his gaze on Garp, ready for combat. "Let us begin." "Haha, now that's what a man sounds like." Garp laughed heartily as he launched a punch. However, he clearly did not unleash his full power, perceiving Lyon as too weak. Even if Lyon had improved over the past 6 months, Garp believed it made little difference. Under his iron fist, Lyon would merely endure the blows. Once Garp's imposing presence locked onto Lyon, the air around him thickened, akin to quicksand, impeding both offense and evasion. Yet Lyon's strength had multiplied significantly since their last encounter, rendering this level of obstruction less impactful. Unbeknownst to Garp, this was Lyon's greatest opportunity for a counterattack. Lyon had no desire to be a mere punching bag, defenseless and subject to relentless blows. Under the formidable gaze of the Sharingan, Lyon discerned Cap's offensive maneuvers with remarkable clarity. Just before Cap's fist could connect, Lyon deftly sidestepped to the left, his movements as graceful and effortless as willow catkins dancing in the wind. Cap's right fist narrowly brushed past Lyon's attire, the attack falling short. Seizing the opportunity, Lyon launched an attack, the crimson blade of bloodslaughter gleaming ominously as its tip sliced through the air, striking towards Carp's side with the swiftness of lightning. Carp's eyes widened in astonishment. Had Lyon's prowess truly advanced so significantly? Just half a year prior, he had been utterly defenseless against him. Nonetheless, this newfound strength posed no real threat to Carp. Since this lad Lyon has indeed become much stronger. I shall take this more seriously and unleash a fraction of my true power. With this thought, Karp's speed surged instantaneously. He disregarded the keen edge of the blade and delivered a powerful punch to Bloodslaughter. The clash resounded with a deafening clang, the blade vibrating violently under the immense force, nearly causing Lyon to lose his grip. Even the supreme blade, enveloped in the armor of hockey, bore not a single mark against Karp's iron fist. Lyon's pupils suddenly constricted as he exerted force to vault over, narrowly evading the residual impact of Karp's assault. Simultaneously, he unleashed a kick aimed at Karp's knee. Undeterred by Lyon's strike, Karp delivered a sweeping punch directed at Lyon's cheek. Playing Lyon struck first, aiming a kick at Karp's leg, only to feel as though he had collided with an impenetrable slab of steel. Karp remained unfazed, while Lyon was left with a numbing ache in his right leg. Damn. Karp is ridiculously tough. He cursed inwardly, hastily retreating to evade the oncoming fist from Karp. With his eyes narrowed, Karp's imposing aura intensified exponentially, rendering Lyon's body momentarily immobilized. Bang. Lyon was sent spinning away. Chapter 69. Joan declares no. Lyon's body rolled across the training ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jean, watching from the sidelines, clenched her fists, her eyes filled with concern. The other trainees were nearly speechless. Just moments ago, Lyon and Cap's movements were astonishingly swift, so rapid that most of the onlookers could scarcely comprehend what had transpired before the two had exchanged several blows. While it was understandable for Admiral Cap to exhibit such prowess, who was this newcomer? Though he appeared somewhat beleaguered under Admiral Cap's onslaught, his displayed strength ranked among the elite within the training camp. When did the Navy produce such a prodigy? Smoker, aged 25, bit down hard on his cigar, his expression turning grave. It seems we shall have formidable rivals in the training camp. If I refrain from using my devil fruit abilities, I would not stand a chance against this fellow. Tina, 2 years younger than Smoker, expressed her astonishment. Is this guy truly a first-year rookie? Tina was taken aback. Meanwhile, Anne in the crowd narrowed her beautiful eyes, instinctively reaching for her twin short swords, her gaze brimming with eagerness for battle. I never expected among my peers there would be another swordsman. I can't wait to spar with him. Lyon rose from the ground, feeling a searing pain in his arm. Just moments ago, he had forcefully twisted his body at the last moment, using his arm to shield his face, thereby thwarting Karp's assault. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is my trump card. It is best not to employ it unless absolutely necessary. During my time in the Navy, particularly in the elite training camp, my primary objective is to enhance my hockey and martial arts skills, preparing for the future. As he gazed at Karp in the distance, Lyon tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, Blood Reaper, enveloping it with his armed hockey. Karp clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds from his joints. Kid, you've made considerable progress. It seems I must take this more seriously. Let us see what you've got. I fear no one. Lyon tightened his grip on the blood blade and lunged forward, initiating an assault on Karp. What a spirited lad. Bold indeed. Karp bellowed with laughter, raising his fist to counter. The two clashed once more. The glimmer of the blade danced like a curtain, while Karp's iron fists descended like mountains. Their figures flickered as they exchanged blows, sparks flying amidst the clash of steel, the resounding echoes of iron fists reverberating through the air. Throughout the encounter, Lyon found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Karp's relentless onslaught. He was sent flying time and again, yet he rose to charge forward once more. Despite his Sharingan's ability to perceive Karp's attacks, Lyon's body struggled to keep pace. His cheeks were swollen and a large lump formed above his eye. Breathless and weary, he continued to fight. Breathing heavily, Lyon was on the brink of exhaustion, his body pushed to its limits by the relentless battles. Wounded and battered, he appeared rather tragic. Yet, the fervor within him surged ever more vigorously. He sensed his hockey, the armament that enveloped him, stirring restlessly. As if poised to break through at any moment, perhaps this was his opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, Lyon charged forward once more, his resolve unwavering in his gaze. Come on, exclaimed Karp, admiration evident in his voice, as his iron fist descended without hesitation. However, this time, Lyon chose not to evade. His stamina could no longer support evasive maneuvers. Recklessly, he concentrated all his hockey into the tip of his blade, clashing head-on with Karp in a fierce exchange of injuries. Boom. Lyon's forehead was met with a powerful iron fist, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Unconscious, yet his bloody blade remained raised high. A sharp sound echoed as the glistening red tip of the blade grazed across Karp's face, leaving behind a slender scar from which blood trickled down. The entire arena was astir. What had they witnessed? The formidable Vice Admiral Karp, renowned as the pinnacle of naval strength, had been wounded by a mere rookie from a training camp? This newcomer was astonishingly powerful, Smoker bit down on his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke. His eyes filled with fierce determination as he gazed at the fallen lion. Tina, taken aback, covered her mouth in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. A faint smile graced Ein's delicate features, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. This man had successfully captured her attention, and she was eager to discover who among them was truly stronger. Karp focused intently on the dissipating aura surrounding the bloody blade, initially taken aback for a brief moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that my carelessness would lead to this young lad inflicting a wound upon me. Zifa approached, inspecting the unconscious lion, and could not help but express his sentiments. Lyon's mastery of armament hockey has indeed surpassed expectations. Who would have thought you, Karp, could occasionally achieve something commendable? Tell me, is my method of instruction not remarkably effective? You are far too lenient with those trainees. Only through the fist can they truly learn to grow. Karp replied with pride. Zifa shot Karp a stern glare, reproaching him seriously. Nonsense. Do you believe everyone is like Lyon? If the other trainees were to endure such punishment, they would have crumbled long ago. Karp scratched his head in confusion. How could that be? I've trained my 2 grandsons in the same manner, and the results were quite impressive. Zifa's eye twitched, and after a moment of silence, he managed to utter, the fact that your 2 grandsons have survived until now must mean they are extraordinary. Ha ha. Indeed. Just consider whose grandsons they are. Karp laughed heartily. Neither Karp nor Zifa exhibited any concern for Lyon's injuries. After all, Karp was a man who had traversed the seas with his iron fists, possessing an unparalleled mastery over the control of his strength. Although Lyon's body appeared to be in a pitiable state, it was merely superficial injuries, leaving his bones and muscles unharmed. His unconsciousness was solely due to exhaustion. However, Joan perceived the matter differently. Upon witnessing Lyon collapse, she disregarded everything else and rushed forward in a state of great concern. Ignoring the 2 formidable naval officers beside her, she placed her hands above Lyon and activated the healing powers of the holy light fruit, her hands radiating a gentle, warm glow. Under this illumination, Lyon's wounds began to mend rapidly, and the swelling on his face gradually subsided. After a considerable time, Joan, feeling somewhat fatigued, wiped the sweat from her brow. She could not fathom why, despite the apparent mildness of Lyon's injuries, she had to exert nearly all her strength to achieve complete healing. Seeing this spectacle, Karp and Zephyr exchanged glances, astonishment flashing in their eyes. This female soldier's healing abilities were indeed remarkable. Karp's formidable hockey left injuries and swelling that were notoriously difficult to heal, even causing legendary figures like the Golden Lion Shiki considerable distress. Yet, this seemingly delicate young girl, akin to a gentle breeze, managed to fully heal the wounds inflicted by Karp solely with her fruit's capabilities. Such a talent was truly invaluable. Karp bent down, his demeanor amiable as he inquired, "My dear girl, would you be so kind as to heal my wounds as well?" Joan looked up at Karp, the very instigator of Lyon's injuries, pouting her lips and turning her face away, defiantly retorting, "No." The surrounding naval personnel stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. This beautiful naval female had audaciously declined the healing request of Vice Admiral Karp. This was, simply, utterly captivating. Lyon slowly awakened, witnessing the moment when Jean resolutely rejected Captain Cap. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha. Oh, Lyon, are you all right? Jean inquired, her voice laced with surprise. Yes, I'm fine. I merely overexerted myself. Please assist Admiral Cap with his wounds. Thanks to his guidance, my strength has improved. Oh, Jean replied somewhat reluctantly. Cap lamented. Is my standing in the eyes of the female Navy so low? Zephyr remarked, the elite training camp absolutely forbids romantic relationships. We must separate these 2. Chapter 70. Reasoning the next day, the new session of the elite training camp officially commenced. The training grounds were bustling with activity, many whispers filling the air, with the crowd's gaze predominantly focused on 2 areas, one where Lyon and Jean stood, and the other where Ein was located. Zephyr had yet to appear, and a new naval instructor ascended the podium. Greetings, I am your instructor, Kos. For the next 3 years, my colleagues and I will oversee your training. First, let me introduce the rules of the camp. The elite training camp spans 3 years, with fixed assessments each year. Those who pass will advance to the next level, while those who perform slightly below standard will repeat the year. Those whose performance is abysmal will be dismissed. We only cultivate elites. During the first year, we will employ the most advanced methods to solidify your physical foundations. Be it swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, or devil fruit abilities, everything relies on one's physical prowess. Do not harbor delusions of instant success. You still have a long way to go. In addition to enhancing your strength, to become an exemplary Navy officer. You must also acquire foundational knowledge, such as navigation, naval warfare, command, cooperative operations, and the ability to interpret various maritime charts. After all, you will eventually lead your own warships. As leaders, your understanding must extend beyond mere combat. Of course, if any of you have already mastered these subjects, you need not waste time on them. Pausing for a moment, Instructor Coase surveyed the assembled students. Starting from the second year, you will accompany Admiral Zephyr on missions to capture pirates, growing through real-life battles. There will be formidable foes to face, but you will also confront other pirates, many of whom have bounties in the tens of millions or even over 100 million. The battlefield is merciless. Each year, students fall to the hands of pirates. If you wish to survive, you must strive relentlessly to enhance your strength during training. During this period, the instructors of the elite training camp will impart combat techniques suited to each of your capabilities and performances. Particularly outstanding students may even receive direct guidance from Admiral Zephyr. Observing the expressions of anticipation, concern, or contemplation among the students, Coase nodded and continued. As for the third year, after comprehensive evaluation, you will be assigned to various naval branches for internships. Your performance during this year will constitute your graduation assessment. After outlining the rules of the elite training camp, Coase stepped back, relinquishing the stage, and fell silent. A formidable figure with purple hair emerged upon the podium, Admiral Zephyr. Behind him stood a group of exceptionally powerful instructors, their presence formidable enough to instill fear even in the most audacious pirates of the New World. Under this overwhelming aura, nearly all students felt their spirits surge, instinctively holding their breath and straightening their posture, filled with pride at being part of the Navy. Zephyr did not utter any rousing slogans but spoke calmly. Before training commences, there is an individual wishing to join the elite training camp on short notice. To ensure fairness, this matter will be decided by you. If even one person opposes, then this individual shall not gain entry. A murmur erupted among the students. What? Someone wants to join on a whim? Who has the audacity? We have endured multiple selections to enter the elite training camp. Why should anyone be granted special treatment? Absolutely not. Indeed, we must oppose this. Thankfully, Admiral Zephyr conducts himself fairly, allowing us to make this decision. Silence. Zephyr's thunderous voice echoed, silencing the restless training ground instantly. Now, let the individual in question present their case to you. Lyon and Jean exchanged a glance before ascending the platform together. It was them. One of the trainees, immediately noticed the unusual behavior of Lyon and Jean. On the platform, Lyon spoke first. The individual beside me is Jean, a new addition to the Navy. She possesses the extraordinary ability to heal others' wounds swiftly, and I believe everyone understands the implications of this. I wish to have her join this elite training camp. Who supports this decision? And who opposes it? The trainees in the audience turned their attention to Jean, instantly recognizing the beautiful soldier who had healed Lyon's injuries the previous day. How lovely. Having another beauty in the training camp seems quite agreeable. Such charm, coupled with the ability to heal wounds, makes her an angel on the battlefield. This must be approved. I retract my previous statement. No wonder Admiral Zephyr did not outright refuse. It was for our benefit. I agree. We must agree. If we were to sustain injuries during a battle with pirates, having Jean by our side would significantly enhance our chances of survival. Such a fortuitous opportunity must be embraced. While the majority of the trainees were swayed by Jean's presence, a handful remained resolute, unperturbed by her beauty or her healing capabilities. I oppose. Rules are rules, and they must not be easily broken. I too oppose. I adamantly reject any special treatment. Opposed. Upon hearing these dissenting voices, Lyon's expression remained unchanged. I am a reasonable person. Those opposed may step forward. I shall take you all on single-handedly. If you triumph, then naturally there would be no further discussion. However, if I prevail, you shall accept this matter. What say you? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. This is absurd. Is this what you call reasoning? Seeking consent in such a manner? Oh, while I do not oppose Jean joining the elite training camp, this Lyon is so arrogant. I truly wish to confront him. Confront him? Can you even defeat him? If not, I take my leave. One among the dissenters stepped forward. Instructor, I oppose this method. It is utterly unreasonable, sheer nonsense. In contrast to the astonishment and surprise of the trainees, the instructors regarded the situation as quite normal. They were seasoned Navy personnel, having battled pirates for many years, and they understood well that strength is the ultimate argument. Instructor Coase stepped forward, his demeanor serious as he replied, on the high seas. Do pirates engage in reasoned discourse with you? Within the Navy, do commodores, admirals, or marshals reason with you? Wake up. In this world, power is the foundation of all. Without sufficient strength, you possess no voice. The descending trainees were expressions of incredulity. They had not anticipated that the instructors would support such an absurd method of persuasion. Very well. What is your decision? Instructor Koss inquired on Lyon's behalf. The opposing trainees exchanged glances. They had witnessed the battle between Admiral Karp and Lyon the day before and recognized that in terms of strength, they fell far short of Lyon. Moreover, Lyon's speed was astounding. Even if they attempted to besiege him, it would be of no consequence. As elite members of the Navy, they were aware of their limitations. With this realization, they became disheartened. I agree. Seeing that no one else opposed, Zephyr stepped forward. Since everyone is in accord, I hereby announce Jean's formal induction into the elite training camp. Through the recent events, I trust you have all grasped a crucial truth. Personal strength is the foundation of everything. Temporary weakness is not to be feared, nor does fleeting advantage signify future success. Over the next 3 years, you will have ample time and opportunities to enhance your strength. This is merely the beginning. Under Zephyr's encouraging gaze, the trainees, who had recently felt disheartened, suddenly reignited their fighting spirit. Yes, the elite training camp has only just begun. We are indeed weaker than that fellow. But we are here precisely to enhance our strength. With Admiral Zephyr and the other instructors' guidance, as long as we strive tirelessly, one day we shall. Chapter 71. Training. Observing the trainees' spirits, Zephyr nodded in approval and continued. In 1 week's time, I will conduct a comprehensive assessment based on your performances, compiling a detailed ranking of your strengths, allowing you to recognize the disparities between your abilities and those of your peers, while also facilitating your goal setting. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, nearly all the trainees felt a surge of determination, resolutely intent on achieving commendable rankings. No one wished to acknowledge their inferiority. These trainees were elite members of the Navy, selected from across the seas and the Grand Line. While they might not surpass certain formidable individuals, to rank poorly among their peers would be utterly humiliating. Very well. That is all I wish to convey. Now, the instructors will call your names for a brief self-introduction. As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, Koss stepped forward. Lyon. Present. Lyon. 20 years old, transferred from Rogue Town in the East Blue to the headquarters, currently serving as a colonel in the Navy. Hearing Lyon's succinct introduction, the informed trainees widened their eyes, their gazes toward Lyon filled with newfound respect. No wonder he is so formidable. So, he is the Lyon from Rogue Town in the East Blue. I never realized he was so young. Ah, this is a fearsome individual who has slain over 5,000 pirates. I am fortunate I did not provoke him earlier. So it is him. No wonder he possesses such strength. Lyon's face reflected a dawning realization. Koss continued without pause, reading from the list. Ein. Present. Ein, a user of the retrospective fruit, currently serving as a major in the Navy headquarters. Benz. Present. Benz. A user of the thicket fruit, currently serving as. As the elite training camp progressed vigorously, a piece of news spread across the world through the newspapers. In the calm belt of the Grand Line, on Daughter Island, Boa Hancock lazily picked up a newspaper and immediately caught sight of the bold headline. Mysterious black flames engulf Sabaody Archipelago. Who is the enigmatic Gemini? Gemini? Hancock's interest was piqued, and she continued to read attentively. Recently, a formidable man claiming to be Gemini appeared at the Sabaody Archipelago. He liberated the slaves at the human auctioning house and unleashed bizarre, unquenchable black flames, reducing the auction house to ashes. Not a single worker or buyer survived, including many nobles. Hancock was unaware that Gemini was Lyon's alias. Upon reading the paper's sensational portrayal of Gemini's mystery and power, she felt a twinge of pressure. Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she rose to her full height. Gemini. Liberating slaves, enigmatic black flames, this Gemini must be a member of the Starry Sky Alliance, and his strength is undoubtedly immense. It seems I must hasten to enhance my own power. Since becoming an empress, I have grown somewhat complacent regarding my strength, and I cannot afford to continue in such a manner. Only by becoming stronger can we better assist Lyon. Shortly thereafter, Robin, Sabo, and Ace became aware of the reports in the news. While speculating about the identity and strength of the Gemini, they could not shake off a sense of urgency. Mr. Gemini had already begun his actions, and the torrent of world transformation that Mr. Stargazer spoke of could not be far off. In the face of such impending changes, it was imperative to enhance their own abilities swiftly. On a tranquil morning, along the shores of Maryford, a battalion of naval cadets was desperately sprinting under varying loads. Behind and before them, shells rained down like a tempest, compelling them to run for their lives and evade the onslaught. These projectiles were solid rounds that would not detonate. Yet their impact upon the body was still excruciating, leaving many cadets bruised and battered, grimacing in pain. Lyon sprinted at the forefront, burdened by over a ton of weight. Shells rained down like a tempest, yet his figure darted nimbly, skillfully evading the incoming projectiles and discerning an impeccable path forward. This spectacle left the instructors responsible for the artillery in awe. They began to pay him special attention, launching shells at an increasingly rapid pace, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. However, it was futile. With the dual perception of the Sharingan and observation haki, as soon as the shells departed the instructor's hands, Lyon had already calculated their trajectories and mapped out the optimal course ahead. This Lyon is truly a monster. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all the trainees and instructors. Not far behind Lyon was Ayn, with her cascading sea blue waves of hair. She deftly dodged 2 incoming shells and, with a determined grimace, quickened her pace, unwilling to be outdone. Jean lagged behind the other trainees. Although her speed was not particularly swift, her breath remained steady, and she exhibited no signs of distress. With her formidable recuperative abilities, her performance was commendable. Zifa observed the effortlessly leading Lyon, furrowing his brow as he said, "You need not hold back against this lad. Unleash your full power." Kosa's hand trembled, nearly misfiring a shell. Unleash full power? General Zifa, won't that potentially kill Lyon? After all, many of us instructors possess the strength of rear admirals and vice admirals. Zifa waved his hand dismissively, his expression grave. There is no need for concern. With me here, no fatality will occur. Otherwise, this level of training would have little effect on Lyon. As instructors, we must push the trainees to their limits. Very well. We shall not spare this lad. They all chuckled warmly. Boom. A shell struck beside Lyon, creating a massive crater on the smooth beach, causing the ground to tremble and sand to swirl chaotically. Damn. Why are the shells suddenly flying so fast? Do the instructors intend to kill someone? Lyon had just voiced a complaint in his mind when he sensed several powerful artillery shells hurtling toward him with alarming speed, leaving him little time to react. Damn. Have these instructors lost their minds? If I'm directly hit by such powerful shells, I could be severely injured. Boom, boom, boom. Each shell tore through the air like a meteor shower, exploding around Lyon and kicking up a cloud of dust that startled the trainees behind him. Hey, are the instructors trying to kill Lyon? The thought raced through his mind. What a joke. At this speed, there's no way I could evade them. I'd be reduced to nothing in an instant. Such an attack was utterly absurd. Even if Lyon survived, he would surely be gravely wounded. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged, continuing to sprint forward. Is he really dodging those? The trainees watched in awe. The instructors, too, were taken aback, a surge of determination rising within them. What a kid. He can evade this? If we can't hit him, won't it reflect poorly on us instructors? Consequently, those instructors who believed themselves to be competent unleashed their full might, raining down shells upon Lyon like a celestial firestorm. Faced with this terrifying barrage, Lyon darted and dodged, his movements frantic and desperate as he narrowly avoided several shells. Had the instructor's attacks not been launched from a distance, giving him some reaction time, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Many trainees behind him were stunned, distracted, and several were struck by the shells, cries of distress echoing through the crowd. One instructor bellowed at the group of trainees, "What are you all dawdling for? In a battlefield, you'd be dead in an instant if you let your guard down. Focus." Yes, instructor. Chapter 72. Harsh realities. Under the onslaught of artillery from a group of rear admirals and brigadiers, Lyon endured for only a short while before sustaining injuries. Fortunately, these instructors were seasoned veterans. Upon gauging Lyon's limits, they instinctively reeled in their strength without needing Admiral Zephyr's reminder. The shells they hurled were designed to challenge Lyon without rendering him utterly defenseless. Admiral Zephyr nodded approvingly. The elite training camp had never relied solely on him. Without this cadre of experienced instructors, even he could not devote enough energy to cultivate a steady stream of exceptional naval talent. Having completed the training task first, Lyon collapsed onto the beach, gasping for breath, feeling as though he might perish at the hands of these frenzied instructors. What had driven them to such extremes? The power and speed of the shells they threw had markedly intensified. Some shells spun unpredictably, others converged to seal off his escape routes, while others, imbued with the power of hockey, moved with astonishing speed and strength. At that moment, a group of naval medics appeared before Lyon, carrying medical kits. They divided their tasks. Some assessed his injuries, others applied ointments, while a few inquired about his condition. "How do you feel, Lyon? Any discomfort apart from superficial wounds?" "I'm fine. Just almost had my head taken off by the instructors," Lyon replied weakly. "Ha ha ha, you can't blame the instructors. It was Admiral Zephyr's orders to go all out. But you truly are impressive for managing to hold on this long. Well, your injuries are manageable. These surface wounds won't affect your upcoming training. Thank you. All right. You rest here. We'll attend to the other trainees. With that, the medics hurried away. After regaining some strength, Lyon sat up and saw Ayn, the second to finish the training, sprawled on the ground, surrounded by medics. Exhausted. She could barely muster the energy to move a finger. Aside from Lyon, she too had been heavily targeted by the instructor's shells, and despite her best efforts, she had been struck multiple times, leaving her in a pitiful state. Seeing Ayn in such a dire condition eased Lyon's mind. The instructors were not singling him out. They were challenging all the trainees. The elite training camp was far from the simple endeavor he had imagined. After all, even the three admirals had emerged from this very program. While his current strength seemed commendable, it paled in comparison to those monstrous figures. With Admiral Zephyr's seasoned leadership and the Navy's robust support for the instructors, coupled with medical resources, the trainees' potential would be maximally developed. Before long, the remaining trainees gradually crossed the finish line, each appearing battered and bruised. However, there were exceptions. Jean bore several marks from the shells. But her injuries were swiftly healed by her own fruit abilities. Though she too had expended considerable energy, her formidable recovery capacity made her appear much better than her peers. Jean jogged over to Lyon, concern etched on her face as she gazed at his injuries. Activating her fruit ability, her hands glowed with a warm, gentle light. Under this soothing radiance, Lyon's wounds healed rapidly, eliciting envy from the surrounding trainees. At that moment, Admiral Zephyr approached, his stern demeanor replaced by a warm smile. Jean, in the future, if any trainees sustain serious injuries, I would like to request your assistance in their treatment. Would you be willing? Jean blinked, hesitating before turning to Lyon. After a moment of consideration, Lyon responded on her behalf, of course. But Admiral, you must ensure Jean's training is not adversely affected. While healing abilities are crucial, healers without the means to protect themselves often meet a swift demise. Zephyr, satisfied, patted Lyon on the shoulder. Rest assured, I have confidence in my ability to nurture my students. Casting another glance at the obedient Jean beside Lyon, Zephyr turned and departed. With Jean's healing abilities, we need not worry about the rigors of training damaging the trainee's health. Those hellish training methods I previously devised can now be employed without hesitation. Zephyr mused as he returned to the instructor's position. From now on, Jean would be a key focus for protection and development. With her healing prowess, the upcoming training could be executed with unrestrained vigor, devoid of any reservations. Wonderful! This Jean is truly a treasure. And it's thanks to Lyon for bringing such a rare talent to our attention, Kos exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from him. The other instructors also displayed expressions of exhilaration. Their ambition was to cultivate the strongest trainees through the most rigorous training methods, and previously, their fears of damaging the trainees' health had restrained them. With the rare healing abilities of Joan of Arc now at their disposal, they could finally unleash their potential without restraint. The trainees on the beach, reveling in the completion of their training, remained oblivious to the hellish trials that awaited them. In the ensuing days, the elite training camp was filled with lamentations. As the instructors transformed into relentless taskmasters, pushing the trainees to their limits, both physically and mentally. Each day brought injuries, yet with Joan's healing, the afflicted recovered swiftly. While physical wounds could mend, the exhaustion of body and spirit was a burden they alone had to bear. Amid such grueling training, some gritted their teeth and persevered, while others faltered and withdrew. For those who could not endure, Zephyr and the other instructors showed no inclination to retain them. Individuals of such frail resolve, incapable of enduring even the training, were simply not worthy of their energy and resources. This was an elite training camp, where annually, 500 trainees gathered. Yet fewer than half would ultimately graduate. Zephyr maintained a stringent regimen for the trainees. He could tolerate their initial weakness, believing it could be overcome through training. However, he had little patience for those who surrendered easily and wavered in their resolve, as he deemed the weak-willed unlikely to achieve greatness. Yet, among his former students, there had been an anomaly. Kizaru Borsellino, who had recently ascended to the rank of admiral. Zephyr had always disapproved of Borsellino's ambiguous and complacent demeanor, which strained their teacher-student relationship. Casting his gaze toward Lyon, who was receiving special attention from the instructors yet still persevering resolutely, Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. Although Lyon possesses considerable talent, he still falls short when compared to true prodigies such as Sakasaki, Borsellino, and Kazan. Nevertheless, Lyon showcases an unwavering determination. His approach to dealing with pirates may be somewhat extreme, yet it is evident that he holds steadfast beliefs. Zifa is confident that as long as Lyon persists in this manner and does not falter midway, his future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of the aforementioned three individuals. Chapter 73. Ranking of Strength for the Students. The excruciatingly long and arduous 7 days have finally come to an end. The original count of 501 students has dwindled to a mere 211, resulting in the elimination of over half. This was precisely the intention of the instructors: to weed out those unworthy of cultivation through grueling training. After all, the instructors' energies are finite. They must invest their efforts into students with strong potential and resolute spirits. In a world where the strong can easily overpower the weak, it is far more beneficial to nurture a single powerful naval officer than to cultivate 1,000 elite sailors. Zifa surveyed the remaining students with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Congratulations! You have endured a week of hellish training. And it is only today that you can truly consider yourselves part of the elite training camp. I hope you understand that what will transform you into true powerhouses is not our guidance, nor the devil fruits, but your unwavering hearts. In the coming 3 years, we instructors will devise tailored training plans for each of you. As long as you persevere until the end, your strength will undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation. He then proceeded to distribute the rankings of strength. Additionally, today is a day of rest, granting you time to recuperate. As Zifa's words concluded, several instructors stepped forward, handing out the strength ranking list to all students. Kos announced loudly, "This ranking is based on your comprehensive performance over the past week. The rankings will be updated monthly henceforth, allowing you to recognize the disparities in strength between yourselves and others." The expressions of the students receiving the rankings varied. Some were joyful, others defiant, some disheartened, while many brimmed with determination, their gazes drawn toward the top-ranked students. Lyon distinctly felt the weight of many eyes upon him. Kos had anticipated the students' reactions and added, "Of course, if you believe you are underestimated, you may challenge the higher-ranked students. The elite training camp encourages friendly sparring and competition among you." Lyon received a ranking list, which displayed the prowess of each participant in an orderly fashion. First place, Lyon overall strength, a physical fitness, B mental fortitude, a martial arts, a swordsmanship, a marksmanship, a devil fruit ability, non-armament hockey, intermediate observation hockey, beginner second place. An overall strength, a physical fitness, B mental fortitude, a martial arts, B swordsmanship, a marksmanship, B devil fruit ability, A armament hockey, non-observation hockey, none third place. Bin's overall strength, B physical fitness, B mental fortitude, B martial arts, C swordsmanship, B marksmanship, C devil fruit ability, C armament hockey, none observation hockey, none ninth place. Gene overall strength, C physical fitness, D mental fortitude, D martial arts, E swordsmanship, E marksmanship, E devil fruit ability, S armament hockey, none observation hockey, none. Lyon gazed at the relatively detailed strength ranking list, his expression betraying no trace of emotion. Though my attributes have been significantly enhanced, my physical prowess is merely on par with that of a major in the main division. With the formidable vision bestowed by the Sharingan, my skills in martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship are commendable. However, it is regrettable that firearms hold negligible value against true powerhouses. In comparison to my fellow students, my greatest advantage lies in my preeminent mastery of hockey. Otherwise, the top rank among students would not rightfully belong to me. Once all the students had perused the ranking list, Kos cleared his throat and announced, "Ahem. This strength ranking has been assessed based on the standards of past graduating students. An E grade represents the lowest level, while an S grade epitomizes the pinnacle of achievement among alumni. If you wish to graduate, your comprehensive strength must reach a B grade in 3 years to be deemed satisfactory." Kos's words sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the students. They were well aware of Lyon and Ine's formidable abilities, yet the absence of direct data comparison left them uncertain of just how far ahead they truly were. With the advent of the strength ranking list, it became evident that the starting point for Lyon and Ine was the very destination they aspired to reach. It was likely that even 3 years hence, the vast majority of them would struggle to attain the levels of strength possessed by these two individuals in the present. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the seemingly invincible Lyon and Ine had not a single ability rated at the S level. Conversely, the exquisitely beautiful Jane, whose strength was rather ordinary, possessed an S-level devil fruit, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Many students' gazes fell upon Jean and Lyon, fueled by curiosity. It was one thing for Jean to be fortunate enough to possess an exceptionally powerful devil fruit. However, the fact that Lyon, the top-ranking prodigy, could surpass Ine was evidently due to his mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey. Lyon stands as the sole individual among this cohort exuding an aura of dominance. But what exactly is this aura? It seems to be an enigma to them, as they have never encountered it before. In contrast to the ignorance displayed by her peers, Ain possesses a profound understanding of what this aura signifies. It represents a formidable strength that can only be harnessed through rigorous training once one's physical capabilities reach a certain threshold. However, mastery of this aura does not equate to invincibility, and Ain harbors some discontent regarding Lyon's superiority and power. Having been preoccupied with training for the past few days, she now perceives an opportune moment to confront him. Without hesitation, Ain steps forward. "Teacher Zephyr, I wish to challenge Lyon." Almost all eyes turn toward Ain, including Lyon's. He recalls the striking blue-haired beauty, whose exquisite features and graceful form make a lasting impression. Her name is Ain, and she once made an appearance in the One Piece film. She wields the power of the backward fruit, which allows her to reverse the age of anything she touches by 12 years. Throughout the past week of training, Ain and Lyon have been vying for the top positions, with Lyon enjoying a slight edge. Upon hearing Ain's challenge, Zephyr looks toward Lyon. "I have no objections," Lyon replies calmly. "Very well. You shall compete on the arena adjacent to the training grounds." Zephyr nods in agreement. The announcement of this challenge ignites a wave of excitement among the students. Wow, it's the battle of the first and second. How thrilling. Speculation fills the air as they ponder who might emerge victorious. The two possess remarkably similar strengths, differing only in their mastery of aura and devil fruit abilities. Regardless, I find myself rooting for Ain. Her beauty is simply captivating. It's difficult to predict the outcome. What do armed and observation auras truly entail? Can they genuinely rival the powers of a devil fruit? Given that this ranking is curated by Admiral Zephyr and the other instructors, it stands to reason that Lyon's prowess is slightly superior. However, combat transcends mere statistics. If Ain lands a single hit with her backward fruit ability, the battle could be swiftly concluded. "Go, Ain. We support you." The overwhelming majority of students rally behind her. Jean, clenching her fists, gazes intently at Lyon, silently cheering him on. Although she and Ain have become close friends while sharing a dormitory in this contest, her loyalty will undoubtedly lie with her beloved. On the arena, Ain deftly unsheathes a pair of short swords, fully preparing for battle. Her demeanor cautious in the presence of such an opponent. Lyon pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against unsheathing the Bloodlayer. After all, this was merely a friendly sparring match. The Bloodlayer, known as the Supreme Blade of Joy, was extraordinarily sharp, and wielding it against Ain would be decidedly unfair. Chapter 74. The duel. As soon as Zephyr's words resonated, Ain surged forward like a swift cheetah, charging towards Lyon. Lyon activated the three-tomo Sharingan, firmly locking onto Ain's figure. With a swift motion, Ain's short sword danced gracefully in his hand like a butterfly, striking towards Lyon's throat and side with precision. Lyon's figure flickered with agility. His movements were subtle, yet each one deftly evaded Ain's strikes. The Bloodslayer blade remained sheathed, its tip aimed directly at Ain's forehead. Observing this, Ain furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated to widen the gap between them. "Why does your blade remain in its scabbard? Do you hold me in contempt?" Lyon shook his head gently and explained with a smile, "Please do not misunderstand. My blade is far sharper than your short sword. To engage in a contest with it would diminish the essence of our sparring." Ain nodded, her furrowed brow easing. "So that is the case. Then you must be cautious. From now on, I shall unleash my full strength." With that, Ain charged at Lyon once more, her speed fully unleashed, barely lagging behind Lyon's swift movements. The two clashed again, Ain wielding her short sword with both hands, her attacks coming forth with such rapidity that they resembled a torrential storm, nearly overwhelming Lyon. Lyon's form flickered, akin to a small boat swaying amidst a tempest, appearing perilously precarious. With a clang, the sheathed sword, enveloped in the aura of armament hockey, intercepted Ain's dagger. In a flash, Lyon's right leg surged toward Ain's side. Ain's gaze sparkled, unwavering in the face of Lyon's assault. Suddenly, she sheathed her dagger. A peach-hued flame, reminiscent of ghostly fire, ignited in the palm of her left hand. As she struck toward Lyon's approaching leg, with her right hand, she drew a finely crafted pistol, aimed squarely at Lyon's chest, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Upon witnessing the peach flames in Ain's left hand, Lyon's pupils constricted. That is the activation effect of the reversal fruit. Should I come into contact with such flames, my age would instantly regress by 12 years, reverting me to the form of an 8-year-old. In such a state, my strength would undoubtedly diminish, and I would likely face defeat in an instant. Lyon swiftly retracted his right leg, evading Ain's left-hand flames, while simultaneously ducking to avoid the incoming bullets. Observing this, Ain raised her right leg high and brought it down with tremendous force, akin to a battle axe. The ground of the arena erupted with a deafening roar. stones flying in every direction as a deep crater formed, engulfed in swirling dust. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lyon's figure vanished amidst the haze. Line's expression turned grave in an instant. She immediately holstered her pistol, her hands radiating with a delicate pink flame of power, cautiously shielding herself. She then began to meticulously scan her surroundings, searching for Lyon's presence. All around, nothing. Then, he must be above. Anne abruptly looked up, only to see Lyon suspended in midair, his eyes glinting with an eerie crimson light as he charged towards her at breakneck speed. Retreat! Anne shouted. And just as Lyon was about to close in, she unleashed 2 bursts of pink flame from her hands. The flame struck true, disintegrating a naval jacket into threads that swiftly dissolved into fine dust. Witnessing this, Anne's pupils dilated, her body tensing in response. However, before she could react further, a deep blue scabbard was already pressed against her fair neck. You have lost, Lyon declared in a low voice, his bare torso stark against the backdrop of the arena. Anne turned her head, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized Lyon, her gaze lingering on his blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan for several seconds. What was that ability you just used? It is an illusion technique. Illusion. Anne pondered for a moment before responding calmly, I concede. It was merely a narrow victory. Your fruit ability is exceptionally potent. Paired with formidable martial arts and hockey, you will become incredibly powerful. Lyon nodded at Ayn and then sheathed his sword. In a moment, he leaped into the air, swiftly discarding his naval jacket as a decoy. Just as Ayn glanced upwards, filled with apprehension, he activated the illusion of his Sharingan, momentarily bewildering her and coaxing her to unleash her fruit abilities. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated with the moonwalk technique, closing the distance to Ayn and ultimately defeating her. The surrounding trainees were utterly mesmerized. The pace of the battle between Lyon and Ayn was astonishingly rapid, rendering them breathless. Their exchanges were akin to a tempest, with relentless assaults that left the spectators exhilarated. How remarkable! The prowess of Lyon and Ayn is simply extraordinary. Ayn just employed her fruit ability, and its power appeared formidable, although it was regrettably wasted. Their speed and reflexes are unparalleled. If I were to engage them, I would likely be defeated before I even realized what was happening. No wonder they are ranked first and second among our cohort. They are so formidable. Yet their strength is merely rated as A. What sort of monstrous beings must those at the highest S rank be? I have heard of this. Throughout the history of the elite training camp, only 3 individuals have achieved an S rank. Pray, tell us who these 3 are? Those 3 are now prominent figures: Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino, and Vice Admiral Kazan. All 3 are the pinnacle of natural-type devil fruit users, wielding terrifying power. It is indeed these 3. No wonder Lyon and Ayn could only attain an A rank. Unlike the trainees, the instructors possessed even greater strength. They discerned the key to Lyon's victory, yet were filled with curiosity. What ability had Lyon just employed to confound Ayn's perception? Furthermore, he had mastered the moonwalk, the most challenging of the 6 forms. Was this a skill imparted to him by Vice Admiral Garp? Koss hesitantly glanced at Zifa. Admiral Zifa, should we investigate Lyon? He seems to harbor some secrets. As a colonel in the Navy headquarters, Lyon naturally possesses the qualifications to study the 6 styles. However, it appears that he has also mastered some unknown powers, which compels Koss to exercise caution. Zephyr shook his head and, casting a glance at Lyon not far away, spoke in a deep voice. Every individual's talent and abilities are distinct. As instructors, our responsibility is merely to educate our students effectively. As for Lyon's unique abilities, they likely stem from his extraordinary eyes. Yet, in comparison to the powers of the devil fruits, such abilities are relatively inferior and not worthy of excessive concern. Indeed, Koss nodded, acknowledging that his inquiry was merely a precaution. In truth, Lyon's origins were well known. During his tenure in the East Blue, he earned his promotion to the Navy headquarters through his valiant efforts in combating pirates. A naval officer of such valor and distinction, Koss had no reason to doubt him. Thus, the life in the elite training camp officially commenced. In addition to the rigorous training, the trainees would also engage in the study of various foundational knowledge during their recovery periods. Notably, those whose comprehensive strength reached A grade would have the opportunity to select courses on the Devil Fruit Compendium. Lyon unhesitatingly chose to study the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, a reservoir of advanced knowledge accessible only to a select few powerful factions. While this may seem inconsequential to the average person, for the formidable, possessing such knowledge allows for swift assessment of a devil fruit's abilities and worth upon encountering one. Additionally, when facing a user of a devil fruit, one can quickly discern the nature of their powers, thereby devising appropriate combat strategies. Moreover, as a key trainee under Zephyr's tutelage, Lyon, along with Ein, Jean, and Binz, received targeted guidance from their instructors, resulting in remarkable enhancements in their abilities. For instance, Lyon's swordsmanship was honed by the renowned swordsman Kos, while his mastery of armament and observation hockey came directly from Admiral Zephyr himself. Such exceptional treatment naturally evoked envy among many trainees, yet they had no grounds for dissent, as this was the customary practice of the elite training camp. With adept trainees exhibiting high potential, instructors were compelled to invest heavily in their development, rather than complain. The trainees found it more prudent to dedicate themselves to rigorous training to enhance their own strengths. Chapter 75, The New Warlord of the Sea in the Elite Training Camp. A year filled with busyness and fulfillment swiftly passed. The calendar marked August of the year 1512 in the era of the sea. The enclosed training environment left Lyon with little opportunity for external contact. Most second- and third-year students were seldom present at the elite camp. Consequently, Lyon had only fleeting encounters with the well-known third-year students Smoker and Tina, with no real opportunity for interaction. The sole means by which the elite trainees could glean information about the outside world was through newspapers, and during this period, several significant events occurred globally. In May 1512, for sea train routes in Water 7 were completed and put into operation. However, the chief designer, the fishman Tom, was executed for the crime of aiding the pirate king in shipbuilding. In July, Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island was assassinated, plunging the island into chaos. By August, Don Quixote da Flamingo had ascended to the position of the new warlord of the sea. The former king of Dressrosa, known as King Riku, was responsible for the massacre of innocent civilians and soldiers, and he set fire to towns, inciting nationwide hatred against him. Ultimately, Doflamingo seized the opportunity to overthrow him, usurping the Rica dynasty to become the new ruler of the Dressrosa kingdom. Setting aside the newspaper, Lyon fell into contemplation. I never anticipated that after I took the plans for the Pluton, Tom would still fall victim to this catastrophe. In truth, Lyon had perused the Pluton schematics long ago. Although he did not grasp the intricacies of the technology, a cursory glance sufficed for him to understand that constructing the Pluton was no simple endeavor. The creation of such an ancient weapon necessitated immense human, material, and financial resources, requiring years of effort before it could be realized. The Pluton was akin to an aircraft carrier from a bygone era, far beyond the capabilities of any individual or ordinary nation. As for the assassination of Princess Odoheim, if not for the newspaper, Lyon would scarcely have recalled this plot point. Nevertheless, this event served as a poignant reminder that Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island was one of the three ancient weapons, the Poseidon. In comparison to the illusory Pluton, Shirahoshi, as Poseidon, is decidedly more attainable and controllable. This is something to consider for the future. However, such thoughts were for another time, as an urgent matter loomed on the horizon. That is, Don Quixote da Flamingo had recently become a warlord of the sea and had taken control of Dressrosa, according to the agreement made during their negotiations at Sabaody Archipelago. It was time to proceed with the plan. In the Grand Line, within the New World Dressrosa Kingdom, Don Quixote da Flamingo reclined in his spacious and luminous palace, propping his chin on his hands, a sinister smile adorning his face. Following years of accumulation and scheming, he had allied with Kaido several years prior, and recently, he had seized the treasure from the heavens, leveraging certain secrets to coerce the world government into consenting to his appointment as the new warlord of the sea. Subsequently, he executed his plan, using his title as warlord to claim the throne of Dressrosa, thereby establishing himself as a pivotal figure in the world. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Doflamingo's ambitions extended far beyond the trivial title of warlord of the sea, nor would he find satisfaction simply by becoming the king of Dressrosa. His aspirations had been set since his childhood. Upon realizing that he could never regain his status as a celestial dragon nor return to Mariewa, he resolved to annihilate the world government. Gemini, I hope you have not deceived me. At the very least, becoming a warlord grants me the right to summon that existence. Now, I can finally attempt it. With this thought, Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of solemn anticipation as he carefully articulated, O master of the stars not of this era, mysterious sovereign beyond the world, ruler of fate, the emperor of the void. After a moment's pause, no unusual occurrences ensued. Doflamingo's brow furrowed, and his countenance grew grim. Why was there no response? Could it be that Gemini had misled me? At that moment, a shimmering constellation of starlight flooded Doflamingo's vision, causing his eyes to widen with astonishment. Before he could ponder further, his figure vanished from the spot. In the sea of stars, Doflamingo regained his sight. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself within a mystical palace of starlight. Above him sprawled an unfamiliar and magnificent night sky. Beneath his feet lay a colossal azure planet, while before him swirled ethereal starry mists surrounding a long table formed of these mists, flanked by 6 fantastical starry chairs on either side. At the head of the starry mist table sat a mysterious man, enveloped in layers of starlight, upon a fantastical throne of celestial radiance. Doflamingo attempted to activate his devil fruit powers multiple times in secret, yet all efforts were in vain. An invisible shackle seemed to bind his strength, leaving him with a profound sense of awe towards this enigmatic being of the cosmos. Greetings, O Master of the Stars. I am introduced by Gemini. Lyon let out a light chuckle, playfully interrupting Don Quixote Doflamingo. Don Quixote Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon, now a warlord of the sea and the emperor of Dressrosa. What is it that you summoned me for? How could he possibly know of my past as a celestial dragon? Truly, as Gemini has stated, he is unfathomable. Doflamingo thought to himself, a shiver running through him at the thought of this enigmatic and formidable presence. I have heard from Gemini that your purpose in establishing the Star Association, Mr. Stargazer, is to bring about a transformation in the world. Thus, I wish to join your cause. Might you consider my request? In silence, Lyon caressed the armrest of the throne, hesitating to respond immediately. Doflamingo stood anxiously by, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. In his quest to establish a foothold in the New World, Doflamingo had reluctantly allied himself with Kaido. However, Kaido's capricious temperament and impulsive brutality rendered him an unreliable ally. Furthermore, Doflamingo was not among Kaido's inner circle, thus he could not rely on him in critical moments. Upon learning from Gemini about the enigmatic and powerful entity known as Mr. Stargazer, as well as the clandestine organization known as the Starry Society, Doflamingo pondered for a long time and ultimately resolved to join their ranks, seeking to secure a contingency plan for himself. Now, having witnessed the mystery and might of Stargazer, Doflamingo's desire intensified. If I could garner the support of Mr. Stargazer, even if I were to eventually sever ties with Kaido, I would likely have little to fear. Moreover, I could connect with other formidable members of the Starry Society, potentially gaining invaluable allies in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Lyon spoke. Your strength is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to what I seek. The Starry Society only welcomes those capable of influencing the world at large, and you still have some way to go. Just as Doflamingo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, Lyon continued, First, prove your worth by becoming the sovereign of the underworld. And let me remind you, one of the rulers of the underworld, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, is a member of CP0. What? She is? Doflamingo's expression changed dramatically. He was well acquainted with Stussy, having conducted numerous transactions involving slave trade and the entertainment sector. He could scarcely fathom that Stussy was affiliated with CP0 and that Mr. Stargazer had disowned her true identity. Just how formidable was Stargazer's intelligence network to uncover such deeply concealed truths? The more Doflamingo contemplated, the more beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He replied with utmost respect, Rest assured, I am preparing to establish an underground arms trading port in Dressrosa to dominate the arms trade of the underworld. Lyon waved his hand dismissively, a relaxed expression gracing his features as he remarked, There's no need to be anxious. In this monumental transformation of the world, I am merely an observer, while you are the ones who will shape the fate of the world. Chapter 76, The Shift in Power as a Cascade of Starlight Faded. Doflamingo returned to the palace of Dressrosa, the recent events feeling like a fleeting dream. Is this the extraordinary power that transcends the divine? The upheaval of the world. The destiny of humanity, perhaps in the eyes of this celestial gentleman, it is merely a game. However, I did not anticipate that the conditions for joining the Celestial Alliance would be so stringent. Even I, at this moment, find myself lacking the qualifications. What basis did Gemini possess to gain entry? His strength is not formidable. Could it be that he holds a unique status, or perhaps commands some formidable force? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Doflamingo rose, gazing out through the window at the expanse of the sky. The Celestial Alliance. I shall undoubtedly become a part of it. An organization capable of altering the fate of the world cannot possibly exclude me. A few days later, at the elite training camp, the students held their year-end assessment reports, a mix of joy and despair illuminating their faces. Lyon need not worry about this. His grades are undoubtedly at the top. Over the past year, although Lyon has been striving to catch up, the gap in their abilities has gradually widened. The systematic education, the guidance of renowned instructors like General Zephyr, and the robust support from the naval headquarters, these factors are the reason why the Navy has continuously produced exceptional talents in recent years. Previously, Lyon's training had been rather unorthodox. lacking proper guidance. Although his attributes had seen significant enhancement, such as strength, built solely on data accumulation, remained precarious, resulting in a relatively modest combat prowess. Now presented with the rare opportunity of an elite training camp, Lyon was determined not to let it slip away. Throughout the year, he immersed himself in study and training, striving to solidify his foundational strength to the extent that he scarcely engaged in conversation with the ever-present Jean. Lyon possesses remarkable mental fortitude, coupled with an impressive memory and keen insight. Furthermore, with the replicative prowess of the Sharingan, he is capable of mastering virtually everything at a mere glance. Over the past year, Zifa and the esteemed instructors have imparted their knowledge to Lyon without reservation, sharing their wisdom entirely. As he gazes upon his attribute interface, a glimmer of light dances in Lyon's eyes. Lyon potential points: 0 combat power, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters strength, 2233, 1233, agility, 2537, 620, stamina, 3195, 195, spirit, 3179, 179, armament hockey, advanced observation hockey, intermediate conqueror's hockey, unawakened special abilities, swordsmanship, swordmaster kaleidoscope Sharingan, replication, illusion techniques, mental resistance, kamui, amaterasu. When attributes range from 1001 to 4000, enhancing each attribute consumes 50 potential points. Lyon will embark on a journey to eradicate pirates, incinerating the venues of human auctions to enhance his strength and agility with the potential points obtained. Under the guidance of Kos, he achieved a breakthrough in swordsmanship, evolving into a true swordmaster. Furthermore, with the dedicated training from Admiral Zephyr, he consecutively advanced in both armament hockey and observation hockey, significantly enhancing his combat skills. Although Lyon's attribute values have not seen a substantial increase, his actual combat prowess has undergone a dramatic transformation. Throughout the past year in the elite training camp, Lyon has concealed the power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Consequently, to others, while his eyes may appear somewhat unique, they are merely perceived as having heightened observational abilities, akin to a form of misdirection, lacking any particular significance. After all, within these vast seas, there are countless formidable beings resembling monsters. Individuals with bizarre appearances and extraordinary abilities are abundant within the Navy. Admiral Zephyr ascended the podium, surveying the assembled trainees, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "I am delighted. All of you have passed this assessment, a first since the establishment of the elite training camp. We owe our gratitude to one person, Joan." The trainees below erupted in fervent cheers, their eyes ardently fixed on Joan, standing beside Lyon. Over the past year, the instructors have trained them relentlessly. Although their resolve remains unwavering, their bodies are not impervious to strain. Under the harsh training regime, injuries such as broken bones were commonplace, and without Joan's healing abilities, most would have likely succumbed to fatigue long ago. Initially, they struggled to comprehend why Joan's devil fruit ability was classified as S-rank, the only one of its kind among the trainees. Yet now they understand. Without Joan's healing powers, the hellish training imposed by the instructors would have been insurmountable, and their rapid growth and strength would have been impossible. To the trainees, Joan is nothing short of a divine figure, though, regrettably, she has already captured someone's heart. Unremarked with a playful grin, "Joan, your charm is simply irresistible. At times, even I find myself drawn to you." Joan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she waved her hands in denial. Please don't tease me. I already have someone I admire." Yes. I know your heart belongs to him, but don't forget, you still share a dormitory with me at night. I jested, casting a teasing glance at Lyon. Lyon has always been filled with a fighting spirit towards Lyon, who has consistently overshadowed her in strength. Lyon turned a blind eye to this, merely muttering to himself, oh, Navi woman. Once the trainees settle down, Zephyr continued, in the coming year, I shall regularly lead you out to sea to hunt down pirates, honing your combat skills. Only through the experience of genuine life and death battles can you evolve into competent Navy officers. Are you ready? We are ready. The trainees shouted in unison. I am ready too. Lyon replied with a smile. Lyon has reached a plateau in his abilities. He has absorbed all that his instructors can impart. And what remains requires the refinement of time or enhancement through practical experience. It has been an entire year since he last harvested potential points, and the bloodthirsty blade in his grasp is yearning for action. Admiral Zephyr, known for his decisiveness, wasted no time. The day after announcing his plans, he, along with Kos, led a contingent of 211 cadets out to sea. Meanwhile, the other instructors remained at the naval headquarters, tasked with the selection and preparation for the upcoming elite training camp. Soon, the warship departed from Marineford, venturing into the Grand Line. Zephyr exercised caution, recognizing that most of the cadets still required practical training. Thus, the ship did not traverse the perilous latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, but instead embarked on a cruise through the relatively safe first half, known as Paradise, allowing the cadets to accumulate experience in combat against pirates. At the bow of the vessel, Lyon gazed into the horizon. The cerulean sea undulated with waves, stretching endlessly before him, devoid of any ships in sight. Jean stood obediently beside Lyon, quietly observing his profile, a contented smile gracing her lips. Lyon turned to look at Jean beside him, his expression softening significantly. "Jean," he inquired gently, "what is it?" Lyon gazed intently into Jean's eyes, solemnly instructing her. "Regardless of the battles that may unfold, your priority must be to preserve your own life, even if it means the demise of others." Witnessing the gravity of Lyon's demeanor, Jean nodded earnestly. Understood. Her thoughts were straightforward. Having entrusted her body and soul to him, there was no need for further inquiry or speculation. If Lyon deemed it necessary, she would comply without hesitation. Chapter 77, The Butcheraster. On a vast expanse of azure sea, an unremarkable warship found itself encircled by 3 pirate vessels. The surrounding pirates clamored with fervor, "Damn the Navy, your end is nigh. Our captain is the Butcheraster, with a bounty of 150 million berries on his head. Surrender all valuables aboard, or none of you shall escape alive." The cadets aboard the warship remained unperturbed, for Admiral Zifa and Vice Admiral Kaz were present, rendering the threat of a mere 150 million bounty pirate insignificant. Zifa and Kaz remained silent. They would not intervene unless the cadets were in mortal peril, allowing the students to confront and resolve their own challenges. Lyon stepped forward, assigning combat tasks to the surrounding trainees. "I shall confront the Butcher, Aster, while Ein. You will deal with the skilled fighter aboard the other ship, Binz." With the threat looming, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Ein, who typically relished competing with Lyon, remained silent. Without further ado, Lyon leapt onto the largest pirate vessel. Kos, observing Lyon's figure, turned to Zephyr and said, "General Zephyr, I will look after the weaker trainees. Entrust Lyon and Ein to your care." "Go ahead," Zephyr replied, standing on the deck with his arms crossed, his observation hockey silently emanating as he closely monitored the battle developments involving Lyon and Ein. Lyon silently descended upon the deck of the pirate ship. The surrounding pirates momentarily froze, then simultaneously brandished their weapons and charged forward. Sidestepping a pirate's sweeping blade, Lyon delivered a powerful punch that shattered the opponent's ribcage. Crack! The pirate's eyes widened in an instant, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. However, his demise did not deter the other pirates. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. How dare he come alone, seeking death? We must not allow the Navy to underestimate us. Let us unite and slay him. Lyon's expression remained impassive as his blood-red blade slid from its sheath, slicing through the air, leaving a trail of crimson light in its wake. With a resonant clang, a strike resembling a blood-hued crescent moon soared through the sky, piercing through all that dared to obstruct its path. The surrounding pirates momentarily froze, only to be cleaved in half, their blood rapidly staining the deck. With a thunderous crash, the 3 massive masts, thick enough for 4 men to embrace, collapsed, their severed ends as smooth as glass. Lyon's strike had severed them as well. The pirates aboard the ship scrambled in panic, yet many fell victim to the falling masts, meeting their demise or sustaining grievous injuries. The previously aloof butchery expert, Aster, instantly turned pale with rage, standing at a towering height of 4 meters. With skin as dark as night, he was an ugly giant. "Damn the Navy! How dare they damage my ship? A mere swordsman dares to act arrogantly before me." "Aster the Butcher?" Aster strode towards Lyon, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Sharp, black spears flew from his hands, hovering ominously by his side. "You are doomed. Not even a fleet admiral can save you, mark my words." As soon as he finished speaking, the black spears shot towards Lyon with deadly precision. Lyon leaped forward, a wealth of information about the Butcheraster flashing through his mind. The Butcheraster, with a bounty of 150 million berries, is a paramecia-type user of the spear fruit, capable of summoning and controlling various spears to assault his foes. He is immensely powerful and possesses a brutal temperament, having once annihilated an entire island's populace simply for being stared at. Lyon tentatively wielded his sword, cleaving through several oncoming black spears. The clanging of metal resonated as sparks flew, momentarily halting Lyon's movements. Each of these black spears was immensely powerful and remarkably sturdy. Even the razor-sharp edge of his blade could not sever them completely without the enhancement of his haki. "Haha. Futile. My black spears are indomitable. Prepare to meet your demise." "Navy," cackled the Butcheraster, as he deftly directed the remaining black spears to pierce Lyon while conjuring even more of them. As Lyon's figure vanished, he reappeared before AST. The blade of Bloodslaughter having inexplicably transformed into a dark crimson hue. With a swift motion, Bloodslaughter seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space itself. AST's pupils constricted. An unprecedented sense of danger sending chills down his spine. He could not help but shout, like Fortress. Layer upon layer of black, spiked projectiles erupted from AST's body, enveloping him completely, resembling an iron hedgehog, with a hiss, accompanied by the sound of sparks and the shrill noise of friction. The armed might of Bloodslaughter severed a dozen of the black spikes in rapid succession, ultimately leaving a long, crimson gash across AST's chest. The formidable power wielded by Bloodslaughter hurled the giant like AST through the air. Ah! AST cried out in agony, the intense pain igniting a flicker of malice in his eyes. Lyon, intending to pursue, furrowed his brow as he sensed impending danger, retreating at lightning speed. Whoosh! 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 Countless black spikes rained down like a torrential storm, reducing everything in their path to mere fragments. The remaining pirates aboard the ship met their demise in this indiscriminate assault. AST, pale and crouching on the deck, felt blood gushing from the wound on his chest, yet he paid no heed to staunch the flow. Damn it! That Navy officer's blade is problematic. When struck, my body feels exceedingly weak, akin to the ocean suppression over me. But surely that fellow must be dead, right? Scanning his surroundings, AST found no trace of Lyon, causing his pupils to narrow. Suddenly, looking up, AST caught sight of Lyon, a dozen meters above, unleashing a brilliant crimson arc with his sword. Without time for further thought, AST's expression twisted into a grimace as he activated his fruit's power. Hell of spikes. With his bellow, dozens of thick, sharp black spikes erupted from the pirate ship's deck, each nearly a meter wide and over 30 meters long. These spikes resembled a vast expanse of black thorns, instantly obstructing Lyon's strike and piercing the sky, engulfing Lyon's figure entirely. AST, having exerted his fruit's power to the fullest, gasped, clutching his bleeding wound, and let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. What a fool. To think he could launch an attack from above, in the air. There is no escape, he's simply courting death. At that moment, a calm voice echoed in AST's ear. You know nothing of true power. The expression of the butcher AST froze in place. What? That Navy officer is still alive? In his astonishment, as he prepared to unleash his fruit's ability, a black-red longsword suddenly pierced through his body. Gasp. Upon contact with this eerie blade, AST felt more than half of his strength siphoned away, leaving him weak and powerless, unable to activate his devil fruit's ability. Bang! Lyon forcefully knocked Aster to the ground, subsequently placing his foot upon the latter's head. Aster struggled valiantly, yet in his weakened state, he found himself unable to escape Lyon's grasp. Observing Aster's reaction, Lyon felt an immense sense of satisfaction. While the blood slash did not exhibit the same formidable restraint against devil fruit users as the sea prism stone, its effectiveness was still commendable. Previously, he had tested the blood slash on Jane, but her relatively weaker abilities did not guarantee its applicability against stronger foes. After this encounter with Aster, Lyon felt a newfound confidence. Damn the Navy. Have the courage to face me again. Aster bellowed, his expression one of fierce rage. Fool. With a swift motion, the blood slash cleaved Aster's body in twain, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The execution of the butcher Aster granted Lyon 13,000 potential points. Through his observation hockey, he discerned that Lyon was also nearing the conclusion of her battle, prompting him to hasten towards her. Ah, I am merely here to lend assistance, not to steal any glory, Lyon mused silently. Chapter 78, Kazan on the warship. Zephyr sensed the unfolding events, yet he merely squinted slightly, allowing Lyon to dispatch the utterly defenseless Aster. After more than a year of guidance, Zephyr had grown quite familiar with his student, Lyon. Aside from a somewhat lacking physical constitution, Lyon excels in all aspects of his abilities: swordsmanship, martial arts, marksmanship, and imposing presence, all of which surpass those of his contemporaries. However, Lyon harbors a profound bloodlust towards pirates. During his internship, he does not hesitate to eliminate even captured pirate leaders. Zephyr has silently observed this behavior, and when Kos attempted to persuade Lyon otherwise, Zephyr intervened to stop him. The fates of these pirates hold little significance for Zephyr. Ever since his unwavering belief in not killing was shattered, he has relinquished any illusions regarding pirates. Zephyr merely wishes to witness whether Lyon, embodying a stark contrast to his former convictions, can bring about transformation in this era plagued by piracy. Swooshine's dagger pierced through the opponent's chest, poised to claim victory. Shave. Suddenly, Lyon dashed in from the side, his blade striking with the swiftness of thunder and lightning, piercing the brain of the pirate captain. The defeat of Grusus awarded him 6,400 potential points. Ein's expression darkened. How many times had Lyon snatched the kill from her grasp? She was nearing the point of losing count, as such occurrences had become all too frequent. Lyon, you scoundrel, I truly do not require your assistance. No need to thank me. I shall assist others now. Lyon interrupted Ein, swiftly making his way towards the pirate ship under the jurisdiction of Binzi, where a particularly valuable pirate captain was likely to be found. Ein, dissatisfied, pouted and brandished his dual swords, charging at the remaining pirates. Before long, the captains and formidable elite pirates aboard the three ships fell one by one to Lyon's blade, causing the morale of the remaining pirates to plummet, leading many to choose surrender. Given that the ordinary pirates could no longer provide Lyon with potential points, he found little motivation to execute those who capitulated. To Zephyr's eyes, this scene depicted Lyon as selectively eliminating pirates rather than engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. The surrendered pirates would soon be transported to Judicial Island for trial, with the vast majority ultimately destined for the underwater prison Impel Down, where they would endure brutal torment. As he observed the students methodically apprehending the pirates, aided by Jean in healing the injured, Zephyr stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Now, we shall return. Upon our return, I will grant you 2 days of leave. Our next destination will be the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World." Wow, how splendid! At last, we shall experience the legendary New World. The New World has long been my aspiration. As he gazed upon the eager and exhilarated students, a smile crept across Zephyr's face. Although this cohort had not produced monsters like Akainu, Kizaru, or Akiji, their collective prowess marked them as the most exceptional group he had ever taught. Witnessing their gradual growth through rigorous training felt akin to watching one's own children mature, filling his heart with immense pride and satisfaction. Lyon approached Joan and gently wiped the sweat from her temples. "Do not worry about the injured pirates. You should take a moment to rest." Joan nodded obediently. After the fierce battle, she had tended to dozens of sailors, and her strength was nearly depleted. Over the past year, under the careful guidance of her instructors, Joan's abilities had advanced remarkably, and she had discovered numerous new powers from the Holy Light Fruit. Although she still struggled with offense, if she were to focus entirely on her defense, even Lyon would require considerable time to overcome her. The gazes of the surrounding students towards Joan were filled with admiration and fascination, while their looks at Lyon were imbued with envy, devoid of any hint of jealousy. If their strengths had been closer, they might have felt resentment towards Lyon, but with such a significant disparity in power, they could only accept the reality with resignation. Anne approached Joan and, in front of Lyon, linked her arm with Joan's. "Joan is tired. I will take her to the cabin to rest." Joan blinked her beautiful eyes and, with Lyon's nod of approval, followed Ein as they turned to leave. As they walked away, Ein began to chatter with Joan. "Joan, honestly, you shouldn't listen to everything that guy says. What if he bullies you in the future?" Lyon would never bully me," Joan replied softly. "Oh dear. How can that be? If this continues, you will be completely helpless. I think this is fine. Ein, you must have some misunderstanding about Lyon. The guy you like clearly doesn't seem trustworthy. I tell you." With the keen perception granted by observation hockey, Ein and Joan's conversation reached Lyon's ears in its entirety, leaving him both amused and exasperated. This Ein, usually so quiet, turns out to be quite the instigator, daring to lead Joan astray. It seems I must find a moment to teach her a lesson. The warship returned to Marineford. Reluctantly, Joan was pulled away by Ein, as they had previously planned to go shopping for clothes together. Lyon meandered through Marineford with an air of nonchalance, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to discreetly survey the myriad defensive forces surrounding him, ultimately assessing the challenges of breaching this stronghold in his mind. With towering walls and impenetrable fortifications, fortified by a plethora of elite naval forces and the perennial presence of at least one admiral, Marineford stands as one of the most formidable bastions in the world. To conquer this place, it would surely require. Just as Lyon pondered these thoughts, a towering figure unexpectedly obstructed his path. How did this individual appear? I couldn't sense him with my observation hockey. A shiver ran through Lyon, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. Here, at the naval headquarters of Marineford, it was evident that the formidable figure standing silently before him was a powerful naval warrior. He raised his gaze to assess the towering silhouette, approximately 3 meters tall. Clad in a white vest and a deep blue shirt, draped in a navy coat, with cascading black curls and a green eye patch adorning his forehead, exuding an air of drowsiness. Upon encountering this simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar figure, Lyon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Admiral Kazan, greetings." With a grand yawn, Kazan lazily responded, "Ah, I never expected to wander here in such a daze. You must be Lyon from the East Blue, correct? Indeed, it is I. Lyon calmly acknowledged the situation, his mind racing as he contemplated the purpose behind Kazan's visit. This is my first encounter with Kazan himself. He appeared before me so suddenly that I did not even sense the presence of observation hockey. This is certainly no mere coincidence. There has been no interaction between Kazan and myself, so his reason for seeking me is likely. Kazan scrutinized Lyon from head to toe, then spoke casually. According to my investigations, the world government has been pursuing Nico Robin, who visited Logtown in the East Blue 2 years ago. Have you encountered her? A look of astonishment graced Lyon's face. Oh, is that so? Admiral Kazan, I must apologize. I have not heard any news regarding Nico Robin, nor have I encountered her. Ah, really? Kazan waved his hand dismissively, a hint of weariness in his tone. I feel somewhat embarrassed. I've grown a tad weary standing here. With that, Kazan reclined on the ground, using his naval coat as a makeshift pillow. I sought you out merely to ascertain the whereabouts of Nico Robin, who has been missing for nearly 2 years. She is an exceedingly dangerous individual, and I hope you will not conceal anything from me. Has my deception been uncovered by Kazan? Where might I have faltered? No, perhaps he is merely attempting to deceive me. With this thought, Lyon donned an expression of innocence. Admiral Kazan, I am uncertain as to what you are implying. Ah, it appears that Colonel Lyon, your mind may be somewhat overheated. The ensuing chill may be rather intense. Bear with it for a moment. As Kazan's languid voice faded, a bone-chilling cold surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Lyon. Chapter 79. Edward Weevil having long been on guard, Lyon swiftly retreated to evade the impending wave of frost. Under Kazan's command, the overwhelming cold splintered into dozens of tendrils, pursuing Lyon with relentless tenacity, swiftly encircling him. A layer of ice rapidly enveloped Lyon's form, the biting chill rendering him nearly immobile. Crack, crack. With a forceful effort, Lyon broke free from the icy confinement, his right hand gripping Bloodslaughter firmly. Admiral Kazan, what is the meaning of this? Noticing Lyon's effortless escape from the ice, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Kazan's face. While Kazan had not exerted his full strength, Lyon's ability to so easily extricate himself indicated that his opponent's prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary officer. Ah, impressive strength. Now, I kindly ask you to answer my question seriously and not delay my afternoon nap. Sensing the restrained coldness surrounding him, Lyon felt somewhat resigned. Such was the might of an admiral. Lyon has now attained the strength of a vice-admiral. However, without resorting to the use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he found himself utterly defenseless against Kazan. After surveying the vicinity and confirming that only he and Kazan were present, Lyon helplessly gestured. Very well. I have indeed encountered her. But where is she now? Kazan inquired calmly. Lyon shook his head, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he replied, I am not certain. Ever since our separation, I have not laid eyes on her again. It would be absurd for Lyon to divulge Robin's true whereabouts to Kazan, even if Kazan bore no ill intent towards Robin. The more individuals privy to such information, the greater the risk involved. Should the news of Robin's presence on Amazon Lily be disclosed, it would not only endanger Robin herself, but would inevitably implicate Hancock, drawing the ire and suspicion of the world government. After gazing intently at Lyon for a few moments, Kazan's expression remained unchanged, yet the anxiety within him eased considerably. Oh, is that so? Then farewell. Having confirmed that Robin had not fallen victim to the ruthless hands of the Navy under Lyon's command, Kazan rose leisurely and departed. Having monitored Nico Robin's disappearance for nearly 2 years, Kazan felt a twinge of unease. After extensive investigation, he discovered that Robin had traveled to the East Blue shortly before her vanishing, and Lyon had previously engaged in a brief encounter with a woman resembling Robin in Logtown. Thus, it was only natural for Kazan to harbor some troubling suspicions, which led to the recent exchange. Lyon let out a sigh. Confronting an adversary of Admiral Kazan's caliber was indeed a formidable burden, even with the knowledge that his opponent would not inflict harm upon him. The intangible pressure of Kazan's imposing presence rendered him somewhat breathless. This exceedingly laid-back individual, Kazan, has just gone out of his way to intercept me regarding Robin, and even took direct action against me. Could it be that he suspected I had harmed Robin? Do I truly appear so ruthless? Lyon silently expressed his discontent. The latter half of the Grand Line is home to the Kingdom of Dressrosa, situated at the forefront of the New World. After finishing his paperwork, Monet removed his thick glasses, stretched lazily, and revealed his alluring figure. Recently, there seemed to be a noticeable change in the young master, as he appeared to be much more exhilarated. Murmuring softly to himself, Monet adjusted his attire and picked up a stack of documents before heading to Don Quixote Doflamingo's chambers. where he respectfully reported, "Young master. After months of hurried construction, the underground arms smuggling port is now fully operational. And the first batch of contraband weaponry is ready for dispatch." A satisfied expression crossed Doflamingo's face. "Well done. Have we completely resolved our previous slave trading endeavors?" Monet replied, "All slave trades under our control have been successfully transferred, and all associated establishments and personnel have been purged." Upon finishing, he handed the documents to Doflamingo. "Here are the intelligence and background materials on the major figures of the underworld you requested, young master. I have compiled everything." "Excellent. Your hard work is appreciated." Monet smiled, feeling honored to serve the young master. Doflamingo examined the papers in his hands, a gleam of determination flashing behind his sunglasses. Over the past few months, he had employed various methods to seize control of the arms smuggling market in the New World, completely severing ties with the slave trade, even at the cost of considerable losses. He recalled the serious warning from Gemini, who had cautioned him that in order to join the Starry Association, he could never again engage in slave trading, lest he become their enemy. Initially, Doflamingo brushed off the advice, but after witnessing the formidable power of Mr. Starry Sky, he took Gemini's warning to heart. Fortunately, having operated in the North Sea for many years, he had amassed substantial capital, now possessing the entire kingdom of Dressrosa. Relinquishing the lucrative slave trade was of little consequence to Doflamingo. After reviewing the intelligence materials, he declared with vigor, "Monet, summon the other executives for a meeting at once. I intend to make the entire underworld tremble." "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Dressrosa, a pirate ship was sailing towards the Red Line. On the deck stood a burly man with golden hair, his face adorned with a crescent-shaped white mustache. At first glance, his mustache bore a slight resemblance to that of the formidable pirate, Whitebeard. However, this man was corpulent, unattractive, with a runny nose and thick lips. This seemingly dim-witted giant was Edward Weevil. Beside him stood a diminutive elderly woman, her height barely reaching Weevil's knees. With heavily painted red lips, sunglasses, a cane, and a face full of wrinkles, she wore a leopard print coat. Edward Weevil, with a look of bewilderment, asked, "Mother, am I not the son of Whitebeard? Why then do we avoid him instead of seeking him out?" Miss Backen, the woman he referred to as Mother, erupted in anger, kicking Weevil's shins. "Fool! Your father is currently being manipulated by outsiders. We cannot approach him yet." "It hurts, Mother," Weevil protested, looking aggrieved. Miss Backen ceased her assault, adopting a stern demeanor. "Son, remember, the Whitebeard pirates are merely playing house. Only you are the true heir of the strongest pirate, carrying Whitebeard's bloodline." "Yes, yes." Edward Weevil nodded vigorously. Miss Backen, with extreme narcissism, continued, "And I am Whitebeard's most beloved woman." Weevil lowered his head, blinking, nearly allowing his runny nose to drip into his mouth. Observing this, Miss Backen struck Weevil with her cane several times, admonishing him, "Straighten up. Do not sulk. You are my treasure." "I'm sorry, Mother." Weevil hurriedly apologized. Miss Backen, with an exaggerated expression, melodramatically declared, "It's all right, my son. I shall not hold it against you, for Mother loves you dearly." Mother, the dim-witted Weevil choked on his words, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. For a moment, it seemed they shared a tender mother-son bond. Chapter 80. Joy Street Lyon meandered carelessly through Marineford, unknowingly traversing the heavily fortified military zone, eventually arriving at the island's recreational area. Although Marineford is the naval headquarters, a substantial number of naval families reside on the island, resulting in a significant civilian population over the years. As one of the safest places in the world, the island's populace is predominantly composed of vigorous young naval personnel, fostering the growth of certain entertainment industries, particularly the renowned Joy Street. Given the frequent life and death encounters with pirates, the mortality rate among ordinary sailors is alarmingly high, necessitating an outlet for their pent-up emotions and the need for relaxation. Even the highest-ranking admirals dare not impose complete abstinence upon all sailors, for such measures could lead to severe repercussions. As twilight descended, Lyon found himself in a district adorned predominantly with pink and red lights. The streets were lined with quaint 2- or 3-story spired buildings, their summits covered with pink glazed tiles, while various uniquely designed lanterns were meticulously arranged at their entrances. The enchanting pink glow flickered softly, seemingly beckoning passers-by to venture deeper. The soothing melodies of music intertwined with the laughter and merriment nearby, where couples nestled closely together, engaging in soft conversations, dancing in companionship, or hand-in-hand entering the nearby establishments for more intimate exchanges. The balconies along the street flourished with vibrant displays, as numerous elegantly dressed young women unabashedly showcased their figures, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at the passing patrons. Should they encounter a particularly appealing gentleman, they might even extend enthusiastic invitations. This is Joy Street, the illustrious flower street of the pirate world, and simultaneously the location with the highest GDP in Marineford. The Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, is a member of the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP0, and it is likely that the capital behind Joy Street is intricately connected to the world government. Lyon sauntered through the streets clad in casual attire, his mind wandering as he reveled in the unique local customs and culture, as if he had returned to a bygone era's red light district. The women around him, captivated by his striking appearance and refined demeanor, lit up with enthusiasm. "Hey there, handsome. Come play with me. Why not join me for some games? You must be weary from your travels at sea. Rest here for the night. I won't charge you." In response to their fervent invitations, Lyon merely offered an apologetic smile. He refrained from commenting on their way of life, yet he found them far more agreeable than the pirates, possessing neither malice nor deceit. These women were astute in the ways of the world, instantly grasping Lyon's sentiments and wisely refraining from further pursuit, though a hint of regret lingered in their hearts. However, they swiftly adjusted their outlook, confronting the realities of life with forced smiles directed at the tourists trailing behind. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Joyful Street, two masked figures concealed themselves behind a building, discreetly observing Lyon from a distance. "Huh, men." One of them scoffed with a cold chuckle. The other merely blinked, remaining silent. After a leisurely stroll, Lyon entered a modestly adorned entertainment venue. The lights at the entrance were neither pink nor red, indicating that this establishment was merely a place for song and dance performances, devoid of any other peculiar services. After enduring a year of rigorous training in the elite camp, coupled with several months at sea, even Lyon felt a touch of psychological fatigue. Now, with the rare opportunity of a 2-day respite, he sought to unwind. Compared to other locales on Joy Street, this establishment exuded an air of tranquility. "Welcome. What music would you like to hear? Please play some soothing melodies. I wish to relax." "Certainly. Please follow me to the second floor." Before long, Lyon arrived at the private room on the second floor, where the soundproofing was excellent. Once the door was closed, the outside noise became almost imperceptible. The room was spacious, adorned with azure drapes, behind which sat the musicians, while 5 youthful maidens playfully winked and smiled at Lyon. "Let us begin." "Very well." A voice emerged from behind the drapes, belonging to a man of a somewhat weathered demeanor. As the music commenced, it flowed like a crystal-clear spring through Lyon's heart, with the melodious strains akin to Jeanne d'Arc's gentle hands providing a massage, rendering him surprisingly relaxed and at ease. The 5 maidens danced gracefully to the music, their delicate garments fluttering, red sleeves swaying, their enchanting figures undulating in a manner that exuded a unique aesthetic charm. In a fleeting moment, Lyon set aside his guard, allowing himself to revel in the enchanting melodies that surrounded him. Outside the music hall, the 2 individuals trailing Lyon hesitated. "Perhaps we should just turn back?" one suggested. "How could we do that? We've come this far. We can't abandon our pursuit now," came the determined reply. "Well, to be honest, I don't care much about this," one murmured. "What? That won't do. I cannot allow you to be bullied by that scoundrel Lyon." Ein firmly grasped Jean's arm, leading her into the establishment. "Welcome. May I ask who you are?" The attendant, taken aback by the sight of the masked and alluring Ein, faltered momentarily. "Which room did the man who just arrived go to?" Ein inquired directly. The attendant blinked, seemingly grasping the situation in an instant, and donned a professional smile. "I apologize. That is a guest's privacy. We cannot." He is in the private room on the second floor." "Humph," Ein scoffed, retracting her short sword from the attendant's neck before dragging the somewhat reluctant Jean upstairs. "Phew, that was terrifying. That woman is quite fearsome." The attendant wiped the cold sweat from her brow, visibly shaken. "Wait a moment. We are a respectable establishment, not one of those gaudy places around here. Why did I feel so anxious just now?" Upon reaching the second floor, Ein and Jean removed their masks. "Ein, we should really go back." "I truly don't mind," Jean whispered. Ein, exasperated, replied in a low voice, "You cannot keep indulging him like this. I've heard it said that men are quite fickle. What if he is seduced by another woman and abandons you?" "Lyon would never do that," Jean retorted defiantly. At this, Ein covered her forehead in disbelief. "You are truly beyond help." After a brief exchange of whispers, Ein ultimately compelled Jean to push open the door to the private room. Creaking open, the door shattered the atmosphere within, abruptly halting the previously flowing music, and the 5 graceful young maidens dancing within froze in confusion. Lyon, you incorrigible flirt. Ein's words trailed off as she beheld the scene inside the room. At that moment, a radiant smile blossomed on Jean's face. Lyon cast a displeased glance at the newcomer. Upon recognizing Jean and Ein, he momentarily froze, only to swiftly regain his composure. Is this little girl Ein attempting to bring Jean here to investigate? Does she suspect me of being in Joy Street? Lyon waved amusingly at Jean. Jean, with a hint of awkwardness, brought Ein to Lyon's side. What brings you here, Lyon? Jean inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Ein perked up his ears. In the presence of Ein, Lyon boldly wrapped his arm around Jean's slender waist. I merely wish to relax with some music. Your arrival is quite timely. It has been over a year since we engaged in that activity, hasn't it? Ein, lost in thought, felt a rush of color rise to her cheeks. With so many people around, what does Lyon intend to do with Jean? Could it be something of a romantic nature? Upon hearing this, Jean couldn't help but voice her complaint. Indeed, Teacher Zephyr's management is excessively strict. He rarely allows me to interact with you. After speaking, Jean moved behind Lyon, her delicate hands shimmering with a gentle light, as she began to tenderly knead his shoulders. It has truly been a long time since I last gave you a massage. Lyon, half closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment, addressed those around him. Continue the music. Continue the dance. Chapter 81. The Blind Musician. So this is Lyon. The youth of today, TSK. Behind the azure drapery, a middle-aged musician, weathered by time, shook his head and resumed playing his instrument. The melodious notes once again filled the air, as delicate fingers danced gracefully. Lyon reclined comfortably in the embrace of Jean, relishing the long-lost warmth and softness. Beside them, Ein clenched her fists tightly upon witnessing this scene, overwhelmed with a desire to confront Lyon. How could he be so despicable? Jean, bewitched, seems to cater to his every whim. She spends more time with me, yet here she is, so obedient and happy before him. Ein's attitude towards Jean had grown increasingly intimate of late, and the sight of Jean's contented demeanor around Lyon ignited a fierce jealousy within her, as if her most cherished possession had been stolen away. I wish I could strike him, but at this moment I cannot overpower him. What should I do? Should I seize this opportunity to use the time reversal fruit against Lyon and teach him a lesson? No. Jean is here. If I were to do that, even if I succeeded in ambushing him, I would surely incur Jean's wrath. Unbeknownst to Ein, Lyon, with his half-closed eyes, observed her subtle expressions and movements, deducing her emotional turmoil. He had recently become aware of Ein's excessive familiarity with Jean and her latent hostility towards him. Just a moment's probing had illuminated the situation for Lyon. Jean's innate charm, augmented by the allure of the holy light fruit, rendered her exceedingly approachable, easily winning the affections of those around her. Given that Ein had spent nearly every day with Jean over the past year, it was no surprise that she had developed feelings for her. After all, Hancock possessed an even more potent allure than Jean, capable of captivating both men and women alike, transcending even species boundaries. However, while Ein's affection for Jean was not insurmountable, it could not be overlooked. A solution must be sought to correct this. Truly, it is one thing for men to pursue me, but why must even women covet my beloved? Lyon cast a reluctant glance at Ein, lingering on her exquisitely delicate features for a few moments, feeling it necessary to offer a gentle reminder. He poured a drink from the table into a glass for Ein and casually remarked, Ein, the second year of the elite training camp will soon come to an end. In the third year, we trainees will be dispersed to various naval bases for internships. Do you have any plans? Ein took a sip from her glass, her expression tranquil as she replied, I intend to continue following Master Zephyr to enhance my abilities. I see. Unlike you, I plan to temporarily take a position in a tranquil place with Jean, and after some time, we shall marry. Jean's fingers paused slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Ein's glass shattered in her hand. Discarding the shards of glass, the calmness on Ein's face vanished, replaced by a look of evident distress. Why are you both in such a hurry? How could we not be? Jean and I are already 22 years old. By this age, ordinary folks have children running about. But, Ein suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Lyon and Jean's desire to be together was something she had no justification to oppose. Lyon straightened his posture, gazing at the somewhat agitated Ein. You seem quite concerned about Joan? Ein's eyes flickered, and her voice rose slightly. Of course I care about her. Joan is my dear friend. Lyon smiled subtly, choosing not to expose Ein's disguise, nor to provoke him further. Jean regarded Lyon with curiosity, then glanced at Ein, sensing something peculiar between the two. Shortly thereafter, Several dancing maidens gracefully exited the room. From behind the azure drapery emerged a musician, cradling an instrument resembling a heiress. Upon seeing the musician's visage, Lyon's pupils contracted sharply. How can it be him? What is this fellow doing in the merry streets of Marineford? The musician was a blind man with holy white eyes. He sported short black hair, a thin circle of beard around his mouth, and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead that extended to his eyes. Tall and clad in a light purple kimono, he wore wooden sandals and carried a wooden cane to guide his way, presenting the appearance of a mere unfortunate blind man. Yet Lyon was acutely aware of the terrifying power this man possessed. He would one day be known as Admiral Fujitora, though he was presently referred to as Isho. Tap, tap, tap. Isho lightly tapped his cane as he approached Lyon, a courteous smile gracing his face. Pardon my intrusion. Might we converse privately? At this juncture, Isho's blind gaze seemed to fixate on Lyon's position, his expression turning grave. Colonel Lyon. Of course. Lyon readily agreed, gently squeezing Jean's small hand while smiling reassuringly to indicate that she need not worry. You two may return first. I shall converse with this friend for a while. Soon. Only Lyon and Ishio remained seated across from one another in the private chamber. My name is Ishio. I have long admired the illustrious reputation of Colonel Lyon. Lyon gestured in surprise, saying, Wait a moment. I am merely an anonymous sailor in the Navy. How have you come to know of my esteemed reputation? I recently visited the East Sea, and I have observed that the number of pirates has significantly diminished, leading to an improved condition for the people. Throughout the East Sea, tales of your greatness, Colonel Lyon, are fervently circulated among the populace. Your unwavering commitment to the justice of life resonates profoundly. Thus, it is understood. Lyon's expression remained impassive, yet his mind was awash with questions. What is the meaning of this? I had crafted the notion of justice in life solely to legitimately harvest potential points, a matter known only to my naval subordinates. Yet, the implications of Yi Zhao's words suggest the entire East Sea seems to be propagating this affair. Yi Zhao's voice was slightly somber, his face reflecting a nostalgic hue. I have witnessed too many sordid and vile deeds with my own eyes. To escape the darkness and malevolence of this world, I chose to forever close my eyes. However, my experiences in the East Sea have illuminated a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Yi Zhao sat upright, his demeanor grave as he declared, regardless of status, life should be regarded as equal, and those who recklessly take the lives of the innocent must pay with their own. This is the justice philosophy that you, Colonel Lyon, uphold. I journeyed from the East Sea specifically to pose a question to you face to face. Witnessing Yi Zhao's solemnity, Lyon inquired with equal gravity, May I ask what you wish to inquire? If the world government and celestial dragons indiscriminately slay the innocent, then as a member of the Navy, how will you uphold the justice you profess? Yi Zhao's words were sharp as blades, thrusting Lyon to the precipice of a moral dilemma. Lyon did not respond immediately. Instead, he utilized his observation haki to sense his surroundings before posing a seemingly perplexing question. Is it safe to speak here? Upon hearing Lyon's words, Fujitora tightened his grip on the wooden staff. I have already enveloped the area with my observation haki. Even an admiral of the Navy cannot overhear our conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Lyon fixed his gaze on the figure before him and articulated clearly, if the celestial dragons trample upon the lives of the innocent, then they must be slain. If the world government stomps on the lives of the innocent, then it must be overthrown. If the world appears shrouded in darkness to you, then first gather strength in the shadows and ultimately topple the entire old world to forge a luminous new one. Chapter 82. The gamble. The blind eyes of the figure seemed to be transfixed on Lyon. Under the powerful perception of observation haki, Lyon's recent emotions were unwavering and resolute. Devoid of any hesitation, Lyon did not speak falsely. In that fleeting moment of realization, a smile flickered across his face, and his heart raced, the blood coursing through his veins, almost boiling with fervor. What remarkable audacity! A naval officer, who appeared ordinary to a smile, harbored the astonishing ambition to slay the celestial dragons, topple the world government, and reconstruct the entirety of the world. After a moment of silence, a smile managed to quell the excitement within, regaining his composure. He spoke with a measured gravity. You are indeed courageous. Yet, mere courage is far from sufficient. You are currently too weak to sustain such grand ideals. Upon hearing these words, Lyon chuckled nonchalantly. An ideal devoid of power is but a jest. I am acutely aware of this, which is why I have been amassing strength biding my time in silence. I can sense that your power far surpasses my own. But what of it? Power without ideals is hollow. Even someone as formidable as you, when uncertain of how to alter the status quo, can only resort to self-destructive despair and helpless evasion. After a prolonged silence, a smile murmured to himself, "An ideal without power is but a jest. Power without ideals is hollow. You speak the truth. It was precisely because I could not perceive the glimmer of justice that I fell into despair and rendered myself blind." As he concluded, a smile appeared resolute, his demeanor turning serious as he retrieved a die from his pocket. "If that is the case, I shall wager with you." "Wager what?" Lyon inquired, curiosity piqued. A smile presented the die in his palm, an expression of solemnity adorning his countenance. "Let us wager on the outcome. I bet my very existence. Should you prevail, I will willingly serve you henceforth, aiding you in realizing your vision of a reconstructed world. And if I were to lose?" Lyon asked cautiously. "Then you shall pretend you have never encountered me," came the unwavering reply of a smile. "If I win this gamble, I shall gain a formidable ally akin to an admiral. Even in defeat, I would suffer no loss." This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not one Lyon could afford to miss. "Very well. It is settled then. I bet on the high." A smile nodded and casually tossed the die onto the table. Under Lyon's anxious gaze, it rattled and clattered, the pristine die bouncing several times before gradually rolling to a stop, revealing its final face. A large red dot met Lyon's eyes. One dot, small. Lyon felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Damn! There once stood before me a naval admiral of such impressive stature, and yet I failed to seize the opportunity. If only the heavens would grant me another chance. With a sharp clap of his hands against the table, Yi Xiao, somewhat anxious, inquired, "What time does the die show now? Is it large or small?" The die, which had been still, began to bounce and roll again due to Yi Xiao's forceful gesture, ultimately settling on 6. Lyon blinked, instantly grasping the situation, and he spoke with a hint of excitement. 6 o'clock, splendid." A smile of resignation appeared on his face, as if he were surrendering to fate. "Oh, it seems even the heavens wish for me to assist you. Therefore, I look forward to your guidance in the future." "No problem. I hope our collaboration will be delightful." Lyon responded with an odd expression, while inwardly expressing his disdain. "Uncle Yi Xiao, why are you so prideful? If you wish to assist me, just say it plainly. Why all these convoluted twists and turns? You startled me just now." Yi Xiao seemed to sense something, clearing his throat before saying, "Ahem, Lyon. Do you have a specific plan? To realize your ideals, I fear many lives may be lost. Any transformation of power is inevitably accompanied by sacrifice. Such occurrences are unavoidable. However, I will strive to minimize the casualties of the innocent. My general plan is..." Lyon and Yi Xiao engaged in a prolonged secret conversation within the confines of the room, swiftly cultivating a rapport between them. Once the matters of business were nearly concluded, Lyon, intrigued, inquired, "Pray tell, Yi Xiao, what brings you to Joy Street to pursue a career as a musician?" "Alas, I squandered all my funds through gambling. Driven by necessity, I had no choice but to resort to performing for a living," Yi Xiao replied. "Ah, very well," Lyon responded, a look of bemusement adorning his face. At that moment, a smile graced Yi Xiao's features, and his voice softened considerably. "It is indeed a pity. If only my eyes had not closed forever. Then I could behold your visage. After all, you are the man for whom I wagered everything. There is nothing remarkable to see. I am merely somewhat more handsome than the rest." Lyon modestly waved his hand. Yi Xiao nodded, a look of understanding illuminating his face. "I see. No wonder you attract the affections of women. How did you come to know this?" Lyon asked, somewhat surprised. "Though my eyes are shrouded in darkness, my observation hockey allows me to sense the emotional hues of others, discerning details that elude the notice of ordinary individuals." Upon returning to the elite training camp, Lyon retrieved a long-dormant telephone bug. This diminutive creature was exceptionally quiet, requiring minimal care. A mere occasional feeding would suffice for it to sustain itself for an extended period. This time, Lyon is to contact Hans, who is far across the East Sea. "Hello? Is this Hans?" "Colonel Lyon." "It is indeed Hans. How fares the situation in the East Sea?" "All is progressing smoothly. Since the complete annihilation of the Creek pirate crew, the pirate menace has significantly diminished. The Navy in Logtown continues to train just as it did during your tenure." Upon hearing Hans' report, Lyon nodded approvingly. "Well done. However, I have heard that tales of my exploits are circulating among the common folk in the East Sea. Was this initiative orchestrated by you?" "Colonel Lyon, I was just about to bring this matter to your attention. I believe your ideals of justice resonate profoundly and are readily embraced by the populace. To amplify your influence in the East Sea, I have commissioned Chloe and Zango to manage the publicity, ensuring that your illustrious deeds and principles of justice reach a broader audience. This endeavor not only aims to unify the hearts and minds of the East Sea, but also to lay the groundwork for future endeavors. Listening to Hans's detailed account, Lyon found himself momentarily taken aback. Remarkable. Hans has intuitively grasped the art of publicity, extending its reach to both military morale and public sentiment. If he were to be provided with a tome on slaying dragons, what wonders might unfold? This kind of personal glorification aligns more with my interests than drawbacks. It is indeed thanks to Hans's promotion that an esteemed figure would even consider a nameless individual like myself. Ahem, just ensure that your promotional efforts are conducted with discretion. Prioritize secrecy and leave no trace. On the other end of the line, Hans replied earnestly, rest assured. Chloe possesses a keen intellect, and he has been tasked with orchestrating the promotion of your ideals of justice, while Zango is responsible for the more subtle aspects of persuasion. The current results of our campaign are quite promising. Lyon felt utterly bewildered. Once, the cunning clock sought to promote justice, while Zhang Yao employs hypnotic abilities for brainwashing propaganda. Why do I feel as though I am a villainous leader? Suppressing the strange sensation within, Lyon nodded calmly. Indeed, you have performed admirably. I have complete confidence in your capabilities. Chapter 83. Mariewa. A day later, the Navy headquarters welcomed a new recruit, blind yet remarkably powerful. On the same day, Zephyr led the elite training camp cadets toward the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. The New World is the most arduous and perilous region of the Grand Line, where the influence of the world government is notably feeble. The climate there is notoriously unpredictable, and countless formidable pirates gather to wage war against one another, with some powerful factions even daring to challenge the Navy. Under normal circumstances, there are two ways to enter the New World. The first is to submit an application to the world government and then directly traverse through Mariewa, perched atop the Red Line, to reach the New World. This route is exceedingly safe. However, the application process for ordinary citizens is time-consuming, requiring them to abandon their ships and purchase new ones upon arrival. The second method involves applying a resin from the Yarkaman tree at Sabaody Archipelago to coat the ships, then diving 10,000 meters through a massive cavern beneath the Red Line, passing Fishman Island, and eventually reaching the New World. This route is fraught with danger. Only 30% of those attempting it succeed, while the remaining 70% perish along the way. As members of the Navy, Lyon and his companions naturally opted for the first, safer route. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Red Line, Lyon gazed in awe at the grand city seemingly built upon clouds. The opulent architecture, towering spires, immaculate streets, crystal-clear lakes, and lush artificial forests. This was the headquarters of the world government, Mariewa. It is hailed as the most beautiful city in the world, yet is regarded by many as a den of sin and filth. The residents of Mariewa are the celestial beings known as the Tenryubido, while the rest of humanity is relegated to two roles, lapdogs or slaves. Under the leadership of Admiral Zephyr, the group moved unhindered until encountering two Tenryubido along the way. The crowd around them fell into a state of terror, kneeling and burying their heads in the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Zephyr frowned slightly, guiding the elite cadets to yield the path for the Tenryubito. The foremost Tenryubido, perched atop a giant slave, looked down upon Lyon and the others with disdain. In his eyes, the Navy was merely a pack of hounds for the Tenryubido, and even the mightiest admiral was no exception. Lyon averted his gaze and lowered his head, fearing that if he continued to look, he might be unable to restrain himself from unleashing a devastating strike upon those repugnant beings. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. A delicate-looking young girl, her face etched with terror, knelt on the ground, her neck shackled with heavy chains, clearly a human slave. Crack! A thick whip lashed against the girl's frail body, producing a sharp, resonant sound. A vivid, bloodied lash mark immediately appeared on the girl's back, causing her to tremble in pain. Yet, the young maiden gritted her teeth, stifling any cry of anguish as she leaned forward, pleading for mercy. Please, master, spare me. I accidentally stepped on Lord Tucker's. I beg you, have mercy on me. Witnessing this, Lyon and the surrounding civilians displayed expressions of deep sympathy. But before the lofty celestial dragons, all chose to remain silent. In front of the frightened girl, another celestial dragon, grotesque and adorned with a bubble helmet, caressed a black leopard, also crowned with a bubble helmet. Just a lowly human dares to harm my beloved pet. Tucker, go? tear her to shreds. With a cheerful wag of its tail, the black leopard lunged viciously at the kneeling girl. The crowd, witnessing this scene, bowed their heads deeply, unable to bear the impending tragedy. The naval officers, standing aside, also lowered their heads, none daring to challenge the authority of the celestial dragons. Ain bit her lip and turned her head away. Jean sighed inwardly. Having grown up in this place, she had witnessed such horrors many times. Zifa's expression darkened considerably. His fists clenched tightly, then gradually relaxed, ultimately leading him to bow his head and sigh within. He suppressed his emotions. At the age of 65, he had seen too much of this. Weighing the pros and cons, he dared not, nor could he, take action against the celestial dragons. In the face of their wanton cruelty, even Zifa, a vice admiral of the navy, felt utterly powerless. Lyon also restrained himself. This is Mariehua. If he were to oppose the celestial dragons here, it would be tantamount to courting death. Not even an admiral of the navy could save him. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the Black Panther pounced upon the girl, its sharp claws glimmering with a chilling light, poised to mercilessly rend her fragile form. And in the next moment, blood would be shed. Help! The girl cried out, her delicate face marred by fear and streaked with tears mixed with dirt. Damn it! Lyon cursed inwardly, unable to contain himself any longer. His eyes instantly transformed into the state of 3 Tomo, and an invisible aura of lethal intent pierced toward the head of the Black Panther like a sharp blade. As the panther pinned the girl beneath it, its claws poised to tear her apart, an overwhelming sense of dread surged forth. The panther's movements suddenly froze, its body instinctively arching as its glossy black fur bristled like an explosion. Meow! The panther emitted a wretched cry, abruptly retreating from the girl in a panic, scurrying back beneath its owner's feet. Tak, what's wrong with you? What is happening? Which scoundrel is responsible for this? The celestial dragon furiously surveyed his surroundings. Then, he caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes. With the celestial dragon's furious shout, a throng of bodyguards in uniforms swiftly emerged from both the shadows and the light, encircling the 2 celestial dragons and sealing off the surrounding area. A burly man in black swiftly stepped in front of Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr, I am Joe Miles from CP0. I suspect that someone within your navy has attacked a world noble. Please cooperate with the investigation and accompany me. The elite training camp cadets wore expressions of indignation. This man was blatantly disregarding the Navy's dignity, attempting to treat them as criminals to be apprehended and interrogated. Zephyr's expression darkened further, and he retorted angrily, "Humph. You are but a mere CP0 agent. You have no right to command the Navy. If you wish for US to cooperate, ask Admiral Sengoku first before you speak to me." You. Joe Miles was taken aback and enraged. He had not anticipated Zephyr's refusal to cooperate. They, as a crucial force protecting the celestial dragons, were accustomed to flaunting their authority. Even kings from other kingdoms treated them with deference. Although Zephyr still held the title of admiral, his age had greatly diminished his strength, relegating him to a mere has-been within the Navy. How dare he act in such a manner? Admiral Zephyr, I see you wish to shield those who have offended the celestial dragons. Joe Miles's words trailed off abruptly when a gunshot rang out from behind him. Bang! A body collapsed to the ground, blood staining the pristine surface. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 84. Ambushed at sea. Joe Miles quickly turned to look behind him. He saw the helmet of the panther, named Tak, shattered, lying in a pool of blood. Its owner, the grotesque celestial dragon, held a golden pistol, wisps of smoke curling upward from the barrel. Esteemed Stiapide, what is the meaning of this? Joe Miles inquired with a facade of respect. Stiapide carelessly tossed the golden pistol behind him and kicked the carcass of the panther with disdain. Useless waste. What good are you to me? A black-clad bodyguard swiftly moved, expertly catching the golden pistol as if he were a well-trained hunting dog. Stiapide waved his hand dismissively at Joe Miles. Do not concern yourself with those Navy officers. Yes. Joe Miles bowed in compliance. Though questions churned within him, he dared not voice them. Stepping over the panther's corpse, Stiapide's gaze fell upon the enslaved girl on the ground. For reasons unknown, he found himself increasingly drawn to her. Your name is Sylvie, is it? Sylvie shrank back, her voice trembling as she replied softly, Why yes, master. Good. Tak, that worthless creature, is dead. Henceforth, you shall be my new pet. Do you understand? Sylvie's face displayed a mixture of astonishment and fear. What she had thought to be a certain death had turned into an unexpected twist of fate, occurring so swiftly that she could scarcely process it. Why yes. Thank you, master. Transitioning from an ordinary slave to becoming Styopide's pet was an unimaginable stroke of fortune for Sylvie, although she remained bound by the chains of servitude. As long as she did not provoke her master, her life would undoubtedly improve significantly. At the very least, she would no longer suffer beatings at her master's whim, and before losing favor, he would not torment or kill her at the slightest displeasure. As a slave of a celestial dragon, Sylvie's expectations were indeed so modest. Sigh. Observing this scene, Lyon sighed internally. This was all he could do at present. Earlier, he had taken a considerable risk, carefully utilizing his Sharingan to hypnotize the celestial dragon, shifting his affection for the panther onto the enslaved girl. With the panther's affection extinguished, the celestial dragon would naturally not waste time pursuing the panther's fright. With newfound fondness for the enslaved girl, he would not seek to torment Sylvie in favor of the panther. Fortunately, the illusion of the Sharingan was silent and unobtrusive, requiring only a fleeting gaze to activate. The celestial dragon, accustomed to a life of luxury, possessed a feeble will, allowing Lyon to go unnoticed by others. Moreover, Lyon had only employed a relatively gentle hypnotic suggestion, merely altering the celestial dragon's affection for his pet without imposing control. Therefore, all that transpired was entirely logical, even to the celestial dragon himself, as it aligned seamlessly with his own desires. As for the fickleness towards pets, this was utterly commonplace for celestial dragons. The remainder of the journey passed without incident. Following the recent events, nearly all the elite training camp cadets felt a weight upon their hearts. Some began to ponder a pressing question. Did the world government and the Navy truly represent justice? The world government and Navy certainly did not embody justice. Lyon had long been aware of this truth. Yet, his current strength was still sorely lacking, forcing him to remain in the shadows, compliant and subservient. But one day, he would strike back fiercely, and that day would not be far off. Months swiftly passed, and soon it was July of the year 1513 in the Sea Circle calendar. The warship carrying the elite training camp cadets was en route home, and in a month, their year-long maritime internship would conclude. The New World seas roared with tumultuous waves, the weather shifting unpredictably like a capricious friend. One moment, the sky was clear and serene, and the next, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured. The cadets aboard the warship skillfully maneuvered the sails and rigging, calmly facing the harsh maritime conditions. Having undergone nearly a year of practical training at sea, they were no longer fledglings. Their strength, nautical experience, and combat prowess had significantly surpassed their former selves. At that moment, a series of warning signals blared from the mainmast lookout. Unidentified vessels spotted to the left front. The ship is rapidly approaching. It bears the flag of a pirate ship. Prepare for battle. Lyon's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leapt onto the deck. Through the dense curtain of rain, he discerned the pirate ship's outline with extraordinary clarity. It was a medium-sized pirate vessel, flying a nondescript Black Skull flag, seemingly a nameless little pirate crew, posing no significant threat. Seeing this, Lyon felt a wave of relief wash over him. Similar pirate crews have been eradicated over the past few months, and this time should be no different. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Lyon's spine as he spotted a rotund giant emerging from the ship's cabin in the distance. A fleeting memory surfaced, recalling an overlooked detail. What in the world? Is that not the self-proclaimed Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil? In the whispers of his past life, Edward Weevil was notorious as the one responsible for severing Zephyr's arm. However, this was not part of the official narrative, so Lyon's memory remained hazy. Moreover, his arrival had already altered numerous events, causing him to pay little heed to this matter. Yet, upon witnessing Weevil's towering stature and his distinctive, crescent-shaped white beard, recognition dawned upon him instantly. After the initial shock, Lyon's mind began to race. Regardless of whether Weevil was indeed the one who harmed Zephyr, his strength is undeniably formidable. Logically, he should be weaker than the 4 emperors and admirals, yet far surpassing an ordinary warlord of the sea. However, he appears to be somewhat dim-witted, which might serve as a potential weakness. As the tempest raged on, the warship and the pirate vessel drew ever closer. Taking advantage of the moment, Lyon approached Joan. A great battle was likely imminent, so do be cautious. Observing Lyon's tense demeanor, Joan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly nodded. Yes, you must also exercise caution. Hein, standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance at Lyon. Why are you so anxious over a mere obscure pirate crew? If you wish to survive, just be vigilant and ensure Joan's safety. Lyon uttered this remark and departed without a backward glance. Of course I will protect Jean. Must you even say that? Ein murmured softly. Approaching Zephyr, Lyon spoke earnestly. Teacher Zephyr, there is a formidable individual aboard that pirate ship, though I am unclear about their specific abilities. Please exercise utmost caution during the impending battle. Understood, Zephyr replied solemnly, nodding without further inquiry. Over the past 2 years, Zephyr had developed a profound trust and understanding of Lyon, an outstanding student. Lyon's keen eyesight and exceptional observation hockey had proven reliable, as evidenced by the numerous warnings he had issued previously. Lyon has always been composed, yet his serious warning suggests that there is a formidable adversary aboard that pirate vessel. With this thought, Zephyr bellowed, "Everyone, pay attention. Our foes possess considerable strength. Kos, ensure the protection of the other students." "Yes," Kos replied with a firm voice. The students, upon hearing this, heightened their vigilance. In that moment, everyone aboard the warship felt the weight of impending danger. Chapter 85. Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard. Edward Weevil emerged from the cabin onto the deck, his expression clearly one of reluctance. "Mother, it's still raining outside. Why have you called me out?" Miss Backen pointed towards the warship, not far off. "Weevil, do you see that warship?" Weevil sniffled and replied somewhat dazedly, "Uh-huh, I see it." Miss Backen, with her cane, directed his gaze towards the approaching warship, her eyes gleaming with a cold light beneath her sunglasses, and exclaimed, "The Navy on that warship are our enemies. Weevil, go and eliminate them all." At her command, the foolish look on Weevil's face was instantly replaced by a fierce, murderous intent. His murky eyes now ablaze with a violent crimson glow. His towering frame of nearly 7 meters suddenly tensed, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The enormous Naginata in his grasp whirled rapidly like a mere toy, generating a violent wind that swept everything in its vicinity askew. "All right, Mother, let us annihilate them in the name of Whitebeard." With that, Weevil stomped forcefully on the deck. Crack! The deck beneath him shattered instantly, causing the entire pirate ship to dip over a meter. Weevil then launched himself like a cannonball towards the nearby warship. The massive Naginata was raised high, an immense force concentrated upon it, as if to cleave the entire vessel into dust. Upon witnessing Weevil's sudden assault and sensing the savage power of the enormous Naginata, Zephyr's pupils constricted. This overwhelming ferocity was strikingly reminiscent of the former Whitebeard. Zephyr felt a surge of urgency. His arms were enveloped in formidable armament hockey, transforming into a glossy black sheen. This was the feared black arm that struck terror into countless pirates after Zephyr ascended to the rank of admiral. It represented the formidable prowess he had honed throughout his life in countless battles against pirates, cementing his illustrious reputation. Although Zephyr was now 65 years old and no longer at his peak, the friendliest of camels is still larger than a horse. An admiral of the Navy is certainly no illusion. Amidst the fine curtain of rain, Zephyr leaped into action, swinging his fist to meet Weevil's massive Naginata head-on. Confronted with the enemy's ferocious onslaught, Zephyr could not afford to yield, for behind him stood his beloved students. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, akin to thunder crashing in the heavens, as the pouring rain was instantaneously transformed into mist. The shockwave generated by the clash between Zephyr and Weevil compressed the tumultuous sea into a vast, smooth depression. The energy and residual force of the battle scattered wildly, sending the students aboard the warship tumbling in disarray, while terrifying fissures marred the ship's deck, resembling wounds inflicted by a colossal beast. Is it truly necessary to be this exaggerated? The second Whitebeard, that fool, is astonishingly strong. His attack is immensely powerful and seems to possess an area of effect capability. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? Lyon stood gravely before Jean and Ein, shielding them from the aftermath of the battle. With a resounding crash, 2 figures landed successively on the warship. The deck beneath Zephyr's feet splintered, and he staggered back twice before dissipating the force. In a contest of sheer strength, Zephyr was evidently outmatched by Weevil. Furrowing his brows, Zephyr fixed his gaze upon the formidable adversary before him. Weevil was a towering figure, yet his physique was oddly disproportionate. His upper body was robust and powerful, while his legs were slender and short. This enemy possesses overwhelmingly immense strength, and the range of his attacks is quite extensive. However, his speed is rather average, and agility is clearly his Achilles heel, Zephyr pondered. Casting a sidelong glance at the students aboard the warship, his fists clenched tightly, determination etched across his face. Yet the confines of this vessel are limited, and behind me are my beloved students, most of whom would struggle to withstand even the residual force of the enemy's attacks. I cannot retreat, nor can I engage in a prolonged skirmish. I must stand firm and strive to vanquish him. As Zephyr's thoughts raced, Weibel prepared to unleash his assault. All Navy personnel are my foes. Perish in despair. Weibel bellowed, his massive naginata spinning as if to cleave through the very fabric of space itself. Damn pirates! You shall not prevail. Zephyr shouted in defiance, confronting Weibel's colossal weapon amid the tempestuous storm, resolutely thrusting his fist forward. Not far off, a pirate ship had inexplicably halted its advance. Miss Bakken leisurely sheltered beneath an umbrella, observing the unfolding chaos on the warship with a sense of amusement. How unexpected to encounter a Marine Admiral, but Zephyr is well past his prime. He is no match for Weibel. After all, Weibel is my precious darling. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the warship trembled under the strain. It hurts. I'm getting angry. Weibel cried out. Zephyr had landed several blows on Weibel. Yet the latter appeared scarcely affected, his assault growing increasingly ferocious. Panting heavily, Zephyr found it increasingly arduous to defend himself, blood seeping from his arm, tainted by the rain. Weibel's strength was terrifying, accompanied by an exaggerated area of effect in his attacks. The scattered force and explosive strikes, despite Zephyr managing to block a significant portion, still resulted in numerous weaker students being felled or injured. This sight filled Zephyr with urgency, and inadvertently, he was forced back a step, blood mingling with the rain cascading down his arm. Seeing Zephyr wounded, many students yearned to rush to his aid, only to be sharply rebuked by Kos. Fall back. Such a level of combat is beyond my intervention. Your involvement would be tantamount to courting death. But Instructor Kos, Zephyr-sensei, one student protested. Silence. That is an order. Kos barked furiously. Ain bit her lip, her hands gripping her short sword turning pale, and with a fierce resolve, she dashed forward. However, after only a few steps, Lyon yanked her back. Let go of me. Ain glared furiously. Do not add to Zephyr-sensei's troubles. You must ensure Jean's safety. I will handle the rest, Lyon replied sternly. Ain struggled with all her might, her composure utterly shattered. Let go. I cannot just stand by while Zephyr-sensei. Slap. Lyon delivered a sharp slap to Ain's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Silence. Obey without question. Jean, gather everyone and hold on with that tactic for a while. Seizing the opportunity, Jean grasped Ain firmly and nodded emphatically, saying, yes. You must be extremely careful. Lyon squinted his eyes and suddenly dashed forward. He had employed the illusionary techniques of the Sharingan several times, yet inexplicably, they seemed to have no effect on Weibel. What is wrong with this fool Weibel? Could it be that sheer idiocy allows one to disregard the illusions of the Sharingan? Teacher Zephyr possesses overwhelming strength. Yet even he is firmly suppressed by Weibel in this contest of power. In such a scenario, my intervention would likely bear little fruit. However, while I may be unable to contend with the dim-witted Weibel, I can certainly confront the individual who commands him. With a resounding thud, Lyon leaped into the air, traversing the obscured rain-soaked expanse. His destination was not the fierce clash between Zephyr and Weibel, but rather the inconspicuous pirate ship anchored nearby. Lyon's target is the little old lady who claims to be the beloved of Whitebeard. Chapter 86. The Navy Devil at the same time. Jean called out to the surrounding trainees, everyone, gather around me. In this elite training camp, Jean's words held more weight than those of most instructors. Upon hearing her call, all the trainees flocked to her side. Once they gathered, Jean crossed her hands high and intoned softly, Holy Light Barrier. In an instant, an incredibly brilliant golden light radiated from Jean's entire being. This golden glow quickly coalesced, forming a translucent pyramid-shaped barrier around her, safeguarding over 100 trainees within. The fierce winds and explosions unleashed by Edward Weevil approached, yet the golden barrier remained steadfast, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple or tremor. After employing this technique, Jean's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ain, regaining her senses, rushed to support her, inquiring with concern, Jean, are you all right? I'm fine, merely fatigued. Jean replied, her complexion pale as she shook her head. The area of this barrier is too vast. I can only maintain it for a minute at most. She then turned her gaze towards Lyon, her eyes filled with care and worry. On the pirate ship, upon witnessing Lyon gracefully descending with the moonwalk technique, Miss Bakken's demeanor shifted slightly, her grip on the cane tightening. Her eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, darted as she cast aside her umbrella. When Lyon boarded the pirate vessel, she appeared almost ecstatic, as if she had spotted a long-lost relative. Help! I have been abducted by these pirates. Navy officer, please save me. The sight of this petite old lady, adorned with red lipstick, donning sunglasses, leaning on a cane, her face lined with wrinkles, and clad in a leopard print coat, was indeed a spectacle. Lyon couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. Ah, this old fox is truly insidious. If an ordinary naval officer were to encounter such an apparently harmless old woman, they would likely fall victim to her cunning schemes. Lyon approached the other party step by step, a warm smile gracing his face. Fear not. I am a righteous sailor of the Navy, and I shall surely rescue you. How wonderful. I am truly grateful. The elderly Miss Bakine's face nearly blossomed into a chrysanthemum, trembling as she leaned closer to Lyon. TSK, young people are so easily deceived. Allow me to impart a lesson. Never trust strangers upon the vast ocean, even if they appear harmless. The other pirates aboard exchanged glances, choosing silence. Just days prior, their captain had been effortlessly slain by that terrifying beast, leaving no survivors among those who resisted. These pirates secretly wished for that monster and the old woman to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with the Navy. Perhaps then, they might find freedom, no longer trembling as mere ferrymen. Before nearing Miss Bakine, Lyon suddenly inquired, "Does Whitebeard truly hold any interest in someone of your caliber?" "You." Miss Bakine's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of shock, she swiftly retaliated, swinging her cane fiercely at Lyon. However, she was a heartbeat too late. Swish! The blood blade was drawn, slicing through the air with a vivid crimson glow, its razor-sharp edge cleaving Miss Bakine's cane in two. Swoosh! The blade continued its relentless trajectory, severing Miss Bakine's right arm cleanly at the root, the wound smooth as glass. Miss Bakine let out a dreadful scream. And just as she attempted to make another move, Lyon's blood blade was already poised against her throat. The countenance of Lyon was as cold as ice, his voice laced with an unmistakable aura of menace. His blood-red eyes, transformed into the shape of three tomo, fixated intently on Miss Bakine. Summon back that fool from the warship, or else, death. Upon meeting Lyon's blood-red gaze, Miss Bakine felt a momentary disorientation, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Observing this, Lyon furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, alas, the illusionary capabilities of the Sharingan are effective against the ordinary, but when confronted with a foe of formidable mental fortitude, their impact diminishes significantly. Even someone of Miss Bakine's mediocre prowess can easily extricate herself from its influence. Miss Bakine dared not gaze into Lyon's peculiar eyes again, for their strangeness unnerved her. That brief exchange had nearly ensnared her mind, and she had no desire to perish in this place. She envisioned a future wherein, following Whitebeard's demise, she could leverage Weeble to inherit his vast fortune. Thus, she shouted towards the distant warship, "Weeble, you imbecile. Hurry back here at once." Boom. Weeble and Zephyr clashed once more, with Zephyr's right wrist sustaining further injury, while Weeble took a heavy blow to the face. At that moment, Miss Bakine's voice reached him, and the crimson light in Weeble's eyes instantly faded. He abandoned his assault on Zephyr, hastily retreating a few steps to discern the source of the sound. Upon seeing Miss Bakine's severed right arm, a furious rage ignited within him. "Damn the Navy! How dare you harm my mother?" With that, he leapt furiously off the warship. Huff, huff, huff. Zephyr knelt on the deck, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. At last, he found the opportunity to retrieve his asthma medication from his pocket and consume it. Nearby, Jean, witnessing the threat dissipate, could no longer sustain her strength. She dispelled the holy light barrier and collapsed into Lyon's embrace. The holy light barrier possessed formidable defensive capabilities, yet the larger the area covered, the greater the toll it exacted on Jean's stamina as it endured the extensive assaults from Weeble. The barrier had shielded nearly 200 individuals, while also withstanding Weeble's widespread attacks. Jean's ability to persevere until now was a testament to her rigorous training over the past 2 years. Boom. The colossal form of Edward Weeble crashed onto the deck, causing the entire pirate ship to tremble violently. Weeble glared at Lyon, but the hostage situation involving Miss Bakine rendered him hesitant to strike. "You wretched Navy scum, release my mother. Otherwise, I shall rend you to pieces." Lyon, unfazed by Weeble's thoughtless threat, merely allowed his weapon, Blood Reaper, to quiver slightly, inflicting a deep wound upon Miss Bakine's neck, blood gushing forth like a spring. "Cast your weapon into the sea. Otherwise, the next strike shall sever her head." The voice of Lyon resonated like icy frost, ensnaring Miss Bakine in a chilling abyss, the terror of death nearly overwhelming her. With a visage of sheer horror, she cried out, "Hurry! Do as he says." "Yes, yes, mother." Weber obediently nodded, casting the enormous Naginata, measuring several meters in length, into the boundless sea. Splash! A colossal wave surged forth as the weapon swiftly descended into the depths. Witnessing this scene, Lyon's gaze flickered, proposing an even more outrageous demand. He instructed that his right arm be severed. Let him first remove his right arm, then proceed to detach his legs, after which I shall slay this old woman and subsequently dispose of the incapacitated Weber as well. Impossible, Miss Bekeen screamed. The tone of Lyon grew somewhat colder. Miss Bekeen huffed angrily. While I may fear death, I am no fool. If Weibel were to incapacitate himself and completely lose his combat capability, I would lose my bargaining chip for survival, and that would truly spell my doom. What a pity. This old woman has certainly lived a long life. Lyon mused. The previous exchange had merely been a test, and he was not overly concerned. However, he felt a tinge of regret. If Miss Bekeen were not foolish, then eliminating Weibel would indeed prove difficult. Then allow me to propose an alternative condition. If you compel this fellow to sever one of his legs, I shall spare you. Absolutely not. What if, once your plan succeeds, you still intend to kill me? Miss Bekeen resolutely replied. Lyon let out a cold laugh. You have no choice. I could easily distance the warship, eliminate you, and then depart with a moonwalk. Or shall I sever all your limbs? Allowing you a moment to regain your composure before we continue? Miss Bekeen's aged visage crumpled into a tight frown, her fury rendering her almost incoherent. You are utterly shameless. So despicable. Is this the kind of thing the Navy is capable of? You are nothing short of a devil. Chapter 87. A startling transformation. Thank you for the compliment. Lyon smiled briefly, but his expression swiftly transformed as he coldly threatened. Enough of the nonsense. I shall grant you but 3 seconds. Once the time is up, I will sever your other arm. Without hesitation, he commenced the countdown. 3. Before Lyon could utter 2, the astute Miss Bekeen promptly made a decision. Stop. I concede. This ruthless naval officer is more merciless than a pirate. Treating an old woman such as myself in this manner. I cannot endure further torment. If losing a leg is the price, it shall not significantly hinder Weibel's prowess, and we can manage afterward. Miss Bekeen cast a wary glance at Lyon, then turned to her son, Weibel, and said, My son, you must remove one of your legs. Weibel, somewhat reluctant, replied, But mother, that will be incredibly painful. Miss Bekeen scolded him vehemently. Fool, if you do not comply, your mother is as good as dead. Remember this, my son, if this naval officer proves untrustworthy and does not spare me, you must unleash your full strength and eliminate him. Miss Bekeen understood well that mere weakness and capitulation would not guarantee salvation. Only by demonstrating a fierce resolve could she grasp a sliver of hope. Upon hearing her words, Weibel's murderous intent surged. He glared menacingly at Lyon and nodded resolutely. I understand, mother. Seeing the ferocity in Weibel's eyes, Lyon felt a shiver down his spine. This old woman appears quite certain that even with one leg lost, Weibel can kill me without regard for her. I must not underestimate the situation. He contemplated that Miss Bekeen, despite her strength, would not yield significant potential points if eliminated, making it unnecessary to take risks for her demise. At that moment, not far away, Edward Weibel extended his fingers like blades and viciously struck his own right leg. Crack! With tremendous force, his leg was severed at the knee, the gaping wound exposing jagged bone and quivering flesh, yet shockingly little blood flowed. Oh, it hurts so much, mother. He glanced at the gruesome scar stitched across his neck and then at his severed leg. Lyon's eyes gleamed as he spoke impassively. Throw that severed leg over here. Upon hearing his words, Miss Bekeen's heart jolted, and her expression fluctuated between anxiety and uncertainty. Damn it, has that wretched naval officer uncovered Weibel's secret? If it's merely a severed leg, I can still reattach it for Weibel. However, if the leg is lost entirely, that would pose a significant dilemma. Naturally, Weibel would not heed Lyon's command. He turned to Miss Bekeen, awaiting her directive. After a moment of internal conflict, Miss Bekeen resolutely commanded, Throw him the severed leg. Understood, mother. Weibel complied with Miss Bekeen's request. With a thud, the bloodied severed leg was cast at Lyon's feet. In the midst of Miss Bekeen's astonished gaze, an invisible vortex swiftly emerged, consuming the leg entirely. Lyon had no desire to engage with that object. Instead, he wielded his divine authority to banish it to another realm. Naval brat, we have acquiesced to your terms, and I advise you to temper your ambitions. If you do not release me, we shall perish together. Miss Bekeen threatened menacingly. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. No sooner had he spoken than Lyon hurled Miss Bekeen forcefully towards Weibel and retreated at great speed. As he departed, he unleashed a crimson slash towards the pirate ship's mast. Boom! Weibel caught Miss Bakine securely while simultaneously dispersing Lyon's flying slash with a powerful punch. Damn the Navy. I will kill him. Weibel roared with fury, poised to chase after him. Come back. But, Mother, that naval officer is utterly despicable. Silence. You are currently without a leg and cannot pursue him. If we do not flee now, it will soon be too late. Miss Bakine admonished the surrounding pirates sharply. Quickly, set sail. Otherwise, if the warship arrives, we shall all perish. At this moment, Weibel had lost both his weapon and a leg, while the Navy still had a formidable admiral, Zephyr. If they did not depart soon, escaping later would prove to be nearly impossible. Thud, 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 utilizing the moonwalk technique. Lyon swiftly returned to the warship. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was somber. Dozens of cadaverous bodies lay strewn across the deck, and the surviving cadets bore wounds on nearly every body. Zephyr's right arm was drenched in blood, a deep gash nearly severing it entirely. Upon Lyon's safe return, many cadets rejoiced with fervor, their faces brightening as the pall of despair lifted. Even the exhausted Jean finally succumbed to her fatigue and fainted. Kos had previously intended to assist aboard the pirate ship, but was sternly halted by Zephyr, though he could not hear the exchanges aboard the pirate vessel from a distance. It was evident that Lyon was in a standoff with the enemy, and Zephyr would not recklessly allow others to complicate matters. Having battled Weibel, Zephyr was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the foe. His strength rivaled that of a young Whitebeard, making Lyon the only one aboard capable of contending with him. Seeing Lyon return, Zephyr inquired with concern, "Lyon, how fare you?" Lyon swiftly spoke, "Teacher Zephyr, I am unharmed. Please command the pursuit of that pirate ship. The monster has already rendered one of its legs useless and lost its weapon to the sea. We can use long-range bombardment to sink their vessel." Zephyr's eyes brightened, and without wasting a moment on further inquiries, he commanded in a solemn tone, "All who can still fight, return to your posts immediately. Set sail to chase that pirate ship, keeping within cannon range." Yes, the cadets aboard responded in unison, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely in their eyes. Amidst the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, the pirate ship fled while the warship pursued, with Weevil and Miss Bakine seemingly unable to escape. On the deck of the pirate ship, Weevil stood on one leg, wielding an unwieldy sword, desperately blocking the relentless barrage of cannonballs. Miss Bakine tended to her wounds with a hasty bandage, casting a resentful glance at the pursuing warship. "Damn the Navy. They intend to eradicate us completely. We must sail faster." The tempest raged on, with colossal waves continuously surging and tossing. On the warship, Lyon was assisting the gravely injured cadets in dressing their wounds. With Jean having fainted from exhaustion, the injured could only receive treatment through conventional means. After helping Jean into the cabin for rest, An approached Lyon with a complex expression. "Lyon, thank you for saving Teacher Zephyr and everyone." Observing Ein's slightly swollen cheek, Lyon felt a pang of guilt and said, "I apologize. I may have been a bit too forceful just now." Ein shook her head, her face devoid of any resentment. "It's all right. I was too impulsive earlier. Your actions were justified." "Indeed." Lyon nodded in understanding of Ein's previous behavior. Ein had lost her family at the hands of pirates, and it was Zifa, her mentor, who had rescued and nurtured her. Thus, in Ein's heart, Zifa held a dual role of both teacher and father. Her recent emotional turmoil had momentarily clouded her usual composure. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the lookout tower. A large pirate ship had appeared on the horizon. Lyon furrowed his brow. The current state of the warship was far from optimistic. The casualties were significant, with injuries comprising a large portion of the crew. And Zifa's arm had also suffered severe damage, greatly diminishing their combat capability. Under such circumstances, even pursuing the half-crippled Edward Weevil posed a considerable risk, and the arrival of any additional formidable foes would be dire. Gazing ahead, Lyon instantly recognized the distinct flag of the pirate ship, a black flag emblazoned with crossed swords and a pallid skull, marked by 3 crimson claw marks over its left eye. It was none other than the red-haired pirates. Didn't this group just recently clash with Kaido's forces, vying for territory in the New World? How could they suddenly appear in these waters? Lyon pondered, perplexed by the unexpected arrival of the red-haired pirates. Chapter 88. Shanks the Red-Haired on board the red-haired pirate ship. The Red Force, Shanks stood at the bow, yet to attain the status of a Yonko. Beside him, First Mate Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, exhaled a plume of smoke. "Captain, it's merely the Navy pursuing pirates. What is there to see?" Shanks rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the passing pirate ship. Oddly, the woman aboard seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. The portly Riki Lu took a hearty bite of the roasted meat in his hand, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Captain, could she possibly be an old flame of yours? She is certainly no match for Makino. The other crew members erupted in laughter. Ha ha, who would have thought the captain had such peculiar tastes? Ha ha, but that woman is far too old. Hey ha ha, Captain, you're truly out of touch. Shanks rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You lot. Just then, Shanks caught sight of the naval vessel behind them and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's Zifa, and that fellow. Bring the ship closer. I wish to greet the Navy." Upon hearing Shanks's command, the crew buzzed with excitement. "Oh ho, let us draw closer. Something entertaining is bound to unfold." "Oh, Captain, are you provoking the Navy? I like this. Will there be a fight?" I still haven't had my fill from the last battle with the beast pirates. As the red-haired pirates approached, Zifa's expression grew grave aboard the warship. He issued a low command: "Cease pursuit. All personnel, maintain heightened vigilance. No one is to act without my orders." "Understood, Zifa-sensei." The red-haired pirates were among the most formidable crews in the New World, their overall strength ranking just below the white-beard pirates, the beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. Zifa was acutely aware that engaging in battle now would not favor them. Hence, in the face of the red-haired pirates' ambiguous intentions, they must exercise caution and restraint, striving to avoid any conflict. Lyon was not particularly concerned about the situation. The red-haired pirate crew was an anomaly among pirates. Their propensity for aggression was notably low. And Shanks, the red-haired captain, was not a man prone to reckless bravado. Therefore, the likelihood of a confrontation between the two parties was minimal. The red-haired pirate crew's ship, the Red Force, gradually approached the naval vessel, eventually halting at a respectful distance. The crew members of the red-haired pirates appeared remarkably relaxed, while the naval officers aboard the warship were on high alert. "Wait for me on the ship. I shall return shortly." Shanks lightly leaped aboard the warship. He was of a well-proportioned build, adorned with vibrant red hair, and bore 3 scars across his left eye. He wore an open white shirt, a flowing black cloak, and sported an empty sleeve on his left arm. His lower attire consisted of brown 3/4 pants, and he donned flip-flops, with a renowned sword, Griffin, at his waist. "Admiral Zifa, it has been a long time." Zifa's gaze lingered on Shanks's vacant left arm for a moment before he gravely remarked, "It has been over a decade. I never imagined that the young lad from Roger's crew would become a notorious pirate known throughout the seas. What brings you here?" Shanks waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Please, do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage in battle. I merely wish to inquire about something from Colonel Lyon." Upon seeing Shanks point towards him, Lyon narrowed his eyes. He pondered what the illustrious red-haired Shanks could possibly want from someone as unremarkable as himself. Shanks assessed Lyon from head to toe. "I have heard of your exploits in the East Blue, particularly how you eliminated numerous pirates, including the downfall of the buggy pirates. Correct?" "Indeed," Lyon candidly acknowledged, with a general understanding of Shanks' intentions for seeking him out. "There is no need for excessive contemplation. It must certainly be Hans who has been fervently promoting my exploits in the East China Sea, leading to subsequent repercussions. Did you kill Buggy?" Shanks' expression appeared composed, yet a flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes. Lyon did not respond directly. Instead, he intriguingly posed a counter-question. "If I were the one to kill Buggy, what would you do? Would you seek to end my life?" Shanks tightened his grip on the renowned blade, Griffin, an invisible aura of dominance firmly locking onto Lyon. With a solemn expression, he declared, "A man must choose his own path in life. Whether the outcome is life or death, it is utterly normal. However, Buggy is my dear friend. If you truly were the one to take his life, then I must engage you in battle." Perceiving the overwhelming aura emanating from Shanks, Lyon remained unfazed. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "That is regrettable. Buggy should still be alive. Before I could slay him, he was whisked away by a sea king whale." "Ah? A sea king?" Shanks momentarily froze, the formidable pressure around him dissipating instantly, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. Truly, Buggy's luck remains unparalleled." After his laughter subsided, Shanks leapt away, casting a meaningful glance at Lyon. "It is indeed fascinating to find someone like you among the Navy." Soon after, the distance between the two ships widened until they vanished from sight. Ben Beckman glanced at Shanks. "Captain, you seem quite intrigued by that Navy officer. What makes him special?" "That officer is a fearless individual. Should he mature, he will undoubtedly become an extraordinary force. However, what? However, a man of his caliber is unlikely to willingly serve the celestial dragons and the world government. It seems we may witness quite a spectacle in the future. As he concluded, a mysterious glimmer flashed in Shank's eyes. Ben Beckman's expression remained unchanged. That should be a matter for a long time from now. So, how did your business in Mariewa go? Shanks stretched lazily. Ah, those old fellows are quite astute. They are well aware that beneath the surface of interests, there are no absolute enemies. My objectives have been achieved, and in the coming years, we shall likely find ourselves quite busy. Excellent. Finally, we can showcase our talents. A rare hint of excitement appeared on Ben Beckman's face. Shanks laughed heartily. Ha. From now on, you shall handle all the cerebral matters. My role is merely to engage in combat. Aboard the warship, Lyon gazed at the diminishing figure of the red-haired pirates in the distance. His mind swirling with thoughts. What did Shanks mean by his final words? Could it be that he discerned something within me? He pondered. We are quite close to the red line, and the direction the red-haired pirates are headed aligns perfectly with that route. They were recently engaged in battle with the beast pirates. By all calculations, they lack sufficient time to reach the opposite end of the red line. Could it be that Shanks made a trip to Mariewa? If that is indeed the case, what could he possibly achieve there? Has he struck some clandestine deal with the world government? Yet, as a pirate, what leverage does Shanks possess to connect with the world government? It cannot merely be his strength. After all, this is something even the other emperors cannot accomplish. Is it possible that Shanks harbors some hidden identity? The more Lyon contemplated, the more questions arose in his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to cease his musings and simply muttered to himself, with such immense influence, perhaps Shanks, like Don Quixote da Flamingo, is also a celestial dragon? How utterly implausible. Chapter 89. Into the prison in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. In the previous attack, 35 of the 211 trainees had perished, and the remainder bore injuries, including Admiral Zephyr, who was also wounded by the enemy. Yet, the marauding pirates managed to escape unscathed. This incident sent ripples through the Navy headquarters, drawing Edward Weevil into the sights of both the Navy and the upper echelons of the world government. His bounty was promptly raised to 480 million berries. For various reasons, this event was not widely reported, as such news would severely dampen the spirits of the Navy. Following the incident, Zephyr's demeanor grew somewhat despondent, intensifying his loathing for pirates. Conversely, his trust and affection for Lyon and Jean, who had saved the lives of most of the trainees, blossomed from the depths of his heart. With the full endorsement of Admiral Zephyr, Lyon was promoted to Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters, while Jean ascended to the rank of Major. Thus, the second year of the elite training camp came to a close. Upon reviewing the applications submitted by Lyon and Jean, Zephyr's countenance was one of utter bewilderment. Impelled down, why would you choose to serve there? It was unfathomable to him that the two most outstanding students of this cohort would opt for such a desolate and forsaken place. Impel Down was a grim, dimly lit underwater prison, almost entirely isolated from the outside world. Aside from the prison and its inmates, there was only the vast, indifferent sea. The role of a guard there bore little distinction from imprisonment itself. The sole difference lay in the fact that prisoners were confined within the cell doors while the guards were confined outside. In truth, Lyon had numerous options for his assignment. He could have applied to the Navy headquarters, the Grand Line branch, or the Four Seas branch, yet Impel Down was unequivocally the least favorable choice. Anticipating Zephyr's reaction, Lyon's gaze remained resolute. Admiral Zephyr, after the recent incident, I have come to acutely recognize my inadequacies. I chose Impel Down because it is the most suitable environment for me. There, I will have ample time, free from external disturbances, to engage in rigorous training for a year and cultivate my inner strength. Lyon did not deceive Zephyr. Every word he spoke was the truth, albeit only a fragment of it. In this world, the most accessible source of potential points, the most suitable place for Lyon to enhance his strength, is undoubtedly one, Advancement City. There, countless formidable pirates are imprisoned, their powers suppressed and restrained, rendered nearly incapable of resistance. This is the result of the relentless efforts of the world's Navy, which has spent decades capturing pirates to amass such achievements. Those pirates, deemed ruthless and vicious by others, appear to Lyon as nothing less than enticing treasures on the move. Lyon has been in the pirate world for 4 years. Throughout this time, despite his relentless training and fervent pursuit of potential points, his strength remains a far cry from that of an admiral in the Navy. He has patiently bided his time within the Navy for 4 years, all for this moment. Zephyr cast a penetrating glance at Lyon, recognizing his resolute determination, and out of trust, he refrained from further inquiry. And you, Jean? Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Jean replied without hesitation. Zephyr let out a resigned sigh. Well, if it's only for a year, the impact won't be significant. Thank you, Master Zephyr. Lyon suppressed his inner excitement and bowed in gratitude. Not long after, the 2 applications were placed on Admiral Sengoku's desk. As 2 of the most outstanding students from the elite training camp, both Lyon and Jean's applications were fully deserving of Sengoku's attention, especially since Lyon was someone Sengoku had been keeping an eye on. After reading Lyon's application, Sengoku could not help but exclaim in surprise. He had applied to go to Impel Down. This was truly unexpected. I thought he would rush off to the New World to hunt down pirates instead. Crunch, crunch. Who made you so astonished? Let me take a look. The bored carp munched on Sunbae while grabbing the application. Oh, it's that kid Lyon. What made him think of going to such a dreadful place as Impel Down? Sengoku then handed Carp another document. This is Zephyr's supplementary opinion. He mentioned that after the last attack, Lyon felt his strength was insufficient, hence he wished to undergo rigorous training in the isolated environment of Impel Down for a year. Crunch, crunch. That kid Lyon has been quite well trained by Zephyr. His killing intent has diminished significantly, and his strength is commendable. Truly worthy of my guidance. Ha ha ha. Seated nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who also held the position of Chief of Staff, set down her teacup. Lyon. He is the Navy colonel who recently turned the tide and saved numerous students, right? Carp nodded, saying, yes, that's him. However, Tsuru, your information is outdated. Lyon has been promoted to Rear Admiral now. Tsuru replied calmly, yes. I have reviewed the reports on the previous attack. This Lyon was unflinching in the face of danger, displaying remarkable composure and intelligence on the battlefield. I admire such clever individuals. I've heard he has a subordinate named Jean. Once their year of internship concludes, I shall have them both assigned under my command. Carp was immediately taken aback. Huh, but I was the one who knew Lyon first. How can you do this, Tsuru? Tsuru fixed her expressionless gaze on Carp, a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes. What? Carp, do you have an objection? Ahem, no. Carp coughed awkwardly, shaking his head repeatedly. Is that acceptable then? Tsuru turned to Admiral Sengoku for confirmation. Sengoku pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well. However, Lyon possesses some radical thoughts. You must be cautious and try to prevent him from causing any trouble. Yes, I will be mindful of that. Tsuru nodded, having already conducted thorough research on Lyon's profile. So she was unsurprised by Sengoku's caution. A few days later, the 176 elite training camp students who survived this cohort went their separate ways. Lyon reluctantly parted from Jean, choosing to continue following Master Zephyr. Looking at Lyon, clad in Rear Admiral's uniform, Lyon bit her lip. You must take good care of Jean. Next time we meet, I will never lose to you again. What if you lose to me again? Lyon teased. Impossible. If I lose to you again, you can do whatever you want with me, Lyon retorted angrily. In Lyon's view, Lyon's assignment to Impel Down would surely slow his pace of growth, while she would continue training under Master Zephyr, gradually surpassing Lyon in strength. All right, let us consider it a pact. Lyon extended a palm. Lyon blinked and cast a glance at Jean standing beside Lyon. If you lose, you must submit to my will. Agreed, Lyon readily acquiesced. Only then did Lyon extend his hand, firmly striking it against Lyon's. Clap. Excellent. It is settled then. Lyon and Lyon exchanged knowing smiles, each confident of their impending victory. Chapter 90. The Baptism of Advancing City. In light of Lyon's rank as a major general, he was specially appointed by the Marshal of the Warring States to serve temporarily as the Deputy Warden of Advancing City, with Joan of Arc accompanying him as his aide. Following the currents of the Great Whirlpool, the warships smoothly entered the windless zone, arriving at the legendary world's foremost prison, renowned for its impregnable defenses, Advancing City. This formidable structure resembles a colossal tower submerged in the sea, its foundation resting upon the ocean floor. As Advancing City is situated within the windless zone, it is entirely encircled by immense sea creatures, making any attempt at escape seem nearly impossible. From a distance, countless warships were densely anchored around it. Encircling Advancing City at its center, their cannon muzzles trained upon the surrounding waters, all within their lethal range. Lyon and Joan stepped down from the warship. Upon seeing the radiant Joan, the surrounding sailors widened their eyes in awe. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Ah, look, she's so lovely. I'm smitten." It was indeed a pitiable sight. These sailors, stationed outside the prison city, often went a year or more without seeing a woman, and their pent-up desires were palpable. Even a mere sea urchin would leave them starry-eyed, and now, confronted with the stunning Joan, their reactions were nothing short of dramatic. Noticing the commotion around her, Joan initially furrowed her brow before blinking in surprise. A blush crept across her cheeks as she drew closer to Lyon, intertwining her arm with his. A collective sound of heartache seemed to resonate from the onlookers. Arriving at the main gate of the prison city, they were greeted by a striking blonde beauty. She possessed a slender figure and an elegant demeanor, adorned with reddish-brown sunglasses that shielded one of her eyes, her lovely golden waves cascading elegantly. Clad in a revealing brown military uniform, complemented by a black tie and deep red knee-high boots, she exuded an air of authority. "General Lyon, welcome to the prison city. I am your assistant, Domino. I shall assist you in becoming acquainted with your duties post-haste," she said with a graceful smile. "Thank you, Domino," Lyon replied with a smile of his own. "It is my honor." Domino nodded, her expression reflecting appropriate decorum. "General Lyon, please follow me. I will first introduce you to the workings of the prison city." "Very well. Thank you, Domino." Under Domino's guidance, Lyon and Joan approached the heavily fortified prison city. As they walked, Domino patiently elaborated, "The hierarchy of the prison city is structured as follows: director, deputy director, chief guard, deputy chief guard, head prisoner, and guard captain. The director is the supreme authority overseeing the entire prison city, while the chief guard is responsible for inmate supervision. The head prisoner commands 5 guard beasts, and the guard captain manages the monstrous inmates. The current director of the prison city is Magellan, the deputy director is Hannibal, the chief guard is Silu. The deputy chief guard is you, the head prisoner is Little Suddy, and the guard captain is Saradice." Listening to Domino's explanation, Lyon nodded repeatedly, gaining clarity on the power structure within the prison city. Pointing to a nearby area, Domino continued, "The underground prison is divided into 6 levels. We are currently on the C level, which is not a prison, but an office space for interrogations and the baptism of inmates prior to their incarceration." Baptism. Joan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having grown up in a church-sponsored orphanage, she was well aware of the concept of baptism, yet it left her perplexed. "Does your prison truly perform baptisms for the inmates? Are you attempting to redeem them with the church's sacred rite?" At the sight of Joan's innocent expression, Domino's smile faltered, her demeanor shifting slightly. "Ah, this is rather difficult to explain. You will understand once you witness the baptism." Soon, the air was filled with piercing screams. Moments later, the trio passed a large iron gate. Domino gestured towards the opposite side of the gate and spoke solemnly. "What we refer to as baptism involves stripping the new inmates of their clothing and suspending them in a large cauldron filled with boiling water, subjecting them to sterilization through extreme heat. Only after undergoing this baptism can they be considered true inmates." Lyon and Joan turned their heads and were immediately confronted with the grim spectacle known as the baptism of the advancing city. A fearsome-looking pirate, stripped of his garments, was suspended over a large cauldron. Realization dawned upon him of the impending fate, and a scream of sheer terror erupted from his lips. No, the ropes were released, and he plunged into the scalding boiling water. Splash! The pirate emitted a brief, anguished cry, followed by frantic splashes and the gurgling sound of water being displaced. Gradually, his struggles diminished until they ceased entirely. The guards allowed this wretched soul to writhe in the searing water for several minutes before retrieving him. A pungent aroma reminiscent of burnt pigskin permeated the air, intermingled with a foul stench. The once menacing yet lean pirate now appeared grotesquely swollen. His hair had fallen out, and his skin glistened a vivid red, resembling that of a boiled lobster, marred by blisters that formed from the scalding. His limbs convulsed involuntarily, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth gaped open as jets of scalding water erupted from his mouth and nostrils. With a splash, a guard doused him with a bucket of cold water, rousing the pirate from his stupor before tossing him a set of prison garb. "Put it on." The guard barked fiercely. The pirate, trembling in fear, complied, each movement causing the blisters to rupture, sending forth a spray of pus that soaked the prison attire, exposing his raw, crimson flesh. The excruciating pain rendered him quaking, nearly causing him to faint once more. Witnessing the pirate's harrowing plight, the prisoners in line behind him turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, with a few faint-hearted individuals succumbing to their fears and losing control of their bladders. The guard, expressionless and practiced, commanded, "Take him away." Next, The completed baptismal victim was escorted away by a designated guard, while the next unfortunate soul screamed as he was hoisted into the churning cauldron of boiling water. This was a grim assembly line with clearly defined roles. Unable to endure such a brutal scene, Joan averted her gaze, feeling a profound discomfort at this so-called baptism, which was purely a means of tormenting humanity. Lyon's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he could not help but scoff. Good heavens! This truly is a rigorous baptism, treating these offenders as if they were slaughtered livestock, subjected to boiling. Ostensibly termed a baptism, it is, in essence, a show of authority. Domino had been covertly observing Lyon and, noticing his composed demeanor, felt a twinge of astonishment. This new superior appeared rather extraordinary. Clearing her throat, Domino continued her introduction. The offenders vary in caliber. These individuals possess merely average abilities. The truly formidable ones face the baptism without so much as a flutter of their eyelids. The spectacle is utterly captivating, and you shall certainly have the opportunity to witness it in the future. Lyon gently shook his head, teasingly remarking, "They are merely a few criminals, nothing worth seeing. Compared to them, I am far more curious about your appearance without the sunglasses. I imagine it must be quite beautiful." Upon hearing this, Domino was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lyon's handsome visage, and soon a blush blossomed on her cheeks. Lyon gazed at Domino with a smile, yet his mind was engaged in deep contemplation. Although Domino is ostensibly my assistant, it is likely that she bears the covert responsibility of monitoring me. After all, the fortifications of Advanced City are formidable, and despite my affiliation with the Navy headquarters, as a newcomer, I should expect a measure of scrutiny. Thus, it is imperative that I cultivate a good rapport with Domino and swiftly earn the trust of this place. Complimenting a woman's beauty is perhaps one of the most effective means to foster a closer bond. It is important to clarify that both Domino and little Suddy are currently in their teenage years. It is entirely reasonable for Domino not to hold the position of deputy warden, and I hope no one will take issue with little Suddy's age and rank. Chapter 91. Magellan Domino soon recovered from her shyness, continuing her tour through the ominous prison with an air of nonchalance. The inmates of Advanced City Prison are notorious felons, with a total of 6 floors. Each level is equipped with surveillance phone bugs and specialized alarm systems. We now stand in Level 1, known as the Red Lotus Hell, observing the wretched criminals huddled in the dimly lit cells, cowering in the corners, scarcely daring to breathe. Lyon resembled a farmer gazing at his nearly ripe crops, his face adorned with a sincere smile, his heart brimming with the joy of impending harvest. Domino pointed towards a distant area cloaked in darkness, where echoes of piercing wails reverberated. Within the prison's shadowy confines lay various cells and torture chambers, all constructed from sea stone to prevent escape by those possessing the powers of devil fruits. As they descended layer by layer, guided by Domino's detailed exposition, Lyon gradually comprehended the general conditions of Impel Down. The prison housed a total of 6 levels for the confinement of criminals, specifically from underground levels 1 to 6. Each floor presented a unique form of torment, thus earning its designation as a circle of hell, with each descending level intensifying the suffering of the inmates. Level 1. The Hell of Crimson Lotus Level 2. The Hell of Savage Beasts Level 3. The Hell of Hunger Level 4. The Hell of Scorching Flames Level 5. The Hell of Extreme Cold Level 6. The Hell of Infinite Despair the further one descended. The tighter the security became, and the classification of prisoners escalated in severity. Notably, Level 6, the Hell of Infinite Despair, was the most fortified, housing exceptionally powerful or exceedingly vicious criminals, many facing either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Even numerous formidable figures from the Roger era were incarcerated in Level 6, such as Bondi Waldo, Douglas Barrett, Balaric Redfield, and even the already escaped Shiki the Golden Lion, each possessing the capability to obliterate a nation single-handedly. Only the warden, vice warden, and chief guard were permitted unrestricted access to Level 6. Others wishing to enter required the consent of Warden Magellan. With Lyon's role as vice chief guard, his patrol was limited to Level 1 through Level 5. After an extensive tour, Domino guided Lyon to the warden's office located on Level 4. Due to the influence of the Hell of Scorching Flames, the office was unbearably hot and dry, permeated with a pungent scent of magma and sulfur. As they walked, Domino remarked that Warden Magellan spent 10 hours daily in the restroom, a common occurrence due to his digestive troubles. Additionally, he allotted 8 hours for sleep, leaving approximately 4 hours for work after accounting for meals and rest. Jean gasped in astonishment. What does he even do as warden? The warden possessed formidable strength and was exceptionally reliable in critical moments. Just as Domino finished speaking, the sound of flushing echoed from the restroom. Quickly, we must hurry. Domino cautioned, the warden is coming out. Be mindful, as he is a paramecia-type user of the poison fruit, a man of lethal toxicity. At that moment, the restroom door swung open, revealing a towering man, approximately 5 meters tall, adorned with horns and a pair of demonic wings, clutching his stomach as he emerged. Oh, yet another fierce battle endured. He exclaimed, "Thank you for your hard work, Warden Magellan," saluted one of the guards nearby. Upon entering the warden's office, Magellan shielded his eyes with his hand, clearly distressed. This room is blinding. I wish to be confined to a darker space, if possible. I would like to shut away my innermost thoughts as well. Greetings, Warden. Major Lyon from the Navy headquarters has arrived, Domino reported with a salute. Magellan lowered his hand, revealing his sharp teeth as he spoke. You must be Major Lyon, dispatched by the Navy headquarters. I am Warden Magellan. Greetings, Warden Magellan. Lyon responded. Indeed. For the coming year, you will serve as the Vice Chief Guard of Impel Down. Domino will assist you in your duties. My apologies. But I am feeling quite unwell. It seems the poisonous soup I consumed this morning has taken its toll. Please, familiarize yourselves with your tasks. I must excuse myself. With that, Magellan hastened back to the restroom. The surrounding guards, accustomed to this spectacle, resumed their own duties. Domino, observing the astonishment on Jean's face and the calm demeanor of Lyon, quietly explained, Warden Magellan has always been like this. The side effects of his devil fruit abilities are overwhelming, and he is prone to sudden bouts of illness. He does not intend to neglect us. Lyon waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. It's fine. Please continue to show me around here, as I wish to gain a deeper understanding of the situation. Certainly. Deputy Warden. Domino now addressed Lyon differently. Following the meeting with Director Magellan, Lyon had officially assumed the position of Deputy Warden of the Advancement City. Over a month later, outside the Advancement City, Lyon shed his military uniform, revealing his streamlined, perfect physique that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. This spectacle made the eyes of Joan and Domino gleam with admiration. With a splash, he dove headfirst into the ocean, plunging into its depths. The surrounding colossal sea creatures paid little heed to the diminutive human. To them, he was akin to an insignificant ant, offering far too little flesh to be of any concern, scarcely enough to even get stuck between their teeth. Lyon scrutinized the towering push city that stood resolutely in the sea, glancing at the massive sea creatures that circled nearby. In an instant, the blood blade unsheathed, and a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. A colossal sea creature, measuring over 1,000 meters in length, suddenly stiffened, its body and head severed in twain by the gleaming blade. A deluge of blood spread through the waters, the metallic scent attracting a throng of large sea creatures vying for the feast. Before long, an even larger behemoth, over 5,000 meters long, approached from the distance. The once tranquil waters began to churn violently under the disturbance caused by these leviathans. Outside Push City, Domino observed the tumultuous waves with a hint of concern and queried, "Is the Vice Warden safe? This is the doldrums, and the large sea creatures here are exceedingly perilous." "Rest assured, Lyon will be fine," Jean replied with a smile. Just then, a massive shadow rose from the depths, swiftly ascending toward the surface, causing the water to surge dramatically. With a thunderous explosion, a plump, white sea monster erupted from the depths, crashing onto the high platform of Push City. This creature, resembling a gigantic piglet, was not only rotund and white, but also towered nearly 100 meters tall and stretched close to 1,000 meters in length. The guards stationed near the platform hurried forward. "Wow, this is significantly larger than the sea creatures we usually consume. What a delectable treat, a sea piglet. Today, we are fortunate." With that, Lyon, who had emerged alongside the sea creature, stood on the platform, allowing Jean and Domino to dry him off and drape him with a cloak. He instructed the kitchen to marinate the sea piglet with spices and slow roast it, basting it with honey. Domino diligently took notes, recording Lyon's requests meticulously. The surrounding Navy personnel could hardly contain their drool at the prospect. The guards of Push City and the station Navy were all fed by the kitchen located on level 4. Since Lyon's appointment as Vice Warden, the quality of the food in Push City had vastly improved, causing the guards and Navy to gain a noticeable amount of weight. The Vice Warden is truly remarkable. Not only is he powerful and kind-hearted, but he also enhances our meals daily. Compared to now, The food we used to eat was akin to swine fare. Most importantly, the Navy often had the pleasure of seeing the two stunning beauties, Jean and Domino. Though they were both the vice warden's women, mere glimpses of them were enough to satisfy their admiration. Hearing the sailors' frivolous chatter, Domino's hand trembled, nearly dropping her notebook, and a blush crept from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. "What's wrong?" "And nothing. I must inform the kitchen," she stammered before hastily retreating. Chapter 92. Little Suddy. During the month since his arrival at Push City, Lyon had worked diligently, treating all the guards with kindness. Furthermore, he had voluntarily taken to the seas to hunt rare sea ingredients, improving the meals for everyone. Thus, Lyon had become quite popular among the guards, even earning the admiration of the management. After all, Lyon had come to Push City solely for peaceful cultivation and the accumulation of experience, avoiding conflicts of power with others. Such a conscientious, amiable, and clean background rising star in the Navy elicited little animosity from most. In the office of the director on the 4th floor of Push City, Director Magellan was in a furious rage. "Shiryu, you scoundrel! How many times must I tell you not to indiscriminately kill prisoners? This is the regulation of Push City." Opposite Director Magellan, Warden Shiryu took a puff from his cigar, seemingly indifferent, and replied, "It's merely a few insignificant pests. We receive hundreds of them daily. Why should I care?" Witnessing Shiryu's lack of remorse, Magellan's expression darkened. "The prisoners do not exist merely for your amusement, Shiryu." Shiryu glanced at Magellan, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. "Killing those worthless beings, would anyone truly lament their loss?" Magellan fixed Shiryu with a stern gaze, delivering a grave warning. "You are becoming increasingly reckless, killing dozens of prisoners for sport. Should such malevolent acts reach the outside world, the reputation of Push City would be irreparably tarnished. This is my final warning. If you offend again, I will not turn a blind eye." "Understood." Shiryu merely nodded before exiting. Magellan frowned, watching Shiryu's retreating figure, his expression fluctuating between concern and anger. "Shiryu, I hope you heed my warning and cease the brutal slaughter of prisoners. Lyon is a promising new Navy officer personally approved by the Marshal of the Warring States to come to Push City. If he discovers your wanton actions and reports to the higher echelons of the Navy, the reputation of Push City will be ruined." In the corridor of the prison area on level 4, Lyon, while on patrol, suddenly heard a piercing scream emanating from ahead. "Ah, it hurts. Please spare me." The unmistakable sound of lashes striking flesh echoed, accompanied by a woman's gleeful laughter. "Yes, just like that. Scream louder. Let me revel in your anguish. No, please." Ha ha ha. Lyon strode purposefully towards an open area, where he encountered several prisoners suspended in midair, being mercilessly whipped by a strikingly alluring woman. She possessed thick, golden wavy hair that cascaded down, her bangs obscuring her eyes, and adorned herself with candle-shaped white earrings. Clad in a form-fitting pink leather outfit and sharp stiletto heels, she was none other than the chief warden of the Advanced City, commander of the 4 beast wardens of level 4, Infernal Hell, Suddy. A woman of dubious morals, she reveled in the torment of her captives. As Lyon observed Suddy relentlessly lashing the prisoners, who were already on the brink of collapse, a frown creased his brow. "Suddy, cease at once. You are about to kill them," he urged. These prisoners represented untapped potential points, and Lyon could not allow Suddy to squander them so carelessly. Suddy, unfazed by Lyon's admonition, replied with a playful tone, "Ah, Deputy Warden, you've come. However, interrogating prisoners is my passion. Even if your rank is slightly superior to mine, you have no authority to interfere with my duties. It is of little consequence if a few prisoners perish in the pursuit of valuable intelligence. Damn it, this cannot stand. The more prisoners die in Advanced City, the fewer potential points I will acquire. After over a month of diligent effort, I have finally established a foothold here and feel no obligation to be courteous to certain individuals," Lyon thought, his expression darkening. "Suddy, please desist. I do not wish to resort to violence against you." Domino, visibly anxious, attempted to signal Suddy to relent, but to no avail. "What? You dare to threaten me?" Suddy exclaimed, taken aback as she scrutinized Lyon. With a mischievous laugh, she declared, "I shall continue my interrogation. What will you do about it? If you have the capability, feel free to whip me yourself." Suddy's position in Advanced City was akin to that of a spoiled princess, enjoying unfettered freedom. And even Warden Magellan had never reprimanded her. Although Lyon held a slightly higher position than Little Suddy, her direct superior was none other than Director Magellan. And Little Suddy did not believe that Lyon would dare to act against her. This is what you requested. Lion's face bore a benevolent smile. Well, what of it? I said it, so what? Little Sooty, far from being intimidated, provocatively licked her lips. Thus, 1 minute later, little Sooty found herself suspended in midair. A slender rope bound her tightly, its knot resembling a spider's web, gently embedding itself into her flesh, accentuating her graceful figure and most alluring features, tight, yet not cruel. Exuding an inexplicable alternative beauty. Little Sooty struggled a few times. Please let me down. This is utterly humiliating. Witnessing this scene, Domino and Joan turned crimson, instinctively covering their eyes, only peeking through their fingers to observe discreetly. Lyon resolved to repay in kind, confronting defiantly, "Do you dare to retort against me?" His voice dripped with menace. "Humph, just you wait." Little Sooty spat back, her anger palpable. Observing Sooty's stubbornness, Lyon continued his assault. Smack. Ugh. I will not let this go unpunished. Smack. Ah, please, let me down. Domino attempted several times to intervene, yet was consistently halted by Joan at his side. Ultimately, smack. Enough, cease this. Lyon then spoke again, inquiring, "Do you still dare to retort against me?" Young Sooty, drenched in sweat, replied in a voice barely above a whisper, I no longer dare. Chapter 93. Trust. Lyon snapped the ropes binding little Sooty, gently setting her down. "You may interrogate the prisoner at will. That is beyond my concern. However, one imperative remains. You must ensure that no mortal harm comes to her. Do you understand?" Little Sooty, with her hands on her shoulders, presented an endearing visage of submissiveness. I understand." Lyon felt a sense of satisfaction. After a thorough reprimanding, this mischievous child had become noticeably more compliant. "Jean, tend to her whip wounds." Jean acted swiftly, and the minor injuries healed almost instantaneously, though the sounds emitted by little Sooty were decidedly peculiar, causing one to blush. Domino finally exhaled in relief, casting a curious glance at little Sooty, who appeared to be lost in thought. There seems to be something amiss with little Sooty. Hours later, in the director's office, Magellan emerged from the restroom, leaning against the wall, his complexion slightly ashen from the relentless bout of diarrhea. Domino, who had been waiting, immediately bowed in respect. "Good day, Director Magellan." Magellan, clutching his abdomen, nodded at Domino. "You've been closely following Lyon. How is he faring?" Domino meticulously reported on her observations of Lyon over the past month. "Director, the deputy warden is exceptionally diligent, adhering strictly to the regulations of Impel Down, and he treats others with great kindness. He is quite discerning about food, personally venturing out daily to catch seafood for his meals." As Domino recounted her experiences, Director Magellan nodded approvingly, his expression brightening considerably. "Indeed, he is a remarkable talent cultivated by the Navy headquarters." Sigh. "If only Shiryu could be as competent as Lyon, my worries would be greatly alleviated." After his moment of contemplation, Magellan continued, "The month-long observation period has concluded. The routine surveillance of Lyon is hereby lifted. You may resume your normal duties assisting him." "Yes, Director Magellan." Magellan held a high regard for the reliable Domino. "Thank you for your efforts. While Lyon is exceptional, he will surely return to the Navy headquarters in a year. At that time, I shall appoint you as the deputy warden, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the role in advance." "Ah, understood. Thank you for your promotion." Domino's tone was tinged with excitement. Becoming the deputy warden meant holding the nominal fourth position in Impel Down, a level of recognition she had not anticipated from Director Magellan. In the ensuing days, Lyon distinctly sensed that the surveillance denizens stationed throughout Impel Down were no longer fixated upon him, and Domino appeared considerably more relaxed in his presence. "It seems I have gained Magellan's trust. Thus, it is time to formally commence my plans. The first step is to diminish the guard's strength within Impel Down." Lying in bed, he pondered for a moment, stroking Jean in his embrace, relishing her exquisite softness. "Jean, our next steps will be..." As Lyon devised his strategy for Impel Down, the world beyond was rife with turmoil. With a clear ideology in mind, the Revolutionary Army's influence spread like wildfire across the globe. In the East Blue, the nation of Tequila Wolf, often referred to as the Kingdom of Bridges, was home to countless laborers toiling like slaves to construct bridges. Many among them were captivated by the Revolutionary Army's ideals, leading an increasing number to join their ranks, quietly amassing strength in anticipation of liberation. In the South Blue, the Kingdom of Santoria bore witness to the Revolutionary Army's fervent growth as oppressed citizens rose in rebellion, forming armies to free the common folk and expel the nobility. Vast portions of the kingdom's territory had fallen, leaving the royal family and nobility to defend only the capital. In the West Blue, King Shundalu of the Elusia Kingdom was deeply troubled as he reviewed the intelligence reports from various regions. The Revolutionary Army was advancing at an alarming pace, their ideology spreading like a plague, causing countless citizens to turn away from the kingdom, and the entire noble system teetered on the brink of collapse. In the North Blue, the kingdom of Joralizio, once renowned for its mineral wealth, had its populace subjected to brutal exploitation akin to slavery. However, bolstered by the Revolutionary Army's strength, the tyrannical king met his demise at the hands of an enraged populace, while the entire noble class faced trial and condemnation. In a moment, news of Revolutionary Army activities erupted across the seas, save for the Great Rout, where the Navy's main forces maintained order, leaving the world government in a state of disarray. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, had been placed under a staggering bounty of 5 billion berries, with his fate left ambiguous. In the New World, within the Dressrosa Kingdom, Don Quixote da Flamingo cast aside his newspaper, a contemplative expression adorning his face. The Revolutionary Army, with the goal of liberating slaves and toppling the celestial dragons, their objectives seemed reminiscent of the Starry Sky Society. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army is a subordinate force of the Starry Sky Society? If that were the case, then the Starry Sky Society is indeed unfathomable. The stronger they grow, the better. Soon, I shall eliminate all competition and monopolize the underground arms trade in the New World. In Level 5 of Impelled Down, known as the Frozen Hell, the atmosphere was suffused with an unforgiving chill. The inmates confined here were notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, enduring temperatures colder than any freezer, suffering from severe frostbite leading to their demise. The forest of Frozen Hell was home to numerous military wolves, more ferocious than the massive beasts found on Level 2, and highly cunning, often hunting in packs. Notably, due to the extreme cold, Level 5 was devoid of any surveillance denizens. At this moment, a solitary man strolled leisurely through the frigid expanse. The typically savage military wolves, upon spotting him, tucked their tails and fled. He stood tall, exceeding 3 meters in height, his robust physique clad in the uniform of the warden, draped in a white coat, adorned with a hat, and sporting a broad jaw, a cigar clutched between his lips, a sinister smile playing upon his face. This man was Shiryu of the Rain, the warden of Impelled Down. Amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the inmates, Shiryu approached a prison cell, unlocking the door. "Don't come any closer." The prisoners shrieked in terror, well aware of the warden's brutal reputation, some having witnessed his cruelty firsthand. Shiryu remained unfazed, slowly drawing his renowned blade, Rain, and coldly taunted, "You wretches, listen well. I grant you the opportunity to strike. You may attack me together or perish at my hand. Begin." Within the cell were a dozen prisoners. All feared pirates in the outside world, yet here they were mere shadows of their former selves, lacking the courage to confront the formidable Shiryu.